All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Thank you all for tuning in today. What is today? Today is July 2nd, a lovely Wednesday. 2 days from now is the 4th of July, big celebration. Folks, we have a lot to talk about today. Right this very moment, the big, beautiful bill is on the House floor, and our various congressional representatives are debating over the merits of the bill. A vote is going to be happening soon, not yet. Right now, they're kind of stalling. And the reason why is because, as far as I understand it, numerous House reps were actually, they don't all live in Washington, D.C. So a lot of them actually they had thought that they had a break coming up. They flew back home to Michigan or Washington or wherever they're from. And then they all got called back to Washington, D.C. We got to vote on the bill now. And so there's been a little bit of a scramble. You have all of these, hundreds of them, House reps, trying to get back to Washington, D.C. Many of them had their flights. They missed their flight, or the flight was delayed, or some flights got canceled, whatever. You know how the airline industry is. And so, as it would seem, they're kind of stalling right now. The Republicans don't have the votes at the moment to pass this bill because not all of the Republicans are there. But the Republicans are on the way. And so right now, I want to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Right now, they are actually the ones that are there. Most of them are there. Most of the House reps. Some of them are not. Right now, right this very moment, they are actually in the House chamber on the floor, debating and arguing, just kind of stalling, waiting for people to show up. We're right now all across Twitter. We are having various House reps upload pictures of themselves at the airport or on the airplane saying, hey, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. So, folks, today we're going to do kind of a news recap. We're going to talk about a lot of things. We have a lot of breaking news things to talk about, but also we're going to be going over breaking news updates coming out of the House, because really any minute, whenever they think they have enough people that have shown up to the Capitol building, they're just going to vote on this bill, and before you know it, this thing could be passed. As far as I understand it, they seem to think that they do, in fact, have the votes to pass this bill. It seems as if they think they have the people to do this. So right now, the bill is kind of at a standstill, and we're going to be checking on that over the next half hour or hour or so. Also, President Trump has directly called out the communist mayoral candidate in New York City. What's his name? Zohran Mamdani. And as it would seem, he is in some hot water now. President Trump says very clearly he's going to be taking some action against this guy. We're going to unpackage all of that. And then also we have some breaking news updates coming out of the infamous, the legendary Alligator Alcatraz. We have some new information really breaking down how is it working, what is the process of this entire place, and then also the members of the far left, the radical progressives, are absolutely melting down and freaking out about this entire Alligator Alcatraz situation. So first off, folks, the big topic of the day is the big, beautiful bill. Like we said, we're going to be doing live updates over the next half hour or hour as this stuff is going on. President Trump has been tweeting up a storm today, or truthing up a storm. We're going to go through all of this. First off, President Trump says just about an hour ago, a couple hours ago, he says, nobody wants to talk about growth, which will be the primary reason that the big, beautiful bill will be one of the most successful pieces of legislation ever passed. This growth has already begun at levels never seen before. Trillions of dollars are now being invested into the USA, more than ever before. We know this to be true. So far, it's like $5, maybe $6 trillion worth of foreign investments have come pouring into the country. He got a lot from the Middle East. He's gotten some from Asia, from Japan, from Southeast Asia. He just had a new deal with Vietnam a couple hours ago, earlier today. Trump is bringing in trillions of dollars of foreign manufacturing investments into the country. Likewise, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs are filling up the coffers of the Treasury. This last month was an all-time high. It was 20-something billion dollars generated. $20-something billion generated in 1 month, just this last month, as a consequence of his tariffs. The most tariff revenue ever generated in American history. The tariff money has already arrived and is setting new records. We are growing our way out of the sleepy Joe Biden mess that he and the Democrats left us, and it is happening much faster than anyone thought possible. Our country will make a fortune this year more than any of our competitors, but only if the big, beautiful bill is passed. As they say, Trump's been right about everything, and this is the easiest of them all to predict. Republicans, don't let the radical left Democrats push you around. We've got all the cards, and we are going to use them. Last year, America was a dead nation with no hope for the future, and now it's the hottest nation in the world. Make America great again. President Trump is trying to get everybody back in line, back in order. Hey, listen, show up. Hey, listen, Republican congressional reps. You thought you were on vacation? Time to come back to the Capitol building, show up on the floor, and do your job. You need to vote on this bill now. As you have all seen, President Trump has been talking a lot about having this bill get passed by the 4th of July. President Trump wants this bill, the big, beautiful bill. It just got passed in the Senate yesterday, and now it's got to get pushed through the House. He wants this bill on his desk by the 4th of July, 2 days from now, a day and a half from now, so he can have this big celebration. Now, this 4th of July, 2 days from now, is the 250th celebration. It's the anniversary of our nation, 250 years. And I believe that President Trump is going to be having this big celebration in Iowa, I think. It's some big party they're having. Now, like I said, right now, members of the progressive left are absolutely melting down and freaking out over the big, beautiful bill. Like I said, they're kind of stalling. They're just kind of talking and debating and arguing, but really nothing is happening. Nothing productive is happening right now. And so this is a perfect opportunity for Jamie Raskin to step up to the podium and waste everybody's time with some typical Jamie Raskin nonsense. If you're curious the type of stuff that they are talking about right now, this is what is currently going on inside of the House chambers. Take a look at this.
I found the preamble to this big, ugly bill. We, the billionaires, and our king, in order to deform and sicken our union, establish injustice, ensure domestic servility, weaken our people's defenses, undermine the general welfare, and reserve to ourselves and our posterity staggering debt servitude for eternity, do hereby instruct the Republicans in Congress to strip 17 million people of their health care, increase co-pays, deductibles, and premiums for everyone else.
So he has rewritten the preamble to the big, beautiful bill. He's just having a grade A freak out.
Cut 42 million people off of nutritional assistance, increase the national debt by $4 trillion, trash renewable energy systems, increase our electric bills for the carbon kings, all to weaken and destroy the Constitution of the people of these United States of America. Please include this preamble in the legislative record.
I have to say this again because it's so frustrating for me. I'm so sick of being gaslit or emotionally manipulated, whatever you want to call it. Ladies and gentlemen, not a single one of these representatives gives a crap about our national debt or national deficit. Every single one of them has been complicit in increasing our national debt and ballooning our national deficit for decades and decades and decades. Not a single one of them has given a crap about it. It's been going on for 40, 50 years, okay, longer than that. And they've all been silent. They've all had their lips sealed about it, whatever. Hey, it doesn't matter. Only now that President Trump is in the White House, and only now that President Trump is trying to actually permanently secure our border and deport all of these millions of illegal alien invaders, only now do all of these people like Jamie Raskin have an issue with the debt and the deficit, okay? You want to know something? As far as I'm concerned, shutting down our border and kicking out all of these illegal alien invaders is the most noble way, the most American way that we have spent tax money in years, in ever, maybe, okay? What is our tax money for if not to secure our borders and to deport millions of illegal aliens that have invaded our country? That is where I want my tax money going. So if you're going to try to tell me that we can't increase the deficit of the debt to get to stop an invasion, hold up. You're telling me we can't spend taxpayer money to secure our national security, to lock down the border, and to kick out millions of invaders? Then what are we supposed to be spending tax money on? More wars in the Middle East or what? Listen, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. President, okay, blank check. Shut down the border. I don't care how much it costs. I trust that he will spend the money wisely in an intelligent way. Mr. President, from me to you, here is a blank check. Shut down the border, build a wall, build 2 walls, put laser cannons on the top of the walls, have alligators. You've heard of Alligator Alcatraz. Have alligators in a moat beneath the wall, put laser beams on the alligators' heads. I don't care. Shut down the border and kick out every single illegal alien in the country. All of them have to go. I don't give a damn how much it costs. They're sitting here, oh, well, we can't, the deficit. Listen, I say this all the time. Unless we kick these people out of the country and secure the border, we're not even going to have a country, at which point a deficit, the debt, none of these other things, nothing matters if we don't have a country. Nothing is more important than shutting down the border and kicking these people out. Now, Steve Bannon weighs in on all of this. Take a look at this.
Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Side of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
You know why they reserve? You know why they reserve? They have no Republicans over there. How can that possibly be? Right now, you're seeing the 2026. This is the midterms. You're hearing it all right there. Look at the way they're spinning it. Look at the way they're framing it. Look at the way this is billionaire tax cuts and the American people being ripped off. You're going to hear that over and over and over again. That's their mantra. Where's the opposite side? Where are the Republicans? How can you possibly not have people up there defending this bill, the president's bill? If you're going to vote the rule down, then vote the rule down. But somebody's got to be in the breach and call out the lies of the Democrats. If you don't call it out now, it's going to lock in. It's going to build momentum.
This is what he's saying is true. So 2 things. First off, it does seem to be the case that the Republicans have the votes, that this bill will get passed. That is, once they all show up to work here today. A lot of them are still flying into town or driving over to the Capitol building right now. It's still early in the day, I guess. But beyond that, he's right. This is about the narrative. Okay, the Democrats right now, they are already trying to establish and build a narrative that they can campaign on in a year and a half, less than a year and a half, by the way. Campaign season starts 1 year from now. We're talking midterms. Okay. What are the Democrats going to be talking about during midterms? The Democrats are going to be talking and campaigning on everything that they are talking about right now. Oh, the evil President Trump. Oh, the big ugly bill. They cut Medicaid for all these poor, starving Americans, blah, blah, blah. Listen, we all know that's not true. We all know that that is bull crap. The only people getting cut off Medicaid are people that, one, are in the country illegally that shouldn't be getting it in the first place because they are not American citizens. And 2, primarily young Americans that refuse to go back to work after the COVID pandemic. As you will know, millions of Americans, they lost their jobs, they quit, they called it soft retiring, whatever you want to call it. A lot of Americans during COVID, they exited the workforce, and now 3-4 years later, they have refused to re-enter the workforce. Well, guess what? All of those Americans have been collecting Medicaid. A lot of them have been collecting Medicaid. So when the Democrats say, oh, you have all these people they're getting kicked off Medicaid. Oh, the big, beautiful bill, it's stripping Medicaid away from Americans. Well, first off, it's actually over 1 million illegal aliens. The number I've seen is 1.3 million illegal aliens have been collecting Medicaid. Guess who's paying for that? You are, American taxpayer, hardworking American taxpayer. And then beyond that, it's a couple million genuine American citizens that have just refused to work. They said, I'm just going to collect benefits instead. Okay, so when we talk about people getting kicked off Medicaid, yes, people are getting kicked off Medicaid, but all of them should never have been on Medicaid in the first place. And so these are the narratives that the Democrats are creating. They are fabricating these narratives in real time, these fake, bogus, already debunked and discredited narratives, and they're going to run on them in midterms about a year from now. Okay, so it's very important, like Steve Bannon says, these talking points have got to be shut down early. You've got to debunk these things and fight against these talking points early before they can latch on.
I don't understand how you have this and you got 100 Democrats down there. Look how they're backed up. And your head blew up with Sandy Cortez, formerly known as AOC, Sandy Cortez from Westchester, not a girl from the hood. And you had, you had my favorite start off. Was that a wig? I think that was a wig. On Maxine Walters. Maxine Walters wearing a wig today? I don't know. She was on fire calling people liars, calling the president liar, calling everybody liars. You see how many times
To be clear, I think Maxine Waters is always wearing a wig. I don't think we have ever seen her real hair. I think every time we have ever seen Maxine Waters, she is wearing a wig. Come on, Maxine. That is not your real hair. No one is buying it. And no offense, some people, they wear wigs. That's fine. But listen, you're not fooling anybody. I know what's going on up there. That is a wig. Good point, Steve Bannon.
The gentleman sitting for the speaker, kind of running the floor today, banging the gavel saying you're out of order. You can't have personal attacks on the president. Every single Democrat gets up there and attacks the president by name. They're coming, and we got a fight on our hands, and we're going to fight. If you're going to vote for this bill, you got to defend this bill, and there's so much to defend. Every time, 5 times in a row or 4 times in a row hadn't had a guy, and then you get a guy like Joe Wilson talking about the bombing of Iran. It's not pertinent till today. Get up there and defend the bill. This is another feckless example of a Johnson-run Republican Party and Scalise.
So Steve Bannon is not happy. He's not happy that the congressional Republicans are not adequately enough defending President Trump's budget bill, the big, beautiful bill here. Listen, I've seen some people talk about this. You've got Stephen Miller, who's talking about the immigration issue. President Trump is talking about the immigration issue. Steve Bannon talks about the immigration issue. I don't know why every single Republican is not getting up here today, right now, on the floor. They're arguing, they're bickering right this very moment. There they are. He's a Democrat, though. It's happening right now. This vote's happening any minute. I don't know why every single Republican congressional representative is not getting up there and saying, frankly, what I've been saying. Listen, folks, Americans, you can bicker all day you want about federal land being sold off or AI development moratoriums, or you can argue about tax on tips. Listen, folks, none of those great things, none of those things are going to freaking matter if we don't permanently shut down the country and deport 50 million illegal aliens that are currently hiding out inside of our nation. You can love tax on tips, no tax on tips, whether you can argue about whether or not the federal government should sell off federal land, Okay, none of that matters unless we secure the border and deport the invaders. To be very clear, our country has been invaded. We are living in an invaded, occupied country right now. Unless we get rid of the invaders, nothing else matters. It's like, imagine you're a Trojan living inside of Troy, and the Mycenaeans, King Agamemnon and Achilles, they're running around the city chopping people's heads off. And you're sitting here, you're the king of Troy, and you're King Priam of Troy, and you're like, man, what should my next tax policy be, though? It's like, hey, idiot, it doesn't matter because you've got the Mycenaeans behind the walls. Okay, they're lighting the city on fire. You got to get these people out. You can talk about tax policy all you want, King of Troy, but you've got invaders behind the walls. The Trojan horse is burst open. Okay, you got to shut this down. Nothing else matters more than that. I can't imagine people that are sitting here bickering about tax on tips right now. Listen, folks, our country has been invaded. Everything is downstream of that. Literally nothing matters more than that. Permanently shut down the border, get these people out of the country. There's nothing more important than that. And so thank God, I know President Trump sees it this way. Steve Bannon sees it this way. Thank God Stephen Miller sees it that way. But we've got to shut down the invasion. Nothing else matters. Now, we do have some congressional reps, Republicans, talking about this a little bit, defending the big, beautiful bill. Pull this up.
Keep in mind, we've had 4 years of disaster under Joe Biden. Donald Trump has only had a little less than 6 months to try and fix this thing, and already you've seen enormous changes. In the CBO, by the way, 1.8% growth is what they projected over the next 10 years. This country has never had less than 2% growth in any 10-year period. So be careful of the numbers that these insiders put out, because bottom line is we've seen it all throughout history. When you give Americans more of their hard-earned money, when you give them more freedom to make new things happen, they not only improve their own lives, but the rising tide lifts all boats. And that's what this country's all about. And that's what's going to happen with this.
You know, maybe I'm a little bit of a radical. Maybe I'm getting a little bit annoyed here. He's talking about the economics of the big, beautiful. Okay, great. The big, beautiful bill. It's an economic plus. It's going to get the American economy roaring again. What here actually appeals to voters more? Sitting here and arguing about the numbers and the economics, and it's going to be 2% this and 7% that, and it's a bunch of numbers, or Folks, our country has been invaded. We can bicker here about the deficit. Once again, okay, none of this matters. 2% that, 17% this, estimated GDP increase over 4 years, blah, blah, blah. Listen, okay, all that's great. Maybe that is worth talking about. Maybe I'm a little bit of a radical here. I don't know. Once again, though, none of that matters. None of that matters if our country has been invaded. These people have got to get out. I feel like, you know, you've got people like Rand Paul, for instance. And by the way, and also it's not just Rand Paul, it's Elon Musk too. And I say this every day. I want to like these guys. The majority of my heart wants to love these guys and wants to like these guys. And I understand where they're coming from. They're talking about the debt. They're talking about the deficit. We got to cut this out and do this. Okay, listen. Once again, though, the debt and the deficit does not matter. Right now, folks, we have 50 million illegal aliens in the country. During the last 4 years, during the Biden admin, we had 21 million come in 4 years. We had 21 million illegal aliens come in 4 years. Those are the current numbers from the DHS. Okay, 21 in 4 years. In total, there's 50 million in the country. Okay, what do you think happens, folks, if another Democrat gets in the White House 3.5 years from now? Let's say, God forbid, we've got President Kamala Harris 3.5 years from now, President AOC 3.5 years from now, President Zohran Mamdani 3.5 years. I don't think he can run anyway, but you know what I'm talking about. And so if we don't get these people out of the country now, if we don't permanently secure the southern border, the second a Democrat gets back in the White House, or the second the Democrats are in control of the House or the Senate again, that could happen. In fact, in midterms, we're probably going to lose the House. Let's just be honest here. I think we hold on to the Senate, but we probably lose the House in the midterms. We could lose the White House 3.5 years. I don't know. You never know. Anyway, the point is none of this is concrete. You never know what's going to happen in the future. All we can do now is we need to solve the issue now. The invasion has got to be stopped now. Otherwise, these guys like Elon Musk and Senator Rand Paul, they're sitting here arguing about whether or not, you know, our country is going to be in debt 10 years from now. Listen, 10 years from now, we're not going to be calling the shots in our own country. 10 years from now, it's going to be 100 million illegal aliens running the country. They are going to be the ones running the country. It's not going to matter. We're going to lose the country. So we talk about the numbers, 2% this, 15% that. It doesn't matter unless we actually secure the country here. I don't know. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but this is the most important thing. The fate of the nation is at stake right now. And yes, are there problems with the Big Beautiful Bill? Yes. Is the Big Beautiful Bill perfect? No. Are there things personally I would change about it? Yes. But I also understand I'm a pragmatic guy. I live in reality. Okay. First off, no bill is going to be perfect ever. I'll say, listen, hey, point me in the direction of a perfect bill. There has never been one perfect bill. Okay. But I don't want to downplay this. But what I'm trying to say is it doesn't matter unless we save the country. Now, Donald Trump tweeted out earlier today, a couple hours ago, he said, the one big beautiful bill is all about growth. If passed, America will have an economic renaissance like never before. It is already happening. Just anticipation of the beautiful bill. The deficit has already been cut in half. He's right about that. That is true. Our trade deficit specifically. Record foreign investment pouring into the country. Cash, factories, jobs pouring into the country. Folks, President Trump's economy is on fire. We now have 4 consecutive monthly jobs reports. By the way, every single month, the federal government puts out a federal job report talking about inflation, talking about how many jobs have been created or lost, all of these job-related economic stats. We have 4 consecutive months now of jobs reports that have, across every single metric, surpassed the expectations or the predictions of the experts. Okay, the experts are saying, it's not going to be that great. Guess what? Job creation through the roof, like 4 months in a row through the roof, surpassing expectations by a range of 10% to 50% some months over the last 4 months. It's nuts. Jobs are coming forward. Foreign investment is pouring. Inflation is the lowest it's been in a long time. President Trump's economy is on fire. Everybody has been screaming that the tariffs are not going to work. The tariffs are incompetent. President Trump is so stupid. It's going to destroy the economy, blah, blah, blah. Guess what? The economy is on fire. It doesn't matter which economic metric you look at. It doesn't matter which one, because all of them are indicating, all of them are screaming, President Trump's economic policies are working. They are on fire. And he doesn't even have the big, beautiful bill yet, okay? USA, make America great again, President Trump says. Steve Bannon chimes in.
We're seeing the 2026 midterm right there. I think what's very disappointing is not enough Republicans standing up. If you believe in this bill, you got to stand up for it. You've got to sell the growth program. You just can't hide there. And Joe Wilson just wandering around from South Carolina talking about everything. Focus on what's in this bill. Focus on what's in this bill, and you should be up firing back on these Democrats. They got their pitch down. I wanted you to hear the pitch. I know it upset many of you, and it's going to upset many of you because this is what you're going to hear through Election Day of 2026. The Republicans have got to stand up and defend this. If it's going to get voted down in the rule, it's going to get voted down the rule. But right now, we're seeing these are feckless Republicans. You got to step up, step into the plate. You ought to know this bill as well as the Democrats do. They're hammering you with talking points. Hammer back. There's so much good in this, and it's predicated upon economic growth. Once again, they're caught into this cycle of defending these cuts they're making. It's not going to work. Need to go on offense. Offense. The president.
He is 100% right. And folks, listen. You know, I'm a diehard Trump supporter. We need to be honest here, folks. The Democrats, the progressives have been winning the long game for 40 or 50 or 60 years. They have played, politically speaking, they have played a very effective game, and it's a problem, and I hate it. But if politics is a game, if it's a board game, they have been playing, the progressives have just undeniably, they have been playing the game better than conservatives have been playing the game for 40, 50 years. They have been racking up win after win after win. And the reason why, it's because the conservatives, they have always been on the back foot, playing defense, defending their policies. That's how you lose the game, if you can call it a game. What have the progressives done? Okay, they have been on the offense, attacking. They've been trying to rip apart the status quo, rip apart the country, ripping apart every single institution that originally made this country great in the first place. They have been attacking, assaulting the country, and the conservatives for decades now have not known how to handle it. And you see it happening right now. They're wandering around. They're busy defending the big beautiful bill as opposed to attacking the talking points of the progressives. And it's different. It is different. Optically, it's very different. You got to control it. They have to control the narrative. And what Bannon is saying is that they are not doing that effectively. Now, it still does seem to be the case that the Republicans are, in fact, going to have the votes to push this bill today. Well, assuming they all show up here. I'm going to check my live update tracker. Let me see here. Oh, folks, I have an update as of 19 minutes ago. Check this out. The House is wrapping up the debate on the bill, and the vote is happening soon. The vote is happening soon. The debating here is concluding. Hold up. Okay, folks, we have votes coming in right now. Hold up. We have 2 minutes? I'm going to pause my broadcast. I want to watch this with you guys. I had this whole monologue prepared here, but I want to just watch this with you guys here for a minute. Everybody hold your horses. So, folks, okay, this is yay. Right now, we have 86 votes. Yay. This is nay. We have 145 votes nay. All right, Republicans, let's wake up. Let's wake up here. And they have another, 80 seconds here to vote. Get out of your seat. Get up. Do a little dance. Put the vote in. Let's go. I'm going to watch this play out. So this a couple hours ago, I believe they decided to postpone the vote because they did not have enough Republicans in the building. A lot of Republicans decided to go home. They're taking vacation. They thought maybe this vote wasn't going to happen. It is. All right. Even if you had already made it back to your house in Oklahoma, hey, you got to come back to D.C. Back to D.C. Hop on the first plane back to D.C. Get in a taxi cab and come down to the Capitol building. We got to vote now. Okay, these votes are coming in. And by the way, Doc Ride, I see that big super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hey, good morning. Good morning, everyone, by the way. We have a little bit of a reprieve here from my monologue. So good morning, everyone. Thank you all for tuning in. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and also like today's video. Folks, this is not going to happen. They've got 15 seconds. What are they going to find? This is not happening right now. I think they do not have the Republicans in the building at the moment. So they're going to keep on arguing. They got to keep bickering this out. Give this a minute here. Screw the bill. If this bill does not pass, listen, you might have an issue with some components of this bill. I get it. It's not a perfect bill. If the bill does not pass, this country is dead. I genuinely feel that way. That is my, and of course, I hope I'm wrong. I guess I hope I'm wrong, but that is my genuine belief at the moment, that if we do not pass this bill, if President Trump is not given the budget he needs to hire another 10,000 ICE agents to carry out mass deportations, and the budget he needs to finish off the permanent border wall on the southern border, I think the country's dead. This country, we are already being ripped apart at the seams by the 50 million illegal aliens we have in the nation right now. Imagine another 50 million. You think the country is in a rough spot or has been in a rough spot for the last couple years because of illegal immigration? Guess what happens if we have another 50 million? What do you think happens? It's dead. Country's dead, okay? We have got to secure the border and get these invaders out of the country. We have to. Now, it seems like the votes are still coming in here. They're going into overtime. They're going into overtime. Unless they're no. Okay, yeah, no. Votes are still coming in here. Now, I'm gonna pull up a bit of information here. Little bonus information. Hold that thought. The votes are coming in. So I believe the number they're looking to have here is okay, so check this out. It was on May 22nd when the Big Beautiful Bill originally passed through the House. So a little over a month ago, 5 weeks ago. That vote split 5 weeks ago was 215 to 214. 215 to 214. Okay? They were off by one vote, and they passed it. Now, the reason why we have to vote for this again is because they kicked it over to the Senate. The Senate made a bunch of changes, and now it has to go back to the House. Every time a change is made, you got to have another vote. Okay, so they passed it 5 weeks ago, went over to the Senate. The Senate said, we want to make a couple revisions. They passed it 2 days ago. In a 50-50 dead tie vote, J.D. Vance came in and acted as the tiebreaker. And now it's back in the House. Okay, so folks, last time this passed, it was 215 to 214. So we're probably going to see similar numbers here. Similar numbers. Okay, we're going to watch the votes come in here. Now, folks, I do want to say again, speaking of voting, if you guys could do me a favor and vote for my stream by liking the channel, by liking today's broadcast, and also subscribing to the channel, that would help a lot. I'm a simple man. You don't have to give me money. You do it for free. I appreciate it. It helps a lot. Now, speaking of giving money, it's a super chat here from Michael P., one of my favorite viewers. Speaker Johnson is astute. He wouldn't call a vote unless he had the vote count needed. It's also common for voting to be held open very long to allow reps to arrive. I think you're right. Listen, I agree with you. I agree with you. Johnson would not have called everybody back to the House chambers, because keep in mind, House was in, they were taking a break. A lot of people had flown back to their homes. A lot of these congressional reps, 24 hours ago, they were sitting on the couch in Michigan or wherever they're from, right? And so he called him up. He said, "Listen, gotta get your butt back here. We're having a vote today." I think he would not have done that. I don't think he would have done that if he wasn't confident that he was going to have the votes he needed. So these votes are coming in, folks. This could be a historic moment. We're all here tuning in together. Thank you all for tuning in today on this beautiful Wednesday morning. And guys, I'll say it again. Okay. If the House passes this bill right now, it goes immediately to his desk, the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. It already passed the Senate. If it passes here in the House, it has to go to President Trump. Trump gives this bill his official John Hancock signature. And then it's the law of the land, and the big beautiful bill is the law of the land. Okay? Let me tell you my personal favorite part about this bill. You guys know I'm a big border security guy, illegal immigration. I'm like you know, I guess Stephen Miller in that regard. Nothing to me matters more than stopping the invasion, and it is an invasion. It is. Anybody that says it's not is insane, or they are complicit in it. Anyway, right now, folks, we have less than 5,000 ICE agents in the country, 4,500, 4,700 ICE agents in the entire nation, okay? This bill hires another 10,000. This bill, okay, the budget therein, it over triples by a factor of 3 how many ICE agents we have on the ground carrying out deportation. So if you're thinking, man, I wish President Trump was deporting more people. Well, guess what? That's what this bill does. Yeah, folks, we had one Democrat vote yes, and then they pulled it off, reneged on that. He said, actually, I changed my mind. Okay. The Alien HD Gaming. Thank you for the super chat. Let me take a look at this. He says, I'm an independent. I know it's stupid, but I feel like whatever independents, like the Republicans, they need to chime in and give them the edge. Again, I know they're small, but just an idea. You're saying the independents need to chime in and help out here. Now, you've got independent voters in the nation, but you don't have a lot of independent congressional reps. Pretty much all these reps, they are either here or there, right? So at this point, the independent voices have been heard, and it is what it is here. But yeah, no, when it comes time to vote, you know, you got to do what you got to do. And thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Guys, okay, as a reminder, right now it's 170 to 206. We need these Republican votes to surge up. Surge up. Time to do something about this. Last time, I'll say it again, last time 5 weeks ago, when this bill was passed, the original version of this bill was passed in the House, the vote split was 215 to 214. 1 point difference. 1 point difference. So, guys, this entire situation could blow up if the Democrats were able to flip or buy off or persuade or extort or blackmail or manipulate one Republican into voting against this bill. We got to see what happens here. Either way, I'm going to tell you, this is going to come down to the wire. Coming down to the wire. You're tuning in live. This is an action. This is a historic American moment. And Aaron Wilson chimes in with the super chat. Thank you very much. That's a $20 super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank all of you guys. I appreciate everybody here tuning in today. It's a big deal to me. Thank you guys very much. Do you think Democrats in purple districts break with Democrats to protect their office? Do Democrats in purple district break with Democrats? I doubt it. I wouldn't bet on that. I wouldn't bet on that. In fact, it's funny, you know, I pointed this out a minute ago. We had one Democrat voter here who voted yay, and then he reneged on that. He went back and he voted nay. Maybe it was an accident. I'm not sure what happened. We got to see though. Listen, you know, if a Democrat votes for this bill, they are primaried. They're kicked out of the party. They're ostracized. They're getting death threats. I would not be surprised. Not be surprised. You know how unhinged these people are. In fact, you know what? That's a great talking point. You might have Democrats here that actually are in favor of the bill, but they just don't want to do it because they are scared of their own electorate. They're scared of their unhinged, radically progressive voter base. Okay? They are intimidated into not voting their conscience because they know Democrat voters these days, they are crazy. They're nuts. And by the way, Sophia God's friend, thank you. This vote is not for the BBB, it's for a procedural vote. Well, I don't think that that's true. I don't think it's true. I'm seeing my latest headline here. The vote series is underway. Actually, I'm seeing they're saying this is a vote test. This is coming from the Freedom Caucus. Says the test vote will fail. Okay, what is going on here? Because I'm seeing multiple conflicting reports here. By the way, Roger Atkinson, thank you very much. Let me get through this here. Roger, thank you, and also Grandpa Barney. Thank you, Grandpa Barney. Let me figure something out here because I'm seeing multiple different different things going on here. Hey, East Tennessee Patriot, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, folks. I appreciate it a whole lot. Everybody's talking about P. Diddy. Man, I could not give one crap about P. Diddy. I don't even know the basics of what is going on here. The House Republicans are racing towards a final vote on Trump's tax bill, budget bill. Okay, as of 20 minutes ago, yeah, no, that's what this is. I was seeing conflicting reports. The House GOP is pressing ahead with key procedural vote. House Republicans are pressing ahead with a key procedural vote to advance President Donald Trump's agenda, even as they currently remain short of the votes. And why are they short? I think it's because people are missing. If it succeeds, this would be the last big step before final passage later today. Then, if approved, it's off to President Trump's desk. But there could be some fireworks on this procedural vote, known as, quote, the rule, from House conservatives and possibly moderates. They could hold the vote open for hours as they try to flip holdouts. GOP leaders are betting that a meeting with Trump will convince right-wing holdouts, particularly in the House Freedom Caucus, to back this rule vote, which will tee up final passage for the bill. Johnson can only afford, Republican Speaker Johnson can only afford to lose 3 votes if all members are there. I'll tell you what, listen. It's one thing to, I guess, not vote for the bill. We'll talk about that in a minute. But if you don't even show up, if you say, listen, hey, yeah, I'm a Republican. The American people voted for me to help enact President Trump's agenda, America First, make America great again. But you know what? I'm just calling out sick today. I just don't want to be there. I'm a little bit sleepy. I'm hungover. I'm not going into work today. Listen. This for a lot of these congressional reps here, today is probably the single most important vote of their lives. Not probably, definitely. There's no doubt about that, because this is the vote that gives President Trump the budget he needs to actually save the country. As far as I'm concerned, if you are voting, if you're up there, if you're one of these reps here, if you're voting against the bill, you are voting for another 4 years of open border policies. You're voting for another 20 million illegal aliens or more, because that is exactly what is going to happen the next time the Democrats get in the White House. They're going to just continue facilitating the invasion of this nation. And so you might say, I don't know, what about the deficit? What about the debt? Listen, folks, I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. We had 8 years of George Bush, who racked up trillions of dollars of debt while also letting millions of illegal aliens into the country. Nobody talked about debt deficit. Nobody cared about the debt of the deficit. We had 8 years of Obama then, next, who let in millions of illegal aliens into the country, racked up another couple $1 trillion of debt, blew up the deficit, and nobody cared about the debt of the deficit. Nobody cared. Joe Biden did the same thing. He was the worst of all of them. Only now that President Trump is in the White House, and only now that Trump is trying to actually permanently secure our border and deport all of these illegal alien invaders, only now are we being told, now we suddenly, out of nowhere, have to start caring about the debt and the deficit. I agree. Debt and the deficit it's important. It is important. But it's not going to matter if our country is overrun with illegal alien invaders. Period. It doesn't matter. It's not going to matter. Fix the immigration problem, shut down the border, kick these people out of the country, they shouldn't be here, and then we can fix the debt and the deficit. And then after that, that comes next. We have got to fix the most serious issue first. Everything else is downstream of solving this immigration problem, of stopping this invasion. It's an invasion. So, folks, it is true. This is a procedural vote right now. It's kind of a test vote to see, hey, what kind of numbers are we looking at here? They're just kind of taking a head count, pretty much. Now, as a reminder, I'll say it again. Last time there was another version of this big, beautiful bill that got passed in the House 5 weeks ago. And the vote split was 215 to 214. 215 to 214. It was a one point difference. And so right now, what do you see? 200 to 212. Seems to me that many of the Republicans are actually not even here at the moment. They're literally not even here. They're still showing up to work, pretty much. So we're gonna put a pause on this. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna continue our coverage of other things that are going on, because we have a lot of other stuff to talk about today, and this is maybe not the most important thing. And we're gonna touch base on this later, because we have some other issues we're gonna talk about. The next thing I wanted to show you guys here was, this is Scott Jennings on CNN last night, completely dismantling the Democrats' entire narrative on Medicaid cuts. President Trump is cutting Medicaid. You guys have seen this before. We all know it's bogus. Take a look at Scott Jennings last night.
If you're a Republican, Congress, if you lie awake at night, unable to sleep, worried that somewhere, someone who's a working person is getting health care, this will be the biggest cut in Medicaid in American history. Medicaid is very popular. By the way, Republicans carried people on Medicaid. They won their votes. And this is what gets me. Smart politicians reward people who vote for them. Great politicians reach out to people who didn't vote for them and bring them in. But stupid politicians punish their voters. This bill is a political suicide note for the Republican Party. Last time they tried this, the Democrats won 41 House seats after Trump's first midterm. They'll exceed that this time. 489 days.
Once again, as we have said, I'm sure Scott Jennings here is going to say this. This bill is not cutting Medicaid for any American that actually deserves it. It's cutting Medicaid from Americans that have refused to go back to work, able-bodied Americans that after COVID have refused to go back to work. And also it's cutting Medicaid from over 1 million, 1.3 million, in fact, illegal aliens are having Medicaid cut.
Do better than 41. This is absolute death knell for the House Republicans. Maybe Senate, too.
I should have started my remarks by thanking you, because it was President Bill Clinton in the 90s that thought of work requirements for Medicaid.
But two-thirds of people on Medicaid already work.
Which is all we're doing here.
They already do it. They already do it. We did it.
If you want to get up and go to work, you're going to get your Medicaid. And if you're an illegal alien, you're not going to get your Medicaid. Everybody else is going to be fine.
14
it's
million
generational
people.
Welfare reform built on your all's ideas. So I thank you. I sincerely
thank you. One third of the people in Kentucky, which I love. I'm a Kentucky colonel. You're a Kentucky citizen, but I'm a colonel in Kentucky.
I'm also a colonel.
I love your Commonwealth. Love it. 1/3 of the people in that Commonwealth are on Medicaid. 54% in Eastern Kentucky. 54%. And they stand in line in the rain to vote for Donald Trump, and he's stabbing them in the back.
I disagree.
It's a fact.
The people
Kaiser Family Foundation.
The people who work, the people who are trying, the people who need it, the people who are taking care of kids and other family members, those people are protected. We're protecting the safety net from those who are gaming the system or shouldn't even be in the country legally at all.
All right, well, let's turn to the ladies on this side of the table. As much as I'm enjoying this bromance you have going.
Okay. There was a post here on Twitter that I saw that is the most true and astute observation about this entire situation. Take a look at this. If the GOP loses midterms in about a year and a half, it will be because of perceived cuts to entitlements, Medicaid, Social Security, whatever. These are entitlements. And this is what the Democrats are campaigning on right now. Already they're pushing the narrative. The evil President Trump, the evil big beautiful bill, they're cutting all these entitlements, Medicaid for hardworking Americans, blah, blah, blah. It's not true, but that's the narrative that they are pushing at least. So if the GOP loses midterms a year and a half from now, it will be because of perceived cuts to Medicaid. Okay? And then the big take from the big brains, Elon Musk, namely, is that we need a brand new political party that focuses entirely on cutting things like Medicaid. He says, I'm sorry, I just don't take any of this in good faith. No one is this dumb. Is he wrong? Is he wrong? Because, by the way, listen, this is just the unfortunate truth. There is really no way to actually cut out huge portions of our federal budget unless you start touching entitlements or you start cutting away defense spending. Okay, both of those things are incredibly unpopular. This is, if you just look at the numbers, this is the case. So if Elon Musk, 4, 5, 10 years from now wants to make a third party, the America Party, he's calling it, he puts together a whole coalition of people, and they are hell-bent, they are dead set on cutting out a huge chunk of our federal budget. What is mathematically the only way to do that? You've got to cut back on defense spending. It's not going to happen, and it's also electorate suicide. Nobody wants that. And then also you have to cut back on entitlements. Guess what? Nobody wants that. And so I'm not sure what the end game is with that. Now, it doesn't seem like a smart political play. Now, there's something else I wanted to talk about with you guys today. I have made in the last week 2 different videos talking about the communist New York City mayoral candidate, Zohran Mamdani, who is a literal communist. Every time I say this, people argue with me. He's not a communist. He's a democratic socialist. Folks, he has called himself a communist. As of 4.5 years ago, he was calling himself a communist. He said it himself. That's what he is. He's a communist as of 4.5 years ago. Okay, so he is. Now, President Trump actually weighed in on this guy, talking about what's going to happen here. Are we going to let a communist run America's most iconic or famous city in the country? Are we going to, I don't know, take a look. Let's see what Trump said.
Mr. President, your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zohran Mamdani, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zohran Mamdani?
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country.
Then we'll have to arrest him. If he is a communist, if he's refusing to work with ICE, we're going to arrest him.
But if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs to run a government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
because that's what we should send him.
Yeah, well, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live here. If they moved to North Carolina, you could count it there. So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more in the city and state governments than we get.
Right, substantially. We're going to be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything, and ideally,
well. Mamdani got his U.S. citizenship 7 years ago. Most certainly, we know for a fact he lied while getting his citizenship. He lied about his support for various terrorist organizations, namely Hamas, and also he lied about his communist affiliation while getting his citizenship. You are not allowed to lie about those things when getting citizenship. And so one of the narratives right now is that he could actually have his citizenship revoked. He could get denaturalized and kicked out of the country to where he came from originally. Where did he come from again? Oh yeah, Uganda. I personally am getting a little bit tired of immigrants coming into our nation and then they dedicate their entire lives trying to destroy our nation. So we have a country, we have a beautiful, warm country that has, a couple years ago, took this guy in, this immigrant from Uganda, which is a third world, violent, brutal, war-torn hellscape. We took him in out of the goodness of our hearts, out of the goodness of our nation. We took in this guy from one of the worst countries on the face of the planet, brutal, deadly, terrible, warlords, violence, whatever. We took him in, and what does he do? What does Mamdani do? He then goes on to dedicate his entire life in this country to destroying this country, to pushing anti-American, anti-white, racist policies. Okay, he's saying he's pushing all of this entire communist. He is a communist. He's pushing a communist agenda. He wants to seize property and have it be owned and operated and maintained by the government. Things like supermarkets. And then when he's asked how is he going to pay for all of this, he says, well, we're just going to increase taxes on white neighborhoods. We're just going to target a bunch of rich white neighborhoods. We're going to increase taxes on them. And that's how we're going to pay for my entire communist agenda. That's from him explicitly. He has said these things explicitly. And so it's like we take some of these people in out of the goodness of our hearts. We extend them a helping hand. And then the first thing they do is try to destroy the country. I'm getting a little bit sick of it.
He's going to turn out to be much less than a communist, but right now he's a communist. That's not a socialist. You know, I've always said we will not have socialism in this country. In the speeches, I said, well, what? They skipped socialism, and you got a lot of them like that. And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. She's out there ranting and raving about how wonderful he is. And look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City. I was there a long time ago, and it was a long time since a Republican won the city. Yeah, but you would think that a Republican would be able to win. Or you have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person. I helped him out a little bit. He had a problem, and he was unfairly hurt over this question.
Yep.
He made a statement to the effect that this is terrible. New York City can't have all these immigrants come in. And like he was indicted the following day. And I said, that was a phony indictment. And it was a phony indictment. That was a Biden indictment. I said, don't feel bad. I got indicted 5 times every time you opened your mouth. That was a bad group. That was a very dangerous group, I will tell you. These were not nice people.
And it's the same people weaponizing the justice system, abusing the federal courts. These very same people will say, oh, Trump is a threat to democracy, etc., threat to democracy. Little bit ironic, right?
That was the only thing they could do. They had no policy. They had no skill. They had no anything. But they were very good at that. They were vicious, vicious, horrible people. Thank you very much.
Now, sometimes when we're having conversations about Mamdani, the communist mayoral candidate in New York, sometimes we talk about California and Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Newsom. Some people, they have this knee-jerk reaction. They say, "Oh, you know what? Just let it happen. You know what? They brought it upon themselves. If they want to have an anti-white, racist Ugandan immigrant mayor who's going to destroy the city, just let them do it. Whatever, it's none of my business. If they want to turn California into a hellhole, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just let them do it." Folks, you're giving them what they want. Okay, here's the idea. This is all part of a very long, longitudinal, premeditated plan, years and years and years in advance. They expect you, they want you, they are counting on you being lazy and rolling over and saying, it's not my problem. Let them do it. Listen, if you give these people an inch, they will take a mile. If you give them California, they're going to take Oregon. They're going to take Washington. They already have. Then once they're done, they're going to move into Idaho. Then they're going to take Utah. If you give these people anything, it's not done. That's just the beginning. If you give them New York, if you give them New York City, they're coming to Vermont. They're coming to here. They're coming. Listen, and you say, listen. Well, I live in a forest shack in the middle of the woods, and it's not my problem. It will be. It will be. And It might take a year, it might take 2 years, might take 5 years, might take 10 years, but it will. It is coming. If you give them anything, it's going to spread. You need to stop it dead in its tracks, figuratively speaking. You have got to stop it at the root, nip it in the bud. You cannot give these people anything. In fact, these communists like Mamdani, you can feel free to look this up on Wikipedia or Google. They have a term for this. It's called the slow march. They know that if they just start running on a communist platform, the Americans are going to reject it wholeheartedly. So they have a 50-year, 100-year plan. We're going to slowly, incrementally introduce our communist and socialist policies, slowly, incrementally, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And before you know it, after 50 years, they're going to wake up and say, whoa, listen, 50 years ago, this was a pretty good country, and now this is a communist country. What happened here? Okay, to these communists like Mamdani, to Mayor Karen Bass, people like that, you are a frog sitting in a pot, and they are slowly cranking up the heat, okay? And you'll notice, the water's getting a little bit warmer. It's getting warmer. It's getting warmer. And before you know it, boom, you're dead. You're boiling. You're floating on the top of the water. You're a dead frog, okay? That is the plan. They are expecting, listen, their entire plan is hinging on the idea that you're going to roll over and bury your head in the sand and say, it's not my problem. Oh, I live in Utah. That's happening in California. That's not my problem. Yet. The imperative word here is yet. It's maybe not your problem yet, but it will be. Might be tomorrow, might be a week or a year, or a month. But listen, you say, well, I live in Texas. Listen, that's happening in New York. Who cares? Let them cook over there in New York. It's nothing, no skin off my back. It's coming. It's coming. You have got to stop it now. And so that's why President Trump speaking about this early, getting ahead of this early, is so important. Good for him. Good for him. And then he also posted a tweet about this little post earlier today. He said, as President of the United States of America, I am not going to let this communist lunatic destroy New York. This is what I voted for. Thank God. Thank God. Okay? Rest assured, I hold all the levers and all of the cards. I will save New York City and make it hot and great again, just like I did just like I did with the good old USA. So President Trump is not going to tolerate this, okay? Now, there are two avenues that President Trump could go down. They're talking about it right now, how to stop this guy, how to stop this terror-supporting anti-white racist communist. What are we going to do about this? Well, there's two ways. First off, they've got two lines of attack here. The first line is they could say, listen, he lied on his naturalization papers when he came to the country, and then he became a citizen 7 years ago. He lied. He said he's not a communist. Guess what? He is. He said he doesn't support any foreign terrorist organizations. Guess what? He has. He has showed sympathy towards Hamas. This is what Congressional Rep. Ogles is trying to push right now. Get him out of here. Remove his citizenship. Beyond that, guess what? We have something passed in 1954, one of my favorite pieces of legislation ever. It's called the Communist Control Act of 1954. The Communist Control Act 1954 is an American law signed by President Eisenhower that outlawed the Communist Party, USA, and criminalized membership in or support for the party or various other communist action organizations. So, folks, I don't know if you know this. It is already on the books for over 50 years now, 70 years. It has been a crime, federal crime, to be a communist in this country, in accordance with the Communist Control Act 1954. So all President Trump has to do is invoke this legislation already exists. He doesn't even have to do anything new or different or crazy. All he has to do is say, listen, Mamdani the communist, Mamdani the Ugandan anti-white racist communist supporting terrorist groups, All we have to do is invoke the Communist Control Act 1954, and he's done. He's gone. He's done. Okay? He's sitting in a federal prison. Okay, so here's the question, though. Should President Trump do this? Should President Trump invoke the Communist Control Act 1954 to shut down Mamdani? Yes or no in the live chat? Me? I am saying yes. I'm going to go ahead and say yes. Now we have an article following up on this coming out of Fox News going over some situations, some details with Mamdani. The Democrats right now are at a crossroads as establishment plans project a 2020 Establishment plans Project 2029. This is a Democrat plan. Project 2029. While Socialist candidate wins New York City mayoral primary. This is Mamdani. Socialist candidate. No, he's not. He's communist. No, he's not socialist. It's a different. By the way, it is a different thing. I'm not defending or one or the other saying one is good or bad, but we need to have the right terms here. He is not a socialist. He is a communist. It is a different thing. Communist candidate Zohran Mamdani's New York City primary was indicated. His win indicated a generational departure from the establishment Democratic Party that coalesced behind former Governor Andrew Cuomo's unsuccessful bid. However, the rank-and-file Democrats who catapulted the party into disarray, losing the White House and Congress in 2024, are already laying post-Trump policy groundwork. Right now, the Democrats right now are saying, okay, Trump is only going to be here for 3.5 years. Yeah, okay, we can't do anything to stop Trump. We can't beat this guy, but he's only here for another 3.5 years. So right now, their plan, they're just holding out. They're waiting. They're just playing the waiting game. Neera Tanden, who served in the White House during the Clinton, Obama, and Biden administrations and has testified to Congress last week about her use of the auto pen during former President Joe Biden's presidency, along with Biden's former National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, are on the advisory board for Project 2029. So they heard about Project 2025 coming out of the Heritage Foundation. They said, oh yeah, you have a project? We're going to make our own project. It's called Project 2029. It's going to be even gayer. It's going to be the gayest thing you've ever seen. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, it just skipped my spot. Here we go. Andrea Charney, a former Democratic speechwriter, state party leader, and co-founder of a liberal policy journal, is organizing Democratic leaders to create a ready-to-implement agenda for the next Democratic presidential nominee, inspired by the conservative Project 2025, which was created by the Heritage Foundation ahead of President Donald Trump's 2024 presidential win. They're making their own project. As a lot of you guys know, if you're a little bit older, you know the Heritage Foundation has been around for a long time, since what, like the 1950s maybe. Anyway, every couple of years they make a new project. They've been doing things like agenda memos like Project 2025. They've been doing that for a long time. The Democrats' marquee legislative framework for their future nominee will be rolled out over the next 2 years in quarterly installments through Charney's publication, Democracy, a Journal of Ideas. The Democrats plan to turn it into a book, just like Project 2025. That's their plan. The details of Project 2029 were first reported by the New York Times and have since been confirmed by Fox News Digital. They're making their plan. Now, I wonder if this plan of theirs is going to incorporate these communist policy points from people like Mamdani. We'll take a look. As the Times revealed, the Democratic Party's political stage setting for years to come and intra-party reckoning is unfolding in real time following Mamdani's primary win last Tuesday. There's a lot of infighting. Okay, you have the old guard, the Democratic old guard. They don't want the Mamdani style of Democratic politics. Okay, they're not happy. So there's a fracture going on right now. And we've all seen their national approval ratings are the lowest they've ever been. They're at 19%. The Democratic Party is looking very bad. But then it's crazy because then you genuinely do have these people like Mamdani, and they genuinely do have support. They are getting support from young Americans. And so, folks, if I had to make a bet here, I would bet that in the next 3, 4, 5, 10 years, the Democratic Party just effectively becomes a communist party. If like that, if I was at Vegas right now and I had to put $1,000 down, where is the Democrat Party 10 years from now? I think they are effectively a modern day communist party. Okay, and I'm looking at indicators like Mamdani, like Ilhan Omar, like AOC. They are popular. I hate to say it, but they have more popularity than some of these old the old guard of the Democratic Party. They're the young, fresh up-and-comers, okay? We got to see what happens. I think that is the way this party is evolving. Now, both progressively... Oh, hold on, I skipped a paragraph here. Mamdani's primary win ignited a progressive buzz reminiscent of squad leader Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, her 2018 Democratic primary upset, an excitement that has been on full display during 83-year-old Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders fighting the oligarchy tour this year. Now, the funny thing about this, I made a video about this at one point, is that the Kamala Harris campaign recently, just in the last couple months, eight months ago, Kamala Harris campaign had 2 times as many billionaire donors, billionaire supporters, billionaire backers as the Donald Trump campaign had. 2024, you compare 20, and by the way, President Trump's campaign was 18 months long. Kamala Harris' campaign was 2.5 or 3 months long. Still, she had 2 times more billionaire backers than President Trump had. Think about, so they're out here fighting, oh, the Democrats, we're fighting the oligarchy. Really? Are you really now? Really? All right. Both progressive leaders and self-described democratic socialists have endorsed Mamdani ahead of last Tuesday's primary in New York City. Leading up to Election Day, Ocasio-Cortez's fellow squad members, including Reps Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, who both should be deported out of this country immediately, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, also came out in support of the Mamdani movement. Mamdani also should be deported, in my humble opinion. His win shattered expectations and forced Cuomo, who resigned from his governorship in 2021 amid multiple scandals, to concede soon after the polls closed. Yeah, Cuomo dropped out. Mamdani was victorious. New Yorkers chose Mamdani. And the DNC is imploding. The DNC a couple months ago kicked out their vice chair, David Hogg, who's 25 years old. They claimed he was asleep at the wheel. Really, they kicked him out because he was a young man. You know, they hate young men. And so that's that. Folks, real quick, I want to double back here. This, I'm checking in on this House vote. I'm checking for live updates. Give me one moment here. Maybe the House is voting soon on this actual bill. A lot of these Republicans have still neglected to actually show up to work today. We don't have any updates for the last... Okay, House Speaker Johnson, as of 9 minutes ago, he said, quote, "We can't make everyone 100% happy." Well, I mean, that's hey, what is that? That's called politics. Has there ever been any political policy, any bill, anything, any executive order, anything ever in the realm of politics that has, in fact, made everyone in the entire country happy? No, of course not. So yeah, obviously, you're not going to make everybody happy. We need 217. Well, keep in mind, this was, I'll say it again, this was about 5 weeks ago. A different version of the Big Beautiful Bill was passed with 215 votes. It was 215 to 214. So maybe they could work with something like that as well. Squeaks, by the way, with the super chat, he says, Democrats are disguised communists. The communists hide in the party like how they say men are women. The Dems are already communists. It has begun. To be fair to the Democrats, and I'm not really sure why I'm even doing this, but you know, I try to be a fair guy. Not every Democrat is a communist. A lot of them are. Some of them are, but most certainly not every single Democrat is a communist. But a lot of them are. Maybe there are some decent, reasonable, you know, like I'm capable of disagreeing with someone politically and also not thinking that they're just, it's like I can maybe try to understand where they're coming from a little bit. It's getting harder these days with the Democrats. It's getting very, very challenging to understand where the Democrats are coming from these days. Just because they are, to your credit, they are so insane. They are so unhinged. They are so radically far left. They are insane. They're just frankly anti-American. In fact, if the Democrats at this point, to your credit once again, if the Democrats were left to their own devices, if they had 100% control of the country, within 24 hours, we would not even have a country. We would not have a country. The country would be gone. It'd be done, right? So they have gotten pretty unhinged. Most certainly, people like Mamdani, though, they are definitely communists. There's no doubt about it, which is illegal. And maybe President Trump is going to do something about this, folks. We're going to talk about Alligator Alcatraz. Yesterday, President Trump took a trip down to Alligator Alcatraz, and he said this to Fox News. He said, I want you to take a look at this. Trump on if a migrant escapes, they'll just get eaten by the wildlife. I guess that's the concept. So, according to Trump, what is the concept of Alligator Alcatraz? well, if they escape, they're just going to get eaten by an alligator. Obviously, duh. And so this right here has the Democrats absolutely losing their minds. They are, you can't just do this. You can't treat people like this. You can't, it's a concentration camp. It's an alligator. It's a crocodile concentration camp. You can't treat people like this. Listen, get out of the country. Listen, hey, you have invaded the country illegally. It's time for you to get out. You got to get the hell out of the country. We have Secretary of why am I blanking? Hold up. Secretary of who? Homeland Security. Kristi Noem chimes in. Take a look at what she had to say.
These are deranged individuals that other countries released out of their prisons, out of their mental institutions, and sent them to America to roam on our streets and perpetuate violence against our citizens. Yep. President Trump is just trying to follow through on what he promised the American people, and that's to get the worst of this worst out of this country so that they can raise their children in safety and apply the law equally to everyone, bring justice back to America, secure our border, but also get these dangerous criminals out. And I'm just so proud of him. This facility down in Florida is what I think should be the model for every single state. Go out there and help us partner to provide an opportunity to detain these individuals, to process them under due process, and get them out of our country as fast as possible. These kind of partnerships can happen everywhere. We just need governors and leaders to step up and do their jobs.
And so this is something I want to talk about here. President Trump is not done with Alligator Alcatraz. Okay, this is just the beginning. If the Democrats think this is bad, President Trump is putting together, his administration, Department of Homeland Security, they are putting together a formula, a program on how to re-implement this across the entire nation. So you might have something like this down in Texas. You might have something like this over in Idaho. All across the country, the Trump admin is looking to build more facilities just like Alcatraz. Now, we do have a problem here, though, is that, you know, for example, up here in the Pacific Northwest, where I live, we don't have alligators. So what are we going to do? We have grizzly bears. So you thought Alligator Alcatraz was bad? Folks, let me introduce you to Grizzly Bear Guantanamo. We're going to have grizzly bears. We're going to deputize a bunch of grizzly bears, and they will be wandering the perimeter. We're going to have a big perimeter, and there will be deputized ICE agent grizzly bears devouring illegal aliens if they try to escape. And that's how we're going to do it up here. You thought alligators are bad. What about grizzly bears? That's how we're going to do it up here. Now, we also have the Deputy Assistant of the Department of Homeland Secretary, Micah Bach, who weighs in on this. Take a look.
Yeah, it's an incredibly important part and facet of this administration's approach to remove illegal criminal aliens from our country, is this Alligator Alcatraz facility. And what I think is important to note is this represents a fundamental shift from how the previous administration dealt with criminal illegal aliens.
Look at this thing. They built this thing in 5 days, by the way. 5 days. This entire facility was built in 5 days. And so this is what I would say. If you are an illegal alien and you're looking at this Alligator Alcatraz thing and you don't want to go here, you don't want to, I can't blame you. I don't want to be there. This place looks brutal. What should you do? Leave the country. Get the hell out. Listen, President Trump tried to do this the nice way, and now he's doing it the mean way. President Trump actually, you remember a couple months ago, they reprogrammed Biden's CBP app. Said, hey, listen, use the app. You can self-deport. And in fact, we're going to pay you $1,000 in cash and a free plane ride to get out of the country. President Trump has spent months trying to pay these people to leave. He was giving them cash stipends to leave. He gave them a legal outlet to leave. And he said also, maybe if you leave, then maybe you can come back in someday. Maybe, who knows? Okay, we're not going to, no harm, no foul. President Trump tried the nice way. They're still here. Guess what? Now we're doing it the alligator way. Now you're going to have your arm eaten off by an alligator. We tried it the nice way.
If you recall, up in New York City, under the FEMA Shelter and Services Program, President Biden was providing hotel rooms and care for criminal illegal aliens, including the murderer who committed the murder of Laken Riley. He was providing them with hotel key cards, whereas under this administration, under Secretary Noem's leadership, we're keeping these criminals under lock and key. Yeah, it's an incredibly important.
Under lock and key. And the alligators are keeping guard. Now, Stephen Miller chimes in on this about this is the plan. What are we doing going forward?
want to go to every Republican state. Now, of course, in a sane country, Democrats would do it too, but they love the illegals. They hate the Americans. We want every governor of a red state, and if you're watching tonight, pick up the phone, call DHS, work with us to build facilities in your state so that we can get the illegals out, we can get the criminals out. And also, very importantly, Laura, we need Congress to pass the big, beautiful bill which contains the funding that ICE desperately needs to carry out the mass deportation agenda.
Now, we reach out to other states, Stephen, and a lot of them are open to helping. Alaska told us that we don't have alligators, but we have lots of bears.
That's what I'm saying. You see? That is what I'm talking about. It's grizzly bear Gitmo. That's what I'm talking about.
However, they aren't aware of any plans for an Alaska version of bear. I said bear Alcatraz. So, Stephen, there's good news there.
Okay, so like I said, this is part of the plan of the Trump administration right now, is to get every single red state to build what is effectively a duplicate of Alligator Alcatraz. Now, folks, how many red states do we have? I think off the top of my head, maybe I'm wrong. I want to say we have 34 Republican governors across the nation. Depends on how you define red state. I think we have 34 Republican governors. Guys, we could have well over half of this country with their own unique copies of Alligator Alcatraz soon. This could be underway. Because keep in mind, it only took Florida 5 days to build this. It took Florida 5 days to build this thing. Couldn't have been that much money. I don't know. They put a tarp up. They got these chain link fences. You know, it's not that much. Let's be real. And so, hey, we might be seeing these things pop up all across the country. And you know what? Thank good. Now, I want you to take a look at what the fine folks over at MSDNC are saying about this. Take a look.
This is from Playbook. They call it setting the trap. They're calling it a classic dividing line political issue where a party pushes its position on a core issue, immigration, further and further toward one extreme in order to force its opponent to take a stance. Democrats have been avoiding talking about immigration all summer, but get ready for sky-high levels of outrage if this Alligator Alcatraz facility is as unpleasant as it is feared. Is this the Republican Party laying a trap for Democrats so that they can paint them as the open border party? This is from Playbook.
Hear that at the very end. Pay attention. I'm going to replay this for you folks.
The Republican Party laying a trap for Democrats so that they can paint them as the open border party?
Is Alligator Alcatraz an elaborate plan or a trap coming from the Republicans in order to paint the Democrats as the open border party? You did that yourselves. The Democrats quite literally, they are the open border policy. How do we know that? Because they opened the borders. They allowed over 5 million people to enter the country every single year for 4 years straight, 21 million in total. They deported almost nobody, effectively nobody. They are the open border policy. In fact, like, guys, okay, I'm going to tell you something crazy. You're not going to believe it unless you kind of live in the same neck of the woods that I do. I live up here in the Pacific Northwest. I'm surrounded by liberals. I'm surrounded by radical progressives everywhere I go. Everybody in my life. I've got family members. I've got friends. I've got people in town. Everybody up here is a radical progressive. On the ground, what are these people saying? They don't even believe in borders. They don't want a border. They don't think America should have a border. What these, just like normal I've got family members, what these normal everyday radical progressives think is that everybody in the entire world should be able to come inside the country. Now, folks, is this the official, are we doing the real vote here? What's going on here? We're voting again on something here. I'm checking in on the bill. We're doing another vote. Everybody pay attention. Wake up now, folks. Okay. I want to see if this actually is it, or if this is another type of, preliminary vote, or what is going on here. As of 10 minutes ago, The House begins a, quote, voting series with final vote on the rule governing Trump's agenda bill. The House is now voting in a series that will end with the high-stakes vote on the rule. The first two votes are procedural votes. The third vote is the one to watch. That final vote is on the rule governing President Trump's agenda bill. This process could take time to play out given the GOP leaders are still scrambling to shore up support for the rule vote. So this is yet another preliminary vote, and maybe there will be even another preliminary vote after this, maybe? Or maybe that was the one we had before. So this might be the second one, and then there will be a final vote. Well, we're gonna pay attention here to this for a minute, and I'm gonna look around for some updates. I'm scoping this out. Yeah, listen, they need to have the vote on whether or not they should have the vote on whether or not they should actually have the vote. Does that make sense? Ladies and gentlemen, your tax dollars at work. Breaking news. Congressman Thomas Massie says he has enough votes to block President Trump's big, beautiful bill in the House. Now, that's 40 minutes ago. As of 40 minutes ago, Congressman Thomas Massie says he's got the votes to shut this thing down. Time will tell. We'll see if this is true or not. Time will tell. Give this some time. You know that Elon Musk has been pretty unhappy about this bill. I would bet my ass, figuratively, that Elon Musk has been making some calls. What do you want to bet? I would bet Elon Musk for the last 24 hours has been getting a hold of Congress people and saying, "Hey, listen, this is what Elon Musk. This is the narrative of Elon Musk. Elon Musk is not happy with the bill. He doesn't like President Trump anymore. Elon Musk is saying, hey, listen, Republicans in Congress, Trump is gone in 3.5 years. Me, I'm the richest man in the world. I'm going to be alive another 30, 35, 40, maybe 50 years. Okay? You're going to have to deal with me. I'm Elon Musk. I'm the most important person. I'm the billionaire, super billionaire. Listen, Trump is gone in 3.5 years, then he's done. I'm Elon Musk. You better listen to me. I guarantee you that's what he's saying. Those are the calls being made right now. And you know he's been making those calls. 200 to 205 here. Now, folks, this is not the final vote, though. This is not the final vote. This is the vote before the final vote. And I'm looking for updates here. Okay, so like I said, folks, this voting here that's going on today was not originally planned. It kind of came out of the blue here. And so what happened was a lot of House reps actually decided to go home. They thought they were done. They got the weekend off or the week off, whatever, taking a little break. A lot of them actually flew back over to their home states. A lot of them don't live in D.C., of course. And so because this vote is going on, a lot of them here actually had to fly back to D.C. to show up for the vote, which has been one of the big problems here. One such Republican that had to come back into town was Nancy Mace. Nancy Mace, I guess, had to fly back to D.C. and she wore her pajamas. She said, "Oh, I'm in such a hurry. Oh, I've got to get back to D.C. immediately." And she has worn her pajamas. And she brought her dog with her to come vote for the bill. Okay. Excellent, Nancy Mace. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy Mace. Between you and me, I think she could have taken 35 seconds to put on a pair of clothes. That's my personal opinion. But, you know, she's doing her. She's the congresswoman, not me. Me, I am not a congresswoman. I'll never be a congresswoman. Not even if I tried. Well, I could become a Democrat. I could become a Democratic congresswoman. They would take me. Okay. I'm looking for updates here. I'm scanning around here. The votes are coming in. As a reminder, 5 weeks ago, the Republicans actually passed an earlier version of this bill, a slightly different version, and they passed it with a 1-vote margin. It was 215 to 214. 215 to 114. So if this bill does pass today, or if it doesn't pass today, it's going to be on a razor's edge, very thin margin. This is a controversial bill. There are some Republicans that don't like this. All the Democrats, of course. I mean, you can see there's not a single Democrat voting for this bill right here in the middle. Democrat, yay? Huh, nothing. Nothing. And by the way, thank you all very much for tuning in today. I appreciate it, folks. If you are new to the broadcast, do me a favor and make sure to subscribe to the channel. It helps a lot. And if you could also like today's broadcast, that helps also. While we kind of are waiting here for these votes to come in, I have some breaking news in my personal life. Tomorrow, my wife and my 2 kids, I've got a 4-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old son, we are going to go get a German Shepherd puppy. An 8-week-old German Shepherd puppy. We're going to be adopting a puppy. We have a new member of the family as of tomorrow evening. We're going to have this puppy in the house. And so we're all very excited. So I'm going to take kind of a half day off. We have to drive a couple hours to go pick up this dog. Very exciting. Me, I'm excited. I'm very excited. Tomorrow. Is this the actual vote? No, this is the final, I believe this is the final preliminary vote. Hi, Sinmakis. Hey, dude. This is the final preliminary vote, is what I'm reading. This is kind of a convoluted process. You know, let me actually give you guys a good breakdown here. I see some people asking, why exactly does the House do preliminary votes before having the real vote? The U.S. House of Representatives doesn't typically hold preliminary votes as a formal step before a real vote in the way the question might suggest. However, there are procedures like procedural or test votes, debates, or motions that can occur before a final vote or a bill or resolution that's happening today, which might be perceived as preliminary. Okay, so these steps serve specific purposes in the legislative process, and here's why they happen. So right now, guys, this is a procedural vote, is what this is called. Before a final vote, the House often... I'm behind, am I? No, this is live. Sorry. Okay, no, we're live. Anyway, apologize. Okay, so anyway, before a final vote, the House often considers procedural motions such as a vote on the rule for debating a bill. The rule, set by the Rules Committee, determines how long debate will last, which amendments can be offered, and other conditions. Voting on the rule tests whether there's enough support to structure the debate and move toward the final vote. For example, a motion to proceed or a motion to commit might gauge the chamber's sentiment. Okay, so... Oh, look at this 210 to 212 here. 210 to 212. So this is kind of gauging support, but also it's kind of setting some conditions for what is even, what kind of changes can be made. How long are they debating over this? And we've already seen a lot of debates so far. They could be potentially stalling. This could be a strategic move from the Republicans to intentionally stall out before today's vote. Why? Because like we said, some of the Republicans have yet to show up. Maybe all of them are there now. I'm not sure about all 200 and something of them, but at least as of a couple hours ago, some of the Republicans were yet to actually show up today. Guys, we have a kind of unrelated breaking news update I want to share with you guys right now. A federal judge has just ruled that President Trump's southern border crackdown is illegal and must be halted per Politico. This is insane. Activist judges are now trying to force President Trump to reinstate the invasion. So, I'm not positive on this case specifically, but it is very likely that the Supreme Court's ruling from about a week ago might have just already preemptively shut this down. This ruling from some random federal judge, this might be already bogus in accordance with the Supreme Court ruling from about a week ago. Now, anyway, they're still trying. They're saying, Mr. President, hey, you need to reopen the border. You need to keep on letting in illegal aliens. We'll see if this one sticks. I would bet probably not, so maybe we don't need to worry about this one yet. Listen, guys, you know, I'm going to sound like a radical here. I know I'm going to sound a little bit crazy. Just ignore them, President Trump. You're having these radically progressive federal judges operate far outside of their bounds. They're overstepping their judicial bounds. President Trump, just ignore these judges. I don't care. Listen, the fate of the nation is at stake. Just so this judge here, President Trump, you need to reopen the border. You need to allow in another couple million illegal. Just ignore them. Hey, who cares? They can yap all they want. What are they going to do? In fact, my favorite president of all time, Andrew Jackson is his name. Best president ever. There was a this is back in the 1840s. Supreme Court ruling came through, and President Jackson didn't like it. In fact, it was frankly an anti-American Supreme Court ruling. And you know what President Jackson said? President Jackson said, all right, hey, if the Supreme Court thinks that this thing should be done, then let them enforce it. All right, hey, you issued your ruling, Supreme Court. Enforce it. And then they didn't, and nothing happened. So, so this has happened. Ah, Andrew Jackson, what a president. What a president. Anyway, and also, hey, you might notice, whose presidential portrait does Trump have over his shoulder at this moment, right behind the Resolute desk? Can I show you something here? Ladies and gentlemen, who is President Trump's favorite president? Who's that guy right there? You know who that is? It's Andrew Jackson. President Trump's favorite president is Andrew Jackson. One of the greatest presidents of all time. Andrew Jackson. We love him. Love that guy. So, folks, take a look real quick. Who is this? 211 to 212. 211 to 212. 211 to 212. And once again, this is another round of preliminary voting here. And this is kind of gauging, where is the floor at here? We need gator bears. Yeah, we need to develop some type of alligator grizzly bear hybrid in order to police our border. Hey, Grok, generate an image of an alligator grizzly bear hybrid. You want to talk about gain of function research? Let's have some gain of function research to develop an alligator grizzly bear. Okay, listen, Fauci, listen, you can come back under one condition. You're going to oversee the development of a grizzly bear alligator hybrid that we're going to use to patrol our southern border. And if you do that, then we will grant you a pardon. That's the only way. That's the good type of gain of function research. Now, folks, I have successfully generated some images here. This is just scary. So maybe this is what we need. This is what we need to make this country. Okay, this is a little bit off. That's a little bit off-putting there. Maybe that is not what we need. Hey, who knows? Maybe. Maybe someday. Some type of chimera monster beast. Yeah, exactly. The grizzly gator. Okay, so folks, right now, this is a preliminary vote. It is serving a multitude of purposes right now. The real vote for this is happening soonish. Soonish is, I guess, the best answer I can give you. Now, I'll be honest, I was actually thinking that today was only going to be a maybe a 2-hour live broadcast. I'm thinking maybe I should just stay live with you guys all day until this vote is done. If that takes 2-3 hours, I don't think it will, but if it does, you know what? Then it is what it is. I do have a video I need to get done today, but that can wait. That can wait a couple hours. That's fine. So, folks, here's what I'm going to say. Buckle in, take a seat, and we're just going to do live coverage of this vote all day, however long this takes. And there is Lenny Jones. A little help for the new pup. Lenny, hey, I want to say thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I went to the pet store yesterday and I bought a crate and a bunch of toys, and I got a collar and a leash and everything. You know, I had a German Shepherd for just about 10 years. She was almost 10 and she passed away about a week ago now. A little bit over a week ago. And so now we're gonna have a puppy. This dog of mine that passed away, her name was Laika. She I also had her since she was a puppy, 8 weeks old. And so we're getting a family puppy here. Hey Lenny, thank you very much. In fact, Lenny, can I show you guys something here? Something showed up in the mail the other day. Let me grab this real quick. I'll show you something here. I don't know if you guys can see this on the camera, but this is a, I got a big, whoops, a big picture collage of a bunch of nice photos of my old dog. So we'll hang this up somewhere in the house. You can kind of see that a little bit. Maybe I'll post a picture of this on Twitter or something later today, but there she is. Anyway, that's enough. That's enough sad stories. We're gonna puppy tomorrow, and right now we're maybe passing this this big beautiful bill. Maybe. However, that is not what this vote is. This is the preliminary vote, which is doing multiple things. Really, most interestingly to us, this is kind of gauging interest. Or not gauging it, but gauging how many votes we actually have right now to pass this thing. Probably we are going to need another 4 votes to push this bill through. As a reminder, 5 weeks ago, the House Republicans passed a different version of this bill because some changes have been made. And they passed that previous version of the bill in a 215 to 214 split. 215, 214 barely passed 1 point margin. So if we can, base what's going on today off of what happened 5 weeks ago, we're going to need another 4 votes to get us up to 215. And that's assuming that we didn't lose anyone. We might have lost someone. Might have gained someone. Probably didn't gain someone. Probably didn't gain anybody. But anyway, this is the preliminary here. I thought this was done right. Okay, so this bill is kind of halfway done. What I mean by that is it passed in the Senate yesterday? 2 days ago? No, yesterday. Yesterday. Maybe 2 days ago, whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the bill passed in the Senate a couple days ago. And so now it's got to go back to the House. For maybe some people that don't know how this works. So the House, 5 weeks ago, like I was saying, passed a different version of this bill 5 weeks ago. They kicked it over to the Senate. The Senate made a couple changes. But because they made those changes, it's got to get passed back to the House. That's where we're at now. That's true. The Republicans do have two. I'm losing my brain. The Republicans right now have 9 no votes yet. So 9 Republicans are still yet to vote. Probably is what this is here. And all we need is 4. And well, it's hard to even say that because we might have lost somebody. It's yet to be decided. Now, you know what I want to do? I want to take a look at Truth Social. Maybe President Trump is posting about this here. We have any updates from Mr. President Trump? Congressman Jason Smith sent a message to President Trump. He's on the floor out here right now. He said, President Trump, we are going to get the one big beautiful bill passed and on your desk. This will be for the people who don't have lobbyists in this town. The farmers, the welders, the waitresses, the nurses, pulling double shifts, working overtime, the truck drivers, hauling goods across the country, the folks who work hard, who play by the rules, and ask for nothing more than a fair shot and a government that works for them, not against them. The one big beautiful bill is their bill. It's about restoring sanity in a town that has lost its sanity, Washington, D.C. It cuts the waste. It reins in the reckless spending. It demands that if you're able to work, you should work. It delivers the largest tax cut in history. And it stops asking working families to foot the bill for Washington's bad decisions. Thanks to your vision, Mr. President Trump, leadership and determination, you are my favorite president. Let's get this done. I see the question in the live chat. Did I see the Vietnam deal? I read the headline. Trump has got to deal with Vietnam, but I don't know the details. I don't know if the details have been publicly released yet. I'm not sure. I'll look at that here in a minute. I'm going to let this play here for one moment, folks, and I will be just right back real quick, folks. We're going to continue our live coverage all day until... Listen, okay, everybody put your pinky up. I'll make a pinky promise right now. I will continue this live broadcast until this bill is passed. Well, what if it doesn't pass? What if it fails? I will continue this live broadcast today until we know for a fact what is going on with this bill, pass or fail. I think it will pass, but I will be here as long as it takes. However, I will be right back in just less than a minute. All right. So folks, I think we are stalled out here at 211, 212. By the way, once again, This is not the final vote. This is not the final vote. We have not had the final vote. This is a procedural vote before the final vote takes place. Now, I believe the next vote is the final vote. I'm almost certain the next one is, because this is the second procedural vote we have had this morning. We had one about an hour ago. Now another one is happening at this exact moment. I'm almost positive the next one is. The real final vote. Is the bill gonna pass? The question everybody here wants an answer to. Is the bill gonna pass? And I think this bill has got to pass. Now, folks, we have breaking news. Allegedly, there's been a change made to the bill. It says that every single young male gamer can get free Medicaid and their living expenses covered. So, hey, if you are a young man and you just want to stay home and play video games all day, you actually are now eligible for free Medicaid. And no, I'm kidding. That would be funny. The gamer bros are rising up. I don't know. We can talk about that. Do you think that we need federally funded subsidized video gamers? Maybe. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You know, by the way, over in Europe, they pretty much have that. In countries like Sweden, Denmark specifically, they have very, very generous social safety nets. And I have met in all of my years playing games on the internet, I have met a lot of these gamer Europeans. They're just kind of young men that drop out of society, and they say, well, I just don't really want to work. They say, oh, I don't want to work. I'm a Swede. I'm a Swedish. I'm a young Swedish man, and I just don't want to work. So I'm going to play video games. In their crazy Swedish accent, and they do this, and it's a thing. I've met dozens of these people. I'm not kidding you, dozens of them. I've met them personally. I know them. In fact, I've got a couple I could call up right now if you don't believe me. They're over there. I don't want to work. Gamer lives matter. Yeah, that's what they say. Once again, this is a preliminary vote. Preliminary vote. And I'm checking around here. I have a kind of unrelated piece of breaking news here I want to share with you guys. 20 Democrat-run states are suing. 20 states are suing the Trump administration for giving Medicaid data to the DHS to ensure illegal aliens are not receiving taxpayer-funded health care. Folks, can you imagine being a Democrat in the year 2025? Like, you know, I can understand you're a Democrat the year's 1990. Okay, 1995. Okay, okay, you know, I'm not saying I would be, but I'm saying at least they weren't this freaking nuts. These days, what do the Democrats spend their time doing? Not just allowing millions, tens of millions of illegal aliens into the country, but they also are now fighting tooth and nail to give these people, these illegal invaders, taxpayer-funded, not just Medicaid, but also Social Security. They're saying, hey, listen, if you're a 65-year-old illegal alien that gets in the country somehow, you should receive Social Security payments. Paid for by who? Paid for by American citizens. And I'm sorry, I'm going to be rude here. My wife has made me breakfast, so I'm going to eat my breakfast a little bit here. But you know what? While we're doing that, there's an interview here that I wanted to play for you guys. This is Sean Hannity talking to Governor Ron DeSantis. How about I play this here for a minute? Talking about Alligator Alcatraz. Right now, we're at a standstill here, and this is not even the final vote. Alligator Alcatraz. Ron DeSantis, take a look.
He is the governor of my great free state of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis. All right, Governor, buckle up. This is going to be great for Florida.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sean, this guy makes de Blasio look like Ronald Reagan. And I remember when de Blasio was mayor, particularly during COVID, it sparked an absolute flow out of New York City, and yes, many into Florida, and eventually including even yourself. But, you know, we've absorbed a lot of people over the years. I think this guy's policies, soup to nuts, are probably the most radical left that I've ever seen of a major party candidate in a big jurisdiction. And yes, it's the crazy economics, saying they're going to tax white neighborhoods more. But he also wants to abolish the NYPD. He doesn't want to send law enforcement to dangerous areas. He wants to send social workers. This is something above and beyond the destruction that New York City's already seen. But I'm telling you, I think I'm going to have to charge an entry tax or something because of this guy, because I don't know if we're going to be able to absorb everyone that's going to flee his poor rule if he gets in.
I have to say, listen, folks, if you had to identify one city, one town on the face of the planet that most represented the term capitalism, I think we'd all say it's New York. New York is probably the single most capitalistic city. You got Wall Street. It's the global center for all economic activity. You guys know what I'm saying. What do you think is going to happen if the most capitalistic city in the world, in the entire world, is run by a communist? What's going to happen? These people are fleeing. Wall Street, they're going to pack up their bags. They're going to Florida or somewhere else, right? They are booking it.
He swears that if companies or corporations move out of New York and they move down to the free state of Florida, that he's going to follow them. If they do any business in New York, he's going to claim that they're a New York company. Can Florida defend itself from that?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's not going to fly. And I can tell you, just anecdotally, I've spoken privately with some business leaders that when he got the nomination, they are preparing to move more of their assets out of New York City if he eventually gets elected mayor. So that will happen, and I think he's not going to be able to be successful in pulling one of those stunts.
Okay, but Wall Street South is already real. We both know that. Every major Wall Street firm, they have offices, especially in South Florida. And that means every private equity group, that means every investor group, that means every big bank. They're already in the free state of Florida. So for them, it's a matter of just pulling up stakes and completely moving to Florida. At that point, there will be no legal hold from New York City as far as I'm concerned. Your reaction, and if they do try to go after them, can Florida protect them?
Yeah, well, I think you're right. I mean, New York during Giuliani and those years was really a golden age for the city. And so a lot of those firms were kind of resistant to really embrace Florida. Then I think as the de Blasio years and the COVID insanity and all that really kind of was the limit. And a lot of them decided, hey, we need a big foothold in Florida. So they're at a much lower threshold to make those types of decisions now, given what's already happened. But yeah, we will do whatever we can to defend people against a communist mayor out of state. Of course we'll do that. We're not going to let him come in and spew his leftism in the free state of Florida.
All right, tell us about Alligator Alcatraz.
Ooh.
Well,
I say this all the time, but man, if our founding fathers could see the current state of the country, they would be spinning at light speed in their graves. They would not believe the degree to which we have allowed this country to deteriorate and frankly just become overtaken, overrun with invaders, third world, illegal aliens, communists, anti-American, anti-white, racist, haters, stuff like that. It's nuts.
The most secure illegal alien detainee processing and deportation center in the country. We've been working with President Trump's administration on illegal immigration from the time he got sworn in. We proposed to do this, but they approved it and said, okay, guys, get going, do this at this airport in the middle of the Florida Everglades. And we did it in about a week. Got a state-of-the-art facility built. Can hold thousands of detainees. President Trump said he's going to approve us using our National Guard judge advocates to serve as immigration judges. So literally, you'll have an illegal. You'll be able to have them have whatever due process right there at Alligator Alcatraz. And then guess what? 1,000 feet away, there's a massive runway where DHS can then fly them back to their home country. So I think we're also going to do another one in northeastern Florida at our National Guard.
I love that he said that, because the talking point from the progressive left for months now has been due process, due process, due process. All these illegal aliens need to have due process. He says, okay, we're going to give them due process. Don't worry about that. But we're going to give them due process with a bunch of alligators.
Training center in Camp Blanding. But Sean, the thing is the president was very thankful. Secretary Noem was very thankful. And we're happy to do it. But all the red states, at a minimum, need to step up and do this. If all red states are doing what Florida's doing, even if it's at a smaller scale, because they may be smaller, you're going to see massive numbers for the deportations. And Biden let in how many millions of people? We need these types of solutions if we want to get the job done.
Oh, I can't believe you built that in like a week or 2 weeks. Unbelievable. I mean, it actually looks like a great, place. If you got to be in jail, might as well be in Florida. The weather's definitely better.
Down in the Everglades. Now, folks, checking back in on the House vote here. Like we said, total standstill. It's a preliminary vote. At some point soon-ish, we are going to have the real vote. I'm going to check real quick and see if we have any breaking updates regarding this vote. Oh, we have a breaking news tidbit here as of a minute ago. Representative Bacon says he is a yes on the Senate bill, even though he concedes it opens GOP up to attacks on Medicaid. So they flipped him. Folks, we got a flip here. I'm almost positive. Republican Nebraska Rep Don Bacon, who recently announced he will not seek re-election, told CNN he will vote to support the Senate's version of Donald Trump's domestic policy bill, even though he conceded that it cuts Medicaid. It's going to hurt the Republicans, he says. Well, actually, hold up. Is this a flip or is it not? I'm not sure if he voted for this the last time. It doesn't actually say here. Give me 1 minute. I want to get to the bottom of this, folks. Okay. The Gaming Murph, real quick. Let me do super chats here first. Gaming Murph, thank you very much for the super chat here. I think some of the founding fathers would love America today. The Hound Dog Benjamin Franklin would love Tinder. And John Adams would take his black side chicks out to parties in public. Yeah, hey, maybe. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat. Bernard Brower says, what are your thoughts on the selling of federal land? I know it's removed from the BBB, but still. So you're right. Okay, so that was a provision in the BBB that a lot of people hated. It was cut. And I did some research into this. I want to show you something here. Federal land owned by federal land map. Yeah, this will do here. So, to the best of my understanding, the provision before it was ripped out of the BBB, it was selling 0.2% of federal land. This is a map. Sorry, that's very bright. This is a map of all of the federally owned land in the nation. And the provision in the BBB was planning on selling off 0.2. So a fifth of 1% is how much land was going to be sold. Furthermore, as I understand it, and I live up here in the Pacific Northwest area, so I've seen this firsthand in my real life. A lot of federally owned land, it's not beautiful, amazing, productive land. It's not beautiful forest, wildlife, habitat. It's not, a lot of it is, but the land that was targeted in this bill was actually like scab land on the side of the road. It was, stuff between like bits of land between the overpass or whatever, stuff like that. It's stuff that is just like doing literally nothing, and it's also not the greatest land in the first place. That's my understanding of it. So, to be honest, even though this was cut, okay, that's great. A lot of people didn't like this, okay. From what I understand, this small amount of federal land that was going to be sold off was kind of like not that great anyway, and it would have been turned into housing projects and stuff like that. Now, let's talk about the reason why it was cut. I think the reason why it was cut was for a good reason. The reason why this provision was cut from the bill is because there was no promise that the land wouldn't be immediately bought up by BlackRock or China or other multinational investment holding firms. That's why it was cut. Okay, if you want to talk about selling some of this federal land to American citizens, to American families, okay, we can talk about that. But this bill, or this provision in the bill, it offered no assurances that China or BlackRock or Vanguard wasn't going to buy this up immediately, and frankly they probably would have. So for that reason, I say cut it out. If you want to sell federal land, let's make sure that it's actually being sold to Americans. So that's kind of my take on that. But listen, I live up here in this neck of the woods. There is a lot of federal land that is just doing nothing. It's collecting dust. It's not beautiful wildlife habitat. It's not beautiful mountainous forests. It's not beautiful rivers or creeks. It's just like on the side of the road, dead, doing nothing. So that stuff, maybe that stuff could be used better. Could be. And it seems like this here is at an impasse at the moment. They slipped a bomb on the bill. Part of the bill is to change taxes on gambling, and it will majorly hurt casinos. This will likely turn some Republicans to vote no. Well, let me look into that here. Let me see here. I think a lot of these are really good conversations to have while we're kind of sitting here waiting to see what happens. I think so. Stupid logic, Matt. That just gives them a foothold. Maybe you misunderstood what I said. I said they should not sell this given that there was no assurance it would not be sold to CCP or Vanguard or BlackRock. I said if for me, this is my opinion, if you want to start selling federal land, you should make sure that it's actually being sold to American citizens, and that the land also is maybe not the highest quality. That it's like this kind of scab land on the side of the highway. That's my opinion. To be very clear, I don't want federal land being sold to Vanguard, BlackRock, any other multinational holdings firms, or the CCP, or any other country. In fact, I'll take it a step further. This is my opinion. If you are not a U.S. citizen, I do not think you should be able to own land in this country. You call me a right-wing radical, I don't care what you call me. If you're not a U.S. citizen, you should not be able to own land in America. That's my opinion. So all this CCP-owned farmland across the country, all these multinational holdings firms, listen, you got to have an American sign the deed. You got to have an American do it. You're not American, Mr. Xi Jinping, no land for you. No American land for you, that is. They don't let us do it, by the way. I can't buy land in China. They won't let me do it. I'm not Chinese. Makes sense to me. Renderer, hey, I think you are right. Thank you. Okay, new provision in the big, beautiful... regarding gambling. Let me take a look at this. See what I can find here. The Senate version of the big, beautiful bill passed on July 1st, 2025, a couple days ago, yesterday, includes a new provision that could significantly impact gamblers. This provision limits the deduction of gambling losses to 90% of annual winnings. Currently, gamblers can deduct 100% of losses up to the amount of their winnings, meaning they are taxed only on net profits. Under the new rule, if a gambler wins $100,000 and loses $100,000, they can only deduct $90,000 in losses, resulting in a taxable income of $100,000. I'm sorry, of $10,000, despite breaking even. This change also applies to professional gamblers, where both losses and business expenses are capped at 90% of winnings. The House version, passed in May, does not include this provision, so it will need reconciliation. That's what's happening today if the bill moves forward. This could lead to higher tax liabilities, potentially pushing some gamblers to offshore operations. Yeah, could be the case. Whoops. No, I hadn't heard about that. Thanks for bringing that up. I'm going to read this again real clear. Okay. Currently, gamblers can deduct 100% of losses up to the amount of their winnings, meaning they are taxed only on net profits. Under the new rule, if a gambler wins $100,000 and loses $100,000, they can only deduct $90,000 in losses, resulting in a taxable income of $10,000 despite breaking even. Well, you know the best thing to do about this is just don't lose. Right? Easy. Just never lose. Because then you won't even have to worry about it. You know, frankly, I'd have to think about this more. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. I'm not a gambler. I've never really think about the economics of gambling, frankly, because I don't gamble. I don't know anybody that gambles, but I think this is probably a bad change. I think how it was before is probably better. Now, I'll tell you this though. This is one of these things. It's like you guys know. What am I going to say? I am die hard. I am resolute on this bill passing, even if you've got some other little minor concessions that have to be made here. And the reason why is because if we don't pass the bill and if we don't give Trump the budget he needs to deport every single illegal alien and also to permanently shut down the border, it's not going to matter what your gambling profits are, because we're not going to have a country. Okay? You guys know what I'm going to say. Listen, you're mad about losing some money on gambling. Guess what? None of that is going to matter if we don't actually stop the invasion. Our country's been invaded. And there's a bunch of other little things like that inside this bill. So this is what I'm saying. Is the bill perfect? No. Are there changes you or I would make? Some preferences we have? Yeah. All that stuff falls to the wayside, though, given that if we don't properly fund ICE and build a permanent border wall across the entire border, the country's gone. We're not going to have a country. We have to permanently shut this down. Got to shut it down. So that's kind of where I'm at. You know, the analogy I made yesterday, it's like you're, you know, imagine you've been stabbed in the neck with a knife and you're gushing blood out of your neck and you're slowly dying. Any minute now you're going to die. If you're gushing blood out of your neck and you're going to die within 2 minutes, you're not sitting here thinking about the vacation you're going to go on in 6 months. Am I going to go to Fiji or am I going to go to Cancun? Maybe I'll go to Rome. Man, I'm not sure. No, you're not thinking about that because you're dying. Within 2 minutes, if you don't solve the immediate crisis, the blood gushing out of your neck, that vacation, your financial planning in the future, none of that is going to matter because you are going to be dead. You're dead. Okay? That is how I view the country right now. We have got to stop. We've got to completely shut down the border. We have got to shut down the border, and every single illegal alien in the country has got to be deported. If they're not, the country's gone. The country's over. We have all seen very clearly, just over the last couple months, over the last couple years, how bad the country has gotten, given we've got 50 million illegal aliens. 21 million of which came across in the last 4.5 years. 50 million in total. You think the country can take another 50 million or another 20 million? You think? I don't think so. Listen, if we don't deport these people, if we don't permanently shut down the border, then whatever you think about gambling tax rates or transgender bathrooms or whatever, or the national debt or the deficit, none of that matters if we don't have a country. Every single political belief and opinion you have about America is predicated on the existence of America. America is not going to exist. That is how I view this. We are facing existential crisis. I am diehard on this issue. Our country has been invaded. When I say that, it's not like, oh, we've been a little bit invaded. We've been invaded, but it's not a big deal. We've been invaded, but it's kind of like whatever. No, it's like, our country has been invaded. We have got to stop it immediately. We've got to drop everything and do this. We have got to shut this down. And personally, I'm enjoying a nice piece of Texas toast. Martial law says if you're bleeding out, you're not going to ask what the medical bill is. Yeah, right. You're going to worry about the bill afterwards. That's right. That's right. as we went over a moment ago, Don Bacon is now a yes on the big beautiful bill. His vote was up in the air. However, Thomas Massie seems to believe that he has the votes to block the bill from passing. This is going to be an interesting couple of hours. Interesting couple of hours. Right now, there, folks, behind the scenes right now, there was a lot of Republican infighting happening at this very moment. That is what is going on. And so we're going to be live all day until this thing, until something happens here. Until something happens. Looking for updates here. There are more illegal aliens in ICE custody right now than ever in any time in American history. ICE apprehensions are through the roof. Now, it does make you wonder why the Senate pushed this gambling thing in the bill. Did the Senate Republicans... You know what, let's go... You know, permission to go conspiratorial mode here for a minute. Is it possible that many Senate Republicans, or at least a couple of them, actually don't want this bill to pass, but they wanted to make people think they wanted the bill to pass? Like, they don't want to be ostracized by President Trump or the MAGA America First crowd, so they know they have to pass for the bill, but they really don't want the bill to pass secretly. So what they do, they injected some poison pills. They said, yeah, I'm going to vote for the bill, but they slipped in poison pills, knowing that those poison pills were going to be dead on arrival in the House. Could that be the case? And then, okay, so what would an example of the poison pill be? Maybe this gambling thing, because it's like, why, when this is such a high-stakes situation, we all know what is on the line here. Why is the Senate changing taxation rates for gamblers? Is that really what you think? Is this the proper time to do that? Is this really the time to do that? Start messing with the income of gamblers for some reason? Why? Why is now the time to do that? Why? Just like out of the blue? There's a lot more going on than that. I just want to finish my Texas toast. I'm looking around here for updates here on this bill. Trying to see what is going on here. Oh, you know what? I was going to see if Representative Bacon voted on this bill a couple weeks ago. That's what I wanted to see. Because if not, then this would be a big flip. He did vote for it. Okay, so then it's not really a flip. He voted for it 5 weeks ago, the previous version of the bill, and then he said, I don't know what I want to do, but now he has confirmed he is going to vote for it. So it's not a flip. We just didn't lose him. By the way, folks, you know, I'm going to actually put this... I keep seeing people coming here asking the same question, and I think it's fair, so give me one moment here. There. I think this is probably good to have up on the screen here because right now, folks, what you are watching is the preliminary BBB vote. This is not the real vote. It's the vote before the vote. Living Life Loving. Hey, thank you. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Did my stream crash? No, I'm here. I think we're good. I think I'm here. Now, I'm checking to see if President Trump is posting about this at all. I do not see that. We have a new update from Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who has said that she is deeply concerned that President Trump's big, beautiful bill gives tens of billions of dollars for, quote, immigration enforcement. Yeah, that is the point. Yep. That is the point. Who were the 9? So these 9 votes here that have not voted yet, these 9 Republicans that have not voted yet, some of them are probably not going to vote for the bill. A couple of them. Others are not in town yet. We've seen over the last couple hours that numerous Republican congressional members are actually still flying into town. They're trying to drive over to the Capitol building. So some people aren't even here yet. They haven't arrived yet. But once again, this is the vote before the vote. This is not the actual real vote. The real vote will be happening soon, starting really just any minute. It could be 1 minute from now, or 5 minutes, or 10 minutes. We're not sure. This is as boring as golf on the radio. Well, luckily, I'm here to make it super interesting, huh? Luckily, we're all here together. We're all in this together. I'll tell you what, if this bill gets passed, it'll be, this is a big day for America if this bill gets passed, because this will be the day that our immigration crisis is effectively solved, as far as I'm concerned, as long as everything happens the way it's supposed to here. 10,000 new ICE agents, 3,500 DHS customs agents, and 3,000 Border Patrol agents, and funding for the border wall. The border wall will be completed. There was that federal judge here that said that President Trump needs to reopen the border to, quote, asylum seekers as of 45 minutes ago. Stephen Miller chimed in and said, to try to circumvent the Supreme Court ruling on nationwide injunctions, a Marxist judge has declared that all potential future illegal aliens on foreign soil, e.g. a large portion of planet Earth, are part of a protected global class entitled to admission into the United States. This seems to be, I mean, we've talked about this a lot here on this channel, but it seems to be one of the far left talking points is that, listen, they genuinely believe that America was built on stolen land. They think that we should not have a border. They think that no one is illegal. So really, what does that mean if you follow it? If you follow these ideas to their logical conclusion, it means that these far left radicals, they don't even believe that America has a right to exist. They don't think that we should be a sovereign, independent nation. We're not allowed to have border laws or border security. Or, in fact, if it were up to them, we would just accept every single person around the entire world into our country. So you might ask a very simple question. Okay, well, what if 1 billion illegal aliens, what if 1 billion immigrants showed up on our southern border? Should we take them in? They would say, yeah, of course. Of course. Of course. What if 8 billion people show up on our southern border? Should we take all of them in also? Well, of course. Of course. This is what they want. This is what they're talking about.
Andrew.
Folks, we have a new CNN poll, little clip here from earlier this morning, talking about some opinions and beliefs amongst the progressive left. I want to play this for you guys. Pause this here. Where did that clip go? Okay, they're talking about the current Democrat opinion for Palestinians, Israelis, Israel. This is curious.
Andrew Cuomo, during the primary, attacked Mamdani as being insufficiently pro-Israel. I'm not quite sure the former governor understood how much the politics have changed around this issue among Democrats. What are we talking about here? All right, who Democrats sympathize more with, Israelis or Palestinians? In 2017, the Democratic Party was a pro-Israeli party. Look at this. They sympathized with the Israelis by 13 points, more with the Israelis than the Palestinians. But look at this sea change. Now Democrats sympathize more with the Palestinians by 43 points. Oh, my God, that is a change in the margin of 56 points over the course of just 8 years. So all of a sudden, it's the pro-Palestinian position that actually reigns supreme in Democratic politics, not the Israeli position. And that is part of the reason why Mamdani was able to do so well in this primary, because those attacks over Israel.
I'm going to tell you something, for better or for worse. It might make you upset, but every single poll I've seen has indicated this. Let me know if you think it's wrong, though. This is not just a phenomenon amongst Democrats. It's also a phenomenon amongst young Americans, even young conservative Americans. Young conservative Americans don't really care about Israel. In fact, it seems like the only American demographic that is like, we got to support Israel, it's... What's the generation one older than... I'm a millennial. Who's older? Is it Gen X? Anyway, it's like 40-year-old Americans, 40-year-old plus conservative Americans, 40, 50, 60, 70-year-old conservative Americans are really the only demographic that, in large, supports Israel. Everybody else, young conservatives, Democrats, they don't really care a whole lot, or at a minimum, they're kind of ambivalent.
Simply put, did not ring true for Democrats. They're now on the side of the Palestinians, not the Israelis.
I mean, this is a much bigger issue, specifically with Mamdani, though. I mean, an outspoken critic of Israel. He's facing continued criticism, though, for not being outspoken enough against anti-Semitism, that is for sure. But on this, talk about Democrats and how broadly how this really is shifting.
Yeah, so, you see this among Democrats overall, right? But we know that Mamdani's base was younger voters within the Democratic Party. And so I want to break it down
with younger Democrats.
Correct. So take a look here. Who age 18 to 49 Democrats sympathize more with, the Israelis or the Palestinians? Again, in 2017, younger Democrats sympathize more with the Israelis by 14 points. Look at this shift now. Palestinians, they sympathize more with the Palestinians by 57 points. That is an over 70-point shift in the margin in just a matter of 8 years. So the bottom line is...
This is 8 years. Over a 70-point shift amongst Democrats between 18 and 49. That is a big change in sentiment.
Mamdani's base within the Democratic Party and the base of the Democratic Party of younger voters, younger Democrats, have changed tremendously on this issue in 8 years' time. I rarely ever see shifts like this, Kate, in which you see one side of the equation leading by 14 points 8 years ago, and then all of a sudden the other side of the equation leading by 57 points. The bottom line is the politics around the Israelis and the Palestinians have shifted tremendously among Democrats, and they've shifted specifically tremendously among Democrats who are under the age of 50, younger Democrats who are Mamdani's base, and also the base.
Well, I mean, you just look at the demographics here. They always say demographics is destiny. Okay, you look at the demographics of the country. How do people feel? What's the sentiment? That's kind of the direction in which the country is going to go. Based off the demographics here, because like I said, it's not just Democrats, it's young Americans also, young conservative Americans also. Israel is probably not going to have a whole lot of support from America in the very near future. Maybe 10 years, 15, 20 years, all of the aid and support. We give Israel around $15 billion a year. We are probably not going to keep doing that for very much longer, given the demographics of the country anymore. I think things are shifting a little bit. Things have shifted. I see a super chat here. The BBB is important. This is also a stall tactic to ice the Dems. Well, I think also another component of this, of kind of stalling out here with these preliminary votes, is that, as far as I understand it, not all of the Republicans are on the scene yet. Some people are missing. Oh, and actually, something to show you here. This is a great post. Okay. Breaking. Here is a list of the current House Republican holdouts on Trump's big, beautiful bill. So we have 10 of them. Andy Biggs, Lauren Boebert, Andrew Clyde, Dunn, Andy Harris, Dan Moiser, Andy Ogles, Scott Perry, Chip Roy, and Thomas Massey. These are allegedly the 10 holdouts that are not voting. Well, okay, and also, though, I think every single one of these is an individual. Is it that they are actually, all of them are staunch holdouts, or is it that some of them just haven't voted yet, or that some of them are not there yet? Because like we said, some of them haven't showed up yet. They're still making their way to the Capitol building. So I'm not sure if all of them are actually staunch, I'm never voting for the bill. I'm not doing it. I don't know if that is actually the case for all of them. For some of them, yes. Thomas Massey, yes. Some of them, yes. You know, here's something cool that I bet we can do with Grok. Give me one moment here, folks. Maybe Grok can generate a list of why are they not voting for the bill? What have they said? One moment, please. Okay. Take a look here. U.S. is going to drop flies over southern Texas. I have no idea about that. I haven't heard about that. I appreciate that super chat, though. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Michael P., yeah, we talked about that Vietnam deal also. Stock market just keeps on going up. Okay. I'm going to go through a couple of these names here, folks. Thomas Massey opposes the bill due to its insufficient deficit reduction, arguing it doesn't curb spending enough and adds to the national debt. Warren Davidson. I need to close some of these tabs. I'm losing my freaking mind here. Warren Davidson actually is not on the list here. He was concerned about excessive spending and lack of structural changes, but I think he might be on board. Andy Harris, who is on our list of the day, has voted present in the House, dissatisfied with inadequate measures to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid, and seeks more deficit reduction. This sounds like he got a call from Elon Musk. This sounds like he got an Elon Musk phone call. Chip Roy, who's on our list here. Zoom in, you guys can see this. Chip Roy opposes the Senate version of the bill for adding over $1 trillion to the deficit and insists on no new deficit spending within a 5-year window, not 10. So a lot of the stuff is about deficit and debt. Ralph Norman. Is Ralph Norman on the list for the day? No. Keith? No. So I don't have a clear reason for every single one of these 10 holdouts at the moment. But hey, allegedly these 10 are on the fence. Like I said, it's hard to know the degree to which they are holding out, so to speak. Are they diehard, staunch, I'm never going to vote for it? Or are they just kind of on the fence? They need to wait a minute? I'm not sure. Give it time. Give it time. Give it time. We have some updates here from Steve Bannon, who's tuning into all this. So see what he's had to say about some of this here.
Remember, President Trump's entire program is on turning around the doldrums of the Biden economy, doing a supply-side tax cut, and getting to 3.5% growth. The American economy to be robust, to be replacing jobs, to keep unemployment down, to keep the whole apparatus or the whole project moving forward, you need minimum of like 3% growth. You have to have 3% growth or higher. And particularly in Scott Bessent's plan at Treasury, you need, and I think Chip agrees with 3.5%, but even at 3%, you start to get ahead of where you're growing the economy and tax revenues and tariff revenues higher than you're adding deficits from spending. Now, that's what a supply side tax cut's about.
That's the plan.
People say, well, that's very risky. Well, it's not risky in the fact of you understand the elements that you're putting in there. Remember,
that's the plan. That the general idea of the bill, coming out of the Trump admin, is that the economic growth the bill will generate will drastically outweigh the economic drag that the bill will also generate. Like there are negatives, but they're saying the positives will be so far-reachingly positive that the balance is good overall.
Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
So the aisle. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
You know why they reserve? You know why they reserve? They have no Republicans over there. How can that possibly be? Right now, you're seeing the 2026. This is the midterms. You're hearing it all right there. Look at the way they're spinning it. Look at the way they're framing it. Look at the way this is billionaire tax cuts and American people being ripped off. You're going to hear that over and over and over again. That's their mantra. Where's the opposite side? Where are the Republicans? How can you possibly not have people up there defending this bill? The president's bill. If you're going to vote the rule down, then vote the rule down. But somebody's got to be in the breach and call out the lies of the Democrats. If you don't call it out now, it's going to lock in. It's going to build momentum.
You saying where are the Republicans? Oh, folks, hey, pause that.
What the chair would say to the gentleman from Colorado is that the under Clause 9 of Rule 20, the underlying minimum time for voting is 5 minutes on this vote. This vote remains open. So the minimum time is 5 minutes, and there's not a maximum time, nor to this chair's knowledge is there a requirement that during the vote that the members remain on the floor. As the gentleman from Colorado would surely know, it is customary for members to vote in the middle of a vote series, leave the floor, and then come back for additional votes later. So I hope that clears up any misunderstanding the gentleman from Colorado would have.
I think they should have to stay.
It does, and I appreciate the Speaker's response.
They should be forced to stay there.
Is it customary for a vote to go over 1 hour?
It is not unprecedented, though the chair is not a historian, and so you would have to talk to people.
Hi everyone, thanks for tuning in. Hi everyone.
Engaged in the history of the proceedings of the House of Representatives to be able to ascertain that answer. Sorry.
My final parliamentary procedure request: would it be permissible, Mr. Speaker, or would the Speaker entertain a motion to adjourn, given that Republicans don't intend to complete
that would not be in order. Gentleman rose for a parliamentary inquiry. That answer has been given, and that would be the limitation to the gentleman's ability on the floor.
I thank the Speaker.
Hi, Ragnar. Hi. So he wanted to adjourn, and nope. The answer is nope. So this vote here is still ongoing. That was a little bit of an update on this. Now, here's what I want to know. Here's what everybody wants to know. When is the real vote? Dr. Oz is on the scene. He is meeting with the House GOP at the White House amid concerns to cuts being made to Medicaid. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump has strategically dispatched Dr. Oz to convince these Republicans to vote for the bill dissuading their concerns over Medicaid cuts. He's going to kick him in the ass. Good. Good. Do something. Put him to work. And I'm scanning for updates here, folks. Right now, still allegedly, there are 10 Republican holdouts holding out for various reasons that have not voted yet. Maybe they will, I'm not sure. Got something to show you guys here. Take a look at this.
This is an incredible bill. It will lead to an incredible growth. It reduces, and let me be very clear, it reduces the deficit. When you have an honest assessment of what current law is, this is a reduction in deficits over 10 years, and it will lead to trillions of dollars of economic growth. The economic growth numbers that Congressman Harris is using is largely just a number that they came up with that they were comfortable with. We have done a rigorous economic analysis in which we believe that the average is much more like $4 trillion that will come as a result of just the regulatory provisions and just the tax provisions, which, by the way, were made more permanent in the Senate bill, which is why we're having this conversation comparing the two bills from the House and the Senate passage. This is a great bill. It will lead to incredible economic growth that we're already seeing. It comes in conjunction with $3 trillion at least in tariff revenue. We are doing substantial work to deal with getting our fiscal house in order.
There's that. And once again, we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, but the entire idea of this bill is that the growth is going to outpace the shrinkage. There is some dead weight, but that the economic growth generated by the bill is going to outweigh and surpass that. That is so that is the case that the Trump admin, all of Trump's top economists have been trying to make for the last couple of weeks. Is that yes, there are some issues. Yes, can't deny that. But the pros far outweigh the cons. That is effectively the argument. Now, this is an unrelated update here. A Mexican man living in Tennessee for 23 years has been apprehended by ICE.
Perez reacting after his father, Gerardo Granados, arrested just before 9 this morning.
Your dad is immigration status.
Anything you want to take?
Documents and papers to be in the U.S. Do you want to give him that?
Perez says his father was already outside when immigration and customs enforcement agents came to his home. On video, you can see and hear agents ask Granados a series of questions before handcuffing him, patting him down, and then taking him away. Perez says what hurts is that his father has been in the country for 23 years after leaving Mexico.
Yeah, and man, it hurts America also. 23 years. If you think it hurts for you, imagine how much it hurts all of us Americans that have had to deal with that for over 20 years.
People who are going to say, you know, your father was undocumented, so the next process will be deportation. What do you say to that?
I said, I understand that, but the whole point of these deportations happening is because of the rise of crime. Somebody who's never committed a crime is now being treated at...
No. Listen, we just don't want you. No, listen, hey, it's very clear. The American people overwhelmingly gave a mandate to get rid of every single illegal alien. You might think, oh, but this guy's different, or that guy's different, or my dad is different, whatever. No, he's not. Gotta go. You gotta go. We issued a mandate. We gave a very clear directive. You gotta get out. But I'm different. No, you're not. No. You gotta go.
The same level as a criminal. Like, there should be some separation of process, you know? Some due process.
Perez.
Did your dad follow due process when he illegally snuck in the country 23 years ago? Did he follow due immigration process when he snuck in? Because keep in mind, we have federal immigration laws. The American people have democratically enacted a multitude of federal immigration laws. Did your dad care about those laws when he snuck in the country illegally? Or did he spit on the face of those laws? Where was that due process? Corncob says, my brother and I text each other when you go live now. Keep it up. Shout out to Corncob and shout out to Corncob's brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm happy. That's exciting. Thank you. Does or does not this bill add to the national debt? Yes, it does. And to be very clear, I don't care. I don't care. Like, I want to, maybe we have new people tuning in here. The bill does add to the national debt. It also reduces the deficit, which is the rate at which we go into debt. But yes, undeniably, the bill will add to the national debt. Now, the reason why I don't care is because nothing matters if we don't stop the invasion of our country. Literally nothing that you could bring up: transgender bathrooms, debt, deficit, whatever, abortion access, whatever issue is important to you. It's not going to matter if we do not permanently shut down our border and deport every single illegal alien in the country. In 5 years from now, once the Democrats get back in the White House or retake the House and the Senate, whatever, and they will, it might not be 5 years, might be 10 years. Whenever they do, they're going to reopen up the border. If we don't permanently shut it down, they're going to reopen the border. They're going to take in another 50 million illegal aliens, as they have already done. And then we won't have 50 million. We have 50 million now, 21 million of which were allowed in the country during the Biden era, 4 years, over 5 million per year. If you think things are rough now, if you think our systems are being strained and overburdened now, if you think housing prices are bad now, if you think child sex trafficking is bad now, if you think fentanyl overdoses are bad now, if you think cartel gang membership is bad now, if you think crime is bad now in the country, keep in mind, we only have 50 million. What if we had 100 million? Because that is exactly what is going to happen if President Trump does not get the budget he needs now to permanently shut down the border and to deport every single one of these people. Listen, if we have another 50 million illegal aliens, it doesn't matter what you think about abortion access. Your opinion on transgender bathrooms doesn't mean jack shit if the country is overrun with illegal aliens. It doesn't mean anything. Your opinion on the national debt or the deficit doesn't mean jack shit if our country has been invaded. We're not going to have a country anymore. So, does it add to the debt or not? Answer the question. The answer is it doesn't fucking matter, because the country is going to die unless we solve this issue now. I cannot imagine. Well, what about this? Listen, the country is going to die unless we permanently shut down the border and deport these people. That is why we voted for President Trump to do this. How about this? I'll make a deal with you. Okay, I'll put my hand out, make a deal, shake on it. Deport every single one of these people, lock down the border. Then afterwards, once that existential crisis, once the invasion has been stopped, then we can talk about debt and deficit. Okay, but not until then. As far as I'm concerned, President Trump, blank check. People are saying, oh, he's going to add $4 trillion to deficit. Listen, he could add 20 trillion. I don't care. He could add 40 trillion. I don't really care. We're going to lose the country. He could add 400 trillion. Who gives a shit? Who cares? We're not going to have a country. I feel like I'm living in crazy town. It could be 400 trillion, billion, quadzillion dollars in debt. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me, because we are not going to have a country unless we fix this issue. The country is going to be gone, kaput. And that's how I feel. So that's where I am at. That's my opinion. President Trump has got to do this. He's got to fix the issue. If we don't fix it now, it is never going to be fixed. Listen, we have the entire weight of the America First populist nationalist movement now. We have the momentum now. If we don't use it, we're going to lose it. Do you think whoever replaces President Trump in 3.5 years is going to have that same resolve to fix this issue? Of course not. Even if they are a Republican, they're not going to fix it. That's why we voted for President Trump. If we don't let him do that, if we don't give them budget to do that, it's never getting fixed. God forbid a Democrat gets in the White House. Do you think President Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is going to fix this country? What do you think? No. Of course not. Of course not. Also, I've had it up to here with the gaslighting, okay? The last 4 or 5 presidential administrations have racked up trillion after trillion after trillion of national debt, all while letting the country be overrun with illegal aliens. For 30 years, my entire life, we've watched this happen. Presidents in the White House, they come and go. They allow millions of illegal aliens in the country, and also on top of that, they rack up trillions of dollars worth of national debt. They jack up the deficit. Only now that President Trump is in the White House, only now that President Trump is trying to get these people out of the country and secure our border, only now are we being told that we have to worry about our debt and our deficit. Nobody ever gave a shit about it before President Trump tried to shut down the immigration crisis. Only now that Trump is trying to get rid of these people, now do we all have to sit here and pretend like, oh, it's so important to us. It's not important to anybody. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let this happen in the first place. Okay? Not a single one of these people in the House or the Senate really genuinely, sincerely gives a shit about the national debt or the deficit. Otherwise, they would have stopped it. They would have cut back on it years ago. They all were silent. They were sitting on their hands doing nothing while we kept on going further and further and further into debt. None of them did a damn thing. Only now that President Trump's in the White House are we being told that we have to do, it's a big problem. We've got to do something about it. Give me a freaking break. Give me a break. Fix the immigration crisis. Solve the invasion. It's been an invasion. Shut down the border permanently. Otherwise, we're not going to, it doesn't matter. Nothing. Otherwise, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. This is the premier issue of our lifetime. Okay? We have got to solve this. We have got to fix this. That is why we voted for Trump. At every single President Trump rally, were people holding up signs that said reduce the deficit? No, they weren't. No, they weren't. People were holding up signs that said mass deportations now. People were holding up signs saying mass deportations now. That's why people voted for Trump. President Trump didn't campaign on slightly reduce the deficit, marginally reduce the national debt. That's not why people voted for him. They voted for him to deport every single fucking one of these people. Sorry, I'm swearing, but I'm getting a little bit pissed off. I'm 31 years old. Every single year of my life, this country has gotten worse. And why? Because of the illegal alien invasion that has been left unchecked by our retards in the White House, in the House and the Senate. And only now do we have one competent leader that has stepped up on the scene to fix this. Now I'm expected to be gaslit. I'm getting gaslit into, oh, well, now you've got, listen, young man, you've got to carry about the debt and the deficit. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. I've had enough, man. I've had enough. These people have got to go. George Bush did nothing about it. Clinton did nothing about it. Obama did nothing about it. Biden did nothing about it. That's four presidential administrations that have done nothing to stop this immigration crisis, all while racking up trillions of dollars worth of debt. No one did anything to stop it. Only now that President Trump's in the White House, only now are we being told that the debt and the deficit is a big issue. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a freaking break. Give me a break. We voted for Trump to get these people out. I don't care. I don't care. They gotta go. I love this country. I am America first until the day I die. Our country has been invaded. I would cut off my own freaking pinky if it helped in some way, if it helped President Trump deport these people. Okay? My country that my ancestors have been in since 1635, almost 400 years, has been invaded and overrun by an illegal alien invading force. Get these people out. I would rather live in a poor America than an America surrounded by illegal aliens. I'd rather this country be broke. I'd rather live in a dirt house in my country. I don't care. I don't care. Than be in this country with this invading force. Get them out of the country. Don't care. That's how I feel. Anyway, there's my opinion on this. That's how I feel. Put me in a dirt. I don't care. Put me in a dirt house. Anyway, but what about the deficit? Yeah. What about the deficit for the last 40 years and no one did anything to stop it? But what about the national debt? Yeah, what about the national debt for the last 50 years and nobody did anything to stop it? What about that? Meanwhile, millions of illegal aliens are coming in the country every single day, every single year. But what about? Give me a break. Like seriously, spare me. Don't care. I don't care. Don't care. Don't care about it. Of course, I agree with you to some degree. The debt and the deficit does have to be reduced. Of course, this is an issue that we have to deal with. But we have a bigger issue to deal with first. Okay? We have a bigger issue first that we've got to take care of. 100%. We have got to solve this issue. Now, anyway, there's this guy Megalith Entertainment in the chat who's freaking out. No, but you need to care about the deficit. I know that your entire city is being overrun by illegal aliens. I know that everybody's overdosing on fentanyl. I know that there's child sex slaves being trafficked up and down every single freeway. I know that the demographics of the country are fundamentally changing as a consequence of illegal immigration. I know there's 50 million invaders in the country right now, but what about the deficit? Shut up. Shut up. I don't care. I do not care at all about that. I don't. We've got to fix the country. We have got to save this country. We got to do it. But what about the deficit? Yeah, what about it? Yeah, we are deporting these people. Anyway. Okay, folks, I'm going to take a look for some updates here. Sorry, hey, I get a little bit heated. I really, listen, hey. I think a lot of people, they say America first. They're only saying it because it's fashionable. I'm America first. Everybody's America first. I'm America first. These are people that piggybacked on the movement. They don't really mean it. There's no sincerity. There's no heart when they say it. I mean it. America first. Period. Our country has been invaded. Period. Get them out. Period. Nothing else matters. Nothing else supersedes that. Period. America first. Period. D. Summers, put gators in the Rio Grande. Yeah, that might do it. That might do it. Maybe that would do it. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. By the way, this vote is still ongoing. They got one more Republican. So right now, what is going on right now? Right now, in all these back rooms in the Capitol building, everybody's got an office out here. They're having these meetings. That right now, there's 8 Republicans that have not voted. By the way, this is a preliminary vote. This is the vote before the real vote. So don't get too hung up on this one yet, although it is a little bit emblematic of maybe what's going to be happening here pretty soon. And so right now, at this very moment, in the offices of the Capitol building, you're having members of the Trump administration, who knows who, Stephen Miller, maybe Trump himself. Scott Bessent is meeting with these people saying, hey, listen, vote for the bill. You got to vote for the bill. Vote for the bill. You got to vote for the bill. They're trying to get these people on board. As of about a half hour ago, we had an update here. Is this the update? Yeah, here it is. Okay, about a half hour ago, we saw this. There were 10 holdouts, 10 Republican holdouts that have not signed the bill yet. Now, what does holdout mean? Some of these people are never, ever, 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 ever voting for the bill, like Thomas Massey, for instance. Others, maybe they will, but they haven't yet. They're not sure. Okay. And so, and actually, this number 10 here, as of a half hour ago, this has already come down. What am I looking for? Yeah, so right now it's actually down to 8. It's down to 8. It was 10 and now it's 8. They got 2 more votes just in the last 20, 30 minutes. So maybe maybe things are happening. Hey, AJ Cruz, thank you. I appreciate that, AJ. Thank you very much, brother. USA. Thank you. Thank you. Who cares about the deficit? Fund ICE. We need to get illegals out. All of them. Farmers and criminals. I work in AI, though. I don't like the AI provision removal. We need to remain competitive. You know, there are pros and cons for the AI thing. That as you know, I'm sure you know this, the AI provision in there scared a lot of people, freaked a lot of people out. And I think even just like beyond AI as a topic, a lot of people just don't like being told, they don't like the concept of the federal government telling the states, hey, you can or can't do this for 10 years. I think that you kind of bleed over into this states' right territory. And you know, I get that. It's kind of a Republican thing to not want a massive bloated federal government. Let the states do what they want, generally speaking. That's kind of one of, you know, okay, yeah, fair. All right. But, you know, question like how many states are going to ban or limit or shut down the development of AI? I'm sure some will, but I'm sure probably most won't. What I would imagine, talking about the development of AI, is that you know, you will have AI friendly states and AI unfriendly states. You might have a state like Florida where it's like, hey, you know, do AI to your heart's content, do whatever you want. And in other states, I don't know, a little bit more regulatory heavy, could be Washington or Oregon or something, or Maine, who knows? They'll say, listen, we're shutting it down. Okay, well, that's kind of how the country operates with everything else. So some states go this way, the states go that way. Abortion is a good example of that. Some states have pretty much shut it down, and others have not. Others have opened it up. So thank you. I appreciate that, though. But anyway, to anybody tuning in about that AI thing, that AI provision, which instituted 10-year moratorium on anti-AI legislation on a state level, that's been taken out. Now, in accordance with this bill we're talking about today, states can, in fact, they do have the right to limit the development of AI within their own state. They can do that. It's up to them. A lot of people didn't like that. So they took it out in the Senate, in the recent round of Senate provisions or Senate changes. Now, I'm looking around here. President Trump has been eerily silent over the last couple hours. Why? Why has President Trump not really been posting a whole lot on Truth Social? I'll tell you why. It's because President Trump right now most certainly is meeting with House Republicans. President Trump is pulling these guys in the office. He's like the principal. He's saying, hey, listen, Lauren Boebert, step into my office. He's saying, Andy Biggs, hey, a moment of your time, step into my office. Andy Harris, hey, Ogles, I need to talk to you in my office. Okay? That's what is going on behind the scenes right this very minute. I guarantee you. Cal Reeves here says, deporting illegals reduces the debt. I mean, you're right. It's true. They cause a tremendous amount of strain on our system. The financial responsibility thing is to get them out. It is estimated $150 billion per year to support these illegals. That's $1.5 trillion every 10 years. You're right. You're right. You are right across the country. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if it's even more than that. We saw in California in the year of 2024, California spent $9.1 billion on the healthcare costs for illegal aliens just in the state of California. One state, 1 year, $9.1 billion in just healthcare costs. That's not even talking housing or, there are so many expenses attached to having illegal aliens in the country. Okay, they're running around, they break into a business, you got to repair the business. They're doing crime. They break into people's cars. Okay, you got to fix the cars. They're graffitiing everywhere with their gang signs. Well, somebody's got to clean that up. They're trafficking fentanyl in. It's causing a drug addiction and, God forbid, overdose epidemic. Well, you got to pay for rehabilitation clinics and drug treatment facilities and overdoses and first responders and da-da-da-da-da. There are all these little tiny expenses baked that nobody really thinks about, baked into the illegal alien crisis, okay? They cause an incredible, almost an unquantifiable amount of damage. Car insurance goes up, healthcare costs go up, housing prices go up. There's another 50 million people living in the country right now that shouldn't be here. What's going to happen? Housing costs go up. There's a million little micro issues baked into this entire crisis that, a lot of these economists, a lot of these economists, they don't really think about this stuff, right? This is a really, really massive, multifaceted issue. Crime and drugs. Yep. You guys are right about all of this stuff. Cheryl, 2626. Hey, thank you. I love your energy, Cheryl. Hey, thank you. We love you, Cheryl. So I'm scanning out here, looking for updates here. I think things are kind of at a standstill. And the reason why are things kind of at a standstill right now? I will tell you why. The reason why is because, like I said, they are trying to figure things out behind closed doors. Various members of the Trump administration, they're calling these guys, these Republican House reps into the office saying, hey, listen, you got to vote for the bill. Here's why. And, to be fair, I would imagine there are some threats being made. To be honest, President Trump has talked about this publicly. President Trump has said, listen, hey, if you are a Republican and you don't vote for my bill, you are getting primaried. I will throw money at this. President Trump has a $1.5 billion war chest right now. That's a lot of money. Politically, that's a lot of money for primary season especially. He's got a massive multi-billion-dollar war chest. Listen, Republican, I'm going to pick a name out of a hat here. Listen, Republican, do I still have that page open? Hey, listen, Dan Moiser, okay? Listen, hey, buddy, if you don't vote for this bill, your ass is getting primaried. You're out of here. You are out of here. That is kind of the dynamic here that's going on. Listen here, Dan. Listen up, Dan. Now, we had a little bit of a side story here today. Paramount has agreed to pay President Trump $16 million, a $16 million settlement because of this highly edited 60 Minutes interview featuring Kamala Harris during the 2024 election. So Paramount, they said, listen, they're tapping out. Listen, can we please just cut out the litigation process here? We'll pay you $16 million. Let's wrap this up. President Trump said, okay, he took the deal. $16 million. Paramount got. That's a lot of money. Oh, hey, I have some updates here for you guys. I found a new page here. We'll take a look at this. Okay, folks, this is what AOC earlier today has had to say about the big, beautiful bill. Take a look.
On this point of tax on tips, as one of the only people in this body who has lived off of tips, I want to tell you a little bit about the scam of that tax, a little bit of the fine print there. The cap on that is $25,000. While you're jacking up taxes on people who make less than $50,000 across the United States.
That is a lie. I mean, that's just a bold-faced lie. Now, also, okay, so there's a new cap on untaxed tip income, $25,000. I would suspect that most people making tips, you're working at a coffee shop, at a restaurant, you're bussing tables, whatever. I would suspect that you are probably not making $25,000 in tips per year, or that most people are not. I'm sure some people are, no doubt, some people are. I would guess that most are not, though.
While taking away their SNAP, while taking away their Medicaid, while kicking them off of the ACA and their health care extensions. So if you're at home and you're living off tips, you do the math.
I'm going to do the math. Okay, so real quick, who exactly, once again, is getting kicked off of these social services, Medicaid, Social Security, she said SNAP, ACA, health care. Who's getting kicked off? Illegal aliens, okay? Also, people that should be working that have decided not to work.
That worth it to you? Losing all your health care, not able to feed your babies, not being able to put a diaper on their bottom in exchange for what? This bill is a deal with the devil.
A deal with the devil. And who is the devil? It's President Trump. Now, long ago, well, I guess I'm not that old. I was 20. Okay, 11 years ago, I worked for about a year at a restaurant. It was a really great hamburger place. It was like a 1950s hamburger diner. It was great. It was awesome. It was a good job. Anyway, I'm about to admit to a crime. So if you are a police officer or a federal agent, please do me a favor and leave the stream, or at least mute the stream here for a minute, because I'm about to admit to a crime that I committed 10 years ago, 11 years ago. As far as I know, everybody does this pretty much. We would just not declare our tips. We would just not declare them, because every night when we were cashing out the register and doing this stuff, you have to declare how much money you made in tips and tip revenue. And we would, let's say you made $30 in tips, you'd claim $5. Yeah, I know I made $5 in tips today, and really you made 30 or 35, right? Every service worker I've ever met in my entire life has done that. I've had this conversation with a lot of people across the country, and it seems like everybody kind of does that. So maybe it's different. Yeah, I know. I'm under arrest. I'm sorry. You got to. They're gonna send me to Alligator Alcatraz. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go live with the alligators now. But anyway, no, I think that pretty much everybody does that. At least back in my day. Now we have a CNN thing here. Is this Rashida Tlaib? Who's this here?
You posted on social media that, quote, ICE is acting like a terrorist force, and the White House told CNN that you're, quote, disgusting comments warrant an immediate apology. They called ICE officers heroic. They're saying they're, quote, simply doing their jobs and enforcing immigration law with the utmost professionalism, and that dangerous smears by, this is their words, deranged leftists like Jayapal radicalize their supporters to violently attack and obstruct federal law enforcement because of comments like Jayapal.
The new number is ICE agents over the last 2 months are facing a 700 times 7% increase in assaults on them. And why? Because it's the Democrats' rhetoric. That is why.
Assaults against ICE agents have increased 500% this year, and that number will go even higher if Jayapal doesn't stop with her smears. What is your reaction to that?
What is deranged and cruel and outrageous is that literally we are seeing ICE agents, I assume they're ICE agents, they say they are, they don't have any identification, they're wearing masks, they're in plain clothes, they are coming and kidnapping and disappearing people on the streets.
I'm going to tell you guys a very funny story here that just popped in my head. About a week ago, there was a new smartphone app that got released, and what it does is it allows you to report ICE activity on a map like a Google Map overlay so that illegal aliens in your town knows where to avoid. So if somebody in the town, some sympathizer of illegal aliens, reports, oh, there's ICE, I just saw a bunch of ICE agents at Home Depot. Now it sends out a message, every illegal alien, they know, okay, I'm not going to Home Depot today, okay? Now, what I have seen is that this iPhone app, the smartphone app, has backfired. Now, people like me, I'm saying, man, I want to go to Home Depot today, but I don't want to have to wait in line behind any illegal aliens. What I'm going to do if I'm going to Home Depot in a half hour, I'm going to download the app. I'm going to report ICE activity. Man, there's 100 ICE agents at Home Depot. Clear the place out, and then I'm going to go buy my garden equipment from Home Depot, because now I have successfully cleared out all of the illegal aliens. So the app has backfired. Smart, conservative Americans are using the app to just, hey, I'm going for a hike today through the woods. Hey, listen, I saw in the woods today a bunch of ICE agents. Everybody get out of the woods. Go back home. Go back to Mexico. So the app has totally backfired.
Of the United States. I never in a million years thought that is something that I would see here in America. And so I think it is the administration that has to apologize to U.S. citizens that have been rounded up, to legal permanent residents, to people with legal statuses across the country who are getting swept up, people who have been here for 20 years and committed absolutely no crimes, getting swept up by
They have committed a crime. They invaded our country illegally.
masked men who are kidnapping them and deporting them. That, to me, is what is so outrageous. It's unconstitutional, it's illegal, and it is absolutely terrorizing people, including small businesses, farmers. The roundtable I had in Spokane was with people from the Growers League, farmers who are terrified, restaurant owners.
If you are an illegal alien, you should be terrified. You should be so terrified that you should leave the country. That's the point. That is the entire point. That's the point. You got to go. You got to get out.
Who can't have, who are seeing their sales go down because nobody wants to come out and eat. Literally, people are so afraid, Brianna. It's never something I thought I would see in the United States of America. The White House owes an apology to the American people for what they are doing.
The White House needs to apologize to every single illegal alien. Mr. President Trump, you need to apologize to every illegal alien personally. We're going to double back here to the House vote here. So, guys, once again, this is not the official. This is not the official big beautiful bill vote. This is not the final vote. This is the preliminary vote before the final vote. Okay. Still, this matters because you can kind of see. Listen, a minute ago, this was 10. This is 10 Republicans that had not voted yet. You have some Republican holdouts. I don't know if I want to vote for the bill. I don't know. Well, we're seeing already. Deals are being made. President Trump is laying the smackdown on some of these congressional Republicans, or maybe he's peacefully and cordially convincing them to vote for the bill by being very nice to them, is what he's doing right this very moment. And so far, they've gotten 3 of these Republican House reps to come around. This was 10 that hadn't voted. Now it's 8, or now it's 9, now it's 8, now it's 7. Okay, so they are going to need 200 if they do. I mean, they're going to need a couple more. They're going to need a couple more. They got to keep getting more though. The House bill, the original draft of the big beautiful bill that passed through the House 5 weeks ago, originally passed with a 1-vote margin. It was 215 to 214. Okay, dude, listen, Megalith, I'm sorry. You are just so stupid. I can't have you in the chat, dude. You are just, I'm sorry. I've tolerated you. I really am such a tolerant, nice person. But every single thing you post in this chat is just the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. And which is astounding because just when I think you've set the bar for stupidity, you do it again, you bump it up again. I say, wow, there's no way he's going to top that one. And then he comes back 2 minutes later and he tops it, then he does it again. He keeps finding new ways to become just stupider and stupider. I'm sorry. I'm at my breaking point. I'm at my breaking point. I can't believe it. You got me. You got me. Okay, Anyway, sorry. There, his reign of terror is over. And I'm looking for updates. And I'm out here looking for updates. Okay. Oh, you know what? We had this oh, hey, here's breaking news. There is a website some of you might have heard of. It's called maybe I can't say the word on YouTube. It's called Cornhub. It is a pornographic website. Wyoming has just passed a law which requires age verification in order to access the website. Now you need to show your ID. You got to prove you're 18 years old to go to this pornographic website and look at all the corn. Now, Cornhub has responded to this age verification legislation by blocking access to every single person with a Wyoming IP address. So now Cornhub is saying, we're not going to do the age verification thing. We're just going to shut down access to every single person in the state. Now, this is not the first time that we've seen Cornhub do this. In fact, numerous other states in the union have done the same thing. I think Tennessee did it recently. Somebody said Indiana did it. Now Wyoming has done it. I'm actually curious specifically how many states have shut down this type of pornographic content. How many states has let me take a look here. I'm curious. Yeah, of course you can always use a VPN. That's true. Whoa, guys. As of January 1st, 2025, this is 7 months ago, Cornhub has blocked access to 17 different states due to the age verification laws that they have passed. And I'll read you the list here. Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Idaho, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Montana, Nebraska, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, and now it's Wyoming also. And then maybe some other ones over the last couple months that I missed out on. But anyway, so now at least 18 states have it's so weird. Like, really think about this here. You have a state legislation that says, hey, listen, Cornhub, we're going to require that you check everybody's ID. You need to be 18 years old before you can browse a website. What does Cornhub say? They come back and say, listen, we are actually so hell-bent on not checking people's ID. And really, what does it mean? We are so hell-bent on allowing children to browse our website that we're not only not going to comply, we're just going to shut down our service and your website. We're gone. They are so staunch in not preventing kids from browsing the website that they say, you know what, we just rather not do business at all in your entire state. And they've done this now 18 times. All right, hey, telling. All right, that's a little bit telling here. I see how it is. Good for you. Great for you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now we had more from this town hall page. The Democrats are going crazy. We have another video here.
I just can't emphasize how I mean, I'm getting calls, and in the airports, people come up to me when they recognize me, and they're sobbing on my shoulder because they know that so many people, whether it's people who are delivering babies, 60% of births in Mike Johnson's home state of Louisiana paid for by Medicaid, or whether it's, seniors in nursing homes, or whether it's folks with disabilities, those are the people that are going to be so incredibly hurt by this cruel betrayal of a bill.
Now, speaking of childbirths, being paid Medicaid, whatever, I want to just run something by you guys. Maybe you guys know more about this than I do. I saw somebody say on Twitter the other day, they said, reminder, you never need to pay your medical bills. And I said, what does that mean? What does he mean by that? So I looked into this. Okay, well, as a couple years ago, I think it was Joe Biden actually made it so medical debt no longer impacts your credit score. Medical debt doesn't impact your credit score. And so there's a huge portion of Americans now, I suppose, that have said, okay, well, hold up, wait a minute. If medical debt has no bearing on my credit score, then I'm never paying off why would I pay medical debt ever? Why would I even pay that ever? Because it doesn't matter, because it doesn't impact my credit rating, so screw it. And so anyway, I was unaware of this, I guess. I'd stumbled upon this idea a couple weeks ago. I guess now you have this entire demographic of Americans that are racking up medical loans and then just never paying them off, I guess, because it has no consequence on their credit rating. The more you know. I had no idea about that. I figured that out a couple weeks ago. Oh, here, this is Tim Walt's daughter, who's known for her incredible stupidity, talking about Alligator Alcatraz. Take a look at this. Also, Fargo Not says, I'll be back soon. Matt, have a great stream. Fargo, hey, thank you. It's good to see you also. Fargo's one of my old-time viewers. Take a look at this.
Alligator Alcatraz. Are we fucking serious right now?
Whoa.
These people are literally supervillains. But they're not very good at it. They're just fucking cruel. Because what the fuck? Alligator Alcatraz? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't even know what to say. I'm like trying to process.
They have no self-awareness. Let me tell you what I would, if I was a supervillain hell-bent on destroying America, you know what I would do? All right, let me do my supervillain mustache and wring my hands. If I was a supervillain hell-bent on destroying the country, what I would do is systematically open up the border. I would facilitate the invasion of the country by over 20 million illegal aliens, many of which are violent terrorist cartel gangbangers. I would turn a blind eye to over 300,000 children going missing, being sold into sex slavery, and also I would allow fentanyl to flood into the country, thus killing over 100,000 Americans every year. Ha ha ha! That would be my evil plan. That would be my evil supervillain plan. That's what I would do. Which is exactly what they have done. But they have not 1 ounce of introspection or self-awareness, so they're completely clueless. Alligator Alcatraz, it's like a super... Shut up. How many people have died at Alligator Alcatraz? Oh yeah, 0. How many people have their open border policies caused? Immeasurable, countless millions. Literally millions of Americans have died because of this, because of their political ideology.
What the fuck? That's like literally all I have to say. What the actual fuck? If this doesn't tell you these people are fucking losers, nothing else will.
If shutting down the border makes me a loser, then I will happily be a loser. That's me. Hey, my name is Loser. I don't care. I'm the biggest loser in the world.
Legitimately. Who does this shit to people? I don't care if you don't like someone. Who does that shit to people? Like, at this point, they're just, like, making up the cruelest ways they can torture people they don't like because of their skin color, where they're from. Wake the fuck up, America. Seriously. We're supposed to be celebrating the 4th of July and we have fucking Alligator Alcatraz.
Well, I do declare this young woman has quite a vocabulary. Well, I do declare myself, this young woman has quite a robust vocabulary. Okay, now there's something I want to show you guys here. Breaking news real quick. Okay, take a look at this. Republican Representative Moiser, we've talked about him a little bit, has officially flipped to a yes on the vote to advance the big, beautiful bill. The amended big, beautiful bill now has the votes to proceed to a full floor vote. However, this does not mean they have the votes locked in to actually pass the bill. It's still up in the air. But now they have the votes in order to get this bill on the floor. If they want to have a real, actual vote, they could now. They could do it now. We've been kind of waiting for that. Some may vote to advance, but vote against the bill when it's up for a full vote. That could be the case. A little bit of a bait, of a ruse. Somebody could do that. So what happened to our list here? This one. So we had. Well, yeah, okay. Now we're down to 7. So Moiser flipped. So they need maybe another 3 votes, something like that. Something like that. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, things are happening. Everybody says nothing ever happens. Well, guess what? Maybe something is happening. Breaking news. Iranian hackers are claiming to have obtained approximately 100 gigabytes of emails associated with President Trump. What does associated mean? I don't know. I don't have any more news on that story, but oh my gosh. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, today, breaking news. We got new photos of Kathy Griffin. This is her today. These photos are from today. What in the hell? And as you might remember, a couple years ago, she's the one that took that iconic, terrible, and also iconic photo of President Trump's decapitated head. Remember that? She had that whole photo op of the decapitated President Trump. Remember that? This is that same woman. The Trump curse. The Trump curse got her. Shouldn't have done that. Trump curse. Really shouldn't have done that. Really, just disgusting. Oh, check this out. Representative Madeline Dean. Why would anyone even bother reading the one big, beautiful bill? Well, she's a Democrat. Take a look at this.
I don't know what they're going to be successful in doing, but I brought with me the bill, which I assure you that most of the Senate did not read, and the House is struggling to read. But why read it? Because why would anybody vote for this? After all, it steals health care from 17 million Americans. I'm in touch with my governor, Governor Shapiro.
Folks, when these Democrats use the term Americans, there's something that you need to remember here. And I need to have a visual display. When they say Americans, they mean Americans with a little asterisk down below. And then you got to read the fine print. Many of these Americans are actually illegal aliens and that have just refused to go back to work after COVID. So keep in mind, when they say Americans, you need to add that little asterisk in there. We all know exactly what they're doing.
He is pointing out exactly the harm this will do to Pennsylvanians. It is taking food away from children, from families, 42 million Americans. Who would ever vote for this? It kills jobs right in Pennsylvania, energy jobs. 27,000 jobs will be killed. So this is an economic drain as well. But let's remember what it's all about. This is about tax cuts for the wealthy that will blow up the deficit by...
Which one? Which one? All these Democrats are talking about tax cuts for the wealthy. Which one? You notice on her little bullet point list here, it doesn't actually include the specific or any a specific tax cut for the wealthy. You want to know why? If there was a tax cut for the super wealthy, they would talk about it. They would give you an exact detail. They'd tell you exactly what it is. There's not. It doesn't exist. They're lying. They're lying about it. Otherwise, they would tell you. They talk about it. They're not.
All about. This is about tax cuts for the wealthy that will blow up the deficit by $5 trillion. Take a look at these volumes. As I said, why would anyone vote for Trump's terrible, big, ugly bill?
Well, I'll tell you why I am, or why I would. is because we got to get rid of these illegal aliens. Oh, folks, while we continue to wait here, folks, by the way, if you're tuning in today, first off, I want to say thank you. We are doing all-day, nonstop coverage of this situation with the big, beautiful bill on the House floor. Hopefully, they conclude this vote here pretty soonish because I've got some other work I need to get done today. So fingers crossed we have this bill pushed through any minute now. But thank you all very much for tuning in. Now, we have some breaking news coming from Mamdani, the communist.
We will not accept this intimidation.
But it would be illegal if he interfered with federal agents who were trying to enforce federal law, would it not?
He can tell city agencies, like the officers in the Department of Corrections, not to bring people over to ICE at Rikers. You can do that. You can't tell ICE what to do if you're in the mayor of the city of New York, but you can tell what your own department's to do, and it can make a big difference. I know that because I passed a bill when I was speaker that said that.
So you're saying that the position of the socialists here in New York now is that they should use city resources to interfere with the federal government's enforcement of the law?
Absolutely not. I'm saying the city resources shouldn't get involved in what the feds are doing. There's no reason that the city resources should make their jobs easier.
And by the way, what she is saying, this situation she's explaining, she's actually right. She is right about this. And what she is saying is the current situation going on in Los Angeles with Mayor Karen Bass, in San Francisco, in Portland, in Seattle, in almost every single sanctuary city or sanctuary state. The local police has been given a stand down order by the radically progressive local government, mayor, governor in some cases, to, hey, listen, we've got ICE in the state. We can't stop them from operating, but do not work with them. Do not communicate with them. Do not share information or resources or intelligence with them. Do not ever turn over criminals or whatever. Nothing. Shut down. Chicago also. Yeah. This is what's been going on in all of our sanctuary cities. It's a terrible thing.
It's part of his platform. Do you support the platform or not? That's my question, is what's the position of the Democrats in New York? Are they going to follow this socialist trying to interfere with federal agents or not? What will the Democrats do?
He's not trying to interfere with federal agencies.
He's literally said it.
He is going to implement the laws that exist, which prevent city agencies from working in cahoots with federal agencies.
That's very cute.
It's
literally part
Democrats
of his
in New York
already.
I know, but I'm saying
Thank you very
Democrats in New York
Thank you.
already endorsed this because this is the policy.
Okay, so just the clear position. So what you're saying is the position of the Democrats in New York is to interfere with the federal government when it comes to enforcing federal immigration law.
No,
That's the existing
position is not to roll out the red carpet for ICE.
Why?
That is the position.
Why shouldn't federal law be enforced in New York just like everywhere else?
As far as I know, this whole immigration city, immigration state phenomenon popped up in the late 60s, maybe early 70s. I think late 60s. Should have never been allowed to happen. This immigration city, immigration state thing has gotten so far out of control. Tell me, how have we allowed far left, radically progressive state legislatures, mayors, governors, whatever, to just say, yeah, I understand we have this federal immigration law, but we're just not going to enforce it. And also, not only are we just not going to enforce it, but also we are actually going to aid and abet and harbor illegal aliens. We're going to give taxpayer-funded subsidies to them. We're going to make it easier for them to be here. Guys, in Oregon State, my home state, I'm wearing my Oregon hat today. There are, you guys are going to think I'm lying to you. This is actually true. Any Oregonian can back me up on this. There is a $20,000 down payment first-time home buyer program specifically for illegal aliens. In the state of Oregon, if you are an illegal alien, there is a first-time homebuyer program that gives you a free taxpayer-funded $20,000 to be a first-time homebuyer to put a down payment on a house. That's the state of Oregon. Okay, I'm sorry. Listen. I get heated when I talk about the stuff. I get heated. It is insane. It is freaking insane, folks. It is easier to be an illegal alien in some of these states than it is to be an actual tax-paying American citizen. There are more handouts and assistance and programs for illegal aliens, medical assistance, first-time home buying assistance, whatever, food assistance, whatever you're talking about. It's easier to be an illegal alien in the state of Oregon, California, Washington than it is to be a hardworking American citizen. You've got more assistance. It's nuts. Drives me insane. Dun, dun, dun.
I just can't emphasize how, I mean, I'm getting calls, and in the airports, people come up to me when they recognize me, and they're sobbing on my shoulder because they know that so many people, whether it's people who are delivering babies, 60% of births in Mike Johnson's home state of Louisiana paid for by Medicaid, or whether it's, seniors in nursing homes, or whether it's folks with disabilities, those are the people that are going to be so incredibly hurt by this cruel betrayal of a bill.
They're sobbing. They come up sobbing. They're crying on my shoulder. I want to tell you guys something here. A little bit of a breaking news update. The House Republicans right at this very moment are, oh, look, guys, 214. Ladies and gentlemen, 214 votes now. Remember, they were able to pass this bill with 215. However, that was 5 weeks ago. Who knows what else is going on here? Now, the House Republicans at this very moment are allegedly intentionally stalling for time on the floor as President Trump and his team furiously work to get a group of right-wing holdouts in line behind his agenda bill. A large number of GOP hardliners have threatened to block Trump's agenda from coming to the floor on a forthcoming procedural vote, which would be a major embarrassment to the president. Well, okay, we already know they have passed the procedural threshold. If they wanted now, they could bring this vote onto the floor and actually have a real, official, serious vote. They could. But I still think they're trying to round up probably one or two more people worth of support. Well, let me do the math here. I'm a little bit slow. So if they bump this up to 215, there's 5 votes remaining. It's not enough. You bump it up to 216. There's 4 left. They could tie it out. So they probably need 3 more votes. They've got 6 people here that have not voted. They need to get 3 of them. They're gonna need to get 3 of them. Is probably how this is working here, unless I'm stupid. Okay. The White House has informed GOP leaders that Trump got the hardliner holdouts to a better place, according to a person familiar with the discussion. So Trump is working these people down. Trump is working these people down. Like I said, he's calling these Republicans into the White House or into the office somewhere, some office, saying, "Hey, step into my office. We need to have a talk, one-on-one, you and me. We got to have a talk here." And you know how Trump is going to try to negotiate with these guys first. And if the negotiations don't work, you know what Trump is going to do next. Trump is going to say, listen, if you don't vote for my damn bill, keep in mind, when's your next primary? A couple months? Less than 2 years? Less than a year and a half. I personally am willing to invest $100 million into kicking your ass out of Congress. $100 million. How's that sound? Right? Trump is playing hardball. Trump has had enough. Trump has been trying to push this bill for months, and he's had these people dragging their feet. As negotiations behind the scenes continue to drag out, GOP Representative Barry Loudermilk from Georgia told CNN that House GOP leadership informed members they don't need to wait on the floor. So, yeah, they can, in between the votes here, they can just go and chill. So you have a bunch of staffers up here. They are looking pretty bored. This guy over here is on his cell phone. He's probably on Tinder. He's looking for matches on Tinder. And she is just looking around. This guy is really bored. Anyway, so maybe what they should do is come back and vote this bill through. How about that? That's a good idea. Come on. Step back into the House chamber and push this bill on through. Or Grindr, yeah. Hey. In D.C., I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. Now I'm scanning around here. I'm looking for updates here, folks. One by one, Trump is flipping these guys. And you know how we know what's going on behind the scenes right now? Check this out. Normally throughout the day, most normal days, you have various members of the Trump admin talking to the media, releasing statements on Twitter or Truth Social. They're talking, they're chirping. Okay. The Trump admin right now, totally silent, dead silent. There's nothing coming out. Not from any of them. Carolyn Leavitt, Scott Bessent, Stephen Miller, Trump himself. Nobody is saying anything. Why? They're all busy. They are all having these meetings in the back room saying, hey, listen, Republican congressional rep, get in my office. We got to talk. They're sitting here making deals right now. That's what's going on. So I'll tell you, folks, things are going to be very slow until they aren't. That's the way today is going to go. We're going to sit here. Pretty much nothing is going to happen until the moment where everything happens. And we don't know when that is. that could be, it could be 10 seconds from now, or it could be 10 minutes from now. I don't know. Don't know. But I will be very clear again for those of you that are tuning in. Right now, this is a preliminary vote to determine whether or not they're going to be able to have a real vote. The threshold for that was 213 votes. They got them. So now they have this preliminary vote here is effectively pointless now, because they already know they've got the votes to push this into a real vote where they actually vote on the real bill. Okay, so this is not the real vote on the real bill. This is the vote before the vote. This is the vote that unlocks the vote for the real vote. And so right now, like I said, right now in the back, they're having all these backroom meetings trying to figure out, hey, because they're going to need another 2 people, maybe 3, probably 3 people. There's 6 undecided. They need to flip half of these guys. They need 3 more to get them into line to vote for this bill. Otherwise, this big, beautiful bill is not going to happen today. So right now, President Trump is in the back cracking heads, so to speak, figuratively speaking. Probably not literally, maybe literally. They're trying to work out some negotiations is what's happening right now. Oh, goodness. And so that is where we're at. I'm gonna try to something here. And this could go down any minute now.
Vote is one hurdle to get to potentially closer to a final vote. Mini Mac, we're back after this.
Oh, commercial break. I wanted to take a look around and see what everybody else is talking about here. I'm looking around again. Yep, they've got 214. House Republicans currently have the votes needed to proceed with the real vote on President Trump's big, beautiful bill. They've got 214 at the moment. They need 212. Now, folks, speaking of votes, if you guys like this broadcast, do me a favor and subscribe to the channel. That it really does. The whole YouTube algorithm, the more people that subscribe and the more people that like the broadcast, it actually promotes it, and it helps a lot. So make sure to subscribe if you're here. And I'm going to be here all day. Well, at least until this bill gets put through. Now, I'm seeing a report here. Thomas Massie, Republican Thomas Massie, is still saying that he's got enough people to shut this bill down. It is more important to build a border wall and remove millions of illegal foreigners than to cut the deficit. National sovereignty comes first. True. That's how I feel. I feel the same way. National sovereignty. Hey, Trevor. Hey, thank you, Trevor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, while we're sitting here chilling, why don't we have a little fun here? Why don't we, here we are. Why don't we look at a map of Washington, D.C.? This is where it's happening right now, folks. Where is our White House? Okay, there's the White House. This is our White House. And the Capitol building is right there. There it is, a Washington Monument right outside. And so, folks, right now, this is the place. This is the place where it's all going down, right outside. Beautiful building, by the way. Absolutely beautiful. Did they really bump it up to 215? Folks, they bumped it up to 215. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there's another part of this conversation we can have, okay? Two things worth talking about. First off, like I said, 5 weeks ago, a previous version of this big, beautiful bill was passed in the House right here, 215 to 214. So the House has actually successfully passed a previous version of this bill. Some changes have been made, so they got to vote on it again. They have successfully passed this bill with 215, though, 5 weeks ago. 215, in some, maybe in some reality, might be enough. Maybe. However, something worth noting here. This is not the real vote. Just because a Republican congressional House rep votes to procedurally move on to the real vote, which is what this vote here is, doesn't mean they're necessarily going to vote yes during the real vote. So you could have, I guess I'll use the word traitor, you could have kind of a traitor type of Republican here that votes yes to procedurally move along, which is what this vote is, and then you bring this vote to the floor, you bring the real vote for the big, beautiful bill to the floor, and then they say, yeah, actually, I was lying. I voted to get us here, but now I'm taking my vote back. Now I'm voting for these guys. So this is a real crazy, tumultuous situation, and it's hard to know exactly what's going on. I'll tell you what, though, the Republicans, Donald Trump specifically, Donald Trump is not going to want to move forward with this until he has a little bit more security. He wants more security than 215 because 215 might not be enough. It might be enough or it might not be enough, right? So there are yet 5 undecided Republican voters, and I imagine that all 5 of these people are in the back rooms. They're having some meeting in some office right now trying to figure out, hey, what's it going to take to get you to sign on this bill? Sign on the bill. So that is what's going on. So that is what we are waiting for right here. That's what we're waiting on. This is live. This is live. This is the inside the House chamber right now. It's happening right now. It's happening right now. And I'm just scanning around looking for updates. Things are like I said, nothing is going to happen until everything happens. To pass this bill, the big beautiful bill, a simple majority of the members present and voting is required. Assuming every House member is there, it's going to take 218 votes. They need a simple majority. The House has 435 members, which means that majority is 218. But, like I said, keep in mind, if some of the members aren't there, they refuse to show up, they're sick, they're at home, whatever, we don't know who's there, you might be able to pass this with 215. And the reason we know that is because we saw that happen 5 weeks ago. So it is possible that 215 is enough, or they might need 216 or 217, but at a maximum, they need 218. Maximum 218, but maybe less than that. We saw them do it 5 weeks ago with 215. And right now we have 5 undecided Republicans. And I'm taking a look at Truth Social. President Trump, any updates on Truth Social? No.
Frustration and their lack of assent to this deal. Their response from the prosecutor was, I can't do anything about it now. We've already extended the offer. It's been accepted. It's a done deal. And that really does fly in the face of Marsy's law provisions that...
Oh, they're talking about Kohberger. Kohberger is that terrible, satanic, evil person that butchered those college students in Idaho. Terrible. So he took a plea deal. He said, I'm guilty. Yeah, I'm guilty. I did it. I killed them all. But he took that plea deal in order to avoid the death sentence. Honestly, you know what? I think they should just Well, I'm on YouTube. I need to watch what I say. I don't want to get in trouble here, but you know, we know he did it. We know that he did it. All the evidence confirms he did it. We know he did it. In fact, at this point, we have a confession. He did it. He killed these kids. He did it. So hey, you know, hey, I have a certain strong opinion. I have a little bit of a Bronze Age opinion about how to handle this. I go back a little bit. I go back way old school. We're gonna go Old Testament. Okay. I've got an Old Testament solution for how to handle situations like this. Oh, we have an update, by the way, something unrelated here, talking about Iran real quick. We have an update from the Iranian foreign minister talking about their nuclear program. Take a look.
What we know so far is that the facilities have been seriously and heavily damaged.
President Trump has made it clear multiple times that Iran's nuclear facilities targeted in those U.S. strikes were, in his words, obliterated. Have they been obliterated?
It appears that they have been heavily and seriously damaged. No one at the moment says that the facilities have remained intact. It is the technology and know-how that is still there.
So he said the facilities severely compromised, but the intelligence and the know-how they still have. That was the Iranian foreign minister we just heard from. I mean, yeah, you need to consider, you know, a nuclear program is not just the technical machine capacity to do it, to enrich uranium and develop a nuclear weapon. It's also, you need to have a group of very intelligent people. The people have to be intelligent. They have to be top tier nuclear physicists or nuclear scientists, I guess. And then on top of that, they not only have to have that unique skill set, how to actually make a nuclear weapon, they have to be incredibly loyal to the Iranian regime, right? If you're working for the Iranian nuclear program, you got to be loyal. They can't be worried about you making secret deals with Mossad or America or whatever. You have to be a diehard Iranian regime loyalist until the day. You have to be willing to give your life for that cause, and then also on top of that loyalty factor, you also have to be a pretty intelligent scientist to pull it off. So, you know, I guess the reason why I walk through this is because it's pretty hard to find people like that, I would imagine. Pretty tough. So you're seeing a little bit more activity. People are walking around. People are coming back in here slowly. Are they going to be able to get 216 here? Are we going to have 216 here or not? That's what I want to know. That's what we want to know. Looking for live updates here. Orange Man good. Orange Man good. That's right. I remember back to the 2015-2016 campaign trail. That was something else. All of the Donald Trump memes. I'm 31. How old was I? I must have been, 22? 21 in 2015. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, the Donald Trump campaign in 2015 is what really is what kind of politically activated me. Before then, I wasn't really interested, I guess, or I was busy. I was busy living life, I guess. You know, you're young. Younger people tend to kind of not care about politics as much, I think. It was 2015. Must have been 2015. Is when I started paying attention to politics a little bit more. And so I can say, hey, I have voted for Donald Trump 3 times. And also every single one of those times, he has won the election. Every single time, all 3 of them. And that's a fact. We all know it's a fact. 2016, 2020, 2024. All of them. Now what is this? Got something here I can show you guys. Maybe. Oh, this is a live broadcast. Never mind. I apologize. Are they still talking about Kohberger here? They're talking about Kohberger. Listen, hey. Like, you know, I'm trying to you've got 5 undecided Republican voters here, Republican congressional reps rather. what is the holdup? Like, do you think they are trying to extort President Trump? Are they just so undecided? Man, I don't know. Should I vote for it? I don't know. Or are they playing games here? Are they stupid and undecided, or are they playing some games? Are they saying, hey, listen, President Trump, yeah, I'll vote for your budget bill if you give me a little something. Yeah, Trump, okay, listen, I'll be the deciding vote in this big, beautiful bill, but you're gonna have to do a little favor for me, Trump. You got to give me a little something, something. You know what I mean? There's something going on. Who knows? Who knows? I would bet that these 5 people here, you got some people that are playing games. 100%. They're trying to do some extortion stuff. Now we know a couple of them. I believe 3 of them. They are just diehard. I'm never voting for the bill. Period. Doesn't matter what. Like Thomas Massey, for instance, he's not voting for this bill. Doesn't matter. Donald Trump could offer him $1 billion. He's not voting for the bill, right? We know that it's a principled. I'm not voting for a bill that increases the deficit and the debt. I'm not doing it. Period. Doesn't matter what. Okay, all right, fair. So he's not one of these game players in that regard. But I'm sure you've got some game players in here in this group of 5. The reason they are holding out is because they're looking for a little something. They want something. Guarantee you. People trying to make some backroom deals. Now what is going on here? Anthony Weiner. Anthony Weiner? Disgraced Hillary Clinton associate Anthony Weiner has lost his New York City Council race to a man with the most unfortunate name in history, Harvey Epstein. Oh, no. The nation's 2 biggest sexual predators had a baby. Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, and now we have Harvey Epstein. Yeah, that's a tough one. Imagine losing to a guy, combining Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Yep. His middle name is Diddy, probably. I don't know. I mean, he's got the bald head, probably. Harvey Diddy Epstein is probably his real name. Anyway, Anthony Weiner, also unfortunate name. He is out. He is out. And so Anthony Weiner used to be dating Huma Abedin. This is back in 2016. Huma Abedin is one of Hillary Clinton's former top aides, good friends with Hillary Clinton. Now, crazy fact. Anthony Weiner's former wife, girlfriend maybe, Huma Abedin, is now married to Alexander Soros, the son of George Soros. You can't make this stuff up. It's one big globalist, anti-American, deep state, incestuous frenzy. It's frankly disgusting. It's like, God, man. Yeah. And they're all sick. They're all freaks. They're all freaks. Oh. I know, it's like small world, huh? Yep, they're all going to the same parties, I guess. I don't want anything to do with those parties. What's that movie, what's it called? Eyes Wide Shut, where he shows up to the party and they're doing the chant, Om Shamalaba, Om Malaba. Yeah, listen, I don't want anything to do with that. Om Shamalaba, Om Malaba. I don't want anything to do with those parties, with those deep state freaking, no thanks. That was a crazy movie, though. I saw that movie a couple years ago. Crazy movie. Anyway, what about the big beautiful bill, though? Are we still doing the big beautiful bill or not? What's up with this big beautiful bill? How about that bill? I'm checking our update feeds here. Well, this one's not doing anything. They have slowly, guys, in the last 2 hours, we have seen Trump successfully flip 5 Republicans. This number used to be 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Now it's 5. Now it is 5. They met on Cornhub. Yeah, they probably did. They have a shared interest in corn. In looking at corn. Mm-hmm. Folks, it's radio silence. And in a way, I think that's a good thing. And the reason why is because that means that they are making deals right now. They're making deals. They're trying to put this thing together, is what that means. You know, when Donald Trump, guys, we need to really put into perspective here just how big of a deal this is. President Trump, when he got into the White House in 2017, he spent 2 years trying to get a budget passed through the congressional Republicans in the House and the Senate. And at this point, the Republican Party was just infested with rhinos and neocons. You guys might remember, man, in 2017, the Republicans, a lot of them, most of them, Republican Party, the Republican apparatus hated President Trump. They resented, they hated this guy, Donald Trump. He came in, he hijacked our party. He's talking about things we don't want to do. We don't want anything to do with his agenda. We don't want that. We want what we want. We want more wars in the Middle East. We want an open border. You know, and that's how it was for a long time until Trump showed up. They didn't like him. They hated him. And so what they do? They refused to give him a budget for the first 2 years of his presidency. They subsequently lost midterms. And then in 2019, 2020, they couldn't even give him a budget because they lost the midterm. They lost the House. And so President Trump, in his entire political existence, he has never had a budget. He has never had a budget ever. First, it was the rhinos undermining him, and then the Democrats got back in, and now we're dealing with this. Folks, if Trump gets his budget, this is going to be something else. Is the bill perfect? No. Are there problems with it? Yes. Trump has got to have his budget, though. This is why we voted for him. He's got to fix the illegal immigration thing. He's got to deport these people. We have a crisis, and he's got to put an end to it. That's why we voted for him. We got to let this guy cook. It's like, you know, so far it's like we've hired a chef, and we say, all right, go cook us up some food, but you're not allowed to turn on the oven. You can't use the burners, and you can't turn on the oven or the stove. It's like, well, listen, it's going to be hard to, it's going to be hard to cook if I can't even use anything in the kitchen you hired me to work out of, right? That has been President Trump's problem for the last 6 months. President Trump has done everything he can. He's been trying with what he's got, and he doesn't have a whole lot to work with, frankly. He needs the budget. He needs the budget. Are they talking about Kohberger? What is this here? Kohberger guilty plea. No ingredients? Yep. That's the way to look at it. Build a fire. Yeah, start rubbing some sticks together. He pretty much has. He pretty much has been rubbing sticks together, trying to make something out of nothing. So as we know, we've been talking about this right now, folks. The Republicans currently do have the votes to proceed with President Trump's big, beautiful bill. They can proceed with it. They can actually put that bill on the floor for real. This is a preliminary vote. They can actually have a vote on this, but they're still holding out. They're trying to get more people on board. There's 5 Republican holdouts right now, and they want to bring a couple more of these into the fold. Otherwise, they might put this bill on the floor and then it falls short. They do not want to take any gambles. They could send it out and have 215 votes and pass it. We've seen that. That happened 5 weeks ago. Or not. Trump does not want to take any gambles here. Doesn't want to take any bets. So we are still negotiating with these Republicans. Oh, man. We are still negotiating here. Talks are ongoing at the moment. Term limits, indeed. It sure would be nice if we had term limits. But, you know, think about it. The very people that would be voting on imposing term limits are the people whose terms would be limited. And so we all know that's never going to happen. When have politicians ever been known to limit their own power? Has that ever happened? Ever? Yeah, I don't think so. pretty much the answer is no. Pretty much the answer is no. Yeah, Sean Combs. Okay. I'm gonna let this play here for a second. I'll be right back here, folks. Take a quick little break. Never mind, they went on commercial. Okay, never mind. They're going on commercial. Commercial break. I keep saying though, right now it is radio silent. You know what we were doing? We were looking at the Capitol building. Look, they're taking a group photo. Everybody say cheese. This is really a beautiful building. So folks, inside right here, I think this is the House chamber. That is the Senate chamber, I think, over there. I went on a trip to DC maybe in 2017. And it was really awesome. I walked up and down this, it's called the Mall, right? The Mall, I think. And they have all these really great museums. They've got the Smithsonian National History Museum. Really great stuff. It really is a very beautiful city architecturally. It's a beautiful city, but as far as I understand it, there's a bunch of like crime-ridden ghettos somewhere. I don't know where they are. Anyway, folks, right now in the Capitol building, that is where it's happening. It is the place to be. Very big things are being done in this Capitol building. There's the backside of it. In this Capitol building right now, it is happening. You're the best news in the country. Well, hey, I don't know about that. I try to be modest. Maybe I'm not, but I appreciate you saying that at least. I appreciate that. Really, I'm just I'm very lucky you guys are tuning in. I'm just a guy with a webcam and a microphone. Really, I'm just a random guy. Oh, is that right? The whole city is a ghetto. Is that right? The Supreme Court Library. The Supreme Court of the USA. The Supreme Court really is a beautiful building also. Can we get a street view? Look at that. Listen, man, I don't know. I'm a big architecture nerd, maybe. Maybe other people don't appreciate it. What a stunning, absolutely beautiful building. Really, though. Equal justice under the law. Really just a magnificent building. Amazing. Laugh now, cry harder. Yep. It's called neoclassical. Feels very Greco-Roman. Wow, did somebody really ask how Social Security works with no tax on tips? Really? So right now, part of this bill is no tax on Social Security. I have to say, I didn't know this up until a couple months ago. I'm not old enough to collect Social Security, so I guess it makes sense. But I had no idea that some of you guys have been paying taxes on Social Security. That is nuts. The fact that our country has been collecting tax on Social Security ever in the first place, period, is absurd. It never should have been the case. Never should have been the case ever. Completely insane. So thank God they are getting rid of that. Thank God that's getting shut down. George Washington did limit himself to 2 terms. That is true. That is true. We had Roosevelt. What do you had? 4 terms. 4 terms, right? And then I believe it was in the 1950s they passed a new was it an amendment or legislation? I think it was an amendment. It was an amendment actually that limited up to 2 terms. They didn't want to have another situation like that. Please show votes right here. It is still 215 to 5. 215 to 12. Things are kind of at a standstill right now. Right now, President Trump, various members of the Trump administration, including Trump himself, they are... Oh, ladies and gentlemen, right there. They just flipped another one. Wow. You just saw it happen right there. Good call. Guys, maybe, probably, they just flipped this. Or I mean, they flipped one more. It's hard to be certain because like we talked about earlier, just because a congressional Republican has voted to advance through the preliminary vote here does not mean that they are actually super on board and locked in with voting for the real BBB when it's on the floor whenever we're done with this. Could be a feint, could be a slight, could be maybe they just want to get out of here. I don't know, could be, but it's hard to know. Probably though, probably they are in. Probably they are in. Very likely. And so now, I'll tell you what, they just need to flip one more person at most. It's possible 216 is enough. It could be enough. 215 could be enough. We saw 5 weeks ago that 215 was enough 5 weeks ago. If they are able to flip one more person, one more, then guaranteed this bill's getting pushed through. 100%. I guess granted, assuming that all 216 are totally on board and locked in. So, like we've been talking about, right now, every single member of the Trump admin is radio silent. No Twitter posts, no press conferences, no briefings, no anything, no commentary on the internet, nothing. They are all radio silent. Why? It's because the entire Trump admin has gone full on. They are calling these guys back. These congressional Republicans are calling them back, saying, "Hey, I got to talk to you in my office. What is it going to take to get you to vote for this bill? What is it going to take?" They're making deals. There are deals and threats being tossed around right now. If you don't vote for the bill, we're gonna throw $10 million, get you primaried out. You're gone, etc. Right? Now, you guys can disagree. Maybe I'm wrong. Everything I have read seems to indicate that this upcoming primary, in less than a year and a half, the Republicans are probably going to lose the House. Seems like they are going to barely keep the Senate, but it seems likely the Republicans lose the House. So every single day that President Trump does not have his budget, listen, he as far as getting a budget like this is concerned, President Trump doesn't have 3.5 years to mess around with this. He has less than 18 months. This has got to happen. And then, so first off, he's got to get the budget. Then he has to have time to actually enact on the budget and act on it and really get cooking and fix the country. Every day he doesn't have his budget, it's effectively a day wasted. But right now, I wonder if I can. I'm going to try to open up Polymarket. I want to see if people are betting on this. Betting on whether or not the Republicans are going to lose the House. What are the betting odds? We have a bet here. Maybe I don't see any bets here. No, I don't see anything about this. If anybody else has seen this bet, whether or not the Republicans are going to lose midterms, lose the House during midterms, that'd be a curious bet. I just want to see what people have to say. Why do I say that? I'm almost positive that I saw a Rasmussen poll that was but although this was must have been 2 months ago. But anyway, I'm pretty sure it was a Rasmussen poll that said that. Maybe something has changed though. Still 216 to 212. 216 to 212. Let's see here. I'm going to try to find more information on that for you guys and for myself, frankly. Expert opinions on whether Republicans will lose the House and the Senate in the 2016 midterms are mixed, reflecting historical trends, current political dynamics, and the specific electoral landscape. Below is a synthesis of insights from various sources. Okay. I'm going to read through this debrief in 35 seconds, but first, I'll be right back.
Racketeering count. So this
Hold
was
that
a
thought.
major development. That's the most serious of the counts. He's also found not guilty on 2 other counts, including sex trafficking of Cassie and also his ex-girlfriend named Jane. So again, live picture outside of the courtroom here on Live Now from Fox for this, as the bail hearing underway in just mere moments. As on Wednesday, the jurors unanimously convicted him on counts 3 and 5, and found him not guilty on counts 1, 2, and 4 after 3 days of deliberation. He does face up to 20 years in prison, though the judge could issue concurrent sentences, which would cap his time at 10 years. And those are also just the maximum amounts. And you can see there people outside different merchandise talking about RICO, that the racketeering charge, saying, quote, a RICO is not a RICO. Talking about that is it was usually this racketeering charge, this RICO charge was used for different mobs, different groups of people, not necessarily an individual. That's what some of our legal experts were talking about in terms of this. So let's just listen in briefly here to this on Live Now from Fox, as you can see the scene and now hear it here on Live Now. All right, of course, still watching it, you see different people there on the ground. We do have just different shots of this as they're handing out these shirts to other people. This is the really other vantage point, and we could see Sean Diddy Combs leave if he is given that bail here this afternoon on a Wednesday, and that would be quite the scene as we were following it. So we are just watching and waiting any comments as the defense for Sean Diddy Combs.
Frankly, I have not followed the Diddy case at all. It has not even been on my radar. I've been focused too much on the Trump stuff and everything going on, like actual political stuff. But it sounds like he got convicted of hooking up with prostitutes, something like that, which I guess is the lesser of the charges he was facing. So maybe it's not as bad of a deal for him as it could have been. Maybe he kind of got off light a little bit, but. Okay, I want to take a look at this here. Let's talk about the House and the Senate. Back to that conversation we were having. And by the way, thank you all very much for tuning in today. Make sure to hit the subscribe button and to like the video if you are enjoying today's live stream. Thank you guys very much. Oh, Cal Reeves, we have some super chats here. He said, the largest bill ever passed by U.S. Congress, the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021, which contained 5,500 pages, the BBB's 940. Biden and the Democrats supported the largest bill in history. Imagine that, the Democrats being hypocritical. I never thought I would see the day. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Squeaks also chimes in. He says, we need to have our own group to vote on term limits for Congress and if they get a pay raise or not. We are their boss after all. Vote goes directly to the president. Yeah, maybe something like that would not be bad, but is it gonna happen? I think probably regretfully not. I'm with you though. And thank you. Thank you very much. Republicans currently hold a 220 to 213 majority in the House, meaning Democrats need a net gain of just 3 seats to reclaim control. Most experts agree that the House is highly competitive due to this narrow margin and historical midterm trends, which typically favor the party out of power, the Democrats. Since World War II, the president's party has lost House seats 18 out of 20 midterms, with an average loss of about 25 seats. That's a lot. That's a lot of seats. That's a big freaking swing. Arguments for Democrats retaking the House. Historical trends. Midterm elections often serve as a referendum on the president. And with Donald Trump's approval ratings historically low, that is not true. They are historically high. Voters may punish Republicans for if dissatisfaction grows. Well, this cites a Gallup poll from 3 months ago where, according to Gallup, Trump had a 44% national approval rating. That is bullshit. You call me biased, I don't care. That is not true. Trump does not have a 44. In this household, we trust Rasmussen. According to Rasmussen, I think Trump has a 51 at the moment, maybe 52. Another point here. generic ballot polls. As of April 2025, RCP, Real Clear Politics, showed Democrats leading by 1.5% on the generic ballot, suggesting a slight edge in voter preference. Hard to imagine. Hard to imagine. Okay, let's talk about vulnerable seats. Inside Elections identifies 64 different competitive House seats this upcoming midterm season, with more Republican-held seats, 30, rated as vulnerable compared to the Democrat ones, 34. Wait, hold up. It's saying 30 is not bigger than 34. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Including 7 Republican seats in the toss-up category. There you have it, maybe. Versus 3 for the Democrats. Key battlegrounds include New York's 17th district, where Representative Mike Lawler's potential gubernatorial run could leave an open seat, and Texas's 34th, where shifting Hispanic voter trends threaten Democrats, but also highlight Republican vulnerabilities. Okay. Democratic strategy. The Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee is specifically targeting 35 Republican-held districts, capitalizing on recent Republican infighting and unpopular policies like Trump's proposed tariffs, which some fear are harming the economy. So pretty much what the Democrats are going to do, anytime they identify a congressional Republican House member that isn't in lockstep with President Trump, that's where the Democrats are campaigning. The Democrats are going to try to drive a wedge between some of these Republicans and President Trump, and they are preying on the Republican House reps here that are not in total sync with Trump. They're trying to split that up. Arguments for Republicans holding the House. Gerrymandering and structural advantage. Some analysts note Republicans benefit from gerrymandered districts, giving them an edge despite the narrow majority. I mean, listen, both parties benefit from gerrymandering. Recent polls, a June 2025 Neapolitan News Service and RMG research poll showed Republicans with an 8-point generic ballot lead. Well, that's a big lead. So it's once again kind of depends on what poll you want to pay attention to. Some polls are better than others. Voter sentiment. Despite historical trends, some experts argue that Republican gains in 2024 among young voters, Latinos, and Asian Americans could persist. As you all saw, Latino men voted in majority for Trump. Like 54% of Latino men voted for Trump in the recent election. That's a lot more than anybody expected. More than anyone. Christopher, hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, do you think that Elon has gotten to some of these Republicans and trying to get them to not vote for it? I am positive that Elon Musk's rhetoric, his public rhetoric on X or Twitter, has most certainly had some impact on this, on what's going on now. Beyond that, a better question, I think this is what you're asking. Do you think Elon Musk has actually personally, on an individual basis, called people up, called congressional reps up, and sort of threatened them to not vote for this bill? Maybe. Wouldn't surprise me. You know, one of the things that Elon Musk is talking about right now, he's pushing this narrative. Hey, listen, I'm Elon Musk. I'm the richest guy in the world. I'm going to continue to be the richest guy in the world for the next 30, 35, or 40 years. And I'm trying to shape American politics. Donald Trump is going to be gone in 3.5 years. 3.5 years versus 30 years. That's the type of stuff that Elon Musk is saying. So Elon Musk is saying, hey, listen, you know, if you have to choose between Trump or Musk, you better choose Musk, because I'm going to be here much longer. I'm going to be here a long time, and I've got a lot of money to throw around. That's what he's pushing. That's the message, the narrative that Musk is pushing right now. And you know what? You might have some of these congressional Republicans kind of take that bait. You might. They might say, yeah, you know what? That's a good point. Who knows? Who knows? Totally could be. Totally could be. Sometimes I see people try to say that the whole Elon Musk, Donald Trump feud is an act. It's all pretend. It's all part of the plan, guys. I'm sorry, but no, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think this is a legitimate feud that these two guys have. And by the way, I'm not reveling in it. I wish it wasn't the case. I wish they were still, linked up. But I don't think this is fake. I don't think it's some feud. I think it's a real beef. They've got real issues, I think. I think so. I mean, listen. Keep in mind this is it's an act. Listen, keep in mind Elon Musk effectively called President Trump a child sex predator about a month ago on Twitter. This is the wealthiest man in the world on the biggest social media platform in the world calling the president of the United States of America a child sex predator during an argument about how to handle the budget. Elon Musk is a spastic. I'm sorry. And like, I want to like Elon Musk. I really do. I don't like that I have to like kind of, but listen, man, that was a low, filthy, disgusting blow. Whatever him doing that. Remember that tweet he said, "Here's the real bombshell. President Trump is on the Epstein sex predator list." Like, really, dude? You're gonna go there. You're gonna get down in the mud like that. I'm sorry, man. And then if you expect me to believe that this is all some genius plan that President Trump and Musk cooked up, do you really think that Trump is the type of guy that's like, yeah, okay, and Elon, here's what you're gonna do next. You're gonna go on Twitter and call me a child sex predator because this is part of our genius plan. Like, are you kidding me? You think that President Trump signed off on that? Listen, I don't care what type of argument you're having. You could be arguing about the budget, the deficit. What Elon Musk did, that comment there, I was like, all right, I'm done with Musk. And like I said, I don't like that man, dude. I really want to like Elon Musk. I really do. I do want to like him. I'm not happy about the situation. I really am not happy about the situation. I'm not. It's tearing me up. But that was too far. It's too far. It's too far. It's too far. That was beyond the pale. You can have a disagreement with a friend or a family member or a coworker about politics. That's fine. But if you start calling each other sexual predators and stuff, it's like, come on, this is you've gone too far here. Child sexual. It's like, come on. It's beyond the pale. Okay. Folks, we're sitting here still. Radio silence. Radio silence. Yeah, I think almost everything about Musk is great. I like the work he does. I like the he's an innovator. He's a revolutionary. He's one of these guys that let me kind of rewind a minute. While I condemn what Elon Musk said about that the whole Epstein thing, I can also acknowledge Elon Musk is one of these guys that pops up. Maybe you only have one or two of them every 100 years. And it's guys like that kind of push humanity forward. I guess you call it the great man theory, that human society, culture, civilization is generally not pushed along by the masses of people. Human society, if you look back in history books, human society, culture, civilization, whatever, is generally pushed along by a select few of like autistic men, for lack of a better way to put that. These are your Fords, these are your Newtons, these are your Da Vinci's, these are your these are your Alexander the Greats, these are your Donald Trumps. You have a very limited, maybe your Einsteins. You have a series of men that pop up for a very limited amount of time, and they fundamentally change everything, right? And And so I have no problem admitting that I do think Elon Musk is one of those guys. 100%, I think so. Does that mean that I endorse everything he does? No, of course not. But I think he is one of those guys. He is a change maker. He is. I think he is. So, folks, listen. Here's what I think we need to see. We need to see one more of these undecided Republican votes here flip. Got to flip, I think, one more, and then I think we're going to actually have the real serious vote here. That's what I think is going to happen. I think we need one more flip. Elon is a snake. Thank you, Matt, by the way. Matt with the super chat says, Elon is a snake. He backstabbed Trump. Once a radical leftist, always a radical leftist. I do agree with you. The first half, I think there was some little bit of backstabbing here. Well, definitely there was. Is Elon a radical leftist? You know, maybe I'm being too generous. I think it is possible to be a Democrat or be a leftist without being a radical leftist. I mean, it's personal interpretation. I don't think Elon is a radical leftist. I don't think he is. I think he is generally on the left. If you have center right there, he's on the left. But I don't think he's a radical, because when I think of radical leftist, I think of like you think 5-year-olds should be able to have gender transition surgeries and stuff like that. You think that we should have open border policies. You think that like you are effectively a communist. Nobody should have private ownership of wealth, stuff like that. Like you are a radical leftist. Maybe this is just my definition. Maybe you guys disagree, but I think he is on the left. I think so on most issues. But yeah, maybe I wouldn't say he's a radical leftist. Listen, I've spent my entire life living around radical leftists. You guys know me. I've grown up in the Portland, Oregon area. I'm still over here in Western Washington now. I'm surrounded by radical leftists everywhere I go. In fact, I haven't told you guys this. We live in a small town. Maybe 3,000 people, real small town. Maybe 2,500. And my wife was a member of our small town's Facebook group, where they're posting all types of, town updates, festival, get together, whatever's going on in the town. My wife got kicked out of the Facebook group and also blocked by the administrator for no reason at all. And so we're trying to think, why did you get kicked out of the Facebook group, a small town local Facebook group? And I said, I have an idea. I'm going to try to join the Facebook group. And so on my Facebook account, I tried to join the Facebook group. Within an hour, they denied my application and they blocked me also. What's going on here? I think they know. We've got some people in our town that are a little bit, lefty, loosey-goosey, lefty, progressive type of people that are operating this Facebook page. I think they figured out who I am. I think I got busted. I think they stumbled upon my Twitter account, or maybe they started tuning into my YouTube videos and they realized, oh, this is Matt Morse. Ah, this is the wife of Matt Morse. Ah, get the hell out. I think that's what I think is going on. That's what I think is happening here. So anyway, I'm surrounded by these people. They're everywhere. Yeah, I think they know about me a little bit. How fun that happened in the last couple days. There goes the tolerant left. There they go again. And we are, folks, breaking news 5 minutes ago. Republican House Speaker of the House Johnson says he thinks the bill will pass tonight. House Speaker Mike Johnson, as of 5 minutes ago, this bill is going to pass, I think. He says, I think it's going to pass tonight. 26 minutes ago, The House is still stuck as GOP works to secure spending bill votes. Well, we've been looking at that now. I think they're going to need one more vote to be safe. You got to be super secret, double, triple safe. And I think they're going to want to get one more at least. Maybe two. Maybe two. They're working out deals. Right now, the deals are being made. And no, nothing right now. There's nothing coming out right now. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to pull up some of these Fox News videos that have been uploaded in the last hour or so. I want to see what Fox News is saying about this. See what they've got to say here. One moment here, we'll see. They're talking about Diddy. They're talking about Koberger. The big beautiful bill. Okay, we've got something here. Take a look.
President Trump's 4th of July deadline.
Can they do it? Because the Senate made changes to it, and some of the House say this is not okay with us. Peter Ducey is live at the White House with the latest. Hey, Peter.
Good morning, and we'll see, but the big beautiful bill did clear another procedural hurdle on its way here to President Trump's desk overnight. The House Rules Committee passed its rule, which basically means the thing that passed the Senate is now good to go on the House floor for a vote as soon as today, something that does work with President Trump's preferred Friday, July 4th deadline.
We had a big day today. The bill passed, and I think it's going to do very well in the House. We'll see how that works out, but looks like it's ahead of schedule. So what happened?
What is wrong with his voice? You hear that? They edited his voice or something.
Happy about it.
But 2 Republicans voted against the bill in the Rules Committee, which is tiny, and Republicans can only lose 3 total votes in the full House, which is huge. President Trump doesn't have any.
They can only lose 3, which means they're going to need one more. There's 4 outstanding.
Anything public on the schedule today, so we would expect him to be working the phones, trying to feel out Republican holdouts to get this enormous package across the finish line. Regardless of what happens, though, expect to see President Trump starting the countdown to America's 250th birthday tomorrow in Des Moines, Iowa, and then he's going to be back here at the White House on Friday. There are various reports that the pilots who flew in and out of Iran to bomb nuclear facilities are going to be in attendance. We know for sure that there will be a flyover of F-22s, B-2s, and F-35s. Those are the same planes that the guys at the Fordo nuclear facility looked up and saw a couple weeks ago overhead. Back to you.
Yep, and there's there's some movement on Fordo. They're trying to dig themselves out over there. Thanks, Peter. I mean, look, we see Chip Roy is already saying, I don't think I could sign off on this. And Congressman Harris, same thing. I don't think I can sign off on this. So we'll see if they can be won over. We're going to go back and do this in a few months.
Chip Roy said that before with the original bill.
Right. So, at least he puts work in.
It's not, y'all, it's not perfect, but it is the biggest tax break in history. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, relief if you get a Social Security check, border security, military, more money for the military. If you vote against this, it's like voting against the working man.
Such a good point.
I'm Steve Ducey. So, folks, just because I don't know anything that's going on here, and we have a little bit of a pause in the coverage of this bill on the House floor, what is going on with Diddy? What is the Diddy thing here? Take a look.
Case comes to a close this morning. Sean Diddy Combs escaping the most serious charges in his sex trafficking and racketeering trial. Jurors finding the rapper and music mogul guilty of just 2 of those 5 charges against him. CB Cotton is there outside the courthouse now. So, CB, could he face any jail time?
Hey, Aisha, yeah, jail time is absolutely still on the table. But first, the judge will decide today at 5 p.m. local time whether Sean Diddy Combs should be released before he is sentenced at a later date. Prosecutors want him behind bars before he is sentenced, arguing that he committed crimes while
racketeering, conspiracy, not guilty. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, not guilty. Transportation to engage in prostitution, guilty. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, not guilty. A second count of transportation to engage in prostitution, guilty. Okay, so he's got 2 guilty charges of transportation to engage in prostitution. Maybe I'm out of the loop. This seems like, you know, I'm not saying that transporting prostitutes is not that big of a deal, but compared to everything else, I think it's not that big of a deal. Like he probably this is probably not that big of a deal for him, right?
Still under investigation. Defense attorneys want him released with travel restrictions, arguing that a jury acquitted him on the most serious charges of
How long is the mandatory sentence?
racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. A guilty verdict on either of those would have put Diddy behind bars for the rest of his life. Jurors, though, instead found him guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Each count carries a max penalty of 10 years in prison.
Oh. So if he gets max sentencing on both of these counts of prostitution, traveling with a prostitute, it could be 20 years. And he's not getting bail.
Ultimately, the judge will be the one to decide how much time Diddy spends behind bars. As the not guilty verdicts were read today, our courtroom producer heard excited screams inside and watched as Diddy's supporters kept saying yes in excitement. Our producer also heard sighs of relief and saw Diddy nodding his head. The judge even seemed to make a joke that he assumed Diddy did not want to go back to the federal detention center, and Diddy nodded his head. Now, once the judge left the bench, that's when our team saw even more emotion from Diddy, his mom and children, and those defense attorneys. Everyone was hugging and cheering. After the judge left the bench, Diddy was heard saying, "Thank God, I love you," several times, and people were shouting "Dream Team" towards the attorneys. This outcome is considered a win for the defense, and the government who helped lead the investigation released a statement saying, in part, prosecuting sex crimes requires brave victims to come forward and tell their harrowing stories. We and our law enforcement partners recognize the hardships victims endure and have prioritized a victim-centered approach to investigating and prosecuting these cases. Back out.
So I guess what this means, all of these stories about P. Diddy having these freak-off baby oil parties where he was drugging the oil, he was putting sedative drugs in the baby oil, mixing it up, rubbing it on people. It would make them pass out, and then they would do terrible things. I guess all of that was bogus, because if it wasn't bogus, then they would have charged him with, then he would be guilty for that, right? Which is a different crime than just transporting a prostitute. So, hey, maybe Diddy isn't that bad after all. I really have no idea. Like, you know, as a layman, because I really have not followed this, as a layman, just kind of chiming in at the end here, it seems like Diddy really didn't do anything that bad. If all he did was drive around with a prostitute, I guess, like you know, comparatively, not that I endorse driving around with prostitutes, but comparatively, it's not that bad. Do we have coverage here? What's this?
Federal prostitution-related offenses, but acquitted him on the more serious sex trafficking and racketeering charges. The Grammy-winning music mogul carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison, but juries cleared him on charges that could have put him in prison for life. So again, just different vantage points here on Live Now from Fox of this, and the lawyers argued that the acquittal on these counts changed the legal landscape enough that they should be freed on the $1 million bond. Prosecutors said he remained a flight risk, and a lot of it was around the danger to the community, as we heard the lawyers for Cassie Ventura saying that they were in danger, potentially the ex-girlfriend, a danger to her, some of the people that testified, but also a danger to the community. And among those reasons, the judge noted that Combs' violent history, saying, quote, at trial, the defense conceded the defendant's violence in his personal relationships. And you heard it time and time again that if this case was about domestic assault or domestic violence, they would concede that fact based on the evidence, based on that graphic video at the Intercontinental Hotel with Cassie Ventura. I think so many people, that imprinted on so many people's minds, but this not about that. That video, though, also may be the reason why he is remaining behind.
Okay, real quick, folks. I have to call this out. This is House Rep Hakeem Jeffries. Take a look at this. He uploaded a photo of himself just now on Instagram. This is a Louisville Slugger in the Capitol building. What's the caption? Guess what? House Democrats will keep the pressure on Trump's one big ugly bill. Folks, is this a call to violence, or is this not a call to violence? Maybe I'm being a little bit overreaction. It's like, come on, really? Hey, why you got the baseball? Hey, why do you need the baseball bat? What's that for? What's up with the baseball bat? We're going to keep the pressure on Trump's big ugly bill. Are you going to go hit Trump in the head with that thing? What's the implication here, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries? And how much did this cost? Chief, I'm not sure what you're asking about, but hey, I appreciate that super chat. I appreciate that a lot.
First of all, this, I'm sure, was a tremendous disappointment to his mother and to his children and to his other family, and as well as to the supporters that we've seen out here outside of the courthouse. But in terms of the legality of it, according to Attorney Jeremy Sallin, who we've been speaking with this hour, he said that this is fairly standard in terms of a conviction on these prostitution transportation charges, which are the 2 counts that Diddy was found guilty of. Now, what the big argument and the big push to keep him behind bars obviously came from the prosecutors. I'm sure it seemed that they were very upset about the verdict from the jury not getting that RICO case that they had pushed so hard for against the better advice of some in the legal community who didn't think that was appropriate in this particular circumstance. They also lost out on the sex trafficking. That was not guilty. And they said at this morning, the prosecution said, Your Honor, we need several hours to come back and consider bail. Otherwise, they would have just considered the bail, the bail application and the bail situation right there shortly after the verdict was read. That was not the case. They were granted all these extra hours, the extra afternoon. Sean Diddy Combs sitting in a holding cell all the while this afternoon while they're crafting these letters to the judge to explain their positions. And the defense was arguing his mother, who we've seen many times here on Fox 5 going in and out of court every single day to support her son. She's 85 years old. The argument of the defense was that he's her primary caregiver, and certainly he is the closest relative to her, and that he also has a 3-year-old baby daughter, baby Love Sean Combs, and that's her name. And so that was their argument, but the prosecution still remains a danger. They wanted him behind bars until the sentencing, and this was, I'm sure, was devastating to Combs and many of the family who seemed elated. They were elated, in fact, when they heard those not guilty verdicts. But it's one more step. And as we've seen with Combs in other situations, once he's determined, he's going to see it through. The worst is over in one sense, in that he is no longer looking at life behind bars. On the other hand, his attorneys will have to file an appeal to this denial of bail. And remember, they had several bail applications throughout the course of the pre-trial conferences and after his arrest that were completely denied. And those were just eye-popping bail packages: $50 million, 24-hour armed guards, an Upper East Side apartment where there was limited access, no internet access for him, monitoring cameras, monitoring his activities, no guests allowed coming in, and that was denied. So we'll see what happens now. But this has to be a devastating blow for the family. The family's been very united and come together at this. We saw the 2 sprinters that have taken most of the family after 1 o'clock this afternoon, or a little bit earlier, a little bit after that, after we found out that the hearing would be at 5 o'clock. They all went out together to have lunch or to have something to eat, if in fact they could do that. I'm sure many of them thinking, okay, you know what, Dad's coming home, my son's coming home, that type of thing, and he will not have to spend another night in the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is a place nobody wants to go. And so that's what it is. It's just a devastating blow for them. They went from this high this morning of realizing that there's just those 2 counts of the prostitution transportation that they're facing, and that that can be dealt with over time. That's a far cry, Bianca, Natasha, discussion from looking at the possibility of life behind bars, which would have been with the RICO case, and many decades on the sex trafficking case, because that also carries a very, very heavy penalty. But that's it for today so far. And then tomorrow the courtroom will.
By the way, real quick, folks, as a recap, if you are tuning in for the big, beautiful bill stuff, right now, President Trump and his administration, they are trying to flip one more undecided congressional Republican to vote for the bill before they actually bring this vote to the floor and vote on the actual bill tonight. House Speaker Mike Johnson said about 20 minutes ago he thinks they're going to vote on this tonight. I have made a promise to you guys. I am going to be here all day until this is done. Maybe I'm going to regret making that promise. That might have been the stupidest promise I ever made, but hey, I made the promise nonetheless. So really, folks, we are at this point, this thing could move along any second now. I guarantee you right now, Trump and his entire administration are meeting with these 4 Republicans to get them on board to push this bill forward. They could do that any minute. Any second, this could happen. So we got to wait and see. We got to see. But I'll tell you, at the moment, I'm feeling pretty optimistic. I think things are probably going to happen tonight. Seems to be the case. But things are slow. Things are kind of slow right now. I'm always over here scanning for updates. So in the meantime, we're kind of just getting caught up on the whole Diddy situation. See what's going on.
High-profile case. Michael Babcock, TMZ executive producer. There's a lot to get to today. The bail was just denied. They said that he was potentially a risk to the community. What do we make of this decision, Michael?
Everything that's happened in this case, especially the last 2 days, has been surprising to me, Andy. I would have said certainly yesterday after the quick verdicts comes back that we were likely looking at guilty, more than 2 guilty verdicts here. I would have thought that the more serious charges likely would have been guilty. Obviously, that's not what happened. I think after that happened, Andy, there was a thought that because these were, at the end of the day, not violent crimes. We know he was violent. We've seen that. But that this was effectively transporting a sex worker across state lines. It's a case that I think you could argue would not even have been brought if they knew they were not ultimately going to get the conviction on the more serious charges. So you say, with all of that said, does he then walk out of jail and report to the court on whenever the sentencing happens? If it is October 3rd, if it's earlier, he shows up then and he learns his fate. Well, that's what Diddy's team argued for, and ultimately it's what the judge rejected, because he said, look, there have been many instances throughout this trial where Diddy has, we know, allegedly been violent. We know sometimes we've seen it with our own eyes on video where he has been violent, and because of that, they feel like he is a threat to the community. And I think then, maybe I should stop reading the tea leaves, because I think I've been wrong every time I try to glean something. But I think it might show, Andy, how the judge is thinking here. And are they looking at Diddy as a violent person? And does that mean that he is leaning towards the upper end of the sentencing guidelines? Despite the fact it's the least of the serious charges here, the fact remains you could still do 10 years on each count. And if they did choose to stack them, theoretically, you could be facing a 20-year prison sentence. I'm not suggesting he's going to get 20.
He might get a 20-year prison sentence. Now, folks, we have something unrelated to this, but I want to share it with you anyway. This is news hot off the press about an hour and a half ago. A former ICE deportation officer, as well as 3 other individuals, are now in federal custody for allegedly accepting illegal kickbacks to lift immigration detainers. So pretty much what was going on here, you had an ICE agent working with 3 other people. I'm not sure what their role was, saying, hey, listen, we're going to let you go. We're going to drop this deportation, or whatever, we're gonna let you go if you give us money. So they were running a little bit of a racket there, and now this ICE agent is in federal custody. He was abusing his position. Imagine that. That's a crazy story. Now we have a super chat here from Michael P. He says, "You are not overreacting. If this were against Saint Obama or Word Salad Harris by the GOP, the cries of racism, violence, lying, etc. would have been legion." Hey, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. we also have, this is from Congressman Brandon Gill, Republican. He comments on this entire situation also. Take a look.
What we are saying is that if you are able-bodied and working age, you need to be either working or seeking work in order to receive Medicaid. That is common sense. In other words, if you're a 32-year-old guy, you cannot sit on your couch and smoke weed all day and expect taxpayers to fit your Medicaid bills.
What has this country come to? Listen, I disagree. Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, everybody. They fought for the rights for 32-year-old men to sit on the couch and smoke weed and play video games all day. What has this country come to?
That's wrong. That's something the majority of Americans agree with Republicans on. We're also saying that if you're an illegal alien and you shouldn't be in this country to begin with, you should be deported, you shouldn't be getting taxpayer-subsidized Medicaid. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at expanding eligibility checks so that whenever somebody shouldn't be on Medicaid anymore, that we take them off. These are the common sense solutions that we're putting into this big, beautiful bill. And these are the things that Democrats are against.
There you go. And so, I mean, this is what we've talked about this a lot today, is that the people that are getting cut off of Medicaid, these are people that really, frankly, never should have been on Medicaid in the first place. I'm closing some of my old tabs. I've got too many tabs open here. I'm losing my mind. No, they never should have been on Medicaid in the first place. Yet, they were, and they are still. Guys, I'm like, listen, just pass the bill. I see a bit of breaking news as of 2 minutes ago. Warren Davidson, who was a no on the original Big Beautiful Bill, has flipped to yes per Punch Bowl. Massive development here. A few more to go. So I'm seeing this 2 minutes ago. I don't know if we have already counted this vote or not. I'm going to take a look. Warren Davidson, because we know that President Trump has been able to flip some people, but how many? And is this guy one of them or not? I'm not sure if we already had him counted or not. I'm not positive. I don't know about that. Bravo 6, hey, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. He says, Elon and Trump are like two high schoolers. Neither of them are politicians, but they would definitely be scraping in the parking lot after class. Hey, thank you. Thank you for that. I don't like, listen though, you know, Elon Musk is 50. He should know better than to call the president of the United States of America a child sexual predator publicly. Because why? Because why? Keep in mind, because they had a disagreement over how to navigate the national debt and deficit. Like literally, Elon Musk is like, "Oh, you disagree with me on how to best handle the deficit? Well, guess what? You're a child sexual predator." It's like, hold up, wait a minute, dude. What are you talking about? Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell are you talking about, man? And like I said, he's 50. He's 50 something. Like you should not, you know. Elon Musk age 54. He's 54. 54. So I don't know, you know, I kind of think that I think he went too far. I think he went beyond the pale. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. You know, I think as a man, it's a respect thing. That's what I think. Like I would rather, if we get in a disagreement, I'd rather you punch me in the face than you go around telling everybody that I'm a child sexual predator. That is the worst thing you can call someone. Out of all the things, like I would rather you make the argument that I'm a cannibal, that I eat humans in my free time, than try to make the argument that Elon Musk made. Dude, disgusting. It's too far. It's too far. It's too far. For me, as an adult man, if you go that route, there's no going back. We are never going to reconcile after you do that. After somebody does that, it's a respect thing. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Goodbye. I'm not returning your phone calls anymore, Elon Musk. Now I'm looking for updates here. Matt, you're pretty knowledgeable about politics and law. How'd you learn all this? Any schooling? You know, I've never, you know, that's a good question. I've never really told you guys my, my deep ancient history. So I was going to school for microbiology actually long ago, and I was about to wrap up my 3rd year at Portland State University, if you can believe that, which is right downtown where all the riots and protests go on, downtown Portland. And I was young, I was 21 or something. It's over 10 years ago. And I had the opportunity to try to become a Twitch streamer. And so I took my shot. I said, all right, I'm gonna pause my university education for a couple months, for a term or two, and see if this works out. And then I was very lucky, and it did work out. So I spent about 8 years as a streamer on Twitch, playing video games, streaming video games. And then it's really only the last 8 months, maybe 9 months, that I decided to make a transition over to political commentary. Now, that being said, there's my life history for the last 10 years. As a hobby, as a personal hobby, politics has always really been my hobby and my passion. I spent all my time reading political literature, political philosophy, political theory, American history. Every day, got to read every day. So I've been reading every day for years about all this stuff in my free time. I'm a big time book reader. So no, I never went to university for anything politically related. I've never worked on any campaigns. I've never, been on the campaign trail. I don't have a political science degree. It's funny, both my parents do. Both my parents are poli-sci majors. But no, technically I'm a college dropout. I will say dropping out of college was probably the best decision I've ever made in my life, but technically speaking, I am a university dropout. It's true, I stopped. We are still on this preliminary vote. Yes, we are. Let me take a look at these super chats here. Matt, if it goes past 8 p.m. Eastern, I'll help ensure you receive a fair no tax on overtime or tip bonus law. We are grateful. Oh, Michael, you do not need to do that. Listen, I can look back. I can look at everything you've already done. Thank you, though. I appreciate the sentiment. You don't need to worry about that. Now, I feel last night, I wrote up an entire video script talking about Mayorkas. I've got a video ready to go. I just have to sit down and record it talking about Mayorkas. But we're caught up here doing this. I think this is bigger news. The Mayorkas video can wait. Maybe later tonight I'll make this if they actually pass this damn bill. But this is the most important thing to talk about today. I think this is a big deal. This will be a big deal in American history if they actually pass this. If they give President Trump his budget, this will be a big deal. So we are going to follow this live and see what actually goes on. I appreciate that thought, though. Oh, so you're a microbiologist. You think you're better than all of us, huh? I see how you are. When I was going to school for microbiology, I spent 2 years working at a drug and alcohol recovery clinic. I was doing toxicology. I worked in a little medical lab in the Portland area, testing urine. I would have recovering drug addicts come in, and they'd pee in the cup. And then I'd test the pee. I'd say, you, sir, have been smoking methamphetamine. You are not supposed to do that. You have been doing heroin again, haven't you? You're not supposed to do that, are you? Shouldn't do that. So that was my university job. Was working in this drug recovery clinic. Come on, let's get these votes. Bring these votes in. We do have a kind of tangentially related breaking news update here. Senator Rand Paul says he will be introducing legislation to fully strip illegals of Medicaid benefits. The day the Senate comes back into session next week, no taxpayer-funded benefits for illegals. Good. Great. That's good and great. Good. That's just good and great. They should not be getting that. They should not be getting that. But why do you get into politics, Matt? Well, I guess we have nothing to talk about here because nothing is happening. I have ever since 2015 or 2016, 10 years, my adult life, I've been very, very right wing. If we call the people on the left, we call them progressives. I am a regressive. I really have some old founding father era beliefs. I really am a regressive guy. And it's funny because when I was getting into streaming on Twitch, this is 8 or 9 years ago, I was becoming a Twitch streamer playing video games. The one piece of advice I got from everybody, all of the other streamers I knew, they said, listen, never talk about politics. Never talk politics, ever. If you talk about politics on your Twitch stream, you're going to alienate your audience. It's going to split. It's going to fracture your audience. And you should not. It's career suicide. Don't do it. And I said, oh, man, that sounds pretty bad. And so I spent the first probably 3 or 4 years of my time as a streamer on Twitch every day. I was streaming 12 hours a day. I never talked politics for 5 years or 4 years. And then I think, but still that was my personal passion and hobby. I was still reading about politics every day as my thing in my free time. And then I think it's because of COVID. It's early 2020, and the way Biden is now in office or soon to be in office, and COVID is unfolding across the country, and I think I just couldn't contain myself anymore. I said, "Listen, man, I can't pretend to be apolitical anymore. It's not my destiny to stream video games on Twitch and pretend like I don't know what's going on in the world and pretend, that I just don't care about any of this, because I do. I really deeply do. I'm a very opinionated guy. And so I think COVID broke me a little bit. When all this COVID stuff unfolded, I said I can't pretend to not give a crap anymore. And so I kind of took the mask off a little bit. And so then I spent 2 or 3 years still streaming on Twitch and, streaming the video game stuff, but we were talking about politics the entire show. So we'd play a game and talk politics the entire time also. And so it's been this slow evolution. And then now we don't even play video games. Now it's all politics. So it's been a slow transition over the last couple years of me just getting so fed up with the way that the country has gone. All right, I can't sit here and play video games 10 hours a day. We got to talk about this. We got to break it down. We're going all in. We're going all in, pretty much. And that's that. Also, I think the experience of slowly over the course of 10 years watching my city, Portland is my hometown, watching Portland just completely deteriorate into a hellhole, a lawless Antifa, illegal alien, infested. Everybody is addicted to fentanyl. You've got fentanyl drug addicts living on the sidewalk. Watching what happened year by year to my hometown, to my home city, as a consequence of these radically progressive policies. It's just that also was a contributing factor to kind of speaking out about this stuff. That was a little bit also. Part of it also. How the F do you live in Portland? Well, I don't live in Portland anymore. We've since moved away, but I grew up in the Portland suburbs, in and out of Portland. That was kind of my hometown. Portland, Oregon. No, it's true. Portland is a beautiful city. The problem with Portland is that you have all of these radical progressives in Portland. That is the issue. Hey, thank you, Top It Wonder. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we had an update a couple moments ago, probably about 30 minutes now, from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who said He thinks this bill is getting passed today. The bill is getting passed today. Well, do we have something coming in? Is this guy bringing something in? No. I think we are going to need to get one more vote before they put this thing on the floor. That's what I think. That's what I think. I'm glad you survived the Antifa. Cheesecake, this is one of the funny stories I like to tell. There was a girl in my high school that I almost dated. I did not end up dating her, but it was close. We came close. Almost dated. And after high school, this girl that I almost dated, I'm trying to find a picture here. Yeah, here she is. This girl that I almost dated in high school and ended up joining Antifa after high school and blowing up some cop cars. This is her blowing up a cop car in downtown Portland a couple years ago. She is now a federally convicted domestic terrorist living in a federal prison in Georgia, I think. This is a girl that I almost dated in high school. Didn't end up doing it, but anyway, now I listen, a lot of these people that you see running around the streets of Portland, good chance I went to school with them. I went to school with some of these people. There was a guy in one of my college classes who ended up joining Antifa, and he was blowing stuff up downtown also. I've seen these people. I grew up around these people. I really did. These are my people. Oh, as much as I hate to say it, this is the environment. And so, you know, I think in a lot of ways, being around all of this freaking insanity has also kind of shaped, you know, the way that my life has gone. It's the way the life has gone. Yeah, no, it sucks. It sucks to see people ruin their lives like that. It really does. It really does. It really does. Okay, do we have this? Listen, everybody right now is talking about Diddy. Listen, we don't care about Diddy. That's great. Diddy is whatever. Diddy. Okay. We want to pass the bill. Everybody here is sitting here waiting to pass the bill. Pass the bill. We want to pass the bill. We're looking for updates. Get to work. Pass this bill. Is Donald Trump posting anything on Truth Social? Oh, Donald Trump posted something 6 minutes ago, but it is pretty much totally unrelated to anything that we're talking about. So it's like, whatever. Come on, man. Come on, Trump. Come on, man. He's posted two things, but neither of this is related to any of this. So come on now. The bill won't pass. Listen, I think the bill is going to pass. They need one more person. They need one more person. They need to flip. Well, and by the way, that's a maybe. They might. No, they are going to need one more person. Why are there 4 no votes? Because these are 4 Republican holdouts that are either refusing to vote on this bill, or that are trying to make some type of deal with President Trump in order to vote on the bill, in order to vote for the bill. Right now, as a quick breakdown, 216 Republicans have voted yes. 212 Democrats have voted no. 4 Republicans, 4 of them have, they're just undecided. At least one of them is decided. Thomas Massey, he's not voting for it. He's under no circumstance. He is not voting for the bill. So that leaves 3 others that maybe are open to voting for it. Maybe. I wish I could see exactly which House reps have not voted. I know one of them is Thomas Massey. I want to know who are the other 3. Who the heck are the other 3? But I don't know if there is a way to actually see that. I'm scanning around. Frick. Frick. No. Listen, guys, every time somebody walks in and out of this room, every time somebody walks into this room, they might be bringing the news. We got another vote. I'm on the edge of my seat. Every time somebody walks in this room, oh, we've got another vote. Maybe, I don't know. I'll tell you what's going on behind the scenes right now. President Trump and various members of his administration are doing everything they possibly can to convince these 4 Republicans to vote for the bill. Vote for the bill. Negotiations are going on right now in some offices in the Capitol building. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. I'm trying to figure out who is undecided right now. I gotta say, listen, you guys are very tolerant. I appreciate you guys tuning in. This is frankly not exactly the most thrilling show today. We're sitting here. So I want to say I appreciate you guys hanging out and keeping me company. I appreciate it a lot. So thank you guys. This is listen, hey, any minute something is going to happen. Any minute now. So we have four members of the quote Freedom Caucus on the Republican side of the aisle. We have Chip Roy, Lauren Boebert, Jim Jordan, Andy Harris. Well, so that means that at least one of these Freedom Caucus leaders has voted for the bill, because Thomas Massie is not mentioned here, and we know Thomas Massie has not been a part of this, or at least he's not in the leadership position. So one of the 4 key leaders of the Freedom Caucus has voted for this bill. Which ones? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna start going to people's private Twitter pages. I'm gonna go take a look at Lauren Boebert. Lauren Boebert on Twitter. Is she? Maybe some of these people are posting stuff here. Okay, so it's like 5 hours ago, she posted this. She said, fighting to pass President Trump's full agenda with a bill that he and the American people deserve. Sounds to me like she voted for the bill. She posted that 5 hours ago. Fighting to pass President Trump's full, she says, full agenda. The full agenda. Okay, what exactly? I mean, she's up there with President Trump. It's like, what are we doing here, Boebert? What are we doing here, Boebert? So that's Boebert. I'm gonna pull up another one here. Chip Roy, what do you have to say about this? Is he posting on Twitter today or not? Okay, I'm pulling him up too. Are you saying anything? 7 hours ago, he said this is him on Bannon's War Room. What's he saying?
It is already unlawful for Medicaid to go to illegals, right? You're not supposed to do it, but they backdoor into it. And we've got reports showing that millions get Medicaid. So what did we do? In the bill, there's a section, I can't remember the number, section 7.1, blah, blah, blah. And it does tighten it some. It puts some teeth into it. CBO scores it as saving $5 or $6 billion. So Senator Schmidt is not wrong. There's language in there that makes it better. And we fought for that in the House, and then the Senate's got it. But the one thing we did in the House, and this is important, and it's a part of the Medicaid scam, right? You and all your viewers and all of us want to make sure the vulnerable for whom Medicaid was created and working class Americans, they get the ability to go get health care. But we don't want the able-bodied, the scammers to get it. We don't want insurance companies and fat cats to get rich on the back of this program. So here's how it works. The fact is, you take some of that money, the state money, they'll go spend it.
You know, I got to say something here. Everybody's talking about these illegal aliens getting Medicaid. They're scammers. Whether or not the big, beautiful bill allows or disallows illegal aliens to get Medicaid, in a way, kind of doesn't matter, because if the big, beautiful bill gets passed, all of them are getting deported anyway. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you know, it would be great if the big, beautiful bill cuts them off from Medicaid. I think it does pretty much effectively anyway. But even if it didn't, even if it doesn't, they're going to get deported anyway. That's the point of the bill. We're shutting down the border. We're hiring 10,000 more ICE agents. We are carrying out mass deportations. So maybe they get Medicaid. They're going to get deported. They're out.
On illegal aliens. They won't use the federal money, which they're prohibited from doing, but they'll use their state money, but they'll still claim all of the provider tax dollars and the FMAP matching dollars and use that to fatten their coffers. So they end run the restrictions. In the House bill, we said you're going to lose your federal match if you continue to provide Medicaid to illegal aliens. And so, you know, California, for example, the Senate stripped that out. They hid behind the parliamentarian, but they didn't fight hard enough to keep it in, and they didn't rework the language so that we can guarantee that those federal dollars don't flow to states that give money to illegal aliens. I hope that.
Man. I see somebody in the chat says they're all going to get amnesty. Folks, this is tying into a different conversation we've had at other points in today's broadcast. If if a Democrat gets back in office, if they get the House and the Senate, I don't even know if I'll check in on this. If a Democrat, let's say if President Kamala Harris, President AOC, what is a part of President AOC's day one agenda? Amnesty for every single illegal alien in the country. What is day one of President Kamala Harris' agenda? First day, executive order, whatever she's doing. Amnesty for every single illegal alien in the country. Ronald Reagan granted amnesty to 3.1 illegal aliens. What happened next? California flipped blue. It's never been red since. That's what happened as a consequence of Ronald Reagan amnesty package in 80, 84 or whenever it was. Anyway, listen, you thought amnesty for 3.1 million illegals was bad? How about amnesty for 50 million? It's over. This is what I'm talking about, guys. If we don't get these people out of the country is gone. It is dead. It is over. If these people are ever given amnesty. I actually want to double check. Real quick. Lenny Jones, Matt, you saw it. I see Ben busy. We need the BBB. Lenny, if you tuned out and came back a couple hours later, I want you to know something. You have missed absolutely nothing. You have missed nothing. Well, a little bit. Slowly, President Trump is wrangling up these votes. Slowly. Maybe we might just need one more. Maybe one more. So maybe some slow progress is being made. I want to say that's a big super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. Good news, the executive branch, including the president, cannot unilaterally alter immigration laws to grant broad amnesty, as it would exceed executive authority and likely face legal challenges. So just to be clear, did Reagan have... I think he must have. Yes, he did. The Immigration Reform and Control Act, the IRCA of 1986, is bipartisan legislation provided legal status to nearly 3 million undocumented immigrants who met specific criteria, such as continuous residence in the U.S. before January 1st, 1982. Folks, if the Democrats ever get the House or the Senate or the White House, they're going to need all three, but if they do, if they get that, the country is over. It's done. He did 3 million. We've got 50 million. Now, how about this? How about we get one more vote? Jason Bowes, hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let's get one more vote in the House here. What about that? Where can we find one vote? That's all we need. One more vote from one person. And that's going to happen any minute now. I've got a feeling. What's this?
About the scene out here separately, this was at around 11.
This is the Diddy.
11:44 this morning. We
the
saw
Diddy case.
A Sprinter type van pull out of the back secure garage of this federal courthouse, and we could see through the windows carrying the jurors to be dispersed from a separate location. Everybody trying to keep a low profile. So a lot of people are out here. Worth Street at some points was completely shut down in both directions. This is a very busy thoroughfare that connects east side from west side down here. Right now we see there's a fire truck here.
Everybody's down there.
Heat related, we don't know. Their posture isn't really that urgent, but it's quite the spectacle out here. Probably continue to be for the rest of tonight. That's the latest from the federal courthouse here in Lower Manhattan. Arthur Chan, Fox 5 News. Bianca, Natasha, back to you guys.
All right, Arthur, thank you so much for continuing coverage.
Okay, folks. Representative Jim Jordan. Rep. Jim Jordan is also one of these Freedom Caucus members who maybe has not voted for this bill. We're not sure. Right now, we don't know who has and who has not. I'm sitting here trying to figure out, we've got 4 Republicans that have not voted for this bill. Who are they? We know for a fact one of them is Thomas Massie. Who are the other 3? We do not know. We know the Freedom Caucus has raised some issues. Maybe Representative Chip Roy has not voted. Maybe Boebert has not voted. Jim Jordan is the deputy chair of the Freedom Caucus. He was on Fox News a couple hours ago. Maybe we can kind of piece this together. What's up?
Let's welcome back to the show. Look who's here, House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan. Chairman, it's always great to see you again.
You too.
So what is happening now? Congressman Thomas Massie reported claims he has enough Republicans to block it in the House. I mean, with full attendance, you can't have more than four GOP defections.
And this is where we are now.
Are going to sink the bill. What's happening right now?
I think, there are meetings going on, there are talks going on, just like Congressman Johnson mentioned. I think my colleagues are right. I think we get there. I think we get there because it is a good bill. And I always tell everyone, it's a good bill because Democrats hate it.
Okay. So he voted for it. So here we have, this is the deputy chair of the Freedom Caucus. He voted for it, at least. He did. Okay.
The reason they hate it because it doesn't empower government. It actually empowers families. It empowers Americans, lets them keep more of their money, gives them school choice, makes sure our border stays secure, and says to able-bodied people in our welfare system who are getting your money and your viewers' money, guess what? You're going to have to work now. So it's just good common sense Republican basic principles that we have as a party that I think in the end that carries the day and this
Pastor
thing gets
Mike,
passed. So
good afternoon.
It'll take a while. It always does in this process, but I think we're going to get there.
What's up, brother? Is AOC being investigated? Are there any new investigations into AOC? No, I don't think so. Not at the moment. We do know, however, she did not vote for the big, beautiful bill, which is, I guess, no surprise. But hey, right now we are waiting on votes to come in for the big, beautiful bill. That is the big talk of the day. And so right now, if you are tuning in and you're like, hey, what is going on here? There are 4 congressional Republicans that have not voted for the big, beautiful bill. 216 have. We need to get at least one more of them to vote for this bill. We do not know who are the 4. Which 4 have not voted for this bill? We're trying to figure it out. So we're trying to, take a look around the media landscape here. Thank you, though.
What are the big sticking points now?
Well, I think I mean, obviously, some of our members didn't like some of the changes that the Senate made, whether it was with the, the so-called Inflation
MTG
Reduction
could be.
Acts, or did
I'll
all
look
the
at her
stuff
next.
on the green energy stuff, the subsidies there. There was concerns about that. So that's the key. And I think just the overall that we maybe didn't cut enough spending, some members think. I agree we should cut more. But we got a small majority in both the House and Senate. And you got to kind of cobble together the votes. And so you moderates don't always want to cut as much as we conservatives do, and it's just how it works. So, again, I think with that tight of a small of a majority, this is probably as good as it's going to get. And I've said to my colleagues, and I respect them all, I've said, look, it was 50-50 in the Senate. The vice president had to come break the tie. And the two of the three votes on the Republican side against it were Senator Tillis, Senator Collins. Not exactly conservatives. Do you think it can get much more conservative when that's the lay of the land?
Okay, real quick. Yeah, what I'm seeing is that Marjorie Taylor Greene voted yes on this bill, and the reason why, let me give you my logic here. Yesterday, she posted here, I told the White House I can't vote for the big, beautiful bill with the AI moratorium on the inside. Banning states from regulating AI for 10 years is a gift to big tech and a disaster for American workers. Okay, great. The Senate ripped that out before they passed it. The 10-year AI moratorium is not in the bill. So given the AI moratorium is not in the bill, I think it's fair to assume that she would vote yes today if that was the make or break, the decider for her. I think she probably voted yes. I'm gonna keep playing this here. We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
I think it's difficult. So let's look at what a good bill this is, how it, I think, is going to help economic growth by letting people and businesses keep more of their money, invest that money, spend that money. I think it on balance is a pretty darn good piece of legislation that we should be supporting.
So we've got a third procedural vote coming up.
Yeah.
Do you think it'll get through that?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's the big test. I think
you,
the rules
Christopher.
actually may be a bigger test than the final passage. So I hope it does. That's what the talks are about. The other thing I think is important, and you had this at the top of the show where we talked about the president's approval ratings amongst Republicans. I mean, momentum is an important thing. It's important in sports, and it's certainly important in politics. The president's got record approval ratings. He's off this amazing, successful exercise in Iran. The NATO countries are ending up more of their money to help pay for NATO. We got a border that's secure. The stock market is up, as you just pointed out. Things are moving in the right direction, and now we're going to stop a bill that cuts taxes for the families we get to represent. I just fail to see how that makes sense. So in the end, I think we get there because it's just good common sense and it's consistent with what we told the voters we were going to do. And I always say we make this job too complicated. What did we tell the voters we're going to do? If you get elected, go do that.
Get elected, help President Trump enact his agenda. That's it. Listen, the degree to which I have loyalty to any one of these congressional representatives, Republican congressional reps, is the degree to which they help President Trump make this country great again. Period. That's it. We have a super chat from Cynthia Miller. Says, Matt, I've been watching for a long time. My second granddaughter, Eden, was born the day before yesterday. She has a lot of heart problems. Can I ask you and the subscribers to pray for her? XOXO. First off, everybody in the chat, type a P if you're going to pray. Everybody P for pray in the chat. And thank you for the super chat. I'm here with you. We're all praying for Eden, for little Eden here. Also, I want to tell you, anecdote, I've known a lot of people in my life that have had heart issues. They had congenital heart issues when they were a little baby, and they grow up and they're fine. Maybe they have to be a little bit careful or cautious with kind of, what they do. But I've known a lot of people that have grown up just fine. So maybe there's a little bit of good news. But hey, thank you for the super chat and good luck to Eden. Look at all these people. There's the outpouring of support. And thank you and good luck, sincerely. There was this here, folks. We know for a fact who two of our no votes are. Chip Roy is a no. We have a confirmation, and we also know that Thomas Massie is a no. So now we're trying to figure out who are the other two no's. Jim Jordan is a yes. Boebert is a maybe. I don't know. We don't know exactly. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a yes. I think it's fair to say Boebert is a maybe. I don't know. Chip Roy is definitely a no, though. Then we have, what about Andy Harris? I'm looking at Andy Harris here. And I want to see what he has had to say about all of this. He retweeted the Freedom Caucus Foundation. The House Freedom Caucus says it's time for Congress to stand with President Trump in opposing the Green New Scam. That's a different thing. What about this? The Senate bill continues taxpayer-funded transgender surgeries. Doesn't get a full illegal aliens off Medicaid. Guts the repeal to the Green New Scam adds hundreds. Okay, so he's retweeting something that makes it seem to me like he is not voting for this bill. I'm play the video here.
Joining us right now is Maryland Congressman Andy Harris. He is the chair of the House Freedom Caucus. Good morning to you.
I think he's a no.
Where are we here? Tell me how many friends and colleagues do you have on your side at this point, and how you think this is all going to go down, because we are getting, as you know, down to the wire here.
Well, we're down to an artificial deadline wire, no question about that. The bottom line is we could take another week to get this thing right. The Senate bill moved way far away from the House bill, added about $750 billion to an already large federal deficit and debt. You know, it did things like it stripped away the blocking funding for transgender surgery from minors. It stripped away, you know, effectively stopping illegal aliens from getting Medicaid. It scaled back the Green New Scam provisions from the House bill. We should take the time to get this right. I think there are enough people who say, you know, the House took a position, the Senate took a position. Now it's time to get somewhere between those two positions and send something to the president's desk.
Okay, so how realistic, though, given what you know about, as I say, your friends and colleagues who are on your side versus not, that are willing to effectively tell the president, no mas, we're not doing it this week, you're going to have to wait?
Well, the president's already...
This is something that they will do. They will highlight the cost. They'll say cost, 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 saving, 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 cost, cost. In these calculations, you guys know this. In these calculations they never, ever factor in the degree to which this bill will stimulate the economy to offset some of the costs. They'll focus on the costs on the paper, but the economic, you know, stimulant aspects of this bill are never actually factored into any of this.
Versus,
and so this is what Trump and his entire administration have been trying to say. It's like, listen, yeah, there's some of this, there's this and this, but this is going to rev the economy.
Not that are willing to effectively tell the president, no mas, we're not doing it this week, you're going to have to wait.
Well, the president's already indicated this may slip by a few days. I think, again, our goal is to get this done by the middle of next week. I think it's easily done to get a compromise version between the...
Come on, Matt, you will care when your taxes go up tenfold. Give your head a shake. If you think that this bill is going to increase anybody's taxes tenfold, if you actually think that, you need to give your head a shake.
When do they all technically get back, or could get back as early as?
Well, I don't know. They could get back as early as Monday, but you don't have to be in town to do the negotiations. And obviously, the Senate leadership probably would come back into town. They should not have left town. The bottom line is the president said everyone should stay in town until this bill gets done. Senate chose to leave town. That's their issue. Our issue is we're in town. We're willing to stay until we resolve this.
Staying in town.
I have one final one. Do you think the Senate left effectively town as a negotiating tactic to put you in a bind,
I bet.
Put you in the corner so that you have to accept this deal? Do you think that's part of what's happening here?
Absolutely. That's negotiating 101. You walk away from the table. The bottom line is they walked away from the table. They put a deal on the table, walked away, assuming that we would take it. I think the result will be quite different. Again, the leadership's going to have to come back into town and do the hard work of...
This guy is voting no. This is a 100% no. Andy Harris. Okay, so gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, now you can see the problem here. So we have a couple individuals. We have Representative Chip Roy, Representative Andy Harris, Representative Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey is a hard, concrete no. Andy Harris is a hard, concrete no. Chip Roy seems like an 80% no. Maybe he could be, worked with a little tiny bit. Maybe he could. These two guys, 100% no, not happening. Boebert, we don't know. Is she even one of the no's? We know that these three guys are three of the four no's. Is Lauren Boebert a no? We don't know that. So right now, I think it's safe to say we have successfully identified 3 out of the 4 no's. Who is the 4th no? It could be Boebert, or it could not be. Or it could not be. We're not sure. She's a yes. You think she's a yes? Who is the 4th? No, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Greene is a yes. She's a yes now. MTG is a yes. Yesterday she was a no, but now she is a yes. Ralph Norman. Looking around. Representative Ralph Norman. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
How are you planning to vote today?
Well, first of all, with reconciliation, we have one chance, one moment to curb the spending that has plagued this country and is a cancer that's going to take this country down if we don't get it under control. The House bill that we sent over did just that. Our baseline cut was $1.6 trillion with an optimum of $2 trillion. We met the 1.6, and the Senate basically violated what we sent over in the House. For every dollar we had that was spent, you had to cut $1, and it just didn't do that. Secondly, a lot of the key reforms, like with the Inflation Reduction Act, the Green New Scam, was put back in place, and I don't know how long we can continue to do this. So our position was to send it back, to vote it down, send it back to the Senate with some key changes that we agreed to in the House. And we'll see how it plays out today. I voted against it in the Rules Committee yesterday. Of course, it passed, but it will be on the floor today, and we'll see exactly what's coming from it. But what I see right now, I don't like.
Doesn't like it.
And you said there were proposed changes. Tell us about some of the further cuts that you support or want to see in the bill. Does that include changes to tax provisions?
Well, yeah, the tax provisions, but there are other things like sex funding for sex surgeries was put back in. On the IRA credits, they had foreign entity exclusions where China could, we had to jump through hoops before they allowed.
Okay, so I think we have got the message here. He seems like a no. This guy seems like a pretty firm no. So right now, I guess that means Boebert is a yes, because I'm just look at the math. If we have what seems to be 4 pretty concrete no's, these guys are no's. I guess that means Boebert is a yes, because right now there are only 4 outstanding votes. So right now, what does that mean? That means President Trump and his entire administration are coming crashing down on these guys. Chip Roy, Andy Harris, Thomas Massey, and Ralph Norman here. Now, I'll tell you what. Andy Harris is a firm no. We know he's a no. He's an absolute no. Thomas Massey is an absolute no, 100% no. I put Ralph Norman as like a 90% no. I think there's 10% of this guy, maybe 5%, where you could try to get a negotiation in with this guy. I think maybe. Chip Roy, I think you might have 10 or 15% chance at doing some negotiation. And so right now, that's what's happening. You're sitting here wondering, man, why is nothing going on here? Why is no progress being made? It's because right now these guys are all in the back room meeting with various officials from the Trump admin, and they're trying to work out deals. These guys are firm nosed. These two guys here, though, they might be down to make a deal. Chip will flip. You think Chip will flip? I don't know. Hey, listen, one of these four guys has got to do it. One of them has got to do it. President Trump has just now called for Jerome Powell to resign immediately now. Take a look at this. Kind of unrelated note here. Too late, should resign immediately. Fed chair should be investigated by Congress, FHFA head says. So President Trump was calling for Fed Chair Jerome Powell to resign and also be investigated by Congress. You can tell Trump is probably getting a little bit pissed off. He's just like, come on, pass my bill. Trump is like, man, I can't do anything. All these American people came out, they elected me to do this job, and I can't do anything because I'm surrounded by idiots. We have all these rhinos in the House. They won't give me a budget. We've got the Federal Reserve Chairman. He refuses to cut inflation out of partisan loyalty to the Democrats. I've got all these freaking federal judges biting at my ankles. Everything I do, I can't even enact an executive order because I got this radically progressive federal judiciary trying to chop my head off every single day. I can't do anything. Can't do anything. And it's getting old. It's getting old because we all voted for him to do this stuff, and he's got these people saying, well, actually, you can't. No. Actually, no, you can't do that. We're not going to let you do that. Come on. Come on. And so here we are. Now we are dealing with Representative Chip Roy out of Texas, Ralph Norman out of South Carolina, Andy Harris out of Maryland, and Thomas Massie out of Kentucky. And so, folks, we are at a standstill. That is what is going on right now. I think it's like a pretty safe bet to bet that it's these four. I think it's these four. Now, of course. Let's be real here. President Trump has said a billion times now that he wants this bill on his desk by July 4th, the 4th of July. It's 2 days from now. It's a big celebration. It's a big deal. It's a big, sacred holiday here in the U.S., Independence Day. Also, this July 4th is special because it is the 250th anniversary of Independence Day. It's a big deal. And so President Trump wants this budget bill on his desk on that day specifically. It's very important to him. And so that's why he's trying to get all this pushed along. Let's say it doesn't happen now. Let's say we miss this July 4th day. President Trump does not get what he wants. Well, then what happens? This is going to get kicked out of the House. It's going to go back to the Senate. And the Senate is going to have to make some changes, or the House is going to have to make some changes. One of these two entities, the House or the Senate, they're going to make some changes. And then it's going to pretty much start over. The process is going to start over here. 249. Oh, I'm sorry. 249. I apologize. 249. I apologize. Yeah, that's basic math, isn't it? Sorry, my bad. Next year is 250. I think that President Trump on the 250th, so a year from now, is actually going to be having a big celebration in Ohio, like a big America party, a party in the USA, in Ohio to celebrate. So yeah, you know what? Maybe I would go to that. I would go to that. I'd hop on a plane. I'd go to the 250-year celebration party. Why not? That seems fun. But first, we need to really focus on getting this big, beautiful bill. Where is our big, beautiful bill? Get the bill. I'm taking a look around. Frick. You know, it's kind of exciting for me. So this is 10 years from now. So I will be 41 years old. Will be the, you're not going to believe this. Check this out. 10 years from now will be the 400-year anniversary of my bloodline arriving in the United States. The very first Morse, my last name is Morse, the first of my paternal male side fatherly bloodline to arrive in this continent was 390 years ago. It was in 1635. So we're gonna, in 10 years, we're gonna have a 400-year celebration. That's what we're gonna be having. It's my father's fathers, all the way back up. That's exciting. In 10 years, maybe. Hopefully I'm alive by then. Looking for updates here. Oh, guess what, folks? We have an update from Mamdani, everybody's favorite Ugandan communist.
Yesterday, Donald Trump said that I should be arrested. He said that I should be deported.
Yes.
He said that I should be denaturalized.
Yes.
And he said those things about me, someone who stands to be the first immigrant mayor of this city in generations, someone who would also be the first Muslim and the first South Asian mayor in this city's history.
Wow.
Less so because of who I am, because of where I come from, because of how I look or how I speak, and more so because he wants to distract from what I fight for. I fight for working people. I fight for the very people that have been...
It's actually because you're a communist. You are a communist. You weren't, and by the way, you weren't born a communist. You decided to be a communist. You lied about being a communist and a terrorist supporter when you were naturalized into this country. And every year you have been in this country after being accepted in as a Ugandan refugee, after this country graciously took you into its arms and gave you a safe, sheltered, privileged life, after you left Uganda, which is a war-torn hellhole, you have since spent every single year in this country trying to tear it apart, trying to destroy the country from the inside. You should be deported. You should have been deported a decade ago. You got to get the hell out of here.
Been priced out of this city, and I fight for the same people that he said he was fighting for. This is the same president who ran on a campaign of cheaper groceries, who ran on a campaign about easing a suffocating cost of living crisis. And ultimately, it is easier for him to fan the flames of division than to acknowledge the ways in which he has betrayed those working class Americans, not just in this city, but across this country, and the ways in which he continues to betray them. Because we know that he would rather speak about me than speak about the legislation that he is shepherding through Washington, D.C. Legislation that will quite literally take health care away from Americans. Legislation that will steal food from the hungry. Legislation that looks to build upon one of the largest transfers of wealth we've seen in recent history in his first administration and do it once again for the very Americans who already have enough.
Once again, how is he planning? According to him, this is not my speculation. He has himself explicitly said this. How is he planning on funding and paying for all of his communist utopian policies? He has said himself that he's just going to increase taxes on, quote, rich white neighborhoods. So if you are a white person, guess what? You are going to have to pay for all of his communist policies. Derek Rogers, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
We should be fighting for those that do not have what they need to live a dignified life. That is what I will do, and I am thankful to have the protection and to have the support of so many New Yorkers who have stood up and said how unacceptable this is, including our governor, including members of the labor movement. And ultimately, what I fear for is that if this is what Donald Trump and his administration feel comfortable about saying about the Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City, imagine what they feel comfortable saying and doing about immigrants whose names they don't even know. Yesterday.
Yeah, you gotta go. Yeah, you are gonna get deported. You're gonna get deported. Dude, please, please God, let President Trump revoke this guy's citizenship and deport him back to Uganda. Please, God, please. please give President Trump the strength to revoke this guy's citizenship and deport him back to Uganda from whence he came. From whence he came, he shall remain. Send him back to Uganda. Thank you. What's up with P. Diddy?
They have a full tent, window tent, which is illegal in New York State, unless you have a special permission or have visual problems that you need to have a full window tent. So that's the latest from here. And let me send it back to you in the studio. Reporting live from federal court. Linda Schmidt was with us earlier. I thank my colleague Linda Schmidt for being with us, and we're sending it back to you in the studio.
All right, Lisa, thank you. You and both Linda, excellent reporting on all of this, giving us a lot of color on what's happening there.
You're just listening in there to this here live now from Fox, and this is high atop. You can see Lisa Evers kind of under one of those umbrellas on the far side of the street. On the other side is where the courthouse was taking place, and you can see the Sprinter vans have exited the scene. They've exited stage right following the verdict coming down, the bail being denied. They were hopeful that they would be able to walk out arm in arm.
Midterms are going to be rough,
today,
Ronan.
but that
I think
not
so.
being the case, bail denied.
It's going to be a little bit difficult.
In federal custody for some time. We'll see exactly how long that will be after those two guilty verdicts coming down today. The sentencing will take place in the next several months. We're not exactly sure of the official date yet, as the judge has not set that up as of yet. All right, right now, let's get back out right now to this another breaking news event out of New Jersey. They're calling it a potential mass casualty incident of a small plane crash.
What happened?
In the Williamsport area in New Jersey. You can see a live picture right now, emergency vehicles on hand, and very preliminary information. As you can see, the runway there, this appears to be just off the end, as according to reports, a small aircraft has crashed on Wednesday around 5:30 in the evening. Gloucester County Emergency Management says multiple agencies are assisting at the Cross Keys Airport in Monroe Township. There is no confirmation on how many people were inside the plane or the severity of potential injuries. You can see 2, 3, 4 fire engines on hand, EMS, police as well. So very limited information. I don't know if this plane was landing, if this plane was taking off. So unsure of that, but the nature of the airport, the nature of the planes that land at a small airport just south of Philadelphia indicates it was not a big plane, so it couldn't hold a ton of people, but you can see them with gators out, potential injuries. So viewer discretion is advised here, watching this unfold in real time, as this was posted on social media from the emergency management crew talking about this, talking about a multi-agency mass casualty incident at the Cross Keys Airport, a downed aircraft. Please avoid the area to allow emergency vehicles the best access. So that posted on Facebook, courtesy of their emergency management there in the New Jersey area. Just south of Philadelphia, if you're familiar with the area. So they call it a mass casualty incident, and that could be multiple people injured. It does not necessarily indicate that people were killed, but that also could be the case. Not exactly sure what's going on here with this, but a story that we're going to follow into the evening hours. Potentially our Fox 29 team will provide an update a little bit later on. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.
Thank you. We have a breaking news update from Ellie Mistel, who looks like a cartoon character.
And I don't say this lightly, but our country needs to be sanctioned. We are the bad guys on the world stage. We are a menace to not only free people everywhere, but we are a menace to peaceful people everywhere at this point. And I'm not even going to say that we've only been a menace for the past 3 or 4 months.
You should leave. You should leave the country. Man, yeah, man, dude, whoa. America is so evil. Like, dude, yeah, you should leave. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, America is super evil. It's terrible. You know what? You should get out.
Right? Like, when does the international community decide that enough is enough? I know we're rich. I know we've got a lot of money. I know that people want to buy things from our country because we're rich, or want to sell things to our country because we're rich. But at some point, the international community has to stand up to us, because we are a bad guy on the world stage, right? And so we should be sanctioned. We should be sanctioned and rebuked.
We should sanction your hair. He looks like a character from Spaceballs. You remember that movie? Spaceballs. He looks like a Spaceballs character. Are you kidding me? Like, how do you expect anybody to take you seriously? You look like a guard, like a stormtrooper from Spaceballs or whatever they're called. Dude, really? I just, man, these people, like, it's like every day the country just gets a little bit stupider. Like, where are these people? Where are these people coming from? How are these people exist? Where are they? How are they? Is there some lab, some laboratory popping these people out, churning? There's some factory popping these people out, manufacturing idiots like this. What is going on? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We have this DC judge trying to undermine President Trump's effort to shut down the border. A federal judge came out, the DC circuit came out and said, President Trump, you actually need to open up the border again. Hey, federal judge here, unelected federal judge here. Yeah, you got to open up that border again. Steve Bannon chimes in.
This is by phone, and Mike, I'm going to ask you to hold through because we're not going to be able to get through it. A bombshell ruling. Brother, I thought we were past these. I guess what just happened, sir, with a federal judge that just put the brakes on President Trump's deportation program?
Yeah, we have another Democrat activist judge, this time D.C. Obama judge Randolph Moss, telling the President of the United States that he needs to reopen the border and let in the flood of fake asylum seekers who came into our country. Apparently 20 million fake asylum seekers during President Biden wasn't enough for this Obama judge, Randolph Moss. And so he's telling the President of the United States that he is no longer the commander-in-chief, apparently. He can no longer secure our border. He can no longer repel this invasion of our border. These judges have forged the legitimacy of the Supreme Court of the United States and the lower federal courts. The Supreme Court just ruled 6-3 that these judges cannot issue these nationwide injunctions. And here we are a week later, less than a week later, and this judge, Randolph Moss, this D.C. Obama judge, is saying, okay, we're not going to do nationwide injunctions. He's just going to certify a class of every asylum seeker in the world and say that
these people are desperate. They will do anything. In case there's any doubt in your mind, these progressives, they will do anything they can. They will cheat, lie, and steal. They'll spit on the Constitution. It does not matter. They'll do anything they can to facilitate the invasion of this country by tens of millions of third world illegal aliens. They are hell-bent on that. And why? They are hell-bent on replacing you, hardworking, everyday, normal, average American citizen. They are hell-bent on replacing you with these foreign imports. That's why.
That every asylum seeker in the world is a class under this lawsuit, and therefore they're that Obama that Trump needs to let down the.
It's hard to believe. Like it's so incredibly shameless and anti-American. It's hard. You got to rub your eyes and say, wait a minute, are they for real? Are you for real? We have after this recent bombshell Supreme Court ruling 6-3 decision saying that these universal injunctions are bunk. It's over. No more. You are still having these federal judges. This one out of D.C. now saying, actually, listen, President Trump, federal judge here. I know that nobody elected me, but President Trump, you need to reopen the border. Open it up again. President Trump just dropped a new Truth Social post. I want to take a look at this with you guys. Do we have the votes yet? Man, get the votes. Get the freaking votes. Get the votes. Congratulations, America. The June border statistics are in, and once again, they are the lowest recorded number in United States history. The U.S. Border Patrol reported 0 releases of illegal aliens into the country. In addition, Customs and Border Protection only had 25,000 nationwide encounters throughout the entire month, which is absolutely staggering, considering the Biden administration was encountering tens of thousands of people every single day. America's borders are safe and secure, and the entire world knows it. All we need to do is keep it this way, which is exactly why Republicans need to pass the big, beautiful bill. We still have radical left judges trying to open up the border and defy the Supreme Court, which is why Republicans must be smart, strong, and never let these crazed judges turn us into a third world country. True. The men and women of Border Patrol, ICE, and CBP are doing an amazing job, but they need more help, and they are counting on Republicans to get it done. Oh, man, it's been a long day. It's been a long day of these congressional Republicans not getting it done. It's been a long day of them not getting it done. It really has. If you want to watch them not getting it done right now, we can tune in live. Take a look at this. We have something coming out of this Diddy trial, this Diddy thing. Take a look. Watch as CNN's Laura Coates reports. Okay, just play the clip.
Happening inside of a courtroom. No, instead, I kid you not, people are pouring baby oil on one another outside this courthouse. Baby oil having a very big play in the freak-offs we heard about. You have people saying it's not Rico, it's Frico. It's happening.
What? Okay, what? The people outside the Diddy courthouse, they're waiting for him to come out. They're celebrating. They are dumping baby oil on each other and saying, it's not Rico, it's a Frico. It's not Rico, it is Frico. Okay, I don't want to get in trouble here. Hold up. Can I play this? I just want to see, is anybody naked? You know, okay, this is a fat black woman jumping around, her wig falls off, she's shaking her boobs, and they are dumping baby oil. All right. Okay, I'm not going to play that one. Sorry, I'm not going to show that one on the broadcast. She was shaking her ass so much her wig fell off. They're dumping baby oil on each other. It really is just disgusting. Hate to say it. What is this country coming to? What is this country coming to? Andrew Jackson, please. Spirit of Andrew Jackson. Spirit of Andrew Jackson, if you can hear me, please give me the power to change this country. Please fix this nation. Please, Spirit of Andrew Jackson, if you can hear me. Please, we need you. Times are dark. We are living in dark times. We need to save the country. Oh. Man, it's been an exhausting day. I don't know. I'm feeling exhausted. This day, man, today it's really taking it out of me. It's one of those days. It is one of those days. Pass the bill. Pass the bill. So, folks, right now we need one more of them. We need one more congressional Republican to flip and vote in favor of this bill. Let's do the math here. We have 216 right now that are voting yes, pass the bill. We have 4 that are voting no, I'm not going to pass the bill. Well, if they put the bill on the floor, they could right now. They can do that. If they put the bill on the floor, you've got 4 of these guys are voting no. They're voting alongside the who? Alongside the dem. Hold up. She just came in this room. She seems happy. She came in, she went like this, pelvic thrust. She walked in the room. Why did she do that? I'm sorry, I'm going crazy here. Did we lock somebody in here or not? Anybody get locked in? No. doesn't seem like it. Oh, doesn't seem like it. Anyway, so if you send this bill to the floor, sorry, I thought we had something there. If you send this bill to the floor, you've got 216. Well, these 4 Republicans are going to vote alongside the Democrats. It's 216 versus 216, and it's a tie, and it's dead. And it's dead. So we are back to nothing happening. Now, right now, Okay, folks, right now, we believe the 4 Republicans that have voted no for this, or they have not voted yet, they're holding out. We believe it is Representative Chip Roy, Representative Ralph Norman, Representative Andy Harris, and Representative Thomas Massey. We believe these are the 4 that are voting against the bill. We don't know for sure, but we've looked around. To the best of our knowledge, it is these 4.
Sexually assaulted anybody, certainly hasn't sex trafficked anybody, and the jury found that today. Thank
Diddy.
you.
Can you tell us what you're Mr. Cohen?
I am now going to pass this over to Mr. Steele.
Okay.
Good evening. Good evening. I want to thank the ladies and gentlemen to my right and my left. There's not a better group of honest and ethical, hardworking, and zealous lawyers, and I especially wish to thank Mark and Tenny for allowing me and everyone else to come together. On behalf of my family, myself, I wish to thank you all for being here and writing truthfully about a man wrongly charged with most of the crimes.
You know, I know you know.
And that we all must remember that allegations are nothing. And I'd like to thank Sean for letting me be here. Thank you all. God bless you.
Thank you, Lenny. Big time super chat. Thank you very much.
Thankfully, in our country, we have a right to a jury trial. And thankfully, Mr. Combs took that right. He actually battled for his freedom, for his innocence. He did it. And a lot of times, you know, people are too afraid to do it. And he did it, and we're so happy that he did. We're proud of him. We are completely honored that he put his faith and his trust in us to fight for him. Today is a major win to show what the system can do.
Look at him.
We appreciate and we're so thankful to the jury. Thank you to the court. Thank you, New York. It's been a pleasure being here and fighting in your district. Thank you so much. And listen, we appreciate the media. We do. There was a lot of reporting on the accusations. There was a lot of reporting on the indictment. Please report just as vigorously on the acquittal of these counts, please, because that's also the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm coming home.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I'm coming home.
So, first of all, I want to thank this wonderful team behind me. I am so happy that they allowed me to join it. I would like to say that I've done a lot of trials, but this is probably the most special one to me. And most importantly, I want everyone to know the job is not done yet. We're not finished. The job is not done yet. And so I want to, again, thank Mark, Tenny, and the rest of these wonderful lawyers behind us. They did a fantastic job. And like those before me have said, our system, the jury system, is important. We need good people to serve on juries. We need good people to come and say a person is not guilty. Take that courage to do that. It's okay. We want you to serve on juries. This particular jury was a special jury. It was fantastic. It listened. It paid attention. It put the nonsense to the side. It put the distractions to the side and came to a lawfully good, just conclusion. Juries are important. Juries are important. But more important than that, I think, is people wanting to be on juries. So for all of you all listening, for all you out there in the public, please accept the call, become a juror, and do the right thing.
I cannot serve on a jury because I am one of the most biased people in the nation. So I think that's probably disqualifying.
Part of this legal team, this amazing legal team, and to represent Sean Combs. And this is a reminder to everyone, I hope, about the flaws in the criminal justice system, and for everyone to take a second look when the government charges people with crimes, and especially when the Southern District of New York does here. And so I hope everyone takes that seriously. And we take this as an enormous victory and win. This is a huge win. He was acquitted of sex trafficking, acquitted of RICO conspiracy, and he will be able to sleep well at night knowing that. Okay, thank you to everyone. I appreciate you. What did you think about the bail decision? Jason.
Thank you. Really just something else. Folks, we do have some updates here talking about the bill. I see this got posted here. Let me take a look here. This is Deputy Secretary Michael Falcon. Take a look.
I mean, it's just outrageous the depths that Chuck Schumer will go to mischaracterize what we are doing. I mean, by extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that we did in 2017, let's just remind the American people of the economic success that we generated as a result of that. We had enormous growth in our economy. We had the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years. We had the highest wage gains we'd ever seen. We saw working class people do better than supervisors and executives at the companies. And we did all that in a low inflation environment. What we are doing in this bill is we are getting back to fiscal sanity. We are providing growth incentives to the private economy. We are reducing spending by mandatory spending by $1.6 trillion. We are reimposing work requirements and saying that federal Medicaid benefits should not go to illegal immigrants. That used to be something that Democrats and Republicans could get behind. We are generating incentives to build manufacturing facilities here in the United States. We are going back to an all-of-the-above energy dominant strategy where instead of encouraging Chinese-built windmills and solar panels, we are unleashing the liquid gold that's sitting underneath our land and making sure that we once again are the dominant energy provider in the global economy. Everything that we are doing in this bill moves us towards stronger families, stronger economy, stronger national security, and reasserts American leadership. And the fact that the Democrats are so frightened about that path for the American people and that path for our government tells you how out of touch Chuck Schumer and his caucus has become.
Yesterday afternoon, this bill passed through the Senate. Now it is on the House floor. In order to pass this bill through the House, we need to have 217 votes. There are currently 4 Republicans. All we need is one of them. 4 of them are refusing to vote for this. Right now, there are backroom negotiations and deals and probably threats, frankly, being made. All we need is one. Vote for the bill. So that is where we are at. House Speaker Mike Johnson, about an hour ago, said he thinks the bill is going to get passed tonight. On the East Coast, over in Washington, D.C., it is 7 p.m. It is 7:03 p.m. It's 4 p.m. I mean, I'm getting tired over here, and it's only 4. It's 7 over there, and these guys are 70 or 80 years old, some of these guys. These are the 4 guys that we think, okay, he's probably 50. You're probably 60. You are 55. And you are probably 45, maybe 50. And so, anyway, the point is we have 4 Republican congressional representatives that have said no to the bill. Tentatively, maybe one of them could change. Maybe one of them changes. Yeah, and you know what? That's a great idea. I would take a coffee. If there was a coffee, if a coffee magically appeared in my office right now, I would drink it. I would also eat a meal. I'm also getting a little bit hungry. If my wife is listening, I would have some food. And so right now, President Trump, the entire Trump administration is trying to negotiate with all of these guys, maybe just one of the, all it's going to take is one. All we need is one. All we need is one of these guys. And then we're back on track. And then this bill gets pushed Take a look at this.
All right, the Democrats eyeing a big, beautiful opportunity for 2028, they think. So after the Senate passed Trump's big, beautiful bill, sending it to the House, potential White House contenders like AOC, Gavin Newsom, and, Mayor Pete, he was up in there, all posting the same bat signal talking points on X, blaming the vice president's tie-breaking vote for allegedly taking health care away from Americans. And that sentiment getting echoed by other lawmakers as they tried to stop it.
This bill is a deal with the devil.
She made a deal with a bacon McDouble, it would seem. Probably multiple, probably numerous bacon McDoubles.
I am shaking with fury over what just happened.
Vote no if it's a big bill.
This bill is trickle-down cruelty.
Whoa.
And people will die because of it.
Hell no against this one big, ugly bill.
The occupant of the Oval Office, this fascist, dictator, white supremacist in chief, is doing.
She's just using all of the buzzwords. Fascist, dictator, white supremacist. What did she say? Really. Donald Trump is the white supremacist, fascist, neo-Nazi, dictator, KKK member. Yeah, he's a devil, Satan. He's Satan. All of it. Okay.
Is equal opportunity harm.
And check out these Democrat doctors dressed up in white lab coats parked outside Speaker Mike Johnson's office, but it looks like nobody was paying them any attention. Wow. Greg, once you say all of those things, where do you go from here? What else is there to say?
They really are the human version of hysterical tweets. Like, whenever we make fun of people, I'm shaking. I'm literally shaking. You should see a doctor about that. The Dems traffic in these half opinions where they say, oh, my God, if you tax cuts, if you cut taxes, the deficit will balloon. Well, not if you grow the economy, because then that shrinks the percentage of debt. You hope that happens, and usually it does. They also don't mention that raising taxes won't shrink the deficit if you spend it before you even put it in the bank account, which is what Democrats do whenever they raise taxes. They also say, oh, my God, you're cutting Medicaid. You're throwing the poor and needy. No. These are young, able-bodied people and illegals. This isn't a free buffet for people who can pay for it. So enough with that. The debt is an existential threat, but climate change wasn't. Where were these Dems for the past 10 years? They were blowing up the deficit to fund a climate policy that was based on fraudulent data to line cronies' pockets. So it was the biggest grift in history. They were happy to drive the economy to the brink of ruin, which we're trying to pull back, without any data to back it up. So you don't even have to pay attention to them. They're comical.
So on the healthcare front, Joey, every time a Democrat goes on TV, they add 2 to 3 million more to how many people are going to lose their health care. It's 7.8 million people that would be required to do these work requirements, and illegal immigrants is 7.8. Yesterday, it was up to 20 million, even though that's not true. It was like a game of telephone down there.
Yeah, so I grew up in a culture where if you got on disability, it was like winning the lottery. And I'm not indicting the people I love and that raised me, but it was there was this idea that it was some sort of like, man, oh, that's awesome, man. You get a check every month. That's awesome. And
here's the reality, and I want to say, Shauna Constant, thank you very much for that, by the way, for the super chat, and also one more time, I'm doubling back all the way back to Lenny Jones. Thank you one more time, Lenny Jones, massive super chat. A lot of the progressives over here in the U.S., they like to reference Europe. They say, these countries like Denmark and Sweden and Norway and Germany, they have these really robust social programs where people can get all these different type of entitlements and stuff. Well, the reason why, I'm going to be honest here, those programs over there have generally worked pretty well up until recent years when something else happened. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the reason why those programs have worked historically over in some of those European countries, but not here, is because we have a leech class in our society. That's why. These programs work if you don't have too many takers. You can only accommodate so many people trying to mooch off the system. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, dear. If you have too many people that are trying to suck off the system, then the system collapses on itself. And so in Germany and Sweden and Denmark, Norway, you know, Taiwan, Japan also, these systems work because people are not looking to intentionally leech off the system, right? It really is just, they have these safety net systems. Here, we have an entire class. We have millions and millions and millions and millions and tens of millions of people. They are looking to take and take and take and give nothing to the system, and they are deliberately trying to leech off of the system. Now, you've seen over the last couple of years is that over in Europe, in Sweden, Germany, Denmark, they have had some pretty big issues with their social safety net, with their social welfare systems. Why? Because guess what? They've had the same problem we've had. They have taken in millions of immigrants from the third world, really starting in 2015 or 2016 with the migrant crisis, and their systems have begun to collapse and implode on themselves because now the ratio is off balance. Now they have too many people that are looking to take, and they don't have enough people to give. And now even the legendary, infamous European social systems are starting to implode because they've imported too many takers that are looking to leech off the system. We have that problem here. That's why it's not going to work.
And that's a culture that we have to, I mean, like, I think I can say with a little bit of credibility, we have to reject. The sentence was, I'm not going to cut Medicare, Medicaid, Medicare. The sentence should have been, I'm not going to cut Medicare to people who can prove they deserve it.
Yeah.
That's what this country needs. I mean, that's literally, you watch that whole montage, that's the only thing Democrats are pointing out about this bill.
Yeah.
Like white supremacist, racist, like those words mean nothing anymore.
It's also,
you ruined those words.
people who actually need it are competing for those funds from people who are able-bodied and siphoning it.
Anecdotally, super quick, I was put on Social Security disability while still active duty. They wouldn't let me off of Medicare. I begged to be off of it. They made me stay on it for 7 years after I started working. That's the system we have.
Click here to...
Amazing. Impressive. Amazing. Amazing. Man, what a day. We're checking in on the numbers here. 216 to 4. 216 to 4. No, so my wife, you guys know this. My wife is from Germany. And so we try to be a little bit clued into European politics also. You know, this is kind of tangential. You know, something that has really shocked me over the last 7 or 8 months making political YouTube videos here is that some of my most successful and well-received videos have been videos talking about European politics. Anytime I make a video talking about the European Union, stuff that's going on in the EU, the amount of, also Canada too, if I talk about Canadian politics, the amount of support and positive feedback I get on those videos specifically is through the roof. It was blowing my mind. And then I realized, you know what? You know why? It's because in Europe and Canada, they don't have right-wing commenters and commentators and content creators is the word I'm trying to say. Their free speech is so limited. Their speech, what they can say, the type of commentary they can have on the internet, on YouTube is so limited in a lot of these European countries and also Canada as well, that they don't really have right-wing commentators. Man, my brain is getting fried. I can't even speak English. And so whenever I do upload a video talking about Canada or the European Union, I notice, I can tell, I have a bunch of Europeans and a bunch of Canadians that are like, whoa, finally someone is talking about our issues. And they have a lot of the same issues that we have, frankly. You know, what is the crisis in the entire Western world? What is the problem? Immigration. If you look at the right-wing populist movements in America, the MAGA movement, what is it piggyback? It's piggybacking on this problem with immigration and illegal immigration and incompatible immigrants from the third world causing issues. They have the same problems in Canada. They have the same problems in Germany, in Sweden, and Norway. A little bit less so Norway, to be honest, but France, the UK has it really bad. Terrible. Big problem in the UK. I'm sure you guys saw a couple months ago they were having a lot of these kind of similar riots over there. Big problem. Incompatible immigration from the third world. These people are not culturally incompatible. The vast majority of them. And you know, maybe it's possible that a lot of these people could maybe assimilate and genuinely become a functioning member of society if immigration is really, really, really extremely restricted and it's a slow drip feed. You give these people time to assimilate. You inject them into Western society. But what has happened over the last 10 years, both here in America and in Europe and in Canada, is that our leadership, our incompetent, brain-dead leadership has decided to take in so many people all at once that rather than assimilate, these people just form cultural or ethnic or religious enclaves. They build their own little micro community in our community. And the reason why they do that is because it's, you know, rather than taking 1 or 2 or 3 and sprinkling them across the country, they take in 10,000 and put them all in one place, right? And so as far as those 10,000 people are concerned, they just build their little micro enclave, and they never assimilate at all. In fact, they never assimilate. They just grow slowly and take over, is what has pretty much happened all across the Western world. And people are sick of it. People are just sick of it. You're seeing these right-wing nationalist populist movements pop up all over the place because people are sick of it. It's causing problems. This idea of assimilation and melting pot. Well, guess what? These people aren't assimilating. These people aren't melting into the pot. If you expect me to believe, oh, it's a melting pot, oh, they're going to assimilate, well, then why aren't they assimilating? Well, then why aren't they melting into the pot? They're not. It's a failed experiment. It didn't work. And people have had enough. People have given up on it. People are pissed off. Okay. Now, what else is going on here, folks? Representative McBride claims people will die because of the big, beautiful bill.
Do they even care? Every yes vote shows very clearly that they don't. This bill is trickle-down cruelty.
This dude is crazy. This dude is nuts.
Trickle-down cruelty. And people will die because of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do they...
Ugh. Listen, dude. Calm down, dude. Listen, man. Calm down, dude.
Dr. King nearly 60 years ago said, of all the forms of inequality, injustice in health is the most shocking and the most inhuman because it often results in physical death. We come to this floor with the moral force of Dr. King's words in our heart. Let us not, with this bill, turn the American dream he talked about in a nightmare for America's seniors, the disabled, our children, our children, our children. Let us vote no on this shameful bill and throw a punch for the children.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Nancy Pelosi is so old that she had an affair with JFK before he got assassinated. And I'm not even kidding about that. She has been in Congress for 40 something, like, listen, Nancy, you gotta retire. It's over. You can barely even speak anymore. You're having Joe Biden. It's the Joe Biden situation. And by the way, I'm not even kidding. You don't believe me? Here. Gosh. Donate, support us. Listen, guys, this is Nancy Pelosi and Kennedy in 1961. This is how long she has been around. Although, to be honest, I was going to say, you know, it's time to retire and give your job to someone else. Honestly, this is the current status of the Democrat Party, is that anybody on the left that replaces her is going to be worse. It's going to be worse than her. You think Nancy Pelosi's bad? You're going to have another AOC. AOC, you're going to have a Mamdani. You're going to have Mamdani. You're going to have another, Ilhan Omar take her spot. So really, I hate to say this, but Nancy Pelosi is the lesser of two evils in that case. Nancy Pelosi, please never retire. Please never retire, ever. Because it's only getting worse from here on out. It's only getting worse. Is this a live feed? No, here's our feed. Okay. Wheelchair guy. Hey, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I'm 28 years old. I get a Social Security check every month because I'm disabled in a wheelchair, but I'm still out here looking for a job. I don't know how people can live off the government and home. Like, you know, this is my thing. I don't know how you guys feel. If you are someone that actually genuinely needs, I don't want people falling through the cracks. I don't want to see homeless people. I don't want to see Americans that have issues, genuinely issues, wheelchair, whatever it is. I don't want to see people living in the dirt, right? I want Americans to be taken care of. But in order for a system like that to work, we can't have 20 million or 30 million people, siphoning off the money, scamming the system. We can't have 50 million illegal aliens living in the country, jacking up prices for everything, taking up jobs, taking up space, driving up housing prices, taking up Medicare, taking up Medicaid, taking Social Security payments that should be going to maybe people like you, right? In order to have these, I'm not in every single case opposed to social programs like this or social welfare. Like I'm not. But the only way systems like this work is if we cut off the people that are scamming these systems. Does that make sense? That's how I am. So I appreciate that super chat. I really do. I appreciate that. In fact, I'll tell you what. I mean, you guys, I'll run an idea by you guys. I think it's cheaper to have situationally, I think it's cheaper to have some social programs and nip some of these problems in the bud than it is to allow some of these problems to manifest and just spiral out of control. So for instance, you've got a bunch of homeless drug addicts in downtown Portland or downtown Seattle, every downtown in the country. I think I would speculate that it is probably cheaper to have a program to rehabilitate these people, halfway houses or clean living or clean working programs, whatever, than it is to just allow these people to live on the side of the road, pissing everywhere, breaking into cars, stealing things, breaking into businesses, smashing people's windows open, stealing people's carburetors, whatever. I would bet that actually big picture, it is cheaper to try to have some of these people get rehabilitated at the taxpayer expense than it is to just let them live on the street like that. Now, of course, it's a little bit more complex because not all of them even want to get clean. Not all of them. Some of these people actually want to be homeless. That's a dark thing to admit, but it is true. Some of them are just totally content to live on the side of the road and do fentanyl all day. I have met those people. Those people exist. But for the ones that actually do want to try to, get their life together, I would speculate it's probably cheaper to kind of help them get back on their feet. Another example of this is taxpayer-funded after-school programs for middle schoolers and high schoolers. It's probably cheaper to have these kids doing some type of after-school program, some club or athletic event, than it is to have kids running around having sex, getting each other pregnant at age 15, or joining gangs or causing drama, causing crime. Keep these kids busy after school. That's also probably like a net positive. I'd have to see the numbers, but you understand the idea I'm trying to get across. Sometimes I think it is actually the cost-effective move to have some systems like this. You're nipping problems in the bud. Now, anyway, that's kind of a different conversation. Really what we need to do is get one more vote for this big, beautiful bill. That is what we really need to do. But we're sitting here, guys. It's like 7:30. It's 7:23 on the East Coast. It is 7:23 on the East Coast. Matt, I just got a notification from Newsmax saying Chip Roy is a no on the bill. Well, yeah, Chip Roy was one of our 4 people that we had thought was a no. So if Chip Roy, if you just got an update here, then we're looking at Ralph Norman, Andy Harris, and Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey is a no on the bill also. Portugal had a pretty effective drug rehabilitation program. They said, listen, we're going to give you guys 2 options. Drug addicts, you're going to go to jail or you're going to go to rehab. There's no alternative. It's jail or rehab. It's up to you. There's no in between. We're not just going to let you live on the side of the road and smoke meth all day or do fentanyl. It's jail, it's prison, or it is rehab. And that's it. And we're going to keep doing this over and over and over again until you either are in jail permanently or until you have gotten clean permanently. The options are permanent jail or permanent rehab. That's it. And you know what? Portugal's drug rehabilitation program actually worked very well. Over here in the U.S., all up and down the West Coast, we have issues where we just let people live on the side of the road in homeless encampments doing drugs all day. That's how we did it over here. And that system has failed catastrophically. Catastrophically. Braytech, yeah, there you go. Okay, I appreciate that, Braytech. My favorite Portuguese viewer. I was going to look something up here, but I'm totally drawing a blank, man. Hey, it's been a long day. It has been a long day. Yes, it has. It's getting late over there. It's getting late. These guys got to figure out what they're doing. Get a grip on the situation. Get a grip on the... Oh, I was going to take a look at Newsmax. That's what I was going to do. Newsmax. See if I could find that report. Yeah, maybe my one and only Portuguese viewer. That's right. Newsmax. What are we saying on Newsmax here?
Tax policies were put in place back in 2017. They said it was going to create a deficit, and it didn't. It actually brings in more revenue. So they don't fare very well towards your conservatives anyway. So I don't really even like to talk about CBO numbers because I don't use them because I don't trust them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the big, beautiful bill is a massive bill in both size and scope. And Speaker Johnson said as much this afternoon. Here's a clip.
You're going to have lots of different priorities and preferences among people because they represent different districts and they have different interests. But we can't make everyone 100% happy. It's impossible. This is a deliberative body. It's a legislative process. By definition, all of us have to give up on our personal preferences.
Suzanne,
I mean,
hey.
that certainly makes sense to
Suzanne.
me, but I'm wondering how much proverbial arm wrestling is actually going on behind closed doors.
You know, I was over at the White House last night talking with a few members and giving my viewpoints because I probably am one of the few members up here that was actually in the private sector during the first Trump administration. As a matter of fact, I've been in private business ever since H.W. Bush. So I can talk to you about any administration and what their policies did and didn't do for the working class people out there. And so I was over there last night explaining my position, trying to make sure that people understand that we have got to get this done first. If you don't get these tax policies done right now, small businesses are not going to move off the fence. You may have to the end of the year, but you're just going to have a stagnant economy until the end of the year. We need to make sure that people have money in their pocket.
I got to say this, man. I feel like none of these congressional Republicans understand just how bad the immigration crisis is. President Trump talks about it. The Trump administration talks about it. Stephen Miller talks about it. They're talking about, listen, these people have got to go. Pass the bill, deport these people. We need a budget to deport these people. Not a single one of these congressional Republicans is up here talking about why we need to pass the bill in order to deport. They're arguing. They're up here squabbling over it's a 2% tax and a 3% there and a 4% economic. It is, listen, that's all great. That's fine and great. This entire situation, trying to pass this bill, is a reminder just how different President Trump is from these people. These people are idiots. I hate to be rude here. Not all of them. Not all of these congressional Republicans are idiots, but oh my God, so many of them are. There's a reason why President Trump has had the success he's had, because he knows what is important and he knows how to relay that message. He knows what the deal is. He knows what the Americans want. These guys are sitting up here talking about, 3% economic bonus and a 4% stimulus and a 1%. Blah. Nobody gives a shit about that. Like we do care about that. But that is not what they should be talking about right now. That is not what we're talking about right now. Talk about the illegal alien talk about the invasion, talk about the border security, talk about getting these people out of the country, talk about the 10,000 new ICE agents. Why am I better at selling this bill than the people that get paid six figures to sell it? It's their full-time job. Why am I more clued in than these freaking guys? And you guys too, you guys are clued in here too. Man, this is so frustrating. This is so frustrating. It is. I'm getting frustrated. Oh gosh. We have a commercial here. This is going to be a good video here, folks. I want to take a look at this here. So this video is featuring one of the no votes. This is Representative Andy Harris, who right now seems to be one of the 4 Republican congressmen voting no on the bill. Let's see what he's got to say. This video is 9 hours old. It's from earlier this morning. But let's see what his deal is.
Maryland Congressman and Chairman of the House Freedom Caucus, Andy Harris joins us now. Good morning, Congressman. You probably heard a little bit of our discussion there with Senator Santorum. You've said that you're not going to advance the bill until you and members iron out some of the deficit problems. Can you tell us where things stand right now?
Well, that's right. I think there aren't the votes to advance the bill. You know, our vote on what we call the rule is basically our vote on a motion to proceed. We shouldn't proceed to the final bill until we come to an agreement with the Senate. Look, the House took a position. We think it was the right position. The Senate took a position. They think it's the right position. Now, the way the legislative process works is we come to a compromise, and that's where we are. That's what we should be doing, because there were too many things that were dropped out of this bill. I mean, you know, the senators dropped out banning funding for transgender surgery for minors. I mean, what in the world are they thinking about? I mean, you know, they dropped out penalties if you put illegal aliens on Medicaid in your states. I mean, what were they thinking about? They increased the budget deficit $750 billion over 10 years.
This is the thing, okay? Like I'm with you. Transgender surgery for minors, unacceptable. We've got to get rid of it. However, hear me out. If we don't shut down the border permanently and deport every single one of the 50 million illegal aliens currently in our country, it's not going to matter what his opinion is on transgender minors, or your opinion is on transgender minors, or what my opinion is on transgender minors, because we're not going to have a country. We're going to lose the country. We're going to, if we don't shut down this border, if we don't get rid of these people, our opinion on transgender surgeries for minors doesn't freaking matter, because the country is gone.
That's unsustainable. And finally, the Green New Scam is mostly intact. And, you know, Senator Santorum's right. I mean, my gosh, this is something no one voted for. And now we're going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars in the next 10 years subsidizing inefficient sources of energy. I mean, the bottom line is there is a lot left on the table. The process can work. It can work. We could flesh this out in a few days. It's too bad the Senate went home. I mean, the bottom line is they should have stayed in town until this process was resolved. And we're ready to stay through the weekend. Let's get this ironed out. Let's go to the last compromise with the Senate and to get it on the president's desk as soon as we can.
You say you're ready to flesh it out. So when do you think we'll have a revision to this?
Well, the bottom line is the first thing we have to do is we have to make it pretty clear that there are enough people in the House who say the way we have to let this process unfold. We actually have to do the final deal with the Senate. That's the way the legislative process works. One house takes a position, the other house takes a position.
I see this comment. I need to address this. The border is shut. You don't need more money for that. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. The reason why the border is shut right now is because President Trump has chosen to enforce our currently existing federal immigration legislation. You might have noticed that the last administration, Joe Biden, they just decided not to enforce our federal immigration legislation. They just decided they're not going to enforce it. President Trump is working within the same confines with the same tool set that Biden had. He just chose not to do anything about it. You can bet your ass the second a Democrat is back in the White House, they are opening up this border again in the same exact way that Joe Biden did for 4 years. You can bet your ass the second a Democrat is back in the White House, you can bet your ass there's going to be another 5 million illegal aliens come flooding across that border per year, just like happened with Joe Biden, which is why we need to permanently shut the border down. Very clearly, federal immigration legislation does not sufficiently get the job done. We saw that with Joe Biden, okay? We need a wall. We need a big damn wall. And also, we need to lock in a budget to hire another 10,000 ICE agents to carry out these deportations. Right now, President Trump is working with less than 5,000 ICE agents. So he's got maybe 4,500, okay? He's got 4,500. Look at this guy, unbelievable. He's got 4,500. What this bill will do is over triple the number of ICE agents. We need money to do this. Okay? We need to be real here. We need to acknowledge at some point we are going to lose control of the country. Right now we have the House, the Senate, and the White House, but that's not always going to be the case. Could be midterms, could be 4 years from now. At some point we are going to lose control of the country. At some point the Democrats are going to be back. Thank you, dear. And we need to try right now. We need to make this country Democrat proof. At some point they will be back. We need to fix this country so properly, so thoroughly, that the Democrats aren't going to be able to break the country in the same way that they did. Okay? That is the mission. That is the goal. We need to Democrat proof this country. That's the best way to put it.
Come to a compromise. That's what we have to do. And I think we can save hundreds of billions of dollars more. I think we can ban transgender surgery for minors from public funding by the federal government, which we should be doing. I think we can punish states that put illegal aliens on Medicaid and Obamacare. I mean, this is ridiculous. And finally, we should take hundreds of billions of dollars out of the Green New Scam subsidies.
So, Mr. Chairman, so do you see this going to a conference committee and working out these details? Do you think you're going to get some side agreements and maybe concur with the Senate things, but going down to another rescission package or through the appropriations process, getting a lot of this other stuff down the road? Or is this thing not going to get on the president's desk by July 4th?
I don't see a path to get it on the president's desk by July 4th, but he's already said, look, if it takes a few more days, let it take a few more days. I think that's what it'll take. It'll take a few more days. It'll take the Senate seriously coming to the recognition that they don't have the final say in this.
No, what we must do is hold the House and keep the power. Most of that was taken out by the Senate. Listen, let me put it this way. What is the number one reason why people voted for President Trump? Mass deportations. At President Trump's campaign rallies were people holding up signs saying, marginally reduce the deficit or reduce the national debt. No, those are good things. If President Trump did that, that would be great. But the reason why people voted for Trump was mass deportations. People were holding up signs that said mass deportations. Now, you need to understand, if President Trump does not deliver on that campaign promise before midterms are lost. People are, listen, we are already at risk of losing the House. It's totally possible. It's a toss-up right now. We got to wait and see. But if we don't have mass deportations by midterms, a lot of people are going to lose faith in Trump. I'm not, but I'm just let's have an adult conversation here. Okay, mass deportations need to happen immediately. Has to happen.
They've added way too much to the federal deficit. We can't do that, and there's no reason to. The bottom line is we should get together with Senate, not a formal conference, because formal conference will involve Democrats. We don't need to involve Democrats with this. This is a Republican internal decision, but we have to get together with our Senate counterparts and say, look, let's come to a compromise. It's going to be somewhere in the middle, but we have to do that.
You also need to get the parliamentarian involved, probably, to see what you can get through.
Yeah. Sir, the left, keeps talking about this bill, and, they're bashing everything that's in it, but they're also saying, that this is going to, harm people. People are going to lose their health care. They're going to die. I know, talking to you and other Republicans, Medicaid seems to be a big thing. This is what all the left media is talking about. Can you just clarify and confirm? Because some people are questioning, will people get their Medicaid, will it go away?
Okay. We're going to see if this guy falls for the trap. This is a trap. Can you talk about Medicaid? I was talking about why President Trump is a winner and why most congressional Republicans are losers. A lot of them are being asked about Medicaid. This is the Democrat talking point, is Medicaid. Everybody's going to lose Medicaid. People are going to die because they're losing Medicaid. I would almost bet money the way this guy is going to answer the question, he's going to defend the bill, and he's going to say, no, listen, nobody's going to be losing Medicaid, only people that are da-da-da-da-da. What President Trump says is, people are going to die. Let's talk about people dying. Let's talk about the hundreds of thousands of Americans that have overdosed on fentanyl as a consequence of our open border. Let's talk about the child sex slaves that are being trafficked all across our border by the cartels. Let's talk about Tren de Aragua killing Americans in their neighborhoods. Okay, this is a winning approach versus a losing approach. Republicans for decades have been caught on the back foot. They've been stuck on the defense. No, we're not doing this. Here's why we're not doing this. They're playing defense. The reason why President Trump is a winner and Republicans, almost all the other Republicans, are losers, they've been losing for decades, is because President Trump, he never gets caught on the back foot. He never plays defense. You attack President Trump, he attacks you twice as hard. He always responds with an attack. So everybody's like, all the Democrats are saying, oh, Medicaid, people are going to lose with Medicaid. You don't even talk about Medicaid. Fuck the Medicaid conversation. I'm sorry. I'm swearing. I'm sorry. Don't even talk about Medicaid. Talk about illegal aliens killing people. Talk about Tren de Aragua trafficking American children. That's what you talk about. You don't defend this Medicaid stuff. Don't even talk about it.
Well, look, if you're on traditional Medicaid, you're disabled, you're elderly, you're pregnant,
And this right here is why Republicans lose. This is why Republicans lost for decades prior to Trump popping up in 2015. This right here is why Republicans have been losing for decades to the progressives. The progressives have been winning for decades. And then everything changed when President Trump popped up. This is one of my biggest concerns, is that the second Trump is gone in 3.5 years, is that does the Republican Party just slip back into being a party of losers? Entirely possible.
You're a child, you're not going to get anything taken away. Look, if you're able-bodied without dependents and you choose not to work, well, you shouldn't be on a public welfare program. That's the bottom line. If you're one of the 1.4 million illegal immigrants who are here, who are on Medicaid, you shouldn't be getting it. The bottom line is these are all counted in the CBO estimates. Again, you're an able-bodied person, you choose not to work, you should be off the public dole. Yes, you will lose your Medicaid coverage. Get a job and get coverage through a job if necessary, or sign up for Obamacare. You still have Obamacare as a backdrop for a lot of these individuals. So again, these numbers are highly inflated. No one who the core Medicaid program was designed for, that is the disabled, the elderly, pregnant women, children, none of them are going to lose their coverage under any of these plans.
Information.
There you have it. There you have it. Ted Oliver, thank you very much. I appreciate the 5 gifted subs, gifted memberships. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Also, hey, Cucked Wes Watson, I appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you very much. Listen, this is an observation that must be made. The conservative movement has been failing to conserve anything for 50 years, maybe more. Every single social issue the conservatives have set out to protect or conserve, they have lost that battle. Like 20 years ago, the conservatives were trying to stop gay marriage. And as of 2 years ago, we had men in women's bathrooms. You lost. We lost. The conservatives lost. The progressives have outsmarted and outmaneuvered conservatives for decades. They were trying to fight against abortion. Well, guess what? We had it's just issue after issue after issue. The conservatives lost time and time again. They conserved nothing until President Trump, until Trump showed up and changed everything. The conservatives were the party of losers for a very long time. And by the way, I am not a progressive. I'm not a Democrat. We need to assess the situation. We need to diagnose the problems we've had. In order to fix them, we need to understand our issues. And the conservative party, the Republican Party, has had a lot of issues for a long time. Trump is the best thing to happen to the Republican Party, like ever, maybe ever. And right now, you're having people that are even right now that are undermining what Trump is trying to do. It's like, dude, just shut up. Listen, this guy, what was his name? Andy Harris. Listen, people don't care about you. People didn't vote for you. People voted for Trump. The degree to which you have value is the degree to which you help Trump enact his America First agenda. Shut up, get in line, do the agenda, do what you're told, vote for the bill, and then go back to doing whatever else you're doing. Okay? This is Trump's party. This is Trump's agenda. Trump is trying to make the party great again. He's trying to make the country great. He's trying to put America first for the first time in decades. Shut up, vote for the bill, let Trump deport 50 million people and shut down the border. After that, if you want to complain about transgender bathrooms and deficit and the national debt, we can talk about that after. Talk about it after. Right now, deport these people. Right now, shut down the border permanently. That is what people voted for. This is the overwhelming consensus of Americans. Get these people out of the country. That's what this bill does. Sitting here and squabbling, like I like, guys, this is insane to me. Our country has been invaded. We all know it has been invaded. In the last 4 years, we had 21 million illegal aliens invade our country. Half of the second largest political party in the country, the Democrat Party, is trying to actively destroy the nation. They're called the Democrats. In total, we have 50 million illegal aliens in the country right now. This is a problem we have to solve immediately. And instead, this guy here is arguing about transgender bathrooms. Well, yeah, I understand that the country's been invaded and we have 50 million invaders in the country and the Democrats are a national death cult. They're trying to destroy the country entirely and reopen the border. But what about transgender bathrooms, though? It's like, dude, oh my God, shut up. I'm with you. I don't want men in women's bathrooms. That problem is downstream. In order to argue about this transgender bathroom thing, we need to have a country in the first place. We're not going to have a country in 5 years unless we solve these issues now. Priorities, priorities, priorities. Fix the country now. And so it's this mindset, it's this approach, this political approach that has led, this is why the Republicans have been losing battle after battle after battle for decades. And I wish it wasn't the case, but it is. But it is. Are we talking about this? Transgender bathrooms. There we go. We have something else here. Pentagon briefing, Iran, Middle East. This is live here.
It before me a hell of a lot more difficult, but we get it. That's her job, to ask those tough questions. So Talita, congratulations, good luck in everything that you want to do, and thank you for everything that you gave this department. And finally, as our nation commemorates its 249th birthday on Friday, let us never forget that the freedom we enjoy in America is never free. Our freedom is ensured by the men and women in uniform spanning here at home and across the globe who dedicate themselves to its preservation. So let us never forget our fallen who made the ultimate sacrifice. Let us never forget their families who continue to carry that very heavy burden. And as we celebrate the 4th of July with family and friends at backyard barbecues, wherever it is that you celebrate this nation's independence, please remember that the very best of our nation remains forward and on watch. And so thank you all for your patience. A longer than normal topper. And with that, I would love to take some of your questions. Rebecca?
Hi. Yeah, so obviously with respect to Ukrainian aid, the United States announced that they are going to be withholding certain aspects of aid. Ukraine responded by saying that this is going to embolden Russia. What is the department's response to that argument?
Well, the president's strategic outset with regards to Ukraine and Russia has been one of peace. He campaigned on this when he was asked on a town hall with CNN about that war. He said he wanted to just stop people from dying. And so peace has been the president's highest aspiration. We here at the department support those goals and those missions. But it's important to remember that the stuff that I mentioned in my topper, like what we've done here at the Department of Defense is create a framework to analyze what munitions we're sending where to help the President and the Secretary of Defense make decisions. And so ultimately, our job here at the Department of Defense is to pursue the President's America First agenda and make sure that we achieve peace through strength throughout the world.
Thank you.
How about Olivia?
Thank you. As you said, the Air Force and Space Force hit their recruiting goals 3 months early, and the Navy announced that they did the same a month ago. What does Secretary Hegseth attribute these increases to after the Biden administration saw drops in recruitment and failed to meet those goals?
Well, I think, we recently stood up a recruiting task force here a couple of weeks ago to analyze and look at just these types of questions. Recruiting is a constellation of different things. And one of the things that we recognize here at the department, to answer your question directly, I believe that with President Trump as a commander-in-chief and Secretary Hegseth at the helm here in the DOD, leadership matters, and certainly their leadership and moral clarity as it pertains to certain issues, not just here within the department, but all around the world, has inspired people to want to join and serve this country in great numbers. But as we stand up this recruiting task force, one of the things that I recognized right off the bat was the idea of propensity. And what I mean by that is how we here in this department ask questions about people who might want to serve this country. And if you're an 18-year-old kid, propensity essentially means like, do you see the U.S. military as a viable career path moving forward? And so in the late 1980s, that number was somewhere between 25 and 27% of the country who believed that service was a viable path forward. After 9/11, we believe that number was somewhere between 25, 27%, fluctuating in a couple years thereafter. But in between, that number has steadily fallen to, I think we're somewhere between only 7% and 11% of this country see military service as a viable career path.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And so obviously, at this department, we recognize that that number is probably unsustainable. And while we have great recruiting numbers now, it might not always be the case. And so one of the things that we're trying to achieve with this recruiting task.
All right, ladies. Oh, man, we are still 216. We are still 216. We need one more. Okay, I super scarfed my food here. We are back to doing monitoring coverage here of what is going on with the big, beautiful bill. We got to get to the bottom of this. Speaker Mike Johnson, 25 minutes ago, is calling upon these 4 Republicans to get the job done. Vote for the bill. Pass the bill. Pass the bill. Let me take a look at the chat. Let me see. I'm going to get caught up on what some of you guys were saying. We are still, guys, we are waiting. And by the way, it could happen any minute now. Any minute now. We could have one of these 4 Republicans here flip and come and vote for this bill. Vote for the bill. Vote for the bill. Don't be so negative. This time I believe it's up for grabs. Donald Trump is acing so far. I'm not negative. I'm not. I don't look at it that way. But we need to have a non-delusional adult understanding of what is going on here. President Trump's first term, he had four years in the White House between 2017 and 2021, and he got almost nothing done that he wanted to get done. And by the way, it's not his fault. The reason why President Trump almost got nothing done his first time is because the Rhino GOP kneecapped him and undercut him every step of the way. We had House Speaker Paul Ryan, who refused to work with him. He said, listen, I'm not going to give you a budget. We're not giving you any budget. You're not going to do anything. You're build a wall. No, you're not. We're not going to let you do anything. The rhinos in the GOP just totally blocked him out. Now, since then, a lot has changed. A lot of the rhinos have left or converted, or they've agreed to go along with Trump's agenda here. But, you know, it's hard to not have flashbacks to 2017, where in 2018, before they lost the midterms, and then the Democrats were running the country again, where it's like, man, listen, this guy's got to have his budget. He's got to have his budget. We got to have a budget. 100%. 100%. Right now, we're one away. We are one vote away, ladies and gentlemen. You are extremely negative. You know what? I mean, it's fair. If you want to use the word negative, sure. I guess I'll flip it back on you. How can you not? How can you not? When President Trump says our country has been invaded, he's right. He is correct about that. Our country has been invaded. We are an occupied nation. We saw what that looked like 2 weeks ago during the No Kings protest stuff. LA, listen, you had hundreds or thousands of foreigners marching through our streets, waving foreign flags, assaulting police officers and federal officers. Just 2 weeks ago. We have 50 million illegal aliens in the country. Our country has been invaded. President Trump is not lying about that. It has. It has. We are an occupied nation. And instead of actually doing something about that, we are having Republican congressional reps bicker about transgender bathrooms. Now, of all times. Who here has seen the movie Lord of the Rings? Has anybody seen Lord of the Rings? You know, when Helm's Deep was getting invaded by the orcs, and the orcs are climbing over the walls of Helm's Deep, and the humans and the elves and the dwarves are trying to fight the orcs off, and the orcs are climbing over the walls. They're invading the city. Was the king of Helm's Deep in his throne room arguing about tax policy? And transgender bathroom. Well, listen, I know the orcs are currently inside of our walls. I know the orcs have overtaken the gates of Helm's Deep. But what should our tax policy be? Should we allow men to use women's bathrooms? And it's like, dude, the orcs are in the castle. The orcs are in Helm's Deep. They have invaded. They are behind the walls. There's an occupying orcish force in the city, in the kingdom. We've got to stop. Let's focus on that problem before we talk about tax policy or before we talk about transgender bathrooms or whatever, right? We've got to solve that problem. It's got to get taken care of. And that's it's an analogy, of course, but that's where we are. Guess what? That's where we are. Representative Tim Burchett here is talking about, he's talking to CNN. He, I guess, just destroyed CNN. Take a look at this.
The CBO, which you put so much trust in for years and years, that you passed a resolution wanting estimates read before bills, is very clear about how many people are going to be kicked off of health care until you were against the CBO.
No, ma'am. You listen. If you want to do the editorial, just go ahead. You don't need me on here. But the
These
CBO,
are facts, sir. I don't have to editorialize.
Scores. I would like to see what the economic output of every bill. You as a taxpayer should want that too. And the CBO is the only organization we have. If I could allow a private accounting firm to do it, I would much rather that happen. But the reality is it would have to be the CBO. And what do you have against knowing how much each bill is spent? Why does the media oppose that? Why do you all on the left always fight every chance at America knowing what's going on? The problem y'all have with this bill, ma'am, is that it gets government out of our way and lets Americans make some decisions, and maybe hardworking Americans would have a better choice and a better shot at life in this country without you all just telling us how bad things are going and trying to construct, and as you're doing with me, trying to dictate what I've said. And the reality is the CBO is a partisan organization, and the reality is America has a right to know how much we're spending on every piece of legislation. I cannot believe you as a member of the media would not want open records, and that is exactly what that bill would do.
Sir, we have reported on what is in this bill. We do that time and again.
Ma'am, you all are trying to scare, are you talking about the big beautiful bill? You all just try to scare America by telling millions of people are going to be cut off this thing. You're talking about the people that are on it illegally, that are gaming the system, and that is. And
no, we're not. The CBO is very clear.
The bill does not do anything of what you've said, and all you've done is scare America, and you're not doing a service to this country, ma'am. And you all ought to start talking. You want to talk about transparency, and then there you are attacking me on a bill where I'm trying to make it transparent to how much we're spending on each piece of legislation. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
You wanted to have the CBO estimate, and you're now railing against CBO estimates.
That is the only organization at our disposal to do that.
Good enough for you, and we are reporting on it. Congressman Tim Burchett, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, ma'am. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am. It's been a pleasure. Guys, it is 8 p.m. on the East Coast. 8 p.m. I'm starting to think, man, I'm not going to say it. I don't want to say it. I'm not going to say it. Is this thing getting done tonight? Guys, is this thing getting done tonight? We have another update here. Take a look at this one.
There is no alternative. Failure is not an option. The president ran and spoke and cast his vision for the last few years of secure borders and lower taxes and more prosperity and the American dream for everyone. In this role, though, what this bill does for our farmers and our ranchers and really all Americans, putting almost $10,000 on average back into American pockets, for our 2 million farmers no longer subject to the death tax. When we talk about the fact that we've lost 180,000 family farms over the last 4 to 5 years, this is a game changer on how we keep farms in the family and out of the hands of the Chinese and foreign ownerships. When we think about what we need to do to ensure our food supply, which really means national security, what this bill does for the reference prices in agriculture and things like 45Z and 100% expensing, it is a game changer for our farmers and ranchers and, frankly, for all of America.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting. We need one of these 4 guys. I believe these are the 4. We looked around. I believe these are the 4 Republican votes, Republican congressmen that have not voted for the bill. We need one of them. Representative Chip Roy, Representative Ralph Norman, Representative Andy Harris, and Representative Thomas Massie. One of these 4 has got to flip. Otherwise, this thing is not happening. Now, let's do a little update here. Newsmax, Chip Roy. There's nothing here. Okay, I'm going to look at all of their Twitter pages here, and I'm going to see if they've released any more news or updates about this. This is 9 hours ago. Chip Roy seems like he doesn't want to vote for this. Ralph Norman seems like he doesn't want to vote for this. This is 10 hours ago. It seems like he doesn't want to do it. I think Andy Harris is an absolute concrete no. He's not going to do it. Seems like 100% he's not doing it. Thomas Massie is also 100% not doing it. So I think in order to get this bill passed, it's got to be one of these 2 guys. It's got to be Chip. It's got to be Chip Roy, or it's got to be Ralph Norman. Because Andy Harris and Thomas Massie, I think, are super no-goes. Super duper no-goes. Michael, whoa. Hey, thank you very much. That is a massive super chat. Thank you very much. He says, Matt, it's 8:01 Eastern. As promised, for the incoming puppy and your beautiful family, God bless you and thank you for always outstanding work. God bless President Trump and God bless the USA. True. And everybody in the chat, everybody here, thank you. And you and your family, Michael, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You didn't have to do it, but he did it anyway. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Michael, what do you think? Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen tonight? You know, I'll tell you today, I was going to go live this morning. I went live at 9:45 in the morning. And I said, yeah, I'll do a broadcast for 90 minutes, maybe 2 hours. Then I'm going to go offline. I'm going to get I've got another video that I was going to make today. Today, I haven't even made a video. I was going to make a video talking about Alejandro Mayorkas and why he's the biggest idiot in the world. And then we've been sitting here doing live coverage all day. So no video today, I guess. It's getting a little bit late for that. So, okay, listen, come on. Given we have been here all day keeping an eye on this, pass the bill. Come on, pass the bill. Pass the bill, pass the bill, pass the bill. We've been here all day. We have been here all day. And thank you again. Thank you again, Michael. I appreciate that a lot. That's a big time super chat. Vote yes on the bill. It is time to vote yes on the bill. I'm going to take a look here. Taking a look around. I don't think we have any updates there. You know, I think I can flip on the Newsmax screen. Maybe they're talking about this here. What do we have here?
Interviews. No more doctored edits or selective clips. I mean, they might do that, but they have to have real transparency, and that's been...
Okay, I think this is unrelated to the bill. Pass the bill. Matt, why do you dislike me? I have never even seen you. But hey, I'm sure you're nice. I'm sure you're a nice person. I'm sure you're great. I don't dislike anybody other than illegal immigrants. Ooh, guys, take a look at this. We have an update on maybe the on the birthright citizenship case. Take a look at this.
Now retired ICE agent Victor Avila. Victor, it's great to see you again. So I think I have the pattern. I think I've figured it out.
They need 217.
Trump is United States president. AOC, dressed in all white, is crying outside of a Border Patrol facility.
I remember that.
Joe Biden is president. No problem. Separate minors from their parents. President Trump is in office again, and we got to worry about the real concentration camps being built in Florida. But Joe Biden is president, and you have prisons in 110-degree heat in Arizona.
I was down there in Eagle Pass just 18, 20 months ago, seeing 9,000, 12,000 a day in one location, Will. This is dramatic. This is what we needed. We needed dramatic action versus dramatic consequences of the open border Biden regime that happened. And let's not forget, the left is always blaming everybody else, but they never think about someone. They'll blame the alligator. They'll save the alligators. They'll save everyone except the victims of crime and Americans. They never put them first. Never forget about even the migrants themselves, the illegals that drowned. I saw floating bodies in the river. The rapes, the stuff that Tom talks about, I saw that in my career as well. We never think about them. We're also saving lives while we're securing that border.
That's a great point. We're not just talking about a drop in attempts to cross the southern border, but we've even seen reports over at Fox News Digital of Mexican border towns saying the drug trade impact on their town on the southern side in Mexico is better since we've seen Donald Trump in office as president. One thing that's not better right now, though, is attacks on ICE agents. Victor, we've seen, and we have the stats to back this up, some incredible stats. In January 2024, there were...
You know, we have a report about the bill here.
For this bill, they voted for President Trump overwhelmingly. 77 million of us voted for President Trump, and they voted for this agenda. And this president is going to pass this bill for the American people. And I think that, again, there's going to be a little bit of drama at the 2-yard line, but we're going to pass this, and it's going to be a big, beautiful win.
Well, Jason, Trump's Vietnam trade deal gives American companies full access and slaps, as I mentioned, a 20% tariff on their exports to U.S. Is this the return of smart trade leverage that we haven't seen since the first Trump term?
Absolutely, Rick. I think, look, President Trump is a businessman. He is bringing business acumen to the White House, the likes of which I don't think we've seen in generations or even in my lifetime. But what he's done is he's reset trade deals using the leverage of tariffs. And all the naysayers said the stock market would tank, we'd be in a recession. Meanwhile, the stock market hit a high this week based off of the fact that the stock market is uncontrollable. He's unleashing the golden era. And I think the tariffs are just one spoke in the wheel. But yes, he is resetting trade deals, and he's resetting them with lightning speed.
I just want to say, Jason, I for one was all in on the president's tariff hard line, and I predicted that these countries would come around one by one, and that the market would rebound after everybody was panicking when it took a dive. I was like, listen, it's going to come back up because these countries are going to make deals because they have to, and they did, which is great. The president, and he mastered the art of the deal. But I want to ask you about CBS before you go. They didn't just pay out.
Okay, we have a breaking update real quick relating to Ralph Norman. Folks, this is Ralph Norman. This is one of the two. What am I hearing? I'm hearing this. Folks, Ralph Norman is one of the two Republican congressional reps that we think maybe could flip and vote for this bill. GOP Representative Norman says he is focused on the fine print of Trump's bill. He said this a half hour ago. Conservatives who earlier opposed Conservatives who early opposed to President Trump's domestic policy bill are warming to the Senate version as they seek to get assurances from the Trump administration on how the bill will be implemented. Representative Ralph Norman, a conservative from South Carolina, told CNN that he was beginning to worry that sending a new bill to the Senate might mean it comes back even worse than before, as he pointed to Senator Lisa Murkowski, who he argued might try to get even more for her state. Oh, maybe he's coming around. He might be coming around. Norman said the House Freedom Caucus members are talking to administration officials from OMB Director Russ Vought to CMS and the president's legislative affairs team. When asked if they got any assurances, Norman said the caucus is happy about the legal assurances that they have received from the Trump admin. Quote, now the specifics of how a lot of this happens, we've got to find out, but I think we will over the next 4 hours. We'll know more. 4 hours. Come on, man. Just vote for the damn bill. Oh, God. He said, you can't change the bill, but you can change the implementation of the bill, he said. When asked if he was still a no on the bill, he said, my only posture now is find out more information, get it answered, see how it can be implemented. In other words, I want to read the fine print. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Representative Ralph Norman might be coming around. Oh, man. Okay, if the Trump admin can convince this guy that they're going to implement this bill in a way that he thinks is good, then we're going to get listen, guys, all we need is one more vote. All we need is one more vote. Look how bored everybody here is. This is us. This is all of us. This is me right there. I'm playing mobile games on my phone. I'm playing Candy Crush on my cell phone. Come on. Come on, pass the bill. Come on. Anyway, listen, guys, all we need is one more vote. There are 4 holdouts. All we need is one of them. The other 3, who cares? That puts us at 217. We passed the vote. We passed the bill. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. And maybe we have an in. Ralph Norman. Ralph Norman. Come on. Everybody, let's go. Ralph Norman. No, all we need is one. We just need one. We need one. All we need is one. That is it. The way the House works, you just need a simple majority. And so think about this. Let's say right now, let's say they put this vote on the floor. This is the preliminary vote. So let's say they actually put the bill on the floor. Everybody's voting on the bill for real now. The bill gets 216 votes. The Democrats have 212. These 4 Republicans vote with the Democrats. It's tied up 216-216. It's dead. A tie is dead. Now, if we get one more vote, okay, that puts us at 217. 217. The Democrats get 212 plus 3. That's 215. It's 217 to 215. The bill is passed. We're good. The bill's passed. Okay, so all we need is one. All we need is one. Uno más. Yo necesito uno más. How do you say vote in German? English to German. Vote. Abstimmung.
Abstimmung.
Abstimmung. Wir brauchen eine Abstimmung. All we need is one vote. That is it. And they might be wearing down on this guy. Now, here's a curious idea. I'm going to have to ask Grok about this, actually. Dilemma, that's a $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Matt, I hope you and chat have a beautiful 4th of July. Thank you for doing your thing. God bless America. You know, Dilemma, I'm going to tell you something. Tomorrow I'm taking half a day off. We're going to go pick up a little German Shepherd puppy. So tomorrow we are getting an 8-week-old German Shepherd puppy, a little boy. And then the next day is 4th of July. So I think actually in my household, we're not really going to be celebrating 4th of July too much. We're not going to get too crazy because, you know, dogs are not known for their love of fireworks, especially an 8-week-old puppy. So we're going to probably be in the house taking care of this German Shepherd puppy. But anyway, yeah, no, it's going to be fun. Regardless, it's going to be fun for different reasons. So back at you. I hope you guys have fun also. It's going to be a good day. It's a good day. It's a good day. Actually, you know what just occurred to me? 4th of July, this 4th of July is going to be the 5-year anniversary of when my wife came to the U.S. You know, brief little background here. My wife and I met on the internet over 5 years ago now, 5.5 years ago. We were playing World of Warcraft, and then we started dating online during COVID, and then we got married. And I actually, we met up, and I flew with her into the U.S., and incidentally, when we were flying into the U.S. together, it was 4th of July evening, and we were flying into Portland International Airport. And so as we were landing in the U.S., we looked out the plane window, out of the airplane window, and we could see all these fireworks going off. It was very cool. It was very cool. Anyway, so 2 days from now, it's the 5-year anniversary of my immigrant German wife being in the country. Yeah, mein Fraulein, exactly. Yep. And we had a massive super chat here from Kim Dwyer. Buy your new family member the best puppy toy. I want pictures. Love your channel here in Florida. Kim Dwyer, thank you very much. We are on opposite sides of the country. I'm up here in Washington. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know what? I think I can probably post some puppy pictures on Twitter. I'll post them on Twitter, okay? So if you guys have me followed on Twitter, that's the way to do it. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. We'll have some nice puppy pictures. That'll be nice. Matt, how, out of curiosity, is there any part of the bill that you do not agree with? Yeah. Actually, a lot of them have been taken out, to be frank. My biggest hangups on this bill were the selling off of federal land, because I was worried that you'd just have people like BlackRock or China buy up the land. So they got rid of that. I also was not a fan of the 10-year moratorium on AI regulation on a state level. They got rid of that. The Senate kicked that stuff out. Right now, the bill also, it's not what it doesn't include, it's what it does include. The bill, as far as I understand it right now, includes a continuation of federal funding for transgender care for minors. But that's on a state-by-state level, though. It's not nationally sweeping. It depends on if the states individually want to do it. So for a state like Oregon or Washington or California, I believe that they will still receive some amount of federal funding for minor transgender care. Stuff like that I'm not a fan of. But you know my opinion on this, right? I'm an existential crisis guy. I think this bill has got to get passed. All these other things we can fix afterward, and we will and we should. But we need to start these mass deportations and totally shut down the border right now. We've got to do it. We've got to shut it down. No, thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot, folks. Another vote. So for anybody tuning in right now, we'll do a little bit of a recap. Right now, this is the final vote before the actual real vote. In order to move on to the final real vote, we're going to need to see one of these four Sorry, I'm getting a little bit fried. I'm getting a little bit brain fried. So far, 216 Republicans have voted yes. 212 Democrats have voted no. 4 Republicans have not voted yet. Right now, the Trump admin is trying their hardest to get one of these 4 Republicans that have not voted yet to vote for this bill. They're trying everything they can. We believe it is these 4. These are the 4 Republicans that have not voted yet. They're holdouts. They're holding out right now. They don't want to do it, or they want more information. They are negotiating about the bill. We believe it's Rep. Chip Roy Rep. Ralph Norman, Rep. Andy Harris, and Rep. Thomas Massey. We know for a fact Andy Harris is a firm, concrete no. Thomas Massey is a firm, concrete no. Chip Roy, probably a no, but maybe there's a chance. Ralph Norman, we saw a report come out about 30 minutes ago saying that he is negotiating with Trump right now and that he wants more information about the bill. He wants to read through the fine print, that some of these things in the bill he doesn't like, but for him, the make or break is how some of these things are implemented. Not that certain things are being implemented, but how are they being implemented? That's what he has said about a half hour ago. So right now, our best hope is Ralph Norman. There's a possibility any minute now, Ralph Norman, we know that there are discussions going on right now, that Ralph Norman comes around and votes for this bill. If he does, this bill's getting passed tonight. This bill is getting passed tonight. So that is what is going on behind the scenes right now. We are just praying and hoping that that one of these guys votes for this bill. At least, hey, that's what I'm doing. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Best hope is right. Yeah, it seems like Ralph Norman is the best hope. He's, out of these four guys, we need one of these four to flip, and Ralph is probably the most likely, is what I mean by that. So Ralph Norman, come on. Hey, you know what? If you live in South Carolina right now, go and call Ralph Norman. Call your representative. What district? In the 5th district. If you live in South Carolina, in the 5th district of South Carolina, seriously, genuinely, pick up your phone, call this guy. Call this guy and let him know. Listen, Ralph, you gotta vote for the bill. Let's go. Push that bill. Time remaining 0. Yeah, we've had time remaining 0 for about 5 hours now. So this, you can just ignore that. It doesn't mean anything. That's the way that it is. We've been out of time for 5 hours. And now let me take a look around here. We'll need 218. No. We only need 217. All we need is 217. In fact, you know what? This is something just a crazy idea. Maybe someone in the chat here knows. Let's say this vote, it keeps getting drug out here, and let's say it's midnight or 1 a.m. on the East Coast in Washington D.C. and you start having some of these congressional reps go to bed. Well, let's say they decide to have the vote. It's time to vote, and you've got some reps asleep. That would change the equation. Are you allowed to push through a vote at 2 a.m. when some people are asleep, and that changes the equation here? Because all you need in the House is a simple majority. Okay, the simple majority here is 217. And about 5 weeks ago, an older version of this bill, the first version of this bill, got passed through the House with only 215 votes. 215. Today it looks like we're going to need 217, but it's not a firm, concrete number. It depends on how many people show up. Some people call out sick. Some people are absent. Whatever. But we've already seen an older version of this bill 5 weeks ago pass with only 215 votes. So today it looks like 217, but that 217 number might change if people go to sleep, if people get sick, they go home, blah, 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 whatever. So I actually 217, yeah, maybe I misspoke. 217. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little bit. Listen, hey, listen to what I mean, not what I say, okay? If I misspoke, I apologize. Blah, 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 blah. I feel like I'm not even speaking English. I've been yapping now for like 8 hours, okay? I'm losing my mind. Okay. Oh, whoa! Ladies and gentlemen, and it's 218. They got 218. Ladies and gentlemen, it is happening. It's happening. This bill is getting passed tonight. The bill is getting passed tonight. They negotiated a 2-for-1 special. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. Folks, thank you for bearing with me. I'm getting a little bit brain fried. I appreciate everybody's patience here. Wow. Guys. Oh, man. President Trump is going to have his budget. Listen, President Trump has been waiting 8 years to have a budget. Think about that, because he never got one his first term. He's been waiting 8 years to have a damn budget, and finally, he's going to have it. Finally, we're going to have 10,000 more ICE agents. The board, we're finishing the wall. Remember that wall we used to talk about in 2015? We are finishing it. 10,000 more ICE agents, 3,500 more Border Patrol agents. Oh, man. Why are they not calling it now? Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen now. Now they're going to issue a decree. They're going to issue a royal Trump decree. All of these House reps are going to come back to the chamber. We're going to see dozens. We're going to see 400 people come flooding back into this chamber. And then they're going to have the real vote. Now, it's going to take them a while to get back in here. Everybody's hanging out. They're probably having a Subway sandwich or whatever. They're chilling back at the hotel, whatever. They all got to come back down to the Capitol building. They're going to come flooding in here any minute, take their seats, and now they're going to do the real vote. And now they're doing the real vote. Oh, man, you guys can't even believe. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Let's get a W. Everybody, W in the chat for win. Winning, we are winning. Winning. W in the chat. That's a big time win. All right. And thank you all again for hanging out with me all day. Thank you guys for being a part of the community. This is a big deal. Guys, this is a big freaking deal. You don't even understand. I don't even understand. Nobody understands. This is a big deal. This is going to change everything. Seriously. This is big. This is great. This is great. I have my smile is a mile. I've got a mile wide smile today. Wow. The mile smile. The kilometer smile. And so, hey, I can imagine right now, I bet the members of the progressive left are going to be melting down. I want to see the progressive meltdown. Maybe they haven't gotten the news yet. I want to see the meltdown, inbound, any minute. That's what I want to see. And by the way, real quick, folks, if you have not followed me on Twitter, please do me a favor and make sure to follow. There is the Twitter link right there. Everybody follow on Twitter. Thank you, guys. Thank you all very much. Michael P. Johnson may even attempt passing it by voice vote. Voice vote? Oh. Yeah, you think they might have that dominating. You know what? Listen, okay. Somebody said I'm being negative earlier. Let me continue to be negative here for a minute, folks. Let me present to you with the hyper negative doomsday scenario. Technically speaking, just because a Republican House rep has voted yes now does not mean that they are necessarily going to vote yes when the bill is actually on the floor. This is the vote to get the bill on the floor. So it is possible, if you want to be super negative, it is possible that we might have had one or two, who knows how many, congressional Republican representatives vote yes now, just to get this thing moving, to move this forward, and then they're going to change their vote once the bill's actually on the floor. Now, is that going to happen? I don't think so. I don't think so. But we need just totally, technically, let's be real here, okay? That would be low. Yeah, that would be a low blow. That would be a low blow. But it is entirely possible that this number, 218, by the end of the night is actually 217 or 216 or something. Who knows? Who knows? Entirely possible. Okay. Now, massive super chat. Lay Finks Nutsack is that really your name? Seriously. WWWC20X. This is untaxed to every month. Thanks for your kick-ass coverage, Matt. Thank you, Mr. Nutsack. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Splendid name. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Look, hey, people are coming back in. We're having some people come in. They're talking up there at the podium up top there. Ah, man, guys. Man. What a rush. What a rush. This is what it's all about. Some people go skydiving. Some people, you know, they go airsofting. They go paintballing. Some people, they jump out of helicopters, whatever. Me, I watch congressional votes for 7 hours straight. What a rush. The adrenaline is pumping. Whoa. Wow, I haven't felt like this in years. Hey, thank you. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Connor, one of my good friends, he says, Big W, you don't get to turn the stream off until it passes now. I know, I said. The stream is not going offline until this bill is passed. Let's go. That's what we're doing. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, big time W. You know, we can flip over here. Oh, the Congressional Black Caucus. We got to see what they have to say.
Are we going to be here to carry on and to take care of our family? So I'm here tonight because I understand that I had good health care insurance and I've survived cancer twice. But I know there are so many women in this country, especially women of color, that if Medicaid is cut, if the financial resources are cut for their access to health care, they will not survive. They will have nowhere to turn. I'm here tonight to vote against this bill because I'm concerned about every woman in this country who has used Planned Parenthood as the only means of care, reproductive care, not just for abortion, but for their wellness checks, for birth control. And they won't have access to that anymore. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to get their help? I am here tonight to vote no on this bill because I have asked over and over again in the state of Georgia to our governor why he won't feed our children during the summer when they're in summer camp. Why he refuses to feed our children, feed our babies. And I
got to tell you what, man, the Democrats are really, really good at something. They are way better at it than Republicans. The Democrats are so good at whipping people up into a frenzy, freaking them out, fear-mongering, scare tactics. They're lying, they're deceiving, of course. It's all bullshit. But man, they are so good at just invoking this emotional response from their voters. They have that down to an art, to a science. They put it together in a laboratory. Are we up to 219? Are you kidding me? They got every single one of these guys other than Thomas Massie. I'll bet you money Thomas Massie is the one guy that's not doing this. More power to him, I guess. They got every one of these guys other than Mr. Thomas Massie. Wow. Can I tell you guys something here? Maybe I'm going to make some of you guys mad. I can't bring myself to hate Thomas Massie. I can't hate Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie, I can't be mad at you. I really can't. Even though there he is. I can't hate Thomas Massie. I'm sorry. I can't do it. You know, luckily turned out things this way. Okay, it is what we got our votes. I can't hate you, Thomas Massie. I can't. Anyway, we got 219. We got 219. We got the votes. What can I say? I'm a lover. I'm not a hater. I'm a lover. What can I say? 219. Listen, an hour ago, would you have bet that we'd have 219 votes? No way. Nope. Part of me was like, man, we're just gonna get stuck here at 216. We're gonna be stuck at 216 all night. This number is not gonna budge. And then it budged, and then it budged 3 times. It budged 3 times. Okay, stop spamming. Okay, please stop. Relax. I know everybody's happy. Relax. Okay, Light Warrior, that's a super chat. I appreciate that. $10. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't even hold up. I don't even know what the name of the bill is to support it. As long as the Democrats are against it, I'm for it. That's one of those things, hey. If Chuck Schumer and Adam Schiff and AOC and all these people are against it, maybe there's something to say about that. It's one of those things, hey. And I appreciate that super chat. I know what you're saying. Guys, this bill is actually coming together. Wow. Who would have thought? I'm shocked. And you know what's weird is that none of the websites I've been checking for live news updates about this have actually updated this. None of them have actually updated where we are now. It's like everybody went to bed. ABC News, CNN, Fox News, everybody went to bed. They're not even reporting on this. This is the biggest news of the day. And I'm looking on Twitter like nobody's even talking about this. Guys, listen, folks. This right here, this community, this broadcast, we are the only ones talking about this. Everybody else is asleep at the wheel. I can't even find anybody reporting on this. Here we are. It's all us, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we're all tuning in today. Yeah, I don't see. Hey, listen, like really though, like really, nobody at all. Nobody at all. But hey, we see it. We got it. We know what's happening. On the road again. Yeah, folks, listen, we might be the only live news broadcast right now on the face of the planet that is actually up to date, covering where we are currently at. We might be the only ones. And so, folks, like I said, what happens next? Now, all of these congressional representatives, Democrat and Republican alike, they're going to come. They need to come piling back in here. Guess what? It's time to vote. Guess what? It's time to vote. Come on, show up to work. Get to work. On the East Coast, it is 8:36 on a Wednesday. Guess what? That's what you signed up for. That's why we voted for you. Come on back. Come back to vote. 217. Oh, I still see 219. It's 219. Are you trying to tell me that 2 people dropped their votes? Look, it's right there. 219. What are you talking about? That's what we've got. Oh, thank you, David. Thank you, David. It's terrible news about those 2 firefighters. Really. Absolutely terrible. We never actually did a community follow-up on that shooter up in Idaho that killed those 2 firefighters. So allegedly he used a shotgun, not even a rifle. He used a shotgun, and he moved up to Idaho to try to become a firefighter himself. And I think he was also a gay brony. Do you guys know what a brony is? I think maybe older people don't know what that is. A brony. This is gonna sound unbelievable to you guys. It's not gonna make any sense at all. There's a children's cartoon show called My Little Pony. It's designed for like 5-year-old girls. It's about ponies, magical ponies, cartoon. Bronies are adult men generally. Maybe there's some adult women that are super obsessed with this cartoon show for 5-year-old girls, and their entire life is obsessing over this cartoon. They're called bronies. Their entire personality is watching this, talking about it, watching it, dressing up like ponies, like cartoon ponies. Anyway, so this shooter in North Idaho from four days ago or so, 5 days ago, that killed these 2 firefighters. People were digging through his social media, and he was 20 years old, a 20-year-old young man. He was a diehard brony, I guess. He was super into this cartoon. It was his entire life. He's a brony. All types of weird people out there. Very weird. Weird. Yep. And no, listen, there's a lot of these people, these bronies. They're called bronies. So we want to see some of these House reps come on, back to work. Let's go. Take a seat. Come on. Come on, class is in session. Come on, time to show up to work. Let's go. Clock in. Let's go. Light the beacons. Everybody's going to come back out now. Come on out. I think that's what we're going to be seeing over the next half hour or so. Did Donald Trump release a Truth Social post about this? Come on. 1 hour ago. No, nothing on this. We have a super chat here from Skunk. Once President Trump signs the new beautiful bill, how long will it take effect? I'm a cartoonist. It's my job to draw cute and weird stuff. Lol. Immediately, as far as I know, it'll go into effect immediately. Unless there are specific provisions in the bill that say it's going to have a delayed effect, right? Unless it says, and this component is not going to take effect for another 6 months or whatever. But other than that, beyond that, instantly, as far as I'm aware. Guys, wait, 220. Dude, there is no way they got Thomas Massie to vote for this. There's no way. Okay, guys, I'm feeling a little bit weird now. Listen, hey, we've got 220 votes. That is like impossibly unbelievable. I do not believe that. I don't believe that. Thomas Massie is not voting for this bill. I don't believe it. And then also, I'm not seeing any single media outlet talk about this. Why is nobody talking about this? Hey, I'm a little bit worried. Nobody is reporting on this, and we got 220? I don't know about that. I'm a little bit worried right now. Now, however, that being said, let me try to dissuade my own concerns. Remember, this is not a vote for the bill. This is a vote to get the bill on the floor immediately. So just because, let's talk about Thomas Massie. Just because Thomas Massie voted yes on this right now does not mean he's voting yes on the bill an hour from now. You know what I mean? So maybe that's what's going on. He's just saying, all right, hey, put it on the floor. Let's go. Let's do it. Get this thing on the floor. Get the show on the road. That might be what is going on here. But guys, like this is Fox News Live. They're out here talking about the black caucus. Hey, Fox News Live, we have 220 votes. Talk about that. What are we talking about here? Nobody cares. We got the advertisement. I'm not seeing anybody on Twitter talk about this. What are they saying?
Their Medicare and Medicaid being cut off.
Medicaid. Medicaid is getting cut off. I heard about that. Are they slowly coming in? I wonder, can we get a different point of view in this room? If I could find a different point of view, because I want to see a different angle of inside the room here. different camera angle. But you know what, folks? I don't think anybody has that. I don't think we have that. It's not a real thing. 220 votes. Fox News confirms it. Well, then, hey, get your ass back in the House chamber. Get your ass back in the House chamber. Time to get to work. Time to get to work. Where's the white caucus, though? You know what? We can make it. We can make it someday. We will make the white man's caucus. The white man's caucus. We can do that someday. Don't worry about it. It is true. I mean, you might have noticed you've got the Latin American caucus. You've got the Asian caucus. You've got the black rights caucus, whatever. Nobody's out here talking about white people. Nobody's talking about white people. Or, you know, you hear all the time about Asian issues, Hispanic issues, Black American issues. You hear about that stuff. Nobody ever's talking about white issues. Nobody's saying, "Hi, man, well, this is uniquely a white issue." Nobody's talking about that. Nobody is. What's up with that? Anyway, listen, I want to see... Listen, everybody, come on. Oh. Okay, finally some of these... I'm on Twitter, and finally some of these... I'm seeing some people start to talk about this now. It is almost 9 p.m. over there on the East Coast. We're going to call it the Big White Caucus. Is what I'm going to call it. And I will be the leader of the Big White Caucus. And we're going to get a lot done. I think we can get a lot done. With a Big White Caucus, you can get a lot done. And that's what we're going to have to do going forward. Anyway, everybody's coming on back. Everybody, come on back in. Let's go. Come on back in. You're seeing people come on in. Wonder how long it's going to take people to get back in here, man. Jeez, I said I made a commitment. I'm not going anywhere until this bill has been passed. Oh, what a day. What a day. I'm following you, Daisy. This is what I say, Daisy. I want you to follow me everywhere except for real life. So you follow me on Twitter, on YouTube, whatever, Instagram, you find me there, whatever. But you can follow me everywhere on the internet. Just not in real life, okay? And if we do that, I think it's going to be fine. You know what? I'm going to start taking a look at some of these Democrat accounts on Twitter. I want to see if people are having a meltdown yet. Chuck Schumer has not issued a comment on this. I want to see if AOC here has said anything. No. Everybody is just silent. I gotta say, listen, warning. What I'm about to say is extremely bigoted, so I want to apologize in advance. But man, Somalian is just the most disgusting language ever. It really is. It just is not a good language. It sounds gross. I hate every time somebody's speaking Somalian, I have to turn the volume down. Ugh. Come on. Now, everybody here knows about Nick Shirley. We've actually seen some of Nick Shirley's stuff on YouTube before. Take a look at this. He is asking the important question. Take a look at this. He says, hey, YouTube creators, with the big beautiful bill being passed, does that mean no tax on super chats? Please and thank you. Super chats. No tax on tips. Super chats are a tip. Think about it. It's true. It is true. That's a great question, Nick Shirley. Good point. Good point. I'm with you on that. Look, you know, people are coming back. People are slowly trickling on in. Goodbye. People are trickling in here.
You say 98%, but I think you probably need close to 98% to get this passed in the House tomorrow, because it's not the identical bill that you sent over to the Senate. The Senate has done some changes to it. The Freedom Caucus are very conservative. How do you get them to make sure they're on board with what?
This is footage from yesterday. We don't need to see that. This is live here today. Recorded with Greta yesterday. Well, we don't care what happened yesterday. I want to see what people are saying about this now. That's what I want to see. Hey, they're coming back in. People are coming back in. I imagine amongst the Democrats right now, they are probably pretty they're probably pretty upset. They're probably not too happy right now, those Democrats, given the way this voting has gone. Not the happiest. That is my sneaking suspicion. Well, you know, I mean, we got to wait for everybody to come back in. I'm sure that House Speaker Mike Johnson has sent out the message, hey, time to come back. And, oh, Thalion, hey, longtime viewer. I've had you in the background of my car laptop, since the start of shift for patrol. It's been a ride past the BBB. Guys, Thalion is out here on patrol. I'm going to invent a narrative here. You are probably an ICE agent. You are patrolling the streets for illegal aliens right now, apprehending and detaining them. Guys, in the time that Thalion tonight has been watching this live broadcast, he has captured 100 illegal aliens on the streets. Can you imagine that? Impressive, really. Thank you, Thalion. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you. Thalion has been watching my show for too long. 6 years? I don't know. Long time. Long time. Oh, man. Now, you know, I was going to show you guys something here. Let's go head over and take a look at Washington, D.C. We're waiting for people to come back in, so Washington, D.C. is somewhere. Baltimore, there it is. D.C. And where's our Capitol building? Right there. Okay. Folks, this is where it is happening right now. Okay, so, you know, people have been voting on this preliminary vote for the last, 5 or 6 hours. I'm sure they showed up, they voted, these congressional reps, they showed up, they voted, then they went back to their hotel, or they went to do something else around town. They're not just hanging around the Capitol building, probably a lot of them. Some of them are, but, you know, so some of these people, they've got a hotel across town. They got to get in a taxi cab, get the Uber, drive back over, whatever. And so, you know, it might take a little while, maybe a half hour for some of these people to show up. But this is the place. This is where it is. This is where it's going down. It is going down. They need to make their way back over. Beautiful. What a building. Look at that building. Beautiful building. Something else. Really is. That's the Supreme Court back there. The Supreme Court. What is this? Library of Congress? You really do just, man, tons of beautiful buildings out here. Look at that. Guys, why did we stop building like this? If you look at all this 1920s architecture across the country, we were still making beautiful buildings like this in the 1920s. Then we stopped. We just stopped doing it. Beautiful stonework like this, ornate, beautiful neoclassical style. We stopped. We don't do it anymore. Why? We gotta bring this back. We need more buildings like this everywhere, all across the country. We gotta bring it back. Emmett Bishop says, I want to be the first black person to endorse the White Caucus. I'm not calling the BWC. If it's good for one group, it should be good for all. There you go. There you go. There you go. Listen, the big white caucus. We're gonna make sure that this country is great, and that means making the country great for all people. Don't worry about it. The big white caucus is a noble caucus. It's a respectable caucus, and you can take that to the bank. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Hey, thank you very much. Christopher Severs, I think I missed this one. He said, hey, take a look at Chad Program's last post. He says they still need to debate the bill before the final vote. Is that right? Chad Program? Is that on Twitter? I'm not sure how to find that. Is this it? Yeah, I can't find that. I'm not sure. But right now, hey, it does seem like the order was given. Come back. Let's go. Come back. It's time to do this. Get to work. So, even if they have to debate, okay, it's another half hour, whatever. It's the point is it's happening tonight. It is happening tonight. It's a con to vote it down. Oh, you want to go conspiracy mode? So the conspiracy is that those 4 holdout Republicans that did not want to vote for it actually are deceiving President Trump. They said they're going to vote for it, but they're actually not. They're going to call the vote, get everybody back, and then they're actually secretly not going to vote for it. I don't think that's the case. I don't think so. I don't think that's what's happening. Guys, I have tried to get a haircut 4 times in the last week, and it has never worked out. Granted, I keep on trying to walk into the barber and say, hey, do you have time for a walk-in appointment? They say, no, we're busy. Sorry, you got to make an appointment. Okay, goodbye. I guess I'm just too lazy to make an appointment, but I have been turned away 4 times. I've tried to get a haircut. At this point, I'm like, man, I guess I'm just going to have to make an appointment. Yeah, people are coming back. People are coming back. Everybody come on back. Oh no, terrible news, guys. Seriously, look at this. This is bad. Let me pull this up. There was a 21-year-old congressional intern who was recently killed in Washington in a shooting, a Washington, D.C. shooting. 21-year-old intern, just young boy. Look at that. He was killed Monday night in a shooting in northwest Washington, D.C. that also left 2 other people injured. Terrible, 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 terrible. In our nation's capital, too. Not good. Not good. Not good at all. You guys want to know something kind of funny here? Okay, this is our nation's Capitol building. About 10 months ago, I was on a visit to a little country. It's actually a big country. The country is called Kazakhstan. And I went to their capital city called Astana. Astana, over here in Kazakhstan, they have a Capitol building also. And what I realized is that pretty much they copied our building. It's pretty close. Okay, maybe it's not 1-to-1. It's pretty close, though. It's pretty damn close, right? Can we get a back view? No, I guess not. Anyway, I think they pretty much copied our Capitol building. I couldn't believe it. Like I say, it's pretty close. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's where the singer Dimesh comes from. What, Astana? I've never heard of Dimesh. I'm not sure about that. Dimesh. It was nice. It was actually nice. I was expecting like Borat, like everybody's living in a little village or something, but it was really, frankly, a very beautiful city. It was. Is the bill going to pass tonight? So right now, Seems like they're going to go ahead with it. They are calling everybody back. They are calling all of the congressional reps back into the House chamber. It is 9 p.m. and seems like they're going to move forward with this. Seems to be the case. Seems to be the case. So I need to change my message up here. Okay. Yep. Okay. Oop. Can I type properly? Okay, there we go. Perfect. And there it is, and there you have it up there. Now everybody knows. It's a bigly day. This is a big day. This is a very big day. Huge day. In fact, guys, it depends on how you look at it. In a lot of ways, this might be the biggest day in President Trump's presidential history, first term and second term. This is the day he is given the budget he needs to actually get to work. So far, in the last 6 months or so, President Trump has been in the White House. It's like having a chef in the kitchen, but he's not allowed to use any utensils or open up the refrigerator or turn on the oven. So you got a chef in the kitchen, but he can't do anything. That's been President Trump, and still he's managed to make the most of a bad situation. Now, you give him this bill, you give him the budget. Now he's got all the utensils, he's got all the ingredients, he's got everything he needs to get to work, to really start cooking. He can turn on the oven, he can get to work, he can get cooking. What was I doing in Kazakhstan? I was visiting, probably not that anybody really cares. They have a museum here that I really wanted to go to, which is right here. This museum specifically, I wanted to go to the Kazakhstan Museum. And so I'm not even kidding. I got an airplane ticket to Kazakhstan. I flew there. I was there for 2 nights, and then I came home. I went to the museum. I saw it. I went there twice, the museum, and then I came home, and that was it. Just want to go see the museum. Anyway, so the point is now President Trump is going to be able to cook. Soon he's going to be cooking. Red alert, red alert, red alert what? Red alert what? And you can see people are coming back in here. This night is going to be picking up here pretty soon. Happening pretty soon. Do we manage to get any last minute 2A amendments in? Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. I do not think so. Got the hiccups. Excuse me. Am I a veteran? No, I'm not a veteran. I'll tell you something though. I'm 31 now. I've got 2 kids and a wife, and I'm doing my thing. I look back and I say, man, I really wish when I was 19 or 20, I really wish I had joined the military. In fact, there was a point I was 19. I came very close. I went down. I spent the night at MEPS. I took the ASVAB, and then I took the D-Lab after that. I qualified for the D-Lab. And then I just got kind of cold feet. And I look back on that 10 years later now, over 10 years, I say, man, I wish I did that. I wish I did. That's one of my big regrets about my life, I guess, is not doing that. And the reason why, I think probably the biggest reason is because, my life has turned out okay. It's all right. Everything is good. I've got a good life. But when I was 19 or 20, joining the military would have been a very good thing for me. I was a very undisciplined young man. I was living reckless, carefree, and I think, man, that in hindsight, everything did turn out okay, but that would have been the smart thing to do, join the military. But hey, that's the way it goes. Yeah, now I'm old. Now I'm too old. I'm just an old man. I'm an old, washed up old man. You know what they say, when you turn 30, you need to start thinking about writing a will, a last will and testament. You got to start, You need to figure out what type of headstone you want, gravestone for the graveyard. You need to go casket shopping because any day, you're old, you're 30, you're over 30 years old. It's all downhill. No, I'm kidding. Listen, these guys need to show back up. Come on, let's go. Everybody pile on in. Pile on into the House chamber here. Let's go. Time to get to work. And they are. Seems like they slowly are. They slowly are. It's happening. It is happening. It passed. Well, okay, folks, keep in mind real quick, if you are tuning in, what has passed is the preliminary vote to get the bill on the floor. So now, very soon, they've called back all the congressional reps. Now they're going to have the actual vote for the bill here, for the big beautiful bill. This vote here was to get the bill on the floor in the first place. So it seems like the Trump administration over the last 5 or 6 hours has been able to negotiate with some of these Republican holdouts to get them on board, to convince them to vote for the big beautiful bill. President Trump, 10 minutes ago, made a post here on Truth Social. What did he have to say? He said, the one big, beautiful bill. Let's get it done. Secure the border. Strengthen our military. Tax cuts for families. 10 minutes ago, he said this. The big, beautiful bill. The very big, beautiful bill. Things are happening. Sean Diddy Combs is going to walk free, now trust in our government. Well, I thought he was looking at maybe at most a 20-year-long sentence. They denied his bond, right? So he's going to serve some sentence. How long? I don't know. How long? I don't know. We are still out here listening to the Congressional Black Caucus. That's good. That's great. That's great. That is good. There's no commentary there. Joining the military did wonders for me. Also, I was rowdy as heck at 19. People underestimate how wild us PNW folks are. Crazy. We were crazy. Crazy. Yeah, no, it would have been good. It would have been good. Would have been a good thing to do, but hey, that's the way it is. My decision was between the Air Force and the Army. And then I chose neither, I guess. Is what happened. But anyway, those are the branches I was looking at. You know what is funny, though, is that almost every single, well, no, literally, this is my anecdote. Every single former military guy, girl that I've known, veteran, that I've known, they've actually said, yeah, no, that was the right move. Yeah, you were smart for not joining. Yeah, you shouldn't have done that. Or yeah, you should not have joined. I've heard that from so many veterans. They say, yeah, no, you're smart for doing that. I don't, I kind of don't agree. Like I said, I still wish I had, but I've heard a lot of people say, yeah, no, you shouldn't have done it. You made the right choice. I don't know how many veterans feel that way, but I've heard that a couple times. Not sure. Yeah. They're doing the vote at 10? Do we have an announcement here? Because that would be 52 minutes from now. Do we have a confirmation on that? I'm looking around here. Looking around here. Good gosh. Well, I don't see anything. I'm going to take a look somewhere else here. The big, beautiful bill. The big, beautiful bill. Checking for live updates. Brick. Okay, so allegedly this is a live update feed. 25 minutes ago. This is unrelated to anything we're talking about here. What about this? Let me reload. So this is CNN. They haven't posted anything about this in 93 minutes. Guys, CNN, wake up. They've got no new updates here. And this is ABC. What are we saying here? Let me reload. ABC's been 3 hours and 55 minutes. Guys. And then they wonder why their networks are dying. This is one of the biggest nights in recent political history, and CNN and ABC are asleep at the wheel. No news. Yeah, they're probably too mad. They're too busy crying to post any updates. You're probably right about that. You are probably right about that. Excuse me. Oh, I apologize. I had the wrong window up there. We're just kind of right now, we're hanging out. We're watching all of these congressional reps pile back on into the House chamber. And maybe... This is so weird, guys. I just feel like nobody is reporting anything about this. It is so hard to find any news about this at all. Very weird. It's hard to find anything about what's going on right now. I'm just kind of keeping tabs. All of us together now are keeping tabs. It's like, you know, presumably people are coming back to the House chamber here. That's what it looks like. You know, technically, to be totally transparent, we don't even know if they are going to vote on this tonight. I don't know. Maybe I've seen some people in the chat say they're voting at 10 p.m., which would be 49 minutes from now. Well, I haven't seen a confirmation for that anywhere. Are they voting at 10? Little under an hour from now? I don't know. I don't know. I'm looking around. We have a super chat here from Christopher. Hey, thank you again. Check Chad Program's post from Fox News. Fox News Hitchhiker's Guide. I don't know what the Fox News Hitchhiker's Guide is. I'm going to the Fox News page on Twitter. I'm just not really sure what you're talking about, to be honest. I'm on the Fox News Twitter page here. Like, guys, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm on. This is the official Fox News Twitter page. They've got 26 million followers. Honolulu, Al Sharpton, Diddy's defense team, PGA Golf Tour, RFK Jr., HA, like, where is the news about this? Where is the news here? Not even Fox News is reporting on this. Nobody's saying anything. What's going on? There's a Fox News article posted an hour ago. Well, this was posted before before they got their votes. Nobody's posting anything after they got the votes. They got the votes. Nobody's posting anything. Program. Okay, I just, okay. Chad Pergram. Okay. I've found this guy's Twitter page. He's posting some things. Okay. Whoa. All right, folks. 25-second bathroom break. Then we're going to read through. We have a lot. This guy's posting a lot. He's a Fox News correspondent. 25-second break, and then we're going to dive into that. All right. All right. One moment. Okay, here. Okay. So where is this post? I'm going to read through this. The Hitchhiker's Guide to Where We Stand on the Big Beautiful Bill. The House GOP leadership's goal is to still debate and pass the bill tonight. But if they had the votes, the House would have voted already. They don't have the votes yet, but House GOPers are working towards that. My crystal ball pegs a vote sometime deep in the overnight or around dawn if they are able to pry this loose. Frankly, the Stockholm Syndrome will likely kick in. The later members are moored here. This guy does not know how to type anything. After a while, they might begin to agree with their captors. That often happens with late night sessions after members get tired and tempers are frayed. Here's where things stand now on the floor. The House is now frozen on another procedural vote, which began today at 2:07. Not anymore. We got the votes for this. The House could close that vote at any time, but House GOP leaders don't want to do so. That would trigger a test vote to start debate on the bill. Republicans don't have the vote for that, so they're in a holding pattern on the previous vote. This vote to make a technical change to the rule has a chance to become the longest vote in House history. The House could cross that threshold at 9 p.m., 9:28 p.m. Eastern, which is actually here pretty soon. The House established the current record for the longest vote on a motion to adjourn in 2021. That vote lasted 7 hours and 21 minutes. So we expect the House to sit on the old vote that's been open for hours now until they get a deal. Well, it seems like they have that deal. He posted this before the votes came in. Then they will close this vote and vote on the test vote to actually get the bill. If the House clears the test vote, it can then debate the bill. That debate is allotted for 1 hour, but it will take longer than that. Plus, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is expected to consume an hour on his own via the magic minute afforded to top party leaders. It's called a magic minute because the leaders are only given a minute to speak, but as a courtesy, they allow the leaders to speak as long as they wish. So he's going to stall out, probably. Once debate on the bill concludes, the House then goes to final passage if they have the votes. It's about the math. The GOP can only lose 3 votes and still pass the bill. Rep. Thomas Massie remains a nay. House Freedom Caucus Chairman Andy Harris voted present on the House version in May. Okay, so this he posted this before we just got these votes. So I hate to say it, but this guy doesn't actually have anything to really add to where we are at now. Is kind of the case there. Got a commercial. Diddy's team is speaking out. Trump posted. What did President Trump have to say? It's been a long day. Oh, folks. It looks like the House is ready to vote tonight. We had great conversations all day, and the Republican House majority is united for the good of our country, delivering the biggest tax cuts in history and massive growth. Let's go, Republicans and everyone else. Make America great again. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This vote is happening. This vote is happening tonight, it would seem, according to President Trump. According to President Trump, this vote is going to happen from the man himself. So right now, what is still happening? We are having congressional representatives come piling back into the House chamber slowly, one by one. They're all taking their sweet time. You might notice that not a single one of these elected representatives acts or moves with a single ounce of urgency. They're all late to work. They all leave early. They get called back. It takes them hours to get back when it's time to actually vote. Like, think, guys, how many votes do these guys actually do every year? A handful. Not that many. And still somehow they show up late and leave early. These freaking House reps. These freaking House reps. Did it pass? No. Soon. Probably soon. I think they're going to have the final vote here pretty soon-ish. Pretty soonish. Yeah, I don't think that Trump is going to pardon P. Diddy. I don't think Trump cares at all about P. Diddy. I think that's probably not going to happen. Unregulated AI for the next 10 years is scary. Well, don't worry about that. They cut that out of the bill. That unregulated AI provision was cut out of the bill yesterday afternoon, in the Senate's round of revisions. So do not worry about that. We are good on the AI. Oh, gosh. What a day. What a freaking day. Mark. Hey, Mark. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate that. Well, still at the moment, here's the deal. We don't have a time. President Trump says, looks like the House is ready to vote tonight. Okay. Well, what time? We don't know. To be decided. TBD. So whenever these people decide to show up and do their job, I guess. TBD. So 7 hours ago, Congressman Thomas Massie said he had enough votes to block President Trump's one big beautiful bill, but that seems to not be the case. Seems like that blockage is done. We're having our vote now. This vote is happening soon. Soon, folks. In fact, as it seems right now, maybe Thomas Massie himself has agreed to vote for the big beautiful bill. That might be the case. That's kind of the way that it looks at the moment. I've been getting these ads on Twitter. Can I show you guys something here? Look at this. This is the official CBP government page, and this is an advertisement, a paid ad. Your nation needs you. Will you answer the call? Discover rewarding career paths and exceptional benefits. Become a U.S. Customs and Border Protection officer today. Apply for an enriching journey safeguarding our nation. So, guys, President Trump was so confident that this bill was going to pass that he's actually already putting ads out to hire for the jobs that this bill is going to create. That's called confidence. He's already preemptively hiring for the new jobs this bill is about to make for this country. There you have it, folks. There you have it. That's called confidence. You got to have it. New rewarding career path. All right. All right. Yeah, this bill's getting voted on tonight. Oh, hey, look at this. Laura Trump, who's I think the vice chair of the RNC, Donald Trump's daughter-in-law, might just be running for Senate in North Carolina. Take a look.
A U.S. Senator. I have to ask you, I was there for one conversation that was off the record that you know about, the president knows about, and Eric knows about, and it was a heavy dose of pressure. But tell us where you stand.
Yeah, well, clearly, North Carolina needs someone to represent them. Tom Tillis has not done a great job. He's not going to seek re-election, as so many people know. And, you know, I've thought about it. As you said, Sean, I thought about in 22, possibly running in that midterm race for the open Senate seat. We now have Ted Budd as a great senator from my home state of North Carolina. Thought about possibly seeking out, you know, to fill Marco Rubio's big shoes down in Florida. But the timing wasn't right for that. And look, this is new. It's all very fresh. This all happened over the weekend. So there's a lot to process, and there's a lot that would go into this decision. What I can tell you is I have seen how service can impact so many people's lives. I look at my father-in-law as the greatest example of that. And it's a bigger conversation for our entire family to have. And we're not quite there yet. So it's all very fresh and new. But I would love, if I ever have the opportunity to represent the people of my home state in North Carolina, it would be a great honor of mine.
There you have it. So we might have a Trump in the Senate here pretty soon. Maybe here pretty soon. Let me take a look at these super chats here. Christopher Sever says, Pergam's post was before the 220, but my point is, unfortunately, it sounds like they still have to debate. Well, I mean, look at President Trump. President Trump says this vote's happening tonight, and I appreciate that, Christopher, but I think this is getting done tonight. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Let me take a look here. Joseph Pickett says, America is on its way to bankruptcy. I think you could say the very same thing for the last like 60 or 70 or maybe 80 years. When would it be false to say that? I think you could make that statement like always, maybe. Here's what I'll tell you. I'm going to give my little spiel again here. Just in my very short life, I'm 31 years old. I have seen George W. Bush add trillions of dollars to the national debt while also allowing millions of illegal aliens into the country. I have watched as Barack Obama has added trillions of dollars to the national debt while also allowing millions of illegal aliens into the country. I have watched Joe Biden add trillions of dollars to the national debt while also allowing millions of illegal aliens into the country. Only now that President Trump is in the White House and is trying to get rid of the illegal aliens and also permanently shut down our border, only now is everybody losing their minds over the deficit of the national debt. That's a little bit curious, isn't it? How nobody's been raising the alarm bell for national debt or deficit for my life, I know longer than that also. Only now that President Trump is trying to permanently shut down the border and get all these illegal aliens out of the country, only now are we being gaslit and whipped into a frenzy to lose our minds over national debt and deficit. Listen, hey, our country's been invaded. We have 50 million illegal aliens in the country. Nothing else matters more than that. Get these people out of the country, permanently lock down the border. Then we can have a conversation about debt and deficit. Until then, nothing matters. Stop the invasion, then shut it down. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Literally, listen, nothing matters more to me than deporting every single illegal alien in the country. Nothing. It could be 5 trillion in debt. It could be 10 trillion. It could be 20 trillion in debt. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'd rather be poor in America with no illegal aliens than rich in America surrounded by illegal aliens. That's what I've chosen. You want to talk about debt or bankruptcy? Listen, I'd rather be in a broke America surrounded by Americans than rich in America surrounded by illegal alien invaders and cartel gang members and human traffickers, etc. I don't want them in the country. This is what we voted for. Get them out.
Gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman will state his inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that House Republicans have kept this vote open longer than any other Congress in the history of the House of Representatives. At what point will the Speaker ascertain as to whether this practice is violative of Rule 17 with respect to the order of the House or Rule 20 with respect to the voting procedures of the House?
What the chair would tell the gentleman from Colorado is that, once again, as I said a few hours ago, that the chairman, the presiding officer is not a historian, and so therefore cannot opine as to whether or not historical precedent is in order or whether this will be a condition of the House going forward.
Whether or not it was violative of Rule 17 or Rule 20 for Republicans to keep this vote open longer than any other Congress in the history of the United States House of Representatives. We know for certain that this, in fact, is a new precedent that has been broken by Republicans. This is the longest. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
To the gentleman from Colorado, as was stated again several hours ago, the rule provides for a minimum time for voting, not a maximum time for voting, so that minimum time obviously is part of that rule. So besides that, the chair doesn't have any other information that he could share with the gentleman from Colorado that would be useful in this discussion.
I thank the Speaker. I conclude simply by saying, Mr. Speaker,
hey, Tabitha,
is it permissible under the rules for this vote to be held open for 24 hours, 48 hours, 3 months? How long, in the Speaker's judgment, is it permissible to hold the vote?
Gentleman is posing hypotheticals, and chair is prepared to move on the vote that we're currently in, and so therefore the conversation ends.
I thank the Speaker.
You're saying it's happening tonight. They are prepared to move forward. Whoa.
Have all members.
I want to hear what they're saying. They cut the mic here. I guess we're not supposed to hear that. Anyway, folks, this is happening tonight. This is happening tonight. Like
on this
Trump said
vote,
himself.
The yeas are 220, the nays are 212. The amendment is adopted. The question is on adoption of the resolution as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Well, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I will have to insist on asking for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. The chair will remind everyone in the House, this is a 5-minute vote.
All right. Record the yeas and nays. I think they're like sending a text message out to everybody. Maybe. No, actually, I don't think they're letting people vote remotely here. Now, okay, now they're putting them back in again. Guys, for the first time in 6 hours, something is happening. Finally, something is happening. Finally, something is happening here. Now, in this process of recording the yeas and nays, I'm actually curious. Let's say at the end of this 5-minute timer, we got 5 minutes here. What if the Democrats actually outnumber the Republicans here just by nature of maybe Republicans are in the bathroom or is still at the hotel or they're not here at the moment. Would that restart this entire process? I don't know. I guess we're going to find out in 4 minutes. Maybe. Yeah. Of course, the Democrats right now, their game is just to delay. So over the next couple hours, guys, we're just going to see the Democrats do every single thing they can to slow this down and impede. They're going to try to chime in and ask for more regulation and bureaucratic waste of time bloat. That's what's going to happen. In fact, that is what we are seeing right now. And pay attention, we are slowly having more and more congressional reps come funneling back into this here. There's a minimum time to vote, no maximum. Wrong. This component here has a maximum. He just said that. This part here does have a 5-minute maximum. The previous vote did not have a maximum. This does. No, at least that's what I heard. We'll see here in 3 minutes. We're going to find out. That's what I heard him say, though. So now we're waiting again. The House is on the way back. They're coming back. The House is on the way back. This is now the surgery for America. Trump is cutting out the cancer that America will start the recovery process. I agree. Listen, if we don't first and foremost protect our national sovereignty, meaning lock down our border and deport literal invaders. I don't know if you guys don't understand, or maybe some people don't take this seriously. When we use the word invader, when President Trump says our nation has been invaded, that's like literally. We have 50 million invaders. When you have 50 million invaders currently in the country, the time to have conversations about transgender bathrooms is over. We can have the transgender bathroom conversations once this problem is solved. Right now, it's get the invaders out of the country, do whatever it takes to get the invaders out of the country. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm a radical, call me whatever you want. That's how I feel. Of course, we don't want men in women's bathrooms, etc. All of these other kind of social issues. We don't want this stuff. We've been invaded. Shut down the invasion. Yeah, get them out. Get them out of the country. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. And when we say 50 million, by the way, that number is from the DHS. We've had 21 million come across in the last 4.5 years. During the Biden era, it was over 5 million per year, 21 million in a 4-year window. That's 21 million in 4 years. You think we don't have 50 million? We have 50 million in total. We've been having illegal aliens flood into this country for decades. We have illegal aliens that have been here illegally for 25 years. There's 50 million total. That's DHS numbers, not me. That's DHS. Okay? We got to get these people out. They're a burden on the country. Almost every problem we have in this country is caused by this. We got to stop this. Got to get them out of here. And so that is why we voted for Trump. That is why we're doing this. That's why we are getting them out. Get them out. You're a broken record. Good. That's the point. That's the point. This is important. Listen, you're a broken record. Stop talking about the illegal aliens. Do me a favor. Shut up. Seriously. I'm not about to shut up and lose the country. If we don't do this, we're going to lose the country. Oh, stop talking about it. You're a broken record. Then leave. There was nothing more important than this. There was quite literally nothing on the table that is more important than this. I'm not going to stop talking about it. Will not stop talking about it. I'm going to talk about it even more now. I'm talking about it more. Now we're checking for updates here. Remember when President Trump said, fight, fight, fight? He didn't say, stop, I'm going to stop talking about it. He said, fight, fight, fight. He didn't say, I'm going to stop talking about the invasion because I'm worried people are going to think I'm a broken record. No, he didn't say that. He didn't get up and say, I wonder if people are worried I'm talking too much about illegal aliens. No, he got up and he said, fight, fight, fight. We're taking the country back. Mass deportations now. That's what he said. Oh, time's up. Time's up. And people are flooding back in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, listen, everybody. Listen, it's been a long day. I've been sitting here. I've been yapping for like 9 hours now. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit irritable. I really am a nice guy sometimes. So, hey, forgive me. I'm hungry and I'm old and my wife is an immigrant. I'm sorry. My wife is German and she yells at me in German. I don't even know what she's saying. So I'm sorry. I'm a little bit irritable. Yeah, why is there a kid walking around? Where'd that kid go? I saw a kid in here. So, wrap it up. We are getting a new puppy tomorrow. That's right. We're having a new puppy. We're adopting a new German Shepherd, little German Shepherd puppy, 8 weeks old tomorrow. That's going to be very exciting. We're very excited for that. Light Warrior, hey, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you again. Thank you again. Thank you very much. No, by the way, guys, this is not the final vote. What you're looking at here frankly, just doesn't matter. Don't worry about these numbers or this voting here. Raven, hey, thank you, Raven. Thank you. Thank you. The kid voted. Good. The kid voted. Good. He pressed the button. Good. That's what I voted for. I voted for 9-year-old congressional representatives. That's what we need. Listen, everybody's talking about the 90-year-old congressional reps. I'm saying we need 9-year-old congressional reps. That's what we need to make this country great again. We've given old people a chance. We've given the old people a chance. Let's give the young people a chance, okay? We're going to flip it upside down now. We're going the other way. And as this is happening, as this is unfolding here, I'm scanning around for updates. My wife yells at me in German too, but I don't understand, which makes it sting all the more. Thank you, Jake. Thank you. You know, a lot of people say German doesn't sound nice. I love the way German sounds. I think German sounds, it's a good language. It's a good sound language. You speak a little bit. It's one of those things where, you know, if you're learning a language, you can always kind of understand more than you can speak. And so if I'm listening to my wife talk to her mother or her father, they're speaking German, I get maybe like a fourth of it, maybe a fifth of what they're talking about. It is tough. It's a tough language to learn, though. German is a very difficult language. It's a tough one. Sounds nice, though. Everybody says, you know, French is the language of love. I think German. I think German is a language of love. That's our love language. Supreme Steve, we are still here. I said, listen, I'm not going anywhere until this bill is passed. Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Oh, man. I'll say it again. This vote that's going on right now, you see these numbers changing. Doesn't matter. Do not worry about this. This vote here, it totally does not matter. This is not the real vote. This is not the final vote. This is a lame, stupid procedural vote that has no bearing on anything, pretty much. So do not... This voting here, the numbers moving, do not worry about that at all. Do not worry. Nothing is happening. Right now we're chilling. Right now, kind of, we're just waiting for all of these congressional reps to come funneling back into the building. Matt, I spent 2.5 years in Germany. That language is all about being angry in every I love you said. Yeah, I mean, if you say I love you, it's ich liebe dich. My wife says, ich liebe dich. And I said, hey, sweetie, calm down. Calm down. Ich liebe dich. Okay, okay. It's okay. All right. You don't need to go invade Poland right now. Everything is fine. No, it's a fine language. It's a good language. It's a nice language. Oh, goodness. Not ich. Yeah, this is a regional accent thing. I'm actually happy you pointed that out. So my wife is from the country. The way they say ich in the country is ich. In the big city, it's ich. Ich liebe dich. I love you. Ich. Now, I've actually asked my wife about this, who's a country German from the middle of nowhere. And I said, you know, when I'm speaking German, sweetie, should I say ich or ich? And she said, don't say ich, because if you say it like that, you're going to sound gay. Everybody's going to think you're gay. She said, you need to say ich. It's the right way to say it. It's how us country Germans say it. If you say ich, you sound gay. And I said, well, I don't want to sound gay, so I'm not going to say it that way. Okay. You know, they've got, you know, here in America, we've got our different accents. And they've got their accents over there in Germany, too. Different dialects, yep. If that's true, why are there 2 nays? Don't even worry. Listen. Just relax. Everybody chillax. Everybody chillax. It's gonna be fine. No, what? Okay, once I think maybe some people are freaking out here. Guys, this is not the real vote. Do not genuine. Do not worry about this vote at all right now. Do not worry about this. This is not the real vote for the big beautiful bill. Do not worry about it. Right now, in fact, right now only like half of the congressional reps are even back in the chamber. They're not even here yet. Right now, they are funneling back in. This is effectively a stupid procedural vote that a Democrat asked for. It's only kind of wasting time. It serves no purpose. Do not worry about this. I'll say it again. Do not worry about this. Does not matter. However, the real vote will be happening soon-ish, soon enough-ish. Soon enough. Here's ladies and gentlemen, here's Nancy Mace on the way back to the House floor. Okay, here's my thing. I'm not trying to be a hater. Why does Nancy Mace upload all these videos of herself walking around? I feel like in my life, in the last 10 months, I've seen like 50 different videos of her just walking, just walking around. Why does she do this? Why did she upload this video? It's just her walking through a hallway. I don't know. She uploaded a video like this earlier today also. This is not her first walking video of the day. This is like her second walking video. Here's a walking video. This is her on the way to the airport. She's just walking around buying a Red Bull. I don't know. This is her walking down the hallway. Why is she doing that? Why is she walking everywhere? What is up with these videos? She's walking around. I don't, you know, whatever. Hey, whatever. Hey, I'm not trying to be a hater. Whatever. Hey, I'm not a hater. Whatever. Whatever. That's fine. Light Warrior says, Matt, we really appreciate all you're doing. This is for the sake of the country. God bless and good luck with the new puppy. Well, thank you for the goodwill for the puppy. You know, I don't think I'm that important for the country, but hey, I appreciate that at least. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. Lay Finka's Nutsack. Excellent name. Thank you, Mr. Nutsack. Says, here's another super chat to keep talking about all of it. Matt, by the way, it's Christopher Lay Finka in Minnesota, and you'll see whose junk this is. Google. Google that, huh? Oh, okay. Now I get it. Now I see what's going on here. Beautiful. Hey, you're a very beautiful man. You're one of the most beautiful men I've ever seen. Stunning. The lips and the hair and the makeup, really something else. Good for you. Good for you. Also, Double J with the super chat, thank you, says, they are accusing Trump of dumping shackled immigrants in the ocean. Yeah, I know. Wouldn't that be awesome? No, I mean, that's terrible. I mean, terrible. I meant to say terrible. Wouldn't that be terrible? Sorry. Sorry. What I meant to say was, man, I hate Trump. That's terrible. What? No. That's what I meant to say. Sorry. Hey, Cal. Watch Ross Perot in 1992 balancing the budget and reforming the government will blow your mind how correct he was. I'll take a look at that. Let me bookmark that. Okay, I'll watch this later. I see this is like a half-hour long video. I'll watch that in my free time. Thank you. I appreciate the recommendation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Christopher again. Thank you. No, guys. Okay, so once again, what you are watching right now, this is not the real vote. Do not worry about this. Doesn't matter. Seriously, this does not matter. Do not get worked up over this. This is just not. It's nothing. Do not worry about it. It's nothing. The real vote is happening soon. The real vote is happening soon. This is not it. Do not worry. Everybody calm down. Do not freak out. Everybody calm down. This is going to be fine. I think this is going to be fine. I think everything here is going to be fine. This is a how can I put this? This vote here does, as far as I'm aware, this vote here that we are watching does not have any bearing on whether or not the big beautiful bill goes to the floor. This is as far as I'm aware, once again, this is an unnecessary waste of time, bureaucratic procedural step that the Democrats requested. That has no bearing on anything. That is my understanding of what is happening right now. In the meantime, all of the congressional House reps are returning to the House chamber. They're coming back. So once again, as far as I'm aware, I've been listening all night. What is happening right now does not influence whether or not the big beautiful bill goes to the floor. That is that's what they kind of explained about a half hour ago here. Terry Barnes, hey, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, I'm seeing something else here. Okay, right now I'm seeing two conflicting narratives. And I'm going to try to break down both of these. Okay. The last vote we had pushed the big beautiful bill with no amendments to the floor. That was the last vote. This is allegedly a new amended version of the bill. You can see as amended. It's a new amended version that is being pushed now that four have voted no against. 4 Republicans have voted no against. So maybe potentially the Republicans here are trying to push a slightly different version of the bill. And if that were the case, then it would maybe have to go back to the Senate afterwards. We're just going to let this cook here for a minute. We're just going to let this cook. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump, just like 20 minutes ago, said on Truth Social, do I have this right here? It looks like the House is ready to vote tonight. We had great conversations all day, and the Republican House majority is united for the good of the country, delivering the biggest tax cuts and massive growth. Let's go, Republicans. After 6 hours of negotiations, personally, I'll give you my opinion. I don't think President Trump would post this after 6 hours of negotiations if there was a shadow of a doubt that this bill was not going to get passed, that their negotiations were not fruitful. That's my read on this, okay? Let it play out. Let it play out here. We'll see where this goes here. President Trump, as of 30 minutes ago, has reason to believe that this bill is getting passed tonight. That's coming from Trump. The man himself.
All right, folks, we got early drama right now, or should I say late drama, when it comes to the action that is happening right now on the House floor. Again, the House is taking this test vote to see if they could even begin debate on the big, beautiful bill. Now, we have these 4 nays right now, and that is a big dagger because, remember, they could only afford 3. Now, things can change, and that is what Speaker Mike Johnson is hoping will change. Right now, we are learning that Speaker Mike Johnson has just sat down with Representative Andrew Clyde from Georgia in the middle of the House chamber, trying to put maximum pressure to switch that vote. Again, we are looking at, so far, 4 Republicans on the nay side. That is Keith Self of Texas, Victoria Spartz of Indiana, Andrew Clyde votes no, Brian Fitzpatrick, who is a moderate of Pennsylvania, also voting no. So that's why we have the 4 right there, and we are awaiting to see what's going to happen.
You know the weirdest thing about this? All 4 of these no's are not what we expected. None of them. They didn't even mention Massey or Andy Harris. These are 4 different Republicans that have just now voted no to push this thing forward. What is going on here, folks? What is going on? Republicans lose Brian Fitzpatrick, meaning if votes hold, the big beautiful bill will fail. What has changed in the last 4 hours? A lot of these, okay, so voting started the last round about 6 hours. Okay, so how have these Republican congressional reps flipped in the last couple hours? What is going on here? You think Elon Musk has been making phone calls? Look at that. Guys, on the bottom left, this is House Speaker Mike Johnson, bottom left. He is right now, right this very moment, doing everything he can to convince this guy to vote for this bill. He's on the floor, trying to get him back. Guys, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. I would bet money Elon Musk has been frantically making calls for the last couple hours. That's my guess. Give this some time here. What a dramatic night, guys. Wow. So pretty much what has gone on here is that so voting for the last round started 6-7 hours ago. You had many of the Republicans vote yes. Green light, let's go, bring this thing to the floor immediately. And then in the last 6 or 7 hours, some of those that voted yes have changed to a no. They have reneged. They have flipped on this a little bit.
I don't know how it gets any better when you think about it. It was a 50-50 vote in the Senate. 2 of the 3 Republican senators who voted against it are more moderate members. How does it get more conservative? How do we save more money by going back a second time? I just don't see how that happens. This is probably as good as it's going to get, and it's a darn good piece of legislation for all the reasons we've talked about, primarily giving families more money and starting our economy on the growth path we need. So, again, maybe we lose this rule vote tonight. We'll see. It's still open as we speak. But I do think in the end we're going to get there. We're going to pass the rule and pass this bill because, as I said many times now, it's good for families, good for individuals, good for our country.
All right, Representative Jim Jordan speaking right now
in an
interview style. And we just wanted to bring some of that to you again. 4 nays are happening right now on the Republican side. Only 3 could happen. So right now, Speaker Johnson is trying all that he can to try to switch the 4 that put a no vote right now to switch it around to a yes vote here. So that is what we are waiting on. You can see there's only 2 more Democrats left to vote. We know that they are going to be in a party line mode here for Democrats. We know that they are all going to be on the no side here. Republicans, we knew that there was going to be 2 or 3 that were going to be on the no, but we did not see a 4th one coming possibly.
What a dramatic
night.
Now
we wait to see what could happen next here as the voting continues. The floor is still open as the voting is happening. But right now, not a good sign. Again, they are just trying to get this for the actual tax bill vote. This is still just trying to get to debate on the tax bill. So that's where we're at right now. And again, it is setting up to be a long, long night.
This is just moving on to debate, not even the final vote.
We have another update here. Currently 4 Republican noes on the rule for reconciliation. Sparks, Clyde, Fitzpatrick, Self. If this holds, President Trump's legislative package would fail on a procedural measure there. And that would be very, very embarrassing for the Trump administration, as this was a key cornerstone bill for President Trump. We'll wait and see what happens. Remember, the vote is still open.
Let's hear a little bit more from
Representative Jim Jordan.
Moderates want something here, conservatives want something there. Whatever differences exist in our party are pretty darn small compared to the differences between Republicans and the left, which now controls the other party. Remember, that's what we got to stop. If we don't stick together, where the left wants to take this nation is frightening. Every policy they have is backwards and wrong. The left is the party of, we're going to defund the police, not have a border, men against women in sports. I mean, every position they take is radical. That's why we have to stick together. And again, I think in the end, we will understand that. We will come together and get this done.
Representative Jim Jordan speaking again. We are watching here for this actual count that continues to be this key test vote to get to the debate on the tax bill. We are going to wonder what is going to happen next. Stay right here with us. More to come in moments on Live Now.
The rhino problem. We have a rhino problem. And folks, the craziest thing about this issue right here is that these four are not even the four that we were worried about a couple hours ago. These four that we're talking about right now, these ones here, they voted yes just a couple hours ago. Something happened in the last couple hours. Something happened. Something changed. In fact, I mean, like I said, President Trump, just a couple hours ago, President Trump posted this, actually 45 minutes ago. He said the USA is on track to break, that's not the right tweet, this one, different one. This. It looks like the House is ready to vote tonight. We had great conversations all day, and the Republican House majority is united. Something changed. Something changed here. What happened? I'll tell you what, if this bill doesn't pass, what are the odds President Trump decides to go scorched earth on Elon Musk? Whatever he can do to bring down Musk, does he do it if this bill does not get passed? Because you know Musk is the one that Trump is going to blame. For better or for worse, for right or wrong, Trump is going to blame Musk if this thing doesn't pass. Breaking news update here. Breaking news, Representative Keith Self is all of a sudden deciding he's going to attempt to block the big beautiful bill. He's been yes all along, but now that it looked like the big beautiful bill was going to pass, now he's deciding no. This is what grandstanding looks like. And who we are talking about here, we're talking about this guy is a last-minute flip. Where is he from? Texas's 3rd District. He's been voting yes all day, and then the second it looked like this bill was good to go, he flipped on it. Oh. He's got a long ride up here. I came to Washington to help rein in our national debt. In negotiations with House leadership, commitments were made to ensure the one big beautiful bill would include key provisions such as matching every $1 of tax cuts with $1 of spending cuts, terminating Biden's Green New Scam, prohibiting taxpayer-funded experimental gender transition procedures. The Senate broke the House framework, and then they stomped all over it. Now, House leadership wants to cram this broken bill down our throats by rushing it to the floor while in the middle of discussions, completely disregarding their promises. The only way of making this right is by leadership adhering to their commitments and restoring at a minimum these 3 important issues from the House version. While honoring one's commitment may be a rare commodity in Washington, each member of Congress is obligated to return home and explain their actions to the constituents they serve. I think he is going to have a very hard time explaining this to his constituents. Ultimately, this is an issue of morality. Abiding by our word is the only thing we have. Therefore, as the bill currently stands, I voted against the rule. We have an incredibly rare opportunity to extend President Trump's tax cuts, begin restoring fiscal sanity, and reducing spending to pre-COVID numbers and truly leave our country better than we found it. Okay, you know how this is bad? You know how I know this is bad? This post has more comments than it has likes. More people are commenting on this than they are liking this. You know people are pissed. If I have to pay 60% more in taxes because you decided to act like a virtue-signaling cuck, I swear on all that is holy, we will meme you until your grandchildren know you only through our work. Do you hear me, you selfish? Are you retarded? Effing retarded? Seriously, go look in the mirror and ask yourself if you are retarded. Then go back to the floor and vote yes on our tax cuts. Good God, Keith, we need to move forward. Your no vote will give the moms and dads in this country the biggest tax increase in history. We can't afford that. This bill will reduce the deficit. Let's move on, please. You aren't getting that through the Senate, and you know it. Take the huge W that there is for taking instead of throwing everything away because you didn't get everything you wanted. You people are so useless. We want the money to protect the border past the damn bill. I'm going to tell your great-grandchildren that you died trying to suck your own dick. Okay, that might be a little bit. That's a little bit much. Okay, dude. So anyway, so listen, the point is, people are pissed. People are pissed off at this type of flip-flopping snake behavior. People are not having this. The voters are mad. Man. I'm just saying, let them cook. I'm going to let them cook. I'm going to let them cook. Trust the plan. Gotta have faith, I guess. What else can you do? What else can you do? Now, I will say, folks, if you are new to the community here, please make sure to subscribe to the channel if you are a real MAGA, America First, American Patriot. Subscribe to the channel. Also, if you have not already liked today's video, if you could like that, it would help a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. These people need to make up their mind. I mean, it's like, here's the deal, though, man. I'm the Giga Chat. Hey, thank you for the super chat, man. I appreciate that a lot. I'm sorry if I missed one. I apologize. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Here's the deal. If these 13 all vote Republican, that's great. It doesn't matter because these 4, it's enough. It's a problem. These 4 voting enough here or voting voting nay is a problem. They're in there yelling about something. They're like a bunch of freaking baboons. As far as I know, well, actually, I know there's no tiebreaker vote. A tie is a failure. You have to have a simple majority. You have to be tied +1. There's no tiebreaker votes. So pretty much, they need to get all 12 of these people, and also at least one of these people. One of the nays. I wonder if Elon Musk has said anything cringe about all this. Nope. Nothing. No, nothing.
We want to welcome our new viewers joining us on Live Now from Fox. We are focusing in right now on the House floor as they are taking this test vote just to start debate on the tax bill. It is past 10 o'clock on the East Coast there on the Capitol, and we are waiting to see if one of those 4 Republicans that voted nay are going to switch their vote to a yay, because as it stands right now, the Republicans could only afford 3 nays. They are at 4. So right now, Speaker Johnson and more of his leadership teams are meeting together right now to decide what to do next here and try to really put some pressure on these 4 Republicans who voted nay right now. That is where we are at right now, that we are waiting on 12 more Republicans to vote. We don't know what they are going to do. We are thinking that they are going to vote here in the yes. And again, a tie does not work here. A tie would not help. So let's continue to wait and see. We are waiting for more updates on the floor.
Okay. We have the names, and thank you for tagging me, Soltec. I appreciate that. Thank you. Keith Self, Andrew Clyde, Victoria Sparta, Brian Fitzpatrick. Here's what I'm going to do. Give me 1 minute here, and I'm going to pull up all 4 Twitter profiles, and we're going to take a look at these guys. Give me 1 minute. I'll get that ready for you guys. Man, what a freaking day. What a day. What a freaking day. Yep. Victoria Sparta. He's freaking weird. Her name is Sparts. Victoria Sparts is her name, not Sparta. Sparts. And Brian Fitzpatrick. All right. Okay, bear with me here, folks. I'm bringing these over. These are the 4 we have here. This is Representative Andrew Clyde from Georgia. He's a no vote at the moment. I'm going to zoom in. You guys can see these guys' faces better. That's him. This is Representative Keith Self. He is a no vote at the moment. And he is a definite no. He wrote like 5 paragraphs explaining why he is a no. He is no as no can be. Representative Victoria Sparts from Indiana. As of 4 hours ago, she said, the Senate jammed the House as expected. Now the House has 2 choices. Improve this bill in rules and send it back to the Senate, or don't waste everyone's time and just pass it as is. I prefer the first one, but the second will work too. The bill has some good stuff. Okay, then Mrs. Sparts, you should pass the bill. Then, hey, you voted no, you should vote yes. Vote yes, flip it, flip that vote. Mr. Sparts, folks, she might be our woman. She might be the one. We might have a flipper right here. Maybe we have a flipper here. Okay, and then we have one more. This is Representative Brian Fitzpatrick. Has he said anything about this? No. No. He hasn't posted about this at all. Okay. Give me 1 moment here, folks.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. We are continuing to wait for more action here on the House floor. You could see 10 Republicans have not voted yet, so we're waiting on those votes. You see the 4 nays, though. Again, this is not for the actual bill. This is to start debate on the bill. So there's votes on votes on votes. This is the way Congress operates, just to get to the meat of what they want to do. But the big, beautiful bill right now is in jeopardy. That is where we are at right now, because Republicans could only lose 3 Republicans, okay? They could only lose 3. We're at 4 right now. We have Speaker of the House Mike Johnson trying to communicate with those 4 Republicans, trying to have them switch. They could switch. While the voting is still open, they could switch. That's why
we don't know what these 10 are doing either, though.
You'll probably see it go down to maybe 2 Republicans left, and those 2 Republicans probably won't vote until Speaker of the House Mike Johnson tries to clear some things up. Let's look right now. We have a tweet or an X post from Vice President J.D. Vance. This is what he said. The big, beautiful bill gives the president the resources and the power to undo the Biden border invasion.
It
must pass.
And
that is what we are looking at right now, where this pressure is happening. Can Republicans, can they even get it to a debate? Or will it end in a procedural failure? That is the question, and that is the concern.
Thank you, NZT.
And we should tell you that if this does not go through, this would be a big, big blemish on Republicans, a big blemish on Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, a big blemish on President Trump. Remember, this was supposed to be his cornerstone bill, something that he campaigned for. If you look at all of his campaign promises and his rallies, everything centered on a lot of these action points that this big, beautiful bill contained. And
Folks, I'm going to be honest here. These four right here, this 4 doesn't even include the 2 that we know are not voting for this bill. We know with 99% certainty that Thomas Massie and there was one other, they're not going to vote for the bill today. So even if they flip, and those people haven't even voted yet. So even if we flip 1 or 2 from these no's, there's still almost positively another 1 or 2 no's over in this pile that haven't voted yet. To be very clear, included in this 4 count, Thomas Massie isn't even in there. We know he's not. It's 4 other Republicans. We know.
Was expected. They telegraphed that from
media as well. They're conducting.
Apologize.
Was that Republicans could only afford 3. We're at 4. Drama is happening right now on the House floor, and we are awaiting to see what's going to happen next.
We're waiting here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, is Elon Musk behind this? Has Elon Musk done everything he can to flip some of these Republicans? Is that what is going on here? What a freaking day. Yes, no, I'm seeing the live chat here is split on the Elon Musk question. Maybe 50% yes, 50% no. Well, guys, keep in mind, Elon Musk has been publicly saying for the last several days that he doesn't want anybody to vote for the bill. He hates the bill. In fact, Elon Musk said a couple days ago publicly on Twitter that if you are a Republican that votes for this bill, you should be ashamed, and that he will do everything in his power to primary you out of your seat. He said that publicly. Now, whether or not he's making phone calls, listen here, hey, Elon Musk here, listen up. If you vote for that bill, you're done. If he's doing that, I don't know. But he has said this publicly, okay? You should be ashamed if you vote for the bill, and if you do, I am dumping as much as my money as I can. I'm the richest man in the world. Your ass is getting primary. Elon Musk has said that publicly. Leave Elon out of this. What do you mean leave Elon out of this? Elon Musk has publicly been saying that he will dump his unlimited wealth into primarying any Republican that votes for this bill. What do you mean leave Elon out of this? Elon inserted himself into this. What are you talking about, leave Elon out of this? Elon is threatening to use his unlimited wealth. He's the richest man in the world with $400 billion. Elon is threatening to leverage that wealth, unlimited wealth, into primarying anybody that votes for this bill. What do you mean leave Elon out of this? He is directly involved. You're crazy. You're crazy. You are crazy. You crazy. Looking for updates. Okay, guys, we have names of the Republicans that have not voted still.
All right, everyone, we are continuing to wait here for more updates. I do want to just showcase the latest from Chad Pergram, Fox News Capitol reporter, putting this out. 4 Republican no's on the board now on the test vote for the big, beautiful bill. 10 Republicans not voting at this moment. So we have 206 Republican yeas, 216 Dem no's. House is at 432 members with 3 vacancies. A 216 to 216 tie loses by rule. Republicans need to flip 1 member so long as other Republicans don't vote no. And that is the issue right now that we are waiting on to see if those 4 nays, just one of them will switch to a yay, so we could get on with a debate on the House floor. But right now, that is in jeopardy.
Okay, guys, we now have the names of the 10 Republicans that have not voted yet. Brechin, Burchett, Burleson, Cloud, Green, Harris, Onder, Perry, Roy. Roy, if I remember properly, was on the fence. He is a maybe. Valadeo. I think 9 out of 10 of these, maybe it's safe to say they're going to vote yes. Roy is a maybe no. However, I was wrong. So Thomas Massey has already voted. Thomas Massey is not on this list here. Dude, who knows what the hell is going on right now? Who knows? Geriatric theater. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Massey voted yes. Maybe Massey is just having fun now. Maybe Massey just wanted to have the debate. Because keep in mind, this is not the final vote. This just moves it on to debate. So maybe Massey's like, you know what? Yeah, let's debate. Let's go to debate. Maybe that's where Massey's at right now. No, Massey's a House rep. He's a House rep. Hey, thanks for tuning in, everybody. What a night, man. lot of twists and turns. I mean, you couldn't write a movie better than this. You could have an M. Night Shyamalan movie, wouldn't be as crazy as this. J.D. Vance, his post once again said, this is J.D. Vance, the big beautiful bill gives the president the resources and the power to undo the Biden border invasion. It must pass. That's J.D. Vance. And he's right. He's 100% right. 9 left, yep. Someone go convince Fetterman to vote. Yeah, well, Fetterman is in the Senate. They already voted yesterday. Fetterman voted against the bill in the Senate yesterday, but ended up not mattering. To be clear, this is not the bill vote. This is the... You know, I'm gonna change the title up here because maybe this is confusing. Now... This is just getting so stupid. Guys, right now, they are voting on whether or not to debate the big beautiful bill. After the debate, then they would ultimately vote on the big beautiful bill. If Republicans can't get it together, they will lose midterms. Americans are fed up. Republicans are great at having Americans vote for them and then fumbling the ball. Republicans have been doing this for decades. Americans vote for the Republicans, they give the Republicans power, and then they completely fumble the power. This has been going on for decades. You know who's great at using power? The Democrats are great, not just using it, but abusing it. The Democrats, they know if they realize if they're in control of the country, they're getting shit done. And now I don't agree with what they get done, but they know how to use power. The Republicans do not.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox, and wow, you know, there's a lot of TV shows that are thrillers, there's dramas. You don't need to watch any of that. You could just watch right here live now from Fox, because this is bringing the drama when it comes to the Republicans' own party, where they are not only just trying to the tax bill. This is just to set up debate to discuss the tax bill. So we're not even at that part right now. I want to discuss this because you are seeing 4 nays on the Republican side. Remember, Republicans only could afford 3, so they need some work right now, and Speaker Johnson needs, at this point, to get to those 4 and try to flip them. That's what's happening right now. I want to bring on political analyst Brian So. Friend.
I'm going to mute this here for a minute. We have Chris Condren says, thank you for streaming all day, Matt. God bless Matt, his family, beautiful people, Japanese American. Chris Condren, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. That's a massive super chat. Thank you very much. That's huge. Thank you. Thank you. Word and word. Crazy that you blindly believe everything Peter Thiel's errand boy says. It's a garbage bill. Complaining about Musk is coping. Yeah. I believe every single thing J.D. Vance says. Yeah. Ooh, nice. Hey, great super chat there, Warden. Also, listen, this is my opinion. If you are against the bill, you are in favor of open border, and you are in favor of 50 million illegal immigrants and more soon coming in the country. This is my official stance. If you are against the big beautiful bill, you want an open border, and you are totally comfortable with 50 million illegal aliens in the country, that's pretty much what this is. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to solve these issues. If we don't do it now, guess what? It's never getting done. And I hate to say it, but honestly, I think I'm going to get proven right on this. If we don't do it now, it's never getting done, and that's on you. Have fun. Congratulations. We have another super chat here. Blue Frost Frippery. For 25 years, Republicans have betrayed us. If it wasn't for Trump, I'd plan on leaving the Republican Party. Yeah, Trump is the one light in the tunnel. Yeah, pretty much. True.
Bring it, this portion of the vote on the floor if they didn't feel 100% secure that they had all the votes.
It's a good question, and I should have. I need to amend what I said to say it's a resolution. And you would think that all of the phone calls had been made, all the agreements had been made, but you know, the holdouts are either holding out because they are truly against this resolution and against this big, beautiful tax bill, or they may be angling for something, but who knows what.
And I mean, at this moment, could one of those 4 Republicans that voted no, could one of them have been rogue and, you know, initially said, oh, yeah, you know, when the vote comes, I'm going to vote yay, and just flipped it last moment? I mean, what are we seeing right here?
It's possible. You recall when John McCain made the vote that he did, you know, with the thumb down, you know, a dramatic moment in the United States Senate years ago. It may be that one of these members said, you know, I'm on the fence, I'm thinking about it, and at the last moment decided they would vote against the resolution. But to your point, usually these people in the House, the leadership, I should say, know exactly where all the votes are. So this is kind of a curious twist here.
And I mean, what does that say to the actual voting on the bill, if it even got there? So let's just say one of the Republicans do flip over to yay, and then they start the debate, and then ultimately vote on this thing. I mean, this doesn't have much confidence. It doesn't seem at this moment.
No, it's tough. But I think if they can flip one or more to say, hey, we'll discuss the bill, then that's where the agreements come a little further down the line to say, hey, this is what I need to vote yay, not nay. And you know, those 4 members right now are in the driver's seat. And so a lot of times when members are in the driver's seat, they can get concessions that otherwise wouldn't be offered.
You know, Brian, I think a lot of people also wondering, we've seen this in the past with Republicans. Why do they do this to themselves when you figure they got control of the House?
That's a good question.
They got the White House. They got the Senate. But they can't come to agreement right here. And we see the Democrats, they're always in unison. I mean, they're never out of line. Republicans seem to do this a lot.
Well, you know, the party that's out of favor is always the one that can, you know, they vote as a block. And the party that's in favor, in this case, the Republicans, you have members who come from various districts around the country who say, I have to go home and explain this to my constituents, and aren't willing to go along with the party, whether it's Republicans or Democrats, on a vote like this. But you could see that you have 9 Republicans that have not voted yet, and I'm sure the phones are, you know, ringing off the hook to try to either change a vote or to otherwise somehow pass this resolution at this hour.
Yeah, so true. And Brian, what would happen? Okay, so this is just a resolution. What happens if, let's just say, this does fail? Is there any way to resurrect this bill? What happens next?
Sure. I think that the Speaker would get together with the leadership and figure out why they could not get the vote for the resolution, and perhaps bring it back to the floor again. These things are never entirely dead. And so, again, at this hour, we can suspect that all kinds of pressure is being put on these members who don't want to vote for the resolution to either change their vote, that they really have to do that, or this is going to be stalled again until other concessions are made.
It seems to me for the Republicans that are in this nay right now, I mean, we already know that President Trump, what he feels about Representative Massey. He put that out there numerous times. But it seems to me with the other 3, by them doing this, they are really bolding their name and putting a mark on their back to be primaried.
Well, that will be the threat is, hey, we are going to come after you.
You're not going to primary
in 26, and we're going to run you out of office. So it's a bold thing to go against the president in this case.
Maybe you could.
Because as you pointed out earlier, the White House, the Senate, the House are all being controlled by Republicans, and if you have a rogue group of Republicans, however small that may be, that decide to vote against this resolution or anything, it becomes really problematic for the party. And it also says that the Republicans don't entirely, I think also to your earlier point, don't have their house in order.
Yeah, it's true. And Brian, let's talk about the self-imposed timeline of this was before July 4th, the president wanted to sign it. And, this was something that the president felt like he just wanted it on July 4th or before July 4th. But, I mean, there's no reason why it can't go, weeks later into July. Do you think that was maybe a bad approach to kind of really force this in and get this going within this holiday week?
Well, I think we've seen the president talk about deadlines all the time. I mean, the joke is it's 2 weeks. I'm going to do this in 2 weeks. I'm going to do that in 2 weeks. It better happen in 2 weeks. He's one that understands, probably really from his business background, that, you have to set a deadline and you have to push like crazy to meet the deadline. But to your point, if it went past July 4th, it goes past July 4th. But what we don't know at this hour is whether those members who are not willing to vote in the affirmative for the resolution, what they want, because representatives, senators, whomever, always want something, and it may be that they just don't like the.
Listen, they've been bickering over this bill for months now, trying to figure out what to put in, what to keep out. This is what is at risk of happening here if we don't just pass the fucking bill through. And yeah, it has some issues. If we don't deport every single one of these illegal aliens, if we don't give Trump the budget to do that and to shut down the border permanently, these inept idiots in Congress are going to keep kicking this bill around back and forth up until the point that they lose midterms. And you know why they're going to lose midterms? You know why we're going to lose the House? Is because they've done nothing. And Americans are going to be sick of it. They're going to vote him out. And then Trump is not going to have a budget at all, period, because the Republicans have lost the midterms. They're going to keep kicking this thing around like a bunch of idiots, like a bunch of blind people playing soccer, and nothing is going to happen. We are already 6 months into the Trump presidency. He's got another year and a half until midterms. Okay, you think that time isn't going to fly by? It is going to fly by, and nothing is going to get done. They have to do it. Get it done.
Really not going to vote to change their vote. And that's why you're going to see this stalling until finally you can't stall it anymore. And those people say, hey, under no circumstances will I vote for this. Quit calling me, essentially. And that could be coming at any moment.
Now, politically, let's talk this politically, Brian. I mean, we don't have a camera shot of Representative Jeffries on the floor, but if we did, I think he would have maybe the biggest grin right now. I mean, this is really good for the Democrats.
Are eating this up.
Oh, no question. I think if this goes down to defeat, I think that Democrats can celebrate. But it also speaks to a larger issue, and that is, again, my point about either the Democrats or Republicans being monolithic. We can see that the Democrats are voting as a bloc, and we can see that Republicans are a little bit fractured here. But the Democrats will take it as a win, even if it comes back and is brought to the floor under, with some changes. And, and then you have to live with the consequences, and the consequences for those members, those Republicans who vote against this resolution, to your earlier point, are substantial because they will be ostracized. They will be targeted in the primaries as not being Republicans who went along with the president's plan.
Yeah, that's a great point there too, Brian. Who would have more egg on their face here on the Republican side? Would it be Mike Johnson, the Speaker? Would it be Scalise, or would it even be President Trump?
It's Johnson.
Well, maybe all three.
It's Johnson.
But, the president counts on Speaker Johnson to be able to count to the number and not to bring something forward until he had the votes. And we've talked about that. So there's egg on Johnson's face if it doesn't work. Scalise, as a whip, who has been one of those people that is always on the phone working members on his side of the aisle. There would be some egg on his face, certainly, and other leaders of the Republican Party. And again, I think all of it reflects on the president.
And we should also mention the vote before this to get to this portion of this resolution hit a record today, 7 hours and 31 minutes. That's how long the voting was open. It beat the record back in 2021 of 7 hours and 21 minutes. We wonder just how much longer, could we see a similar...
Here's the nuts thing, guys. Listen, all 4 of these no votes right now were yes votes 6 or 7 hours ago. What happened? They had a 6 or 7 hour long break. They flipped from yay to nay in just a couple hours. What happened here? What went on?
Close. And they believe that somebody can flip, or a couple of people can flip. They're going to hold it open. And so this may be another late night. And of course, we saw that on the Senate side with hours and hours and hours of debate, and we're seeing it here. There may be a new record.
And ultimately, the worst thing that could happen if you keep this open and you're just waiting and waiting to see what's going to happen, if any of those 4 Republicans leave, if they just say, all right, we're calling it, we're going to bed, we're out of here, that would be it.
Right. If any of them tap out, as they say, it's over. And that's where we're at right now. But most members will allow themselves to be worked. It's part of the process. And again, we don't know what's being talked about, behind the scenes, and what future deals are being made, how a district may be benefited down the road if they just stay with the program. But you can imagine that all sorts of concessions are being made to those members to see if they can flip somebody.
Yeah, and that's what we are waiting for right now. We've been looking at those numbers, stagnant right now. So
absolutely,
we will be waiting and seeing. But Brian, thanks so much for joining us here this evening as we are watching this all unfold on the House floor. We always appreciate it, Brian.
Oh, it's always my pleasure, and you're watching some history being made here.
Yes, we are. Thanks so much again, Brian. We appreciate it, and we will continue our coverage here in moments. You are taking a live look right now at the floor.
The Democrats are, you can point them out. Anybody that is happy in this room right now is a Democrat. They are loving this. They're over here saying, look at these stupid idiot Republicans sitting here bickering over the debt and the deficit. They don't even know that the second we win the midterms, we're going to blow up the deficit anyway. We're going to open up the border because they're too stupid to lock it down. We're going to not only open up the border again, like we already did, but also we're going to blow up the deficit and the debt even more. We're going to continue down the path of ruining this country just like we did last time. Look at these stupid idiot Republicans over here refusing to lock down the border because they want to worry about transgender bathrooms. They are so stupid. They have no idea. The second we're back in the White House, this country is screwed. They have no idea. Guys, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We got to fix these problems now. This is the chance to fix these problems now. And we're not doing it, and we're not going to do it. And because we're not going to do it, we're going to lose midterms. And then because we're going to lose midterms, the Democrats we're going to have another 4 years of Biden again, pretty much a Biden 2.0 era style policies. Ugh. Hopefully I'm wrong. Please, God, please. Let something happen here. Let something happen here. We got to do something here. We got to do something here. So folks, right now, this is the math, okay? We need every single 9 of these Republicans that have not voted yet, all 9 of them, have to vote for I'm sorry, I'm reading some of the comments. I see people like, yo, listen, we're not voting for it until they add the Second Amendment thing back. How do some of you guys not get it? Guys, if we don't shut the border down permanently, and if we don't deport every single one of the 50 million illegal aliens in the country, your Second Amendment doesn't mean jack shit. You're mad about some little Second Amendment thing. I'm with you. I'm a gun guy too. Listen, if we don't deport these people in 5-10 years' time, you're not going to have a Second Amendment at all. The Constitution, the Second Amendment won't mean jack shit. So if you're actually saying, listen, no, we're not going to vote for the bill here because something Second Amendment, something transgender bathroom, something deficit, something debt. Listen, none of that matters. None of that matters unless we stop the invasion. Our country has been invaded. I feel like I'm living in Crazy Town. We have 50 million foreign invaders inside of our country right now. Nothing you care about matters. Nothing at all unless we get these people out of the country. Period. Period. Nothing matters other than that. First we solve this. First we solve the immigrant crisis. First we kick out the invaders, and then we can talk about Second Amendment. Then we can talk about transgender bathrooms. Then we can talk about debt, deficit, blah, blah, blah. We can talk about all of that after we kick out the 50 million invaders that are in the country right now, causing massive problems, massive, colossal problems. If we don't do it now, the country's dead. Like I'm not even messing around. Like seriously, it will be. It will be dead. Do you think another 50 million illegal immigrants are going to care about your Second Amendment rights? What do you think? Do you think the 50 million illegal aliens are going to care about transgender bathrooms as much as you are? The answer is no. No, they're not. No, they're not. Nope. We're in a tough situation, guys. We need to focus on what's important. That's my opinion here. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. That is my opinion. Sarah Wright, hey, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you. This vote, look in the top left. This vote is whether or not to debate the big, beautiful bill. And, which is the next step in the process here. And that might be a problem. That might be an issue here. Jake says, Thune messed this up in the Senate. He was Mitch's handpicked guy, and the bill now sucks. It's the best we can get right now, though, to fix something. You know, I'll tell you. Ooh, my bad. The Senate, in numerous ways, made the bill worse and also made the bill better. The Senate did not just exclusively make the bill worse. The Senate, keep in mind, kicked out the 10-year moratorium on AI by popular demand, and the Senate kicked out the sale of a bunch of federal land. So they made it worse in some ways, and they made it better in some ways to get this thing through. And by the way, this bill in the Senate barely got through. It only got through because they had the likes of Lisa Murkowski, who is effectively a Democrat, sign on to this. If this bill goes back to the Senate, let me put it this way. I personally doubt this bill is ever making it through the Senate again. I would be shocked if it does. My feed is behind by a minute. Well, I don't think so.
All right, everyone, welcome here to Live Now from Fox. We continue on with this breaking news that we are following in this key procedural vote where Republicans could only afford 3 Republicans not to vote in favor here. We have 4 at the moment, and still 9 Republicans haven't voted. So the big, beautiful bill hangs in the balance. We're getting an update from Fox News' Capitol Hill reporter Chad Pergram. Just saying on Fox, Speaker Johnson said, I might keep it open for a while, adds some of the members who have not voted are off-site right now and will come back to the Capitol. So they are not even in the Capitol grounds right now. They're trying to locate Republican members to come back here and get this vote going. Again, 4 nays, though, on the
These
Republican
9 people
side.
aren't even
that is
in the
a
Capitol.
problem as it stands. Remember, those 4 nays could flip if they want to. If someone gets in their ear and says something, hey, we could change maybe 1 or 2 things and we could get these things in favor for you, would that make you flip it? That's how it is done there on the Capitol. Vice President J.D. Vance trying to put pressure on as well, saying the big, beautiful bill gives the president the resources and the power to undo the Biden border invasion. It must pass. So he's trying to tell those Republicans that are on the nay side that to focus on the border, to focus on
This is unbelievable,
right
man.
now as this big, beautiful bill hangs in the balance. This is, again, not for the actual bill. This is
The Republican Party is the party of idiots, and President Trump is the only person holding this shit show together. Thank God. Thank you, God, for sending us President Trump, because these guys are a bunch of headless chickens running around. Even with President Trump, they still can't get anything done. This is insane. This is nuts.
Over to debate, and it's just going to go hours and hours until they get that vote going. So regardless, it's setting up to be a big-time showdown on Capitol Hill. You are watching with us here on Live Now from Fox, again, bringing you this breaking news coverage of the big, beautiful bill hanging in the balance right now, as we have 4 Republican nays. There could only be 3. What is going to happen next?
What is going to happen next? Okay, what are the odds that President Trump kicks the door open and starts bashing heads here? Figuratively speaking. I mean, is President Trump going to enter the Capitol building here, enter the House chamber and start talking to people personally? I don't even know if he's allowed to do that. If I were Trump, man, I can only imagine how pissed off Trump is right now. This is just nuts. Can the president enter the House chamber during an active vote? I don't even know if he's allowed. The president is not explicitly prohibited from entering the House chamber. But it is highly unlikely and very inappropriate for a president to do. All right, President Trump, do it. I don't care. Do it. President Trump, do it. Kick the door open. I do not care. Do it. I need a minute here.
Right. Everyone, we are watching right now the drama unfolding on the House floor. 4 nays, and Republicans can only afford 3. I do want to read a statement from Representative Keith Self. He is one of the 4 Republican nays at this moment. He is a representative from Texas. This is what he has to say. I came to Washington to help rein in our national debt. In negotiations with House leadership, commitments were made to ensure the One Big Beautiful Bill would include key provisions such as matching every dollar of tax cuts with $1 of spending cuts, terminating Biden's Green New scam, prohibiting taxpayer-funded experimental gender transition procedures. The Senate broke the House framework and then they stomped all over it. Now House leadership wants to cram this broken bill down our throats by rushing it to the floor while in the middle of discussions completely disregarding their promises. The only way of making this right is by leadership adhering to their commitments and restoring at a minimum these 3 important issues from the House version. While honoring one's commitment may be a rare commodity in Washington, each member of Congress...
Take a look at this here, folks. President Trump is actively working the phones to get the big, beautiful bill across the finish line.
Hearing from the White House that the president is fully engaged right now and on the phones. He's been on the phones since 7 o'clock this morning and in meetings. Also, the White House political team is up on the Hill right now working with the members who haven't voted yet or who may need to change their vote. One other sort of thing that's floating around right now and that they want to remind Republicans of is that, it was reported today that the president has a $1.4 billion war chest.
That's right.
At his disposal for the upcoming midterms.
That sounds like a threat.
And he plans to be fully engaged in the midterms, and I think he plans to be fully engaged for people who support his agenda. So that's on the executive branch side. Let me just give you a little bit of color from the Hill. So one member of Congress says, it's not over till it's over. I've seen this movie before. Another tells me, I think we'll get there, maybe a few more hours.
President Trump is getting involved. He's pissed. Now, here's the problem. President Trump is a $1.5 billion war chest. If Elon Musk is working on the other side of the aisle, how much money does he have? 1.5, make it 10 billion. What does Elon care? What does he care? Skull Valkyrie, this is it's a tough situation here. There's no doubt about it. All we can do is watch this play out. I'm going to play this back here. This is the thing here that is the most infuriating. Listen to this.
And figure out what that means for them in their districts, and that's part of the process. So, no huge pressure here. We're allowing these conversations to continue. Chad was right. I might keep it open a little while because I have among those no votes. I've got a couple of folks that are actually off site right now. Had to attend to family affairs or events this evening, and so some of them are on the way back. And then a couple of others we're having still some conversations.
Family event. Okay. We have numerous Republican congressional House reps that are not even on site. These 9 people that haven't voted, it's not because they don't feel like it. It's because they're literally not there after 90 minutes. And they knew this was happening. They voted 7 hours ago for the previous iteration of the bill or for the previous step of the bill. And they're not here.
And figure out.
And they're not even here right now.
But things can change. Numbers can change and votes can change, okay? So, again, here's another update. Currently, the 4 Republican noes on the rule for reconciliation, Sparks, Clyde, Fitzpatrick, and Self. We just heard a statement there from Self. I'll read it out again a little bit later. If this holds, President Trump's legislative package will fail on a procedural measure. So a lot of pressure going on right now. Remember, this narrow...
Guys, I'm just a humble man. I'm a humble American man with a humble American dream. And my dream is the deportation of every single illegal alien in the country. Why is this so hard? Why? Come on. Why do we have to go through all this bullshit to make this happen? Let's get them out of the country. Then, after we have cleaned these people out of the country, then we can talk about whatever you want. Debt, deficit, whatever, transgender this, transgender for everybody, abortions, whatever anybody cares about. We can, I'm with you. Let's talk about it afterwards. Let's stop the bleeding, get the virus out of the country, get the plague out of the country, and then we can talk about all this other stuff, right? I feel like it's not that complicated. That's how I feel. This first, then that. Leanna Conley says, thank you. Thank you for your coverage. I haven't read the detail. Oh, is this live?
Ensure that everyone's concerns are addressed and their questions are answered. And it's been a good day. We're in a good place right now. This is the legislative process. This is exactly how I think the framers intended for it to work. We feel very good about where we are, and we're moving forward. So we're going to deliver the big, beautiful bill, the President's America First agenda, and we're going to do right by the American people. This is going to be a great thing for the country. Look forward to moving it forward.
You're going to pass it tonight?
That's it. Okay.
Right there. Again, classic.
Okay, real quick. Leanna, let's hope this can recover, doesn't go through. Even if it, I don't know. If it doesn't happen tonight, I don't know. Maybe they do it later. There's no reason they can't do it 2 weeks from now, other than the fact that these people are idiots, and that means they're probably never going to do it if they don't do it now, frankly. So I would be shocked. Thank you, and also Concrete Lizard, thank you very much.
As we are continuing our coverage of breaking news right now, the big beautiful bill, this mega tax bill, hangs in the balance as Republicans could only afford 3 nays, and right now we are at 4. So far, 9 Republicans have not voted. Representative Chip Roy, who is one of the 9, has said he is not going to vote.
Thank you.
So that's another issue that needs to be worked out as well. So you got 2 major issues working against the Republicans. The one, you have 4 nays, then the one who hasn't voted yet says he's not going to vote. And that is where we are at right now. Again, maximum pressure on the Republicans, and really Speaker Johnson, Representative Scalise, and of course, President Trump, all eyes on the House floor this evening. This is from Rapid Response 47, the Rapid Response team for the White House, for President Trump, saying the one big beautiful bill isn't the House bill or the Senate bill. It's the American people's bill. Congress must get it done. That's the rapid response from the White House. And we continue to watch these numbers just sit still right now.
Like, you know, the craziest thing about this is, guys, we all know once the Democrats get control of the country, could be 3.5 years, could be 7.5 years, whenever we have a Democrat president next time, who knows when but it's going to happen someday. You know, they are going to recklessly, with zero regard for anything, jack up the debt, jack up the deficit. This is what they do best. And they're going to reopen the border. And we'll have zero of the economic growth that President Trump's BBB is offering right now. So people are saying, oh, what about the debt and the deficit? This BBB, it cuts the deficit. It is increasing the debt cap, but also it's offset by the insane economic growth the BBB contains. You're never going to get that with the Democrats. That's the first thing. The second thing is, once again, if we do not deport all of these people and permanently lock down the border, it's never happening. It's never happening. We have at most 18 months to fix this issue, because it's very likely we lose the House in the midterms. It's actually, given the way the night is going, it seems increasingly likely, to be frank. I hope we don't, but it's a possibility. You need to act today as if you won't have power tomorrow. That's what I'm trying to say, and we're not doing that here. We got to pass this bill. Who knows? So listen, right now, the American people gave a mandate, House, Senate, and White House, and we are squandering, well, not we, the congressional Republicans are squandering that opportunity. We voted for mass deportations first and foremost. This is, if you could highlight President Trump's #1 policy point, what is it? It's immigration, it's deportations, it's border security. That is, if you were to give President Trump credit for one policy point, what is it? It's deportations. President Trump didn't campaign on marginally reducing the deficit or, never raising the debt ceiling. I'm President Trump, and if you vote for me, I'll never raise the debt ceiling. That's not why people voted for him. That's not what he campaigned on. President Trump campaigned on, people voted for Trump for mass deportations. That's the first and foremost thing we need to do, because I felt like everybody realized, I thought we were all on the same page here. That is the number one issue with the country, and that if we don't solve that issue immediately, this country's dead. But now, I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe I feel like I'm living in crazy town. Seems like some people don't agree with that.
Republicans and so many people, again, waiting to see what is going to be the next move for these 4 Republicans. Of course, Speaker of House Mike Johnson is trying to talk to them. President Trump says he is in communication, wants to be in communication.
You voted for a man, not your ideas. No. I voted for Trump because he's the closest. He's closest in alignment with my ideas. I have my own personal beliefs and convictions. President Trump is not perfectly aligned with them, but he's the closest. As such, I voted for President Trump. You should always vote with your personal beliefs and convictions. President Trump, we have 2 options. Kamala Harris, Trump. Trump was closer. So I voted for Trump. I didn't vote for Trump because I'm gay for Trump. I voted for Trump because he is best equipped to enact my own personal agenda, which is what? Mass deportations. That is the most important thing. Mass deportations, secure the border.
Out tonight. That is according to Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. But these numbers right now stagnant as it holds. And again, the House taking this vote. Republicans can only afford to lose 3 votes. And right now, they are at 4. I think I should play it like double box it with, of course, this and like, I'll triple it, but, like play out some of the stuff that's related. And then if we get updates, we'll up.
So once again, these 9 Republicans here, they're not even in the House. They're not even in the House chamber. They're not even on the Capitol building. Guys, we got to give it to the Democrats here. The Democrats are voting in lockstep. Every single one of them is voting against this bill. They don't have any deviators like we have over here. They are in lockstep. And more importantly, every single one of them showed up to work today. They weren't late. They didn't oversleep. They're not out of town. They are here in the building. They showed up ready for business and they voted as a unit. We can't even do that. We can't even, we have 9 people missing right now and then 4 people voting out of line.
In the process, he could take health care away from 32,000 of his own constituents, strip 18,000 households of their food assistance, and put 8 hospitals in his own district at risk of closure. So, again, why on earth would Mr. Lawler, who is...
All right, I'm sorry, I'm not listening to this. I refuse to listen to this. Do you think a Democrat president gets elected in 4 years? It's totally possible. It's totally possible. I sure hope not, but it is entirely possible. I sure hope that's not the case. Anyway, I'm not going to listen to this woman's crazy accent. I'm not going to do that. The night's not over, I guess. Like we saw a moment ago, President Trump is picking up the phone right now. President Trump is making calls this very minute. He's trying to call these people. He's making calls here. I'll tell you what, I've said this before and I'll say it again. If this bothers anybody, then whatever. I am very worried about this party, the Republican Party, the second Donald Trump is done. President Trump is the one adult in the room. He's the one competent person in the room. The Republican Party They call themselves the conservatives. The conservatives failed at conserving everything for 50 years. They didn't conserve a damn thing. The Republican Party accomplished nothing of substance until President Trump stepped in. President Trump shook that party up. Thank God he did that. He took a do-nothing party of losers, like we're seeing right now, frankly, losers, and turned them into an effective political powerhouse. And even still, with his guidance, they're still fumbling the ball. They're still fumbling the ball. They still can't do anything right. And so, like I said, once President Trump is out of here, once he's done, I am worried. I am worried that this party goes back to how it was 10, 15 years ago. I am worried about that.
Ability for people to afford it. What do? Do they lie in the streets? Do we have to house them as homeless and unable to help them solve their problems? Do they show up at the emergency room of a hospital, and does the hospital stay there? Parts of this state, Paul Tonko will talk about it. In the northern part of New York State, you have one hospital in Glen Falls, nothing nearby, and you have a federally qualified health center not far from that in Warrensburg. That's all you have. And when they talk about, well, we have to have work requirements for people taking Medicare, they're not actually on the firing lines looking at who goes into these places. In my home county, Open Door provides different locations for health assistance for those people that are indigent. 18 service sites. Some of them are in the 16th district that I represent. Some of them are in the 17th district directly north of me. I was county executive for that whole area, so I don't look at the dotted lines of a district. If something's happening in the Bronx, it's me and Richie and Adriano and Alexander that care about it, not the dotted lines that divide us. We have...
Okay, this has no relation. This has no relation to anything that's going on here. Right this very moment, President Trump is making calls right now. He's trying to get these guys in the House GOP to actually do their job. This is, folks, this is the weirdest thing, okay? We have 4 people right here, 4 of them right here that voted yes on this bill a couple hours ago. They flipped. Why? Why did they do that? And now, as it would seem, all we need is to get one of them back. All we need is one of them back. And then maybe we are back in action, but until then, no. Stop censoring people. I'm not banning anybody. If you just, the way YouTube works, by the way, if you're mad at me, YouTube, if you post like a bad word or something, YouTube just silences you. It's not me though. That's the way YouTube is. Man, I would love to be a fly on the wall in President Trump's office. I would love to listen in to these phone calls. That would be something else, to hear the stuff that he is saying right now. Second here. Apparently, it's way too much to ask that members of Congress actually show up for work. Don't worry, take your time, stragglers. The president and 78 million Americans will wait so you can go to a birthday party. Genuinely, if you are one of these Republican congressional reps here and you are not here now, after it's been 2 hours that they've been doing this vote right here, this one, not even counting the one before. If you are not here, you should feel like you should, man. Listen, if these guys had a private sector job, they would be fired immediately on the spot. And not just these 9, like 90% of these people would be fired. This is just absolutely astounding that they are not here yet. Astounding. Astounding. Rand Paul just posted a tweet. He said, just spoke with numerous House conservatives, encouraging them to add, quote, real savings to the big, not so beautiful bill. Reaffirmed that I can vote to allow a larger increase in debt ceiling if House attaches immediate real spending cuts. It's going to be real hard to make cuts if you don't touch entitlements or the defense budget. There are, frankly, just not a whole lot of cuts to be made unless you start actually touching people's entitlements. And, you know, the Democrats right now are talking about, oh, he's cutting Medicaid. President Trump is not really cutting Medicaid. He's issuing a work requirement for Medicaid, unless you are actually severely disabled or have some health issue, and he's cutting illegal aliens. So the Democrats are talking about President Trump cutting entitlements. He's really not. He's really not. He's cutting entitlements for people that are here illegally and for people that shouldn't be on them in the first place. Now, oh, hey, one person voted there. Look at that. Look at that. Now, if you want to really start making some big time cuts, like this is what Elon Musk wants, you got to touch entitlements and you got to touch defense spending. And it's going to get real dirty and it's going to be very unpopular. It's going to be very unpopular. Nobody's going to want it. It's going to be hard to get people behind you on that. So one person showed up to work here. One person here. This is earlier today. Who cares about that? Who cares about that? Don't worry, this is political theater. Don't forget about dramatic flair and the active suspense. Trump has this in groves. I disagree. Listen, I don't. There's this belief that some people have that everything that ever happens is all part of some secret esoteric plan, and that you just need to. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that everything that happens is a conspiracy and is all part of some super secret premeditated plan. I can just acknowledge that sometimes bad things happen. I think this was probably unexpected, and this is not good. And I do not think this is part of some secret Donald Trump plan. I don't think so. But hey, you know, you disagree if you want, I guess. It's just an opinion thing. It's an opinion thing. Dennis G, I appreciate that super chat. 2 need to flip from no on the board because Roy will not vote. Thanks for your dedication. I think you're right. Yeah, Roy, we know, is one of these non-votes yet, and he is almost certainly voting against this bill. Almost certainly. So I think you're probably right about that. I think you're right about that. And thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. That means a lot. You have the bill to this point already. Just pass the damn thing. I think that's what a lot of people are saying. That's what most people are saying right now. I think so. 23% approval. Oh, what, for the congressional Democrats? Yeah, their approval rating is really, really low. Last I heard it was 19%. 19% for the congressional Democrats. Matt think conspiracy theorists will suddenly be wrong. No. There are I guess numerous conspiracies, I guess you could call them, that I believe in personally, but this idea that everything that happens is part of some secret plan, I just don't think that's true. I don't think so. Oh, hey, we have an update image here. I want to show you guys something here. Take a look at this. Okay, so these are the 8 Republicans that have yet to vote. So Marjorie Taylor Greene showed up and she voted yay. Marjorie Taylor Greene pulled up. So now we're missing Brett Sheen, Burchett, Burleson, Cloud, Harris, Onder, Perry, and Roy. So we need these 8 people to first off show up and actually do their job. And then second, we need them to vote yay. They got to vote yay. Show up, vote yay. At the moment, they are still absent. You are ignorant. Yeah, I'm ignorant because I don't believe in every single conspiracy theory ever. True. That's a good point. Good point. Good point. We're missing 8 still. And you know what? Who's to say? Oh, Mark Green, my bad. Anyways, yeah, somebody said Marjorie Taylor Greene a minute ago. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a yes. We know she's voting yes. She's not a no. She was a no yesterday, and now she is a yes. Yeah. Her Marjorie Taylor Greene's condition for voting for this bill in the House was that the Senate rip out the AI moratorium, and they did yesterday, and so Marjorie Taylor Greene flipped over from no to yes today. So we know that she is in. She is in. What does this mean? Is the BBB passed? No, the BBB is not passed. This is a vote that they need to get through in order to be one step closer to passing the BBB, and we're having some struggles right here. We're having some issues. We need to flip one of these nay vote. First off, we need all of these 8 people to show up and vote yay. Then we have to flip one of these 4 nays over to yay. So we need 1 flip, actually maybe 2 flips, probably 2 flips, and then all of these 8 people to show up. Now, folks, keep in mind, it is 11:30 on a Wednesday in Washington, D.C. What are the odds that some of these people are just asleep? What if they're just in a hotel room sleeping and they just never wake up until the morning? They just totally miss the vote entirely. That could also be the case. That could also be the case. Who knows? Take time to research the word conspiracy. Well, conspiracy is a real word. The term conspiracy theory is invented by the CIA. But the term conspiracy just means 2 or more people working together to achieve some goal. So, I could say that my wife and I are engaging in conspiracy to pay the mortgage bill. And that's a proper way to use that word. It's just 2 people working together to accomplish something. Conspiracy theory, though, that was invented. That's probably what you're talking about. That's a CIA word to discredit people. That is true. Checking around updates here. I'm checking updates here. Donald Trump is radio silent for about 90 minutes now. Uh-oh, we got a problem here. Representative Keith Self was endorsed by President Trump. Now he's backstabbing 77 million Trump voters who want their campaign promises fulfilled. President Trump endorsed this guy. Okay, I want to go to Keith's page here. So, folks, I want to show you guys just how mad people are right now. This is Representative Keith Self. He is one of the 4 people that have voted nay against this bill right now. Take a look at this. We read through this earlier, but pretty much this is him explaining why he's voting nay. There are 1.1 thousand likes, 3.1 thousand comments. People are pissed. Trump voters, America First voters, are pissed at this guy for flipping on Trump. Just like skim all of these comments. You're a clown. No one cares. Vote yes. The debt will be resolved with tariffs. Vote yes. You're going to be going home from Washington, D.C. permanently if you raise our taxes. So you'd rather hand our president a huge political loss and the American people a massive tax hike. Shut the F up. You have a duty to vote how your constituents want you to vote. Do not screw them over. People are pissed at this. We want money to protect our border. Pass the bill. Back POTUS passed the bill. Back POTUS passed the bill. Are you effing retarded? You will lose your seat. You are a disgrace. People are pissed. People are pissed at this. People are pissed. Covfefe, covfefe. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. This bill is a debt bomb. Ah, you've been watching CNN. Ah. Oh, this bill's bad for the economy. Oh, you must have been watching CNN. James Burns. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you a lot. There's pros and cons. We got to pass the bill. There are pros and cons to the bill. We got to pass it. That being said, we got to pass it. We got to pass it now. We got to do it now. We got to do it. Oh, now there's 5 nays. And also, one of these nays wasn't from one of the missing voters. Someone that voted yay flipped over to nay. Yep. That's bad. That's very bad. A yay flipped over to nay. Oh yeah, that's bad. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's over, huh? It's not looking good. Not gonna lie to you. It's not looking good. Can't deny that. Can't deny that. It is yet to be seen. Maybe President Trump can pull out a late night, a midnight miracle. Midnight miracle, President Trump. Let's go. Time for the midnight miracle. Leanna Conley, how could these 8 not show up? How could Johnson let them be absent? I had better attendance in gym class. You know, the craziest thing is that they were here 7 or 8 hours ago. They were we know they're in town. They showed up earlier. And now it's been 2.5 hours probably. We've been on this vote right here. And they're just MIA. MIA. It is hard to imagine that 8 of them, not 1 or 2. 1 or 2, it's like, okay, something crazy happened. Okay, your kid blew up or something. I don't know. God forbid. But 8 of them, 8 people. And it's also 8 people. They know that this is a big day. They know that this vote is happening today. If you're a congressman, if you're a congressperson, you know, this morning, you know the vote's happening. You clear out your entire schedule. Whatever's going on, whatever business meetings you had planned, whatever, you cancel your reservation. You open up the entire day in case something like this happens. It's a big day. You do your job. It's not like these guys have to work a whole lot anyway. Hey, thank you, Lord Zaros. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you, man. Oh, Mill, hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Tomorrow's a big day. Tomorrow's a big day. We're getting a little puppy. Little puppy tomorrow. A little German Shepherd. Now we have to flip 2 nay votes. No, now we have to flip probably 3 nay votes. Because one of the people that is missing, we almost know with 100% certainty is going to be voting against this. So now we got to flip 3 nay votes, probably. Probably. This is something else. It's something else. Need 6 of the no votes to vote yes, and Harris and Roy don't vote. That gets us to 213. We're not trying to get to 213. We need to get to 217. We got to get to 217. 217 is the magic number. Pretty much. Well, you know, I guess, you know, I don't know how long people have to, well, 217, I mean, no, I don't know, man. You know, technically the way the simple majority works is that if people are no-show, then they're not counted in the simple majority breakdown. Now, how long do they have to be a no-show? How long? You know, like if they no-show for an hour or 2 hours, what's the threshold here before you call it and say, all right, they're not coming, they're not showing up? Because keep in mind, 5 weeks ago, a previous version of this bill passed with 215 votes. Just 215. 215. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure how long people have to be MIA before they just, all right, screw them. We're going ahead anyway. 218. No. The number is not 218. No, it is a simple majority. Now if everybody shows up, that number is 218. But if people don't show up, then the number goes down. Okay? So like I said 5 weeks ago, this bill passed with a simple majority, which is 50% plus 1. That's what simple majority means. This bill passed 5 weeks ago with 215. You admitted you watched CNN. Some of you guys are just freaking insane in my chat tonight. This is nuts. Some of you guys are absolutely unhinged. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I've been live here covering this for like 12 hours, so maybe I'm getting a little bit irritable, but some of you guys are just fucking nuts. Insane. You got me. I'm a secret Democrat. You got me. I'm a secret Democrat. You got me. I'm secretly a radical progressive. You got me. What are you talking about? What? This is nuts. You're playing PBS. Yeah, I am. So what? Yep. Good observation. Yes. Everything is kind of on the quiet side right now. Things are chilling, and the reason why I think right now is that still the entire Trump admin is radio silent. They're trying to call people up and make some deals. They're making deals right now. At least they're trying. They're trying to do that. Thank God. I hope they're successful. I hope so. You said CNN said something, so you must have heard it by watching. Yes, you got me. I have watched CNN. Yes, in fact, earlier today on the stream, on this very stream, we watched a 2-minute CNN clip. Yes, I have seen CNN in my life. You got me. What is going on here? Guys, hey. What is going on here? Get a grip. I know it's getting late, but get a grip. Pop, 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 pop. Get it together. What is going on here? This is nuts. Good grief. How pissed do you think Trump is right? I think Trump is pissed. I think Trump is very upset right now. Yeah. If I had to bet, I think Trump is probably not happy right now. I mean, this is about an hour ago. President Trump, he posted this on Truth Social. He seemed to think that he had the votes to get this thing going and push this bill through tonight. Turned out not to be the case. And so what happened is that he had 4 people, well, now 5 people, probably 5, that voted yes a couple hours ago, probably 5-6 hours ago, and then they flipped. They just have mysteriously flipped. They voted yes 5-6 hours ago, and now they have mysteriously flipped. Why did they flip? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure. But yeah, I would guess that probably blindsided Trump. I would think that Trump is pretty upset by that. And the reason why I say that is because we know, according to Scott Jennings from CNN, because I love to watch CNN over on CNN, which is my favorite network. We know from Scott Jennings that Trump right now is making phone calls to all of these guys trying to get them back in line. We know that. Mill, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Shout out. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Red wave incoming. We already had a red wave. We had a red wave 8 months ago. Let's do something with it. What is the point of a red wave if we don't use it? What's the point of having a red wave if we don't hop on our surfboards and say, cowabunga, dude? We had a red wave 8 months ago, and we're still sleeping on the beach doing nothing. Grab the surfboard, okay? Hop on the surfboard and say, what's up, cowabunga, dude? Surf's up. We just had a red wave. We've done nothing with it. We got to put it to use. A red wave doesn't matter unless we use it, unless we do something with it. And right now we are we're in a tough spot. It's looking tough. Cowabunga, dude, surf's up. And you can tell, like, you know, half of this room here has cleared out. People are just packing up and going home now. Listen, this is one of these things. Right here. These guys. I'm not going to forget these guys. I'm not going to forget these names. Okay, maybe I'm being vindictive here. When the nation needed these people to show up and present as a unified front, a unified force to send a message, we are passing this bill. They didn't, it's not even like they showed up and voted no. They didn't show up at all. This is President Trump's big, beautiful bill. 78 million people voted for him to do this. We gave him the mandate to carry out mass deportations and shut down the border. When it came time, when push came to shove to actually vote for this bill, they were MIA. They were absent. They didn't even have what it takes to show up and place a damn vote. These people, Bretschin, Burchett, Burleson, Cloud, Harris, Onder, Perry, Roy, at least have the balls to show up and vote against it. Let the record show. They didn't even show up. This could have been the make or break night. MIA. They need to come up with a rule to sanction members for no-show or tardy. This is ridiculous. As for the 5 days, like my dad always said, they don't know enough to get out of their own way. I would be curious. I'm too fried right now to look it up, but I wonder how often these people no-show. How many votes have these people missed? I would bet it's probably not the first here. Karen, thank you. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen. I want to go on the record here real quick. Okay, these days you have a lot of anti-Karen discrimination. Oh, you're a Karen. Oh, you're just a Karen. Listen, I stand by the Karens. I love Karens. I endorse Karens. I think Karens as they are, Karens, they are important for the maintenance of society. You need Karens to step in and say, hey, return the shopping cart, buddy. Hey, you better not leave that garbage on the middle of the sidewalk, buddy. Hey, you better pick that up and take it to the garbage can, buddy. Hey, we need Karen. Karens are important to our society. I love Karens. We need Karens. Can Karens be a little bit annoying? Yeah, it's true. They can be sometimes, but listen, we love our Karens. We love Karens. You gotta have Karens. I want to show you what a society looks like in the absence of Karens. Can I show you something here? Karen. You want to know what happens to our nation if we don't have people like you, Karen? I want to show you something here. Let me introduce you to a little country called India. Let me introduce you to a little town called New Delhi. Okay? This is what happens if we don't have Karens telling people what to do. You have garbage everywhere. You have this. This is what happens if we don't have Karens. You end up with disgusting slums where there's cows walking around and poop on the sidewalk and garbage everywhere. That's what happens. So listen, we love our Karens. We love them. We totally stand by our Karens. And we love Karens. Anyway, hey, thank you. Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. We love our Sarahs also. How dare you? Hey, thank you, Sarah. It's getting late and I'm getting a little bit silly. Sorry, folks, I'm getting a little bit silly here. It's been 12 hours. We are entering the silly portion of the broadcast. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you very much. You work so hard. Don't let these a-holes mess you up. If you are a Republican, worked as hard. If only the Republicans worked as hard as you. Can I tell? I have a personal flaw. I need to actually own up to this. I have an issue. I kind of like to argue and have a back and forth with some people in the chat. It's been a long day, and I kind of like it. I'm kind of like intentionally deciding to do it. So that's my problem, because I know that you guys don't like it. I know that you guys don't like it when I bicker with people in the chat. For me, I actually kind of like it. So okay, I'm gonna try to stop. I know you guys don't like it. I am sorry. It is a personal flaw. I am a little bit argumentative. I like to do it. So. But I'm never doing it. I promise. I'm never doing it again. I swear. I am never bickering with anyone ever again in the live chat, ever. Never again. I'm sorry. And thank you. Thank you, by the way. Thank you. This is Cal Reeves. House Republicans angry at Senate Republicans, so let's not pass the bill and punish our constituents. Big F yourself. Give us 77 million Americans. You know, okay, you know what? Everybody said, I've had some people say I'm being too negative. Let's be positive. All right, guys. Now I'm positive. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think that these House Republicans, they're going to get together in gumdrop and lollipop land. They're going to ride their unicorns to work, and they're all going to show up on time. And then what I think, they're going to sit around a big table. They're all going to shake hands and smile at each other. And then they're going to put together a new draft of the bill, and it's going to be the best bill you've ever seen. Then they're going to pass it off to the Senate, and the Senate, they're going to love it, and they're going to pass it too. And then it's going to show up. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm done. Now I'm just being a dickhead. I'm sorry. I'm being a dickhead. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, this is why I shouldn't stream for 12 hours straight. I'm sorry. Okay, this is from Mill. This is from Mill. With the $50 super chat. That's a massive super chat. Hey, Matt, use this to help start up with your new puppy. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm gonna post some I'm gonna post some pictures on Twitter tomorrow. Some puppy pictures. We're gonna have puppy pictures tomorrow. We're getting a German Shepherd puppy tomorrow. 8 weeks old. 8 weeks old. What am I doing here? I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you. We go way back. Thank you. And stop all immigration. We have a super chat here that says, stop all immigration, especially from India. Hey, listen, this country was built by Indian immigrants. This country is a melting pot of Indian immigrants. And immigrants from the Congo. And immigrants from Palestine. This country was built by Indian immigrants. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Guys, I think, man, listen, these guys are not showing up tonight. They're not showing up. It's over. It's over. It's over. I'm giving up hope. I'm giving up hope. And then you know what happens now? Remember when Gandalf the White showed up to save Helm's Deep and he's up on the hill with the Riders of Rohan or whatever. And the music goes, ha, ha. And they're running down the hill and the blinding light. You have Gandalf with the light and the orcs are like, ah. And then they, where is Gandalf? Where is Gandalf? This is our darkest hour. The point is, where is Gandalf the White? The orcs are taking over the capital. We need Gandalf. What, Riders of Rohan, where are you? Where are the Riders of Rohan? Bring them in. This is our darkest hour. We have lost hope. It's over. Bring them in. Save us. Save us, Gandalf. Save us. Oh, man. It's not looking good. Oh, man. Yeah, a great scene. True, that's a great scene. Epic. Totally epic. Oh, man. And I'll tell you what, all of the updates here, nobody is saying anything. I'm taking a look at all the updates here, and nobody is saying anything. We have another super chat from Zimmer Girl. From Zimmer Girl. Thank you. I appreciate that. Zimmer Girl. Thank you. Sounds very German. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. The first light of the 5th day. Yeah. How much longer? How much longer until that happens? When is that? Oh, man. I don't see anybody saying anything. Okay, I have a report coming in here. Republican Representative Brian Fitzpatrick is reportedly attempting to block the One Big Beautiful Bill because he wants more weapons sent to Ukraine. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So anyway, so this guy here allegedly is more concerned about Ukraine's borders than our own borders. Okay. Okie dokie. Dude, okay, hey. Mill. Thank you. Thank you. Sachs, thank you. While you're at it, buy something nice for your better half. Yeah, we're probably due for a date night. It's been like 6 months. That's what it's like to have young kids, I guess. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I know Kathy appreciates that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. For real, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Thank you very much. Thank you. What about my tips? Yeah, listen, really, the reason why this bill has got to get passed is so I don't have to pay taxes on my super chats anymore. That's why I care about it. I don't want to pay taxes on my super chats. True. I totally forgot about that. True. Man. Guys, I think this event is over for the night, guys. I think this is pretty much, and I hate to say it, I really thought we were going to have this bill tonight. I really genuinely thought, I would have bet money on it. I thought this was getting done tonight, guys. I thought this was getting done, man. Right outside the doors stand lobbyists ready to bribe them. So sad. Need to primary them out, including Democrats. I just became a member. I love your channel. Deborah Myers. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, you got to wonder, like we've said a couple times here, a lot of these no voters, they were yes voters just 7 or 8 hours ago now. What happened in the last couple hours? What happened here? They were voting yes, and now they're voting no 6 hours later. Huh. Who did they talk to on the cell phone? Or right outside the doors, like you said? I don't know. I don't know. Guys, we're gonna wrap it up. I think it's about wrap up time. It's getting late. It's been, have I been live now for 11 and a half hours? That was not the plan. I was supposed to make a video today. I didn't even make my video today, so I guess I'm gonna make it tomorrow. What a day. What a freaking day. Thank you all very, very much for tuning in today. I think it is what it is. I wish it wasn't the way that it is, but I think it is the way that it is. So everybody, do me a favor, make sure to subscribe, make sure to like the video today, make sure to like the broadcast. Thank you all very much for tuning in. If I snapped at you tonight, I want you to know I meant every single, no, I'm kidding. Hey, listen, I'm sorry. Maybe I got a little bit irritable. It's been a long day. We don't have our bill. That's the way it goes. I'm only human. I'm only human. What can I say? I'm a patriotic American. I've got red blood pumping through my veins. I want to make America great again. We got to make America first. We got to put America first and make this country great again. The deep state and the radical progressives, they are undermining President Trump's America First agenda. We got to do something about it, ladies and gentlemen. 1776 is now. Today is 1776. Okay, thank you. I'm done. That's my Alex Jones. Thank you. I am out of here. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night.